You ain't signed nothing, but you owe him everything. Born into a contract written before you could speak. Mama had her reasons, daddy had his needs. Now you're working 40 hours just to cover their fees. State steps in and says, son, you belong to us. Democracy's an auction and you came with the dust. Capitalism smiling while it's dressing up the chain. Different name, same game, extraction all the same. Live for me, work for me, die on my timeline, not yours. Live for me, bleed for me. The cages always had your name on the door. None of it was yours. None of it was ever yours. Your parents made a choice you never gotta make. Brought you to a banquet where you're always on the plate. They'll call it love, they'll dress it up in legacy and blood. But a debt you didn't order is a debt that ain't yours. The vote they gave you choosing which boot on your neck. Democracy needs bodies, needs a labor, needs a checks. The market sets a price and then it tells you that it's fair. Self-ownership is theoretical when they own the air. Live for me, work for me, die on my timeline, not yours. Live for me, bleed for me. Cages always had your name on the door. None of it was yours. None of it was ever yours. Every legitimate arrangement you can walk away. Every real contract both parties have a say. You like the exit called the locksmith civilization. Built a holy story around a hostage situation. I didn't ask to arrive. You don't get to decide when I leave. You want the taxes and the labor and the consent. Tell me what you're offering me. Live for me. Just live for me. Like the debt was yours. Carried from the start. Live for me, I'll be honest. You never needed my consent. Just my heart.
Everybody, so I just left Danny Sean's channel, and I guess we can carry that conversation on over here. Today is International Antinatalism Day, so hopefully I can get some people on here to share their thoughts. Otherwise, I can just play more music until more people get in the room, but I need people to click on the link because I really don't have a lot to say unless there's a back and forth. So I have posted the link, and I guess I'll just play more music until somebody clicks it. All right, y'all. So I have 7 people here. All right. In the meantime, I'm just gonna play another song just so it's not dead air.
Babe, I've been thinking about our future. Girl, you make me feel things I can't explain when I look into your eyes.
Hello.
Hey.
Welcome to the channel.
Thanks. So the topic is about Antinatalism Day.
Yeah, I mean, or anything related to antinatalism. They wanted me to do a panel today. I'm assuming people wanted to discuss things. So, are you an antinatalist?
Yes.
Okay.
This is Seb from the Faris Rockers. I'm not sure if you've heard of me, but I've been on the Finding Gnosis show sometimes, and I have an antinatalist band called Nefarious Rockers.
Okay. So were you just on Danny Sean's channel or not?
I haven't been to Danny Chine's channel today.
Okay. Yeah, we were just talking about antinatalism. So he was asking like, why did your parents have you? But I mean, I guess we can talk about anything.
I think that the antinatalist day is a very good idea. There were there were a couple of people who wanted to make it a day, so a lot of people chose. So today is April 10th. That's the antinatalist day, April 10th.
By divine, I don't know what you mean by. Can I tell by his? No, I can't tell by his voice. Um, and then I'm streaming on both of my channels, so I don't know, which channel they're coming from. So that's why I asked, because my other channel is about antinatalism. Yeah. So as I said on Daddy Sean's chat, I mean, I've already said this before, but like my mother sort of gaslit me when I asked her why she wanted to have children. She just said, "What do you mean?" And she said that I needed help. My father just talked about how he always wanted two boys, how he wanted people to help him build fences and do yard work and things like that. So I'm not sure why your parents had you, but I'm sure their reasons were self-serving. Did you ever have that discussion with your parents? Did you ever ask them why they had you?
No, I figured it would be futile to have a discussion about it to my parents, since my parents wouldn't be able to change their minds. They would be too old at that point, and I figured it wouldn't be worth the hassle.
Okay. I mean, just based on your relationship with them, do you like have an idea why they wanted children?
No, no, yeah, well, what I think is that a lot of children are accident. A lot of the times, parents they have sex, and then the children just come out, become a thing. So I think that is what happened, but I'm not sure. I don't really feel like knowing.
Right, and that's unfortunate because I agree with you. I think I mean, the studies show this that probably about 50% of pregnancies are accidents. So just being reckless and causing a human being to be born into existence, I think is so irresponsible. I don't know what to say about that. I mean, I would say they should use birth control, but I think that I don't know. It's hard for me to put myself in their shoes because I'm not heterosexual and I use protection. So I guess I don't have the luxury of being reckless and just having sex and not having to think about that. Like, um, yeah, I guess that is a privilege to just have sex and not have to think about anything. Because I don't, I don't want to get into the mechanics of it, but yeah, everything that in this whole lifestyle, you basically have to prepare for. You don't just randomly have sex. Anybody else wants to come up so we can have a discussion? I was asked to do a panel discussion today. I was going to talk about overpopulation, but since this is International Antinatalism Day, I guess I need to talk about that today. Well, I didn't know. I guess I can do that. Let's see if there's any literature on the internet about that.
So Antinatalist Day is a very recent thing. A couple of years ago, there wasn't such a thing as Antinatalist Day, but a couple of people decided for April 10th to be the day. I'm not sure why, but I tried to contribute to in the early years where I try to contribute and make Antinatalism Day a thing by posting it to subreddits. And I even made a song about it one time called Antinatalism Day.
Is that on YouTube or where can we find that?
I think it's on YouTube. Yes, it's on YouTube. It's on the Nefarious Rockers channel on YouTube. And if one types in Nefarious Rockers and Antinatalist Day,
I'm trying to find some. Okay, I see a post on X. I guess I can share that.
oh yeah, it's April 9th. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't see a lot of literature on the internet about this.
No, it's a fairly recent thing actually. And so there is a lot of antinatalists that aren't aware of Antinatalist Day. I believe yeah, most antinatalists has no idea there is even a thing. So it hasn't properly been established yet, unfortunately.
Okay, well, I did see a Reddit post, so I guess I can read that. Let me try to share that. I think this is okay. International Antinatalism Day is on April 9th, a day for those of us who do not celebrate birthdays. I don't know. Again, this literature isn't great. I don't think this is about birthdays. Okay, well, I don't know. I'm sort of new to the Antinatalism Day, but I guess we should celebrate those who don't procreate the same way natalists are celebrated. I'm still waiting for people to. Oh, I have people. Okay, Fatima here. Welcome, Fatima.
How you doing? What's up, everyone? Happy AN Day. Yeah, yeah. I was on the last live with the social experimentalist. Yeah, it was all right.
Yeah, I thought that he was going to have a longer live stream, so I thought maybe I wouldn't have to do my own today, so that would have been great. It's always easier to let somebody else host because you don't what I mean, you don't have to. I don't moderate, but I don't I just let people talk the way they want.
Oh yeah, I actually came here to say that like one of the things I do respect about you, LA, is that like unlike other panels I go to, you don't have much restraint over the things like I say, which some people say are problematic, but they're just true, right? Like, right? Like for example, like one of like the things people push back on you on. This wasn't about AN, but it was something similar to the history. Let's say it's when Americans try to like genocide Germans in World War II. That is a fact that cannot be like just brushed off. Like it can't, like. What?
I'm glad you brought that up because I'm going to actually do. I don't know when I'm going to do it, but I do want to talk about that. I think you'll be interested in that because a lot of people don't know that.
No, a lot of people do not know that. Yeah, and that's why like I rather be. Sometimes I feel rather be here than in some other, a peculiar channel that we all know because like at least you've let me speak up my mind and like you don't shame people for like having like a lifestyle. I know you don't.
Right. I just think there's some parts of history that have been wiped out, and they, but that, we'll talk about that another day. I need to gather some
Information,
credible sources, so they don't think that I'm making it up. Talk about the death toll, and then
yes,
and then I see what they actually have to say.
Oh, that's good. No, that's always good to do like the checkup and like the information. Yeah, but it's there. It's widely available, even though it's been like kind of hidden for like decades now. It's there. It's definitely there. And so yeah, that's just how what I. That's just like all the things that like I said, but like it is anti-natalist day, and so yeah, it's pretty. I always say like, why do we need to have like a holiday? Doesn't it seem like counterintuitive to us? Like we kind of want like our end goal is to not bring more people, to not make more holidays, right? I don't know. That's just like one thought I had about it, but I guess it's nice to have like a day about us, kind of.
Well, I mean, I don't celebrate my birthday. I don't celebrate Mother's Day. I don't
Me
celebrate a lot
neither. Yeah.
of things, and so I. It's like we sell. I mean, sometimes we participate in their holidays, but it's like it's. I kind of think we should have a day for ourselves because
Oh,
even
really?
though even though we're against procreation, there are people who do celebrate like Mother's Day. Like for example, I was against it, but I did it anyway for many years because I didn't want to hurt my mother's feelings. So I would get her flowers or something, and it's just like it just fucking bothered me. I'm just like, well, I'm doing it to spare your feelings, but I don't think like I'm basically rewarding you for something that I think is unethical.
Unethical, yeah, exactly, yeah, and like that kind of always got to me. Like, how can you reward something that you think is unethical? Like, I think, like one time I did thought that. Well, it's kind of like I see people who have kids the same way I see people who have cancer. Like, wow, that sucks, but I still kind of feel bad for you in some way because, like, I will admit that like people do have kids not because they want them, but because they did. Well, they do want them, but they're not thinking about like what they're doing. They just want to feel like some good high vibes from after having an orgasm or sex, right? They don't think because humans are still animals, whether you like to like it or not. Like we still have like like animalistic impulses, that we just will always have as a species. I think like we tend to be more irrational than rational, in my opinion, and that's why we still procreate. That's why we still have kids here and there. That's why we still do things. That's why we still have like arbitrary things such as like I guess like control. Like sometimes I do agree with you, LA, that like even though I agree more with Thomas Hobbes from a purely a descriptive things about nature, that is a hierarchy will always exist in some format. I do feel at the same time that the state law is somewhat arbitrary because like if I didn't ask to be born here, I didn't choose my parents. Why the hell would I like a country that like I didn't choose? It doesn't make sense. Yeah.
I guess we can get back to that because I do want to compare Hobbes to Rousseau, but I just want to welcome Divine.
Hey, Divine, what's up?
Hey guys, nice to be here. Thank you for having this chat.
Yeah. How you doing?
Very well, thank you.
Oh, nice. It's good to see you. Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, the other channels that we are engaged in aren't women friendly, so I figured I'd
Oh,
pop in and say hi
that's
and
good.
just test
Oh,
the waters here.
no, no. I think you're gonna be all right here. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have too much drama over here. We just try to keep everything chill.
or at least we tried not to.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
good. At least we won't be fighting. And if we
No.
do, I bought a new sword today.
what's
Yeah,
in what's in made out of steel, emerald,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
nice rubies. Oh my god, Excalibur. Oh, Rod, what's up?
Hey guys, good to see everyone.
Hi, Mr. Man.
LA, yeah, Fatima, how's it going? LA, thanks for starting this off. But that was me, by the way. Maverick for Lifeson is my YouTube name, so yeah. I'm glad you got your own thing going, especially for the AN. So yeah, appreciate it.
No.
Okay,
And
so you were just on Danny Sean's channel. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, because after the way they're behaving, I don't really want to go back to finding Gnosis, man, because they're just on that militant veganism bullshit.
yeah,
Yeah, well, I mean, at the end of the day, I think we should have a panel for, or like a forum for anti-natalists, and it should be hosted by somebody who's an actual anti-natalist. So
Y-
yeah.
if Danny
Yeah.
Sean isn't going to do it, I mean, then maybe I'll do it. I don't know. I mean, we need to have our
Yeah.
own.
We can
Yeah, we
support
need
you.
our own thing. Yeah,
Yeah.
we need our own panel, man. And I'm happy to come in here like how I was coming in finding Nosa show. You know, doesn't
Yeah.
mean I won't ever go back there again, but I'm happy to put more
I'll go back.
time and discussion here. To be fair, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. No, I'll go back to his channel, but like only to like see like what arguments or what heated discussions happens, right? Like sometimes I'm only there for that, but I do like to engage in the people. But recently, yeah, I just feel like it's just been kind of like, I don't know. I just get like an uneasy feeling now about it because like what just happened a few days ago, and like it kind of feels a bit dry now, especially with like,
Yeah, and
yeah,
Didn't he just kick you
yeah,
out, Fatima?
huh?
Didn't he just kick you out
Me?
Yeah.
Who?
last show?
No. Oh no. The last show ended. Like who you talking about,
No,
Danny?
no,
Or
he's talking. I mean, I'm trying not to stir any drama, but she's asking, were you kicked out of Phinosis' channel?
no.
Okay,
No.
just checking. Just checking.
No.
yeah. Because I actually LA. I don't know if you watched the episode. I think it was 2 shows back. I confronted him about it. Like I came on the channel a few days after when he was kicking people off, and D&W, he kind of obfuscated. He's like, "Oh, I don't want to talk about it now." And the funny thing is, whenever I've asked for him to talk about anti-natalism or abolitionism, whatever you want to call it, he always deflects. But then he comes on strong with the vegan thing, and
Yeah.
so
like I have no problems with like the thing about me, guys, is that like I don't care what you do as long as it doesn't like cause massive harm towards people. So like you can be vegan, anti-natalist, even like a natalist, even though I think that's problematic, but just don't like force people or shame people about like their lifestyles. And that's what he was kind of doing that day. And I felt kind of like that kind of crossed a few like lines with me in some ways. It kind of crossed a few boundaries with me. And I was like, wait a minute. It's like, what the hell? Like, why are you doing this? Like it's not cool.
Yeah, well, I mean, we were on Danny Sean's channel, and he came on and just was trying to clarify that. I don't want to start any more drama.
Yeah,
He was
exactly.
trying to clarify that when he talks about people climbing down from trees, he wasn't just talking about Black people, that we all came from trees. And I'm just like, that wasn't even an issue. I mean, that comment was this tangential to everything else. The whole context of it was anyway. And I'm just waiting for an apology. Like I don't hold grudges forever, but there hasn't been an apology. There's been a lot of double downing on that. So I just, at this point, if you don't want to apologize, then you don't want to apologize. It is what it is. So I can't accept an apology that was never offered.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, like I think you have like kind of like the more like valid things for you, because like on Easter I was on live with that white rabbit dude and like Brother Marcus, and he came in kind of guns and blazons on your thing, kind of like disrupting it because you were just minding your own business, right? And I was like, what the hell's going on here?
I wasn't even on the panel. I was in the comment section. I was just basically defending the people who were getting yelled at for not being vegan.
Oh yeah,
I think honestly, I think it's with good. It just seems to me that he's all about. Why did he have fucking Kenny? He'll allow Kenny to come on and throw up a Confederate.
Yeah, yeah. What the fuck was that all about?
You're not vegan. Yeah, but if you're not, to get kicked from the show. So he has a very double standard of what's it called? Of what he considers to be fucking acceptable and non-acceptable. Like so a guy can come in and literally throw up a Confederate flag. That's okay. Vegan Gains can come on and say, I'm going to throw you to chickpea. That's okay. But if you talk a bit too much when he doesn't want you to talk, then he mutes you or kicks you out of the show. So, yeah, double standards, man.
Very double standards. Yeah.
Right, and the whole black people have low IQs and talking about how Muslims are all terrorists and they're uncivilized. I'm just like,
He fucking allows that shit to be on his channel. Like, that's not cool.
Yeah, he's got a favoritism because it should be consistent. Like he kicked Fatima off for saying something about Jewish people or whatever, Israel.
Yeah, yeah.
But he'll allow Kenny to fucking show a Confederate flag, which is it's not ambiguous. And when people throw up the Confederate flag, we know they basically trying to say
White
like,
national.
oh, they was all about slavery. You know,
Yeah.
it's fucking crazy, bro. I don't know
It
how.
is
Like,
true. Yeah. Oh yeah. Like I know that he has like a favoritism towards people, and like I'm not in like the the best of the galleries. I'm not one of them because if I say something even remotely slapping the box harder, I get fucking muted or I get fucking put backstage. Like what the hell? Which
well,
I
it only takes one time.
yeah, yeah. Sorry, go on.
go
It don't
ahead,
take one time. If you tell me to get the fuck off your show once, that you don't have to tell me twice.
right? Yeah.
Yeah. And also, what's it called? Like, I'm glad you made those videos, Ale, because I saw one of your most recent ones about taking the gloves off against the veganism thing, and I liked some of the points you made because you remember you watched when I had a talk with Noodles that he was talking about his bullshit, and then he came up with that whole false dilemma thing, named the trait, and at the end I asked him, "What's your end point?" And I said, "So you want to produce more humans that are most likely not going to be vegan." But you're pro-natalism, but you're for veganism. How does that make any sense? And that's like the game breaker for all of the vegans. Is as soon as you bring up anti-natalism, is like Thanos, and they're like the Avengers. They're not going to fucking win, bro. You know what I mean? Like
Exactly.
anti-natalism is like Thanos with 5 Infinity Stones, and the vegans are like, oh my god, yeah, because you don't stand a fucking chance, bro. Because all of their shit is downstream problems. Oh, we need to stop eating meat and dairy. Like yours is downstream. We have like the mother of all the solutions is just reduce the amount of people. At least at first, reduce the amount of people on the fucking planet. We're getting whether you go towards ethicalism or whatever. That's a different story. But at least start. You know what I mean? Start at the source instead of
Yes.
talking about all these downstream problems like
Stop
the
procreating.
vegans do. Yeah.
Yeah, stop procreating.
Yeah.
Simple. It's just that simple. So, I don't get that vegans who don't like AN, like, and that's like that panel. How can you be vegan? You're trying to reduce animal suffering when non-procreation reduces human suffering as well. You're against suffering as both vegan and AN, but for some reason they have a
Not.
problem with us. You know, like it does. Like it's a weird fucking double standard. I don't get it. Like
It's almost like a bit of cognitive dissonance, don't you think? Like,
yeah, it is, and LA's
Yeah.
and LA stream like during the tirade, brought up good points. How can you like be against like AN but be for like veganism when like if you think about it, like I don't eat too much meat because of a moral thing for me, and I do understand animal factory
Yeah.
farming is bad. It is horrible. That's why I don't eat
Yeah.
meat at all anymore. But I'm not gonna shame people who do because like I know that a lot of cultural backgrounds still eat those things, and who am I to like judge those people, right? I don't judge people based on that. And like I can understand a lot of traditions eat meat, of course they do. And to make matters even more like just sturgent is the fact that veganism actually ironically harms the environment more than animal factory farming does, because for vegans to have like their ingredients, you have to like uproot a lot of the animal habitats already for like other things too, for like the avocados. You have to
Yeah.
and also do you know how in America like they get like lobsters in like Arizona or avocados in like Wyoming? You don't think the freaking planes that like import those fruits are like not polluting like the planes, right? You know, the ships with all
Yeah.
like fuel exhaust, right, in the oceans and in the air. Come on, guys.
Yeah. And,
Yeah.
and that's the thing, yeah. Because like it's almost like this self-righteous sense of, oh well, my lifestyle is suffering free. No, it's fucking not. No, it's absolutely not. If you exist on this planet, then you're causing a certain amount of suffering. It's just the absurdity of existence. Your existence impacts the existence of others, and likewise, other animals' existence impacts ours. It's just the absurdity of this whole fucking existence. Like, you cannot break that spell. It's been hardwired like that, you know, through natural selection, through evolution, through all
Yes.
of these different things. And
Yes.
like I said, I don't care. Like, there can be 100 vegans on that panel, but why would you? I just didn't like the fact that it became this sort of militant style. Where it's almost
Yeah.
like religious people trying to convert you. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
Yeah.
So LA, thank you for creating this, because I did message you and you did. I know you've had these live streams, but if you could just put them up, I'd be happy to jump on here more often, to be honest, and talk about AN related stuff. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's an open panel. I think that he does. Like he lets anyone speak as long as it's not too crazy. Yeah, but but onto the point of like vegan. I know, to me, even though I don't eat too much meat, and I do feel sorry for the animals, I do. As long as I feel sorry for other people, humans are suffering too.
Yeah.
Which is so fucking crazy that on that tirade that he was doing, he said, sometimes animals have more worth than fucking humans. I'm like, oh, look, you see.
Yeah.
So who's the real fucking psychotic fucking misanthrope? Do you think it's us? No, you literally said sometimes you feel that animals have more importance than humans. Like, I don't even fucking think like that all the time. Like, what the hell, you know?
It's like reverse speciesism, isn't it? It's the reverse.
It is reverse speed, and it's just pure hypocrisy. Because, like, damn, and then, oh my god, dude! And then he went after people who says that you guys come out here with like your self-righteous virtue signaling causes when you don't care about the ultimate cause. I'm like, I think that all fucking suffering in the world is valid.
Exactly.
All suffering in the world is valid. Not one is fucking more worse than the other. They're all bad because they all shouldn't be happening in the fucking first place. Right.
But they act like there's only one way to address animal liberation, that just going on a plant-based diet is the only solution.
No,
and if today was not Antinatalism International Day, I was going to actually come up with some. I have some literature tracing the history of factory farming, and that it was basically a response to overpopulation. I've said this before, but they don't believe me. They think I'm just making it up, that basically when there was a population boom, then they needed to mass produce foods, which is why they created factory farming in the first place. So if you want to curb factory farming, then you have to reduce the human population. It's not just going on a plant-based diet. So it's not an excuse to abuse animals. I just don't agree with their approach. I don't think that it does anything.
It doesn't.
Yeah, and also, Fatima, I'm sure you'll definitely agree with me, and LA as well. You have guys like Noodles and vegan gays that will talk about a fucking moral baseline when they literally excuse Israel blowing up children.
Yeah.
What the fuck is that?
That
Like,
is
how dare you? How dare you come on here and talk about what's your moral baseline when you fucking literally defend state genocide of indiscriminate killing of women and children, bro? Like, both of them do it. And if you criticize Israel, I don't know why I don't know what's that.
Take a breath.
Yeah, sorry, I get passionate. But what's it called with vegan gains? I don't know why he's so butthurt about Israel, but in this world, nothing is infallible, and everything is open to critique. Yeah, especially I don't know why he accuses everybody that, like, if you criticize the state of Israel, that somehow that's anti-Semitic. But he literally made a fucking video about anti-Islam video saying about the Prophet Muhammad was like, you know, he put it on YouTube years ago. So why isn't that Islamophobic? See the double standard. So it's either nothing. Yeah, so it's either nothing is Islamophobic and nothing is anti-Semitic, or both are. Which one is it? You can't fucking pick and choose, bro. And that's what I laugh about these guys. Like, they talk about moral baselines and they defend the state of Israel's genocide. What the fuck is that about?
Yeah, Israelis are civilized, and according to them, the Palestinians are savages. Which I didn't make this point to vegan gains. I said, well, I mean, I don't know what you know the whole origin of the word savage. They're basically trying to liken human beings to animals. But I'm like, but you're a vegan, so even if you believe that they're animals, then that still does not mean they don't deserve rights. Like, I mean, so and they do the same thing to Africans. It's like, well, they're just savages.
Yeah.
You saw what he said about them climbing from trees and stuff, and I'm just like, so in order to have rights, I don't know if you listen to my whole thing about the civilized brute. That in order to even be deserving of human rights, you have to become civilized because they don't recognize the rights of the noble savage, of the natural man. They just think that unless you can be exploited in some way, unless we can engage in trade with you, unless we can exploit your resources, then you basically don't have a right to exist.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's a good point, man. And also, what's it called? Like Fatima said, I don't drink cow's milk. I've stopped because for me, not consuming dairy hasn't impacted my health. I've been on oat milk and almond milk for probably
Almond
6-7 years
milk.
now.
I
Yeah,
love
I drink oat milk, so I'm glad I can at least do that much. I try to be plant based. I was never quote unquote vegan because vegan means you don't wear animal skins as well. But like what they don't understand is like there are people out here who are conscious of animal suffering and we are trying, but guess what, we're also animals and we're also fucking suffering too. Like we're part of the system. Like we're also factory farmed. Maybe we don't get we don't get our throats slit in a graphic manner like the animals in the factory farm, but we
Some of
literally
us do.
shoved into oh yeah, thank you, there you go. But we're literally factory farmed by fucking society because we're shoved into schools, indoctrinated by religion, by schools,
Yeah.
by jobs, the corporate world. And by the end of it, yeah, by the time you retire, it's kind of like how they slaughter you because they don't want to give you your pension. You know what I mean? Like, so in a way, human animals are we're all factory farmed. You know what I mean? Yeah, so, yeah.
Yeah,
Divine,
exactly.
what were you about to say?
Yeah, Divine. What's up?
I am definitely for everyone being whatever they want to as far as eating.
Yeah, of course.
I kind of lean towards antinatalism because of I'm grown up now, okay? But how I got here was totally unplanned and a kind of like freak accident. Someone took something from my mother that they shouldn't have. Let's just say it nicely.
Damn.
So that's how I got here. And I took that as not as a strike against me.
Yeah.
I took it as I was supposed to be here because of who I was going to be. And every day of my life, I have proved that point. So even though I'm not for people randomly having children whenever they feel like it, or one night stands are totally against my principles, and just people just randomly doing it with everybody they can find and how many notches on their belts, I'm definitely against that as well. And that goes for the female whores. I mean, there's plenty of them out there. But I'm glad that I know what I know now because I encourage my people around me not to have children. I tell them all, do not plan on or think about a child coming into this world by your ways, at least until you're 27 years old. I said, that's when your brain is fully developed. That is when you will be able to make a choice that's based on facts and knowledge rather than hormones. That's the end of my spiel. Love you all.
Well, Fatima, I was going to say on that topic, was you there when that guy was cocking himself? Crazy.
Oh my
I have to
god.
ask you, man. Like that, I saw the clip, and here's the thing. Yeah, sorry, LA, I don't mean to keep going back to that show, but I have to ask one of the guys who was there. But did he literally super cock himself on the show, and then DW made a fucking whole highlight of it? Like that's what makes me think this guy's all about views. Like he's not really about good discourse. And
that's the point. Oh my god.
Yes, he did expose himself.
As a
He
cook,
did
yes.
expose himself.
Are you
I
talking
understand
about
that.
offering to let somebody sleep with his wife? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that
Yeah, but it
one.
wasn't just like that. But he was like super, like, "Oh, I'll pick you
Into
up.
it.
You can stay. We'll take you out, and then
It's like
you can bang my wife, and I'll wait downstairs." Like, what the fuck is that, bro? Like, listen. I understand people have all types of arrangements, but I've never met a man, a red-blooded man, to talk like that. And that's the first for me, man. But
oh my
fucking hell.
god, yeah,
Well,
like
it was
that
Some
was
men are
really,
pigs. Let's just be facing it. Some men are pigs.
Yeah.
yeah, they
And
it
are.
was
Kenny's a fucking hypocrite because right after that, Fatima, he holds up the Bible, but doesn't Jesus? Isn't one of the 10 Commandments, "Thou shalt not covet thy
Yes,
neighbor's wife"? What the fuck? That's what I mean. Like the whole thing is a circus act in LA, man. Thank you for starting the show because that shit's getting
okay,
wild,
but to
man.
be honest, that was actually at first I was actually kind of like, what the fuck is happening? Like my fucking jaw was on the floor. I'm like, why is W allowing like a fucking like a a cuckolding happening on his fucking show live for everyone to see? Like this is gonna be on the fucking online forever now. They ruined their fucking reputation.
well,
If
but I thought it was disrespectful to his wife because she didn't consent to that. How do you just say that you can have sex
she
with my
liked
wife?
it though. LA. She kind of liked it because she even like came on camera. I'm sure you guys saw that. She was like, "Hi everyone, yes, I'm gonna sleep with Kenny." It's like, what the fuck? I'm gonna sleep with Kenny, and then she said she's gonna start like an OnlyFans soon. Like, what the fuck? Oh
Do you
my
know
god.
what? Yeah, I think his wife or girl is a nymphomaniac, and yeah, that's a crazy situation, man. Oh man, but fucking yeah, no. So what was I gonna say? Yeah, so yeah, I like that video, LA, about with the vegan one with the gloves are coming off because I was listening to some of your points. It was good stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, the gloves are coming off. Absolutely, they are. They're fucking
Uh,
awesome.
Unfortunately, when you go over 6 hours and that live stream was like 9, it doesn't generate the AI clips. So if I want any clips, I have to go through it manually and make them myself. So I've been trying to do that, but it's a very long live stream.
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
that random guy was quite
That's the
funny,
other
man.
reason. Whoops. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, go on, Joanne.
go on,
That's
Joanne.
the other reason why I don't go on that show because I don't want clips of me.
Oh, true.
Because what he was putting clips on were intimate things that I'm sharing with the group that I'm comfortable with sharing with the group, but I'm not comfortable with sharing it with the world. Like what I just got done telling you and how I got here on the earth is not for the world to know. It's for just people that know me and I know them and I'm comfortable in that small setting. But he was popping off clips and there was another woman that she had gotten here the wrong way too, and she was also exposed. And just because I hadn't had the opportunity to share the whole story, he just like automatically took advantage of it. Was almost like being raped all over again, but actually me this time, except it was my mother at that point. I don't know. It was rude. And right after that, I never went back on the lives because I'm uncomfortable with that.
His excuse is, well, I didn't do that. That was AI. I
That's
understand that
bullshit.
AI generates the clips, but you have to download it and upload it. Like
Yeah,
you
and check
Yeah,
know,
because he thinks we're all stupid because we're women.
well, because he did the same thing to me when your dogs was talking shit about me failing the bar exam, and he's supposed to be neutral because we were on good terms at that point. He ran a clip about your dogs talking about me failing the bar exam. I'm like, why would you make a clip out of that? It's not my fault. AI did that.
Yeah, he's lying like a rug.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
not a good excuse.
yeah. Why would he? Like I said, if you go on his channel, he literally took that cucking arc, and he's made a dedicated video to it. So that's what I mean. Like, is he really about discourse, or does he just want views? Because
He wants views.
that's
It's a brand for him. It's a brand. Like I think he wants to make like a type of like online open panel drama branding
Okay. Yeah,
tabloid.
I have to share something with you guys. His
What's up?
show was doing okay for a while. It was growing steadily. Then Vegan Equilibrium brought on Gaines, and that grew his channel because Gaines has a whole lot of big people that come in on his channel. So when you combine a tiny channel with a great big channel, all of a sudden your channel grows and you have new exposure. He wants to grow his channel, but he doesn't want to do any of the work involved. That's why he was leaving it up to Sage to run his show, Vegan Equilibrium. Sometimes he was asking Marcus to run his show. I mean, everyone was running his show but him. And it was because he wanted his show to grow, but he didn't want to do the work.
Yeah,
well, and that's fine, you know, because, you know, I'm assuming he's not monetized, but I felt like, you know, he wasn't really grateful for people who were helping him to grow his show. It's just like, we help you. We come in, we have these discussions, and sometimes we don't have time to do it, but we still sacrifice. And then you just want to kick people off and be disrespectful. This is my show. Get the fuck off. Like, what the hell?
That's fucked up.
I agree, man.
That's fucked up. Like, sorry.
Because I've had long periods where I couldn't even get people to come on my show, right? I would just try to do panel discussions. I couldn't get anybody. And so now that I have people coming, I'm so grateful because it's, I mean, it's not something that everybody can do. It's not easy to get people to come to your channel.
Yeah, guys, on that note, I've got to shoot off, but it's been great knowing that there's a show here now. So I look forward to the upcoming ones, and everyone have a great night. Yeah, take care.
Yeah, right. And now we have.
I deeply appreciate all the support I get because I didn't always have this. I tried to do live streams before or panel discussions, and I couldn't get anybody to come up. And I feel like there is, like support, and I do appreciate it.
Absolutely, yeah. Because as I said in like the comment with you, I may not agree with you on everything, LA, but from the stuff that you say is right, it's correct. Like you're very well reasoned with your views, even though I don't agree with them half of the time. But there are some points with you that I do get like, wow, this is actually kind of true, and like you kind of indirectly kind of made me start reading a philosophy again because you uploaded David Hume, like his work on suicide, which I kind of read when I was in high school, but I didn't really bother to read it like much from him, even though he was like one of the philosophers that kind of like influenced me to like take philosophy as a hobby. But like thanks to you, like it kind of reignited my interest again. So yeah, that was cool.
Yeah, I try to engage with the philosophy because I don't want people to think that I'm just making things up. Even like the terms that I use when I talk about disposal rights, that's a philosophical and legal term that I did not come up with. So it's like when I talk about stuff, they don't understand why I'm saying it because they don't understand the source. It's like, no, I read the literature, so it came from somewhere.
Yep. Of course, yeah. And hey what's up, Seth? How you doing, Set Scales? It's been a while.
How's everyone doing?
I'm all right. Yourself?
Good.
That's good. Yeah. Happy Antinatalism Day International.
I saw that you invited me to that panel discussion, but I actually had to go to work, so I tried to listen, but I couldn't participate.
Yeah, that's fine. I just think that'd be a good place for you to get on there and talk about your antinatalism stuff, because they'll listen more to you than the DNW will, even though they almost certainly won't agree with you.
But at least they'll be more like open-eared for him than fucking DNW. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't get it. He was an anti-natalist, and now it's been about face. So, it's not as if I'm trying to convince him of something he doesn't already know. He already knows what the arguments are. But I can tell you the reason. The reason is because they think we need more humans to liberate animals, and so veganism trumps antinatalism. There's a hierarchy in which antinatalism is just down in the bottom. So that's the reason why I can't support it, because it's not based on mutual. I mean, I don't know, Chat Scales, I don't know if you saw that live stream I did about mutual aid, it's like the structure is vertical, it's not horizontal. It's not like I support you, you support me. It's just I'm not going to support you, but I think you should support me anyway. In fact, I think you have a duty to support me. So I'm going to extract, I'm going to bully, I'm going to guilt trip you into supporting my cause, even though I'm not going to reciprocate.
I mean, that's fine. You can guilt trip me all you want, but reproduction is a natural right, and it is in alignment with natural law. And as I've said before, a lot of people have children for bad reasons because they're projecting their past shortcomings onto their child, typically. But people who can handle the responsibilities of producing a children and they choose to do that, they're in the right 100% of the time.
What about enslaving their children to the state?
Yeah, that's kind of, and I feel as though as that to assume that they'll be good parents is kind of assuming as well. Like it's kind of like making a leap or like an assumption, in my opinion.
I'm saying they're out there. They're out there is what I'm saying.
But what is your response to that? Do you think they have the right to enslave their children to the state?
No, of course not. I'm against the state. But
no,
there
they
are alternatives.
procreate under a state, then that child is born into that system.
I mean, they can be born into the system, but so long as they don't claim the legal fiction that is their all caps name, that corporation, they're pretty much rejecting the system as much as a living being can.
I don't think that works. I mean, at the end of the day, they don't care about authority. They only care about power. So because they have a monopoly on force, they will force you to comply whether you use all caps or not. They will still throw you in a cage and take your property. So I don't know. I've seen them try to use those tricks, and I mean, they get pulled over by the police. They still get their vehicles confiscated. They still end up in a cage, and the judges don't give a shit about whether you use all caps or lower caps. The bottom line is that I have the power to impose my will on you, and I'm going to use it. So the only thing you can do to protect your children from the system is not put them in it in the first place.
Yeah, I can't really argue against that point because
if you're an anarchist, I don't see how you can justify enslaving your child to the state.
Because before anarchy comes life, and that's what I support. And we exist as human beings, and I love human beings, and I think human beings should continue to exist. And just because we've been messing up for the past 10,000 years, a whole 190,000 years before that, human beings were doing pretty good. And just because now human beings are in this situation doesn't mean that we can't create a situation where we are restoring freedom and sovereignty to the individual.
That's hypothetical. That's hypothetical, though. It's not something right now. I think you're talking about two separate things. You're talking about power versus authority. You may have the power to procreate, but that does not mean you have legitimate authority to do that. I don't think that my parents had any legitimate authority to enslave me to the state just because they had the power to do it.
I mean, it's really this simple, okay? If you have male genitalia and you come across someone who has female genitalia and you merge them together, you're basically citing your authority to create a child.
That's power, not authority.
That's power, and also just because.
But let me finish though. Authority has to be explained. It has to be justified. You have to explain. You have to explain like what give. I'm not sure if you're aware of parental anarchy. Like, are you like? I mean, that's a specific area of anarchy where they talk about the legitimate ends of parenting, and even Rousseau addressed it. Rousseau said that a parent does not have legitimate authority to alienate their children's liberty. That you have, well, I'm sort of getting them all mixed because it's John Locke and Rousseau. Rousseau had a different take on it, but John Locke said basically you have a duty to raise your children, basically to discipline them and all that stuff, but those are temporary. right? So you're supposed to raise them to become self-sufficient so they can actually be free. But if you're raising them just so they can be enslaved to the state, then that is not within legitimate parental authority.
I agree. So the trick is to get people to raise their children to be self-sufficient individuals, right? The problem is we're not there.
It's impossible.
Getting
It's
there is
impossible
hard.
to be self-sufficient.
I want to ask.
Unless you're born in some primitive society where there is no state, then your child is going to be a slave. Your child is born with a social security number, a birth certificate. They have to get a driver's license. They have to be a wage slave. There's no way that you can procreate under the state and not create a slave to the state.
Well, here's the thing. Okay, it's not going to happen overnight. Okay, this is something that I've accepted, is that we're never going to see anything resembling true anarchy or voluntarism in our lifetimes. Okay, but if we provide the necessary information for people, and ideally, if education was to be reshaped, then people would grow up in more nourishing environments focused on the liberal arts and developing the individual and teaching them how to think through methods like the trivium, teaching them things like first principles, which are then going to develop a strong intuition. Then an individual is going to be capable for thinking for themselves and navigating the world without the need for some other authority figure to author their life for them, because now they have the mental capacity to author their life as an individual. That's what authority is all about.
Wait, but it seems to me
think that is wishful thinking. I think
yeah, it is.
that,
I was gonna say that.
it's like at the end of the day, you have to deal with reality. I wish we did have an anarchist society, but it's like you're knowingly putting them in that environment to enslave them, and then you're putting the onus on the child to liberate themselves. It's like, I'm going to make you a slave, but now I'm going to teach you to fight against your enslavement. Why is it their responsibility to fight against a condition that you impose on them?
Well, the thing is, as the parent, you're not imposing that on them. You're giving them life, and it just so happened to be born into a world where the condition is slavery. But
life
they have the capabilities to break slavery, and if they did break slavery, they would be far more grateful that they did and that they had the chance to do it.
Has anyone
wouldn't it make more sense for you to liberate your children or to basically dismantle the state before having children? Why would you have children knowing that exactly the conditions that they're going to be subjected to, and then leave it for them to figure it out? Like, why don't you, as a progenitor, fight against the system first, so that you can actually secure liberty for your potential offspring?
Yeah, it seems to me that like you're kind of like gambling with like the potential child's life, because it's not guaranteed that they're gonna break anything. It's that is a very high form of romanticization and wishful.
I never said.
What would you say to a literal slave, a chattel slave who was on a plantation, subject to abject oppression, who intentionally decided to procreate? Do you think that is unethical?
Well, by procreating, they're ensuring that a future where maybe a future generation can be free from that chattel slavery.
And how can you guarantee
that individual slave is going to be sacrificed for the greater good? Is that, we're talking about human sacrifice so that we can get to some liberation, 100 to 200 years down the road.
Yeah, I think to put it in an analogy, right? It's almost like you're carrying more wood to a fire that you're trying to burn out, but like you're still applying wood to that fire. That's what it kind of seems to me.
It's like I'm going to throw my child in a burning building, and then while the fire's still going, I'm going to teach them how to escape the fire that I put them in.
Exactly.
So basically, here seems to be the crossroads that I see. Okay. Basically, we can struggle to make the world a better place, and that will take time, or we could just give up.
Give up? The child never asked to be brought into existence. You can't give up on something that you never showed the first place.
And I want to ask you a question about that, about your view of history set skills, because I find it very interesting. Like you said before, like before we had this, I would assume you're an anarcho primitivist as well, right? Set skills.
No, no, I think we need to merge the sacred knowledge of the past, which was based in egalitarian cultures, with modern technology in a way so that it is decentralized and empowers the individual rather than empower the authorities who run the centralized system.
Egalitarian back then. Well, I only think that the history back then was just our own evolution. And in my opinion, I don't think that the natural world is egalitarian at all. And humans are certainly not. They're not inherently egalitarian. They're very, very crude and selfish beings. And like, so is nature itself is very crude and selfish. Like it.
Are you familiar with the literature on anarcho primitivism?
Me or Seth?
No, Seth.
Oh, okay.
No,
Okay, then I guess I need to do content on that so I can explain it, because we don't believe that technology liberates you. It actually enslaves you. It actually empowers us.
I understand the position. Okay, I'm familiar with people like Lewis Mumford and Jacques Ellul and how they talk about
Mumford, nice. Oh, he's cool. I like him.
Yeah, I really like Mumford. I think he's really dissected the problems of civilization, and he calls it democracy in the past. He doesn't call it egalitarianism, but the democracy that Mumford is talking about is what I'm talking about, and we need to merge this with technology that actually serves us. And the way we make technology actually serve us is we use it to create a symbiotic relationship with the earth instead of a parasitic relationship like we have with it now.
I'm still gonna have to like work on that view, because like I don't think history was ever like that. I think I have an alternate view of history that's like more like, I guess, like decentralized, and like it's more just out of balance, because like I do think that, you know, our origins are like a mystery, because there's like 1 billion alternate views of creation and the origin of life on Earth. But I just know that I don't know why we're here, but it seems to me that we're not doing a good job of like making us good. Yeah, exactly. Like I don't know why we're here at all, but like I don't think it's for anything like good, you know.
So what would your response be if you had a child and then the state constricted your child to go fight in a war and it got blown up in a bomb or something, or if they imprison your child for something they didn't do, or
that would really be well, I mean, the second thing is something else, right? You know, if they got in prison for something they didn't do, that's a little bit different than getting your lottery picked for the draft. But if they did do the former and they went to the draft, then I would feel like that I had failed, because if I got drafted, there'd be no way I'm going, and I would expect that I could hopefully impart those same principles onto my child.
Principles of that if they don't serve, then they're going to be thrown in prison.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if you have a legitimate religious or philosophical or ontological stance, they won't. They won't.
They won't what?
They will.
I mean, if you're someone who follows natural law, you're not someone who can follow orders.
Okay, but natural law, even if you reject their positive law, you're still going to be thrown in a cage.
Yeah.
So it's almost like, you know, it's might makes right.
I'd rather that happen to me than them use my body to go out and harm others.
But that's you, though, because you already exist. That child does not exist. So you would be creating that person just so they can be thrown in prison.
How do you know the child doesn't exist? How do you know that its consciousness is not existing somewhere wanting to manifest on this place?
Well, I would imagine that.
I don't believe in mysticism. I don't believe
exactly. I don't. I'm
spirits. I don't.
I'm agnostic. I'm like a metaphysical skeptic and agnostic. So I'm pretty skeptical whenever there's a grand claim like, oh, how do you know? Or there's like a consciousness already here without a body. I don't know about that because I don't.
Because if that were true, then they could just manifest themselves without human procreation. So
Exactly. Yeah, it's kind of shaky, shaky
Well,
claim.
that's exactly what the mythology describes, and they describe a devolution of consciousness and life, basically from a life that was capable of abiogenesis to what we are now.
You just don't think that humans were kind of like wondering and very anxious and scared about their origins, about the things surrounding us, like like man, and like they create these stories to cope with like everything around them, like grandeur and like a purpose. Like you don't think like there's like you don't think that there could be like a naturalistic explanation for why we have these stories and myths. I'm just asking that question.
Well, the way that ancient man, like animists and totem societies, are describing nature is in a loving way. Generally, it's in a way that we're all life. We all come
Well,
from the Great Mother. We all own ourselves because we're all our individual life. I mean,
yeah,
that's how the ancients thought. So no, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think that's far closer to the truth than we are now.
but I'm saying that like what's wrong with saying that those men, those ancient like Homo sapiens, Homo erectus that had like the totem poles, they were gaining some form of heightened awareness and intelligence because of evolution doing its thing, and then they decided to craft these like stories about like souls and rocks and about like seeing like aurora in the sky and like, using their imagination because of the brain evolving. They came up with these stories that to me I think is a more plausible explanation than anything else because like I can actually believe that because we see this with like growing up children don't know anything, right? Babies don't know anything, but like as soon as they grow up their brains grow, it evolves in its own small way as a life, and then they start to observe, they learn from others, they see from others. A baby cannot really know things already. It has to learn from an external force, and then only then it can do the things that can have complex and complex impressions, sensations, emotions, thoughts, and then imaginations, and then boom, you have like a person. That to me I think is just all right as an explanation because like it doesn't assume anything else.
To the ancients, all this stuff was very real. It was not just their imagination, and they had very real experiences regarding what they believed. Okay, and I'm talking about out of body experiences. I'm talking about seeing different things in different light spectrums. Um, I mean, they just basically were connected to the earth in a way that we're not. I mean, like the same way that like a tablet or a phone connects to a Bluetooth thing, that was them with their environment. And now we've basically connected ourselves to our technology, so we've lost what they had. So, I mean, to use our scientific measurements and to use our modern ways of thinking regarding psychology and assume that they're just anthropomorphizing nature and using their imagination to describe forces they don't understand, I think is missing what they actually had. And that was a far deeper connection to the natural world than we have now.
How do you know that they had like a deeper a connection if it wasn't just
I just explained it because they didn't have all this technology or this technique enhancement that they were devoting and giving all their energy into. They were giving energy into each other and the natural environment around themselves, trying to sustain life.
So
what
you
what is the end goal of sustaining life? I mean, what is the inherent value of sustaining life? I mean, let me just start out by asking, what is the purpose of life?
Well, I mean, you're probably not going to like my answer because it basically comes down to the fact that the earth is a living thing, even though science likes to reject it. The ancients viewed it as a living thing. And since life comes from the earth, that means that we are essentially like the earth's microbiome, and we are to live in either symbiosis with it or metastasis with it. And right now we're in a form of metastasis. That's why things are so messed up, because we're out of alignment with the natural body, which actually we're supposed to sustain.
Well, that's just basically Schopenhauer talking about the will to life. I mean, it's the same thing. Like Schopenhauer was saying, we should reject that we should not be slaves to it. That we're not. I mean, we're not grazing cattle who are slaves to biology. We can actually use our faculties to resist something that should not occur. And so, if we're not moral agents, then I don't see how we're different from cats and dogs.
We are moral agents because we have the moral capacity and agency to determine whether or not we want to live in alignment with the natural world or not. We have the choice to create this hellscape for ourselves, which we have, or we have the ability to create, like things that are described in the Garden of Eden. I think that could be an actual realistic depiction of a city if we put our minds to it. But instead, we just put all this concrete anywhere that can't grow anything. And, a city relies on exports, can't sustain itself at all. This is what I'm talking about and why I'm saying people are disconnected compared to the ancients, and why we're missing something that they lacked is because we have given our authority to others who basically, on dead pieces of paper, write their will and enforce it.
I guess my other question is, people have been trying to get this right for 1,000,000 years or longer. I don't know how long the human species has existed, but none of these other people have gotten it right. So I'm not sure why anybody would think that their generation is going to get it right. It's like the definition of insanity is doing the same thing and trying to get a different result. This has been a failed experiment. Life is an accident. It's some gaseous chemicals in the Earth's atmosphere which allowed us to exist, but this was a fluke accident and it should not have happened. And so
you see, if we just use a strictly materialist and scientific view where they say that even I think they came out recently with science that disputes this, but I'm just going to assume this for the sake of this statement. If we come from stars and all the atoms in our body come from there in the form of stardust and form this thing we call life eventually, then basically the purpose of life would be to look at the thing that made it, the star. Life is to reflect upon its environment.
Life is to reflect upon its environment. So you're making a normative claim, right?
I still didn't really hear the purpose of life. Why are we here? Why are we?
It doesn't really like that to say that just to reflect on life. That doesn't really make it. That doesn't really do anything for me, because is that supposed to justify all of the bad things we've done?
Well, life is an experience, basically an experience that only exists in the present moments. And so when the present moment is done, what do you have? You have a memory that you're sitting there reflecting on.
Okay, but as an anarchist, it's like all authority has to be justified. You can't assume that somebody has authority. And so what is the basis of your authority to enslave someone to the state just because you have the power to do it? I still have not gotten a definitive answer on that.
There is no. The thing is that you're conflating giving birth, which is a natural thing, with subjecting someone to the state, which is an unnatural thing. The state wants to claim the natural thing, and people just let them. That's the problem. It's not people are having birth, it's the state.
Right, but the parents set it in motion. They turned you over to the state.
Well, I'm saying people have the potential to stop.
They're not exercising that potential. They're not going to liberate themselves. They're cowards, and yet they're still procreating.
It could happen.
It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. These people are
If
cowards.
something,
They don't read. They
something,
don't know anything.
guarantee you.
They're sheeple.
if some sort of catastrophe happened and the off-grid people, which I saw there's probably about 5 or 10 million of these types of people in the US. If these people came together and helped after a catastrophe, then things would have the potential to get better, because then people would be less likely to be drawn towards the centralized systems, which would undoubtedly reform after the catastrophe.
I would like you to explain, like, what is the basis of you thinking that people are going to rise up and dismantle the state? Like, what are people doing right now to actually make that happen?
Well, I mean, right now, people are starting to distrust the government more than ever, compared to like 30 or 40 years ago. Government trust is far lower. People used to like Reagan when he was in office. People don't like Donald Trump as much, even though he's pretty much the same thing.
No, they want another savior. They want somebody else to come and rescue them. They still don't want to do it themselves. They still want some other leader, some other hero. They don't trust themselves. They don't believe it. You see, I mean, I don't know if you heard, I've been having all these discussions about anarchy. I get more pushback from anarchy than I do about antinatalism. They think anarchy is the most ridiculous thing ever. We need the state to protect us because humans are so corrupt.
Yeah, I mean, I'm an anarchist. You know that, right?
Right, but have you heard me have those discussions on Fine Gnosis' channel where they just gang up on me and say I'm being so ridiculous?
Yeah, that's unfair.
A little bit. I kind of had that happen to me a little bit on this other stream, but it wasn't that bad.
Oh, really?
Wait, it's like every now and then I'll come in contact with another anarchist, but if they're not anarchists already, they're not even willing to entertain it. They don't understand it. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't matter how much you explain it to them. They think that you need a state to protect people. And man, I've had so many discussions with these people. They believe might makes right. They believe that unless there's a superior force, we're just going to descend into chaos.
I get your point. I think you're trying to make the point that we're never going to convince these people. But if we use the word voluntarist, it sounds a lot nicer than anarchist. And you could also point out the word anomy, which is what people actually think the word anarchy means, because the word anomy means not normal or without rules. And that would be a state of chaos where everyone's out to get each other.
I don't think it's the word anarchy. I think they understand exactly what's going on. They support force. They believe might makes right. That's the reason why they support democracy in the first place. These people are not nonviolent. They support violence.
Well, I mean that you're not wrong. The problem is that I think you said it with the vegans, like they don't follow their principles to the logical conclusion. Most people are not wanting to go out there and harm other people. Most people are not okay with all these wars because they haven't followed their own principles to their logical conclusion.
Wait,
but if they did, yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I find you a very interesting person. I try to be not respectful and cordial to people, and I do find your ideas very imaginative, even though I don't personally find them persuasive because I already have my own thing going on. But to ask you one question, what kind of theist are you, or like what spiritual, I guess, tradition comes close to like describing like your viewpoint? Because you talked about like first principles and natural law, so I'm just curious.
I'm like a mix between several things, but Hermeticism,
okay.
Gnosticism is what really formed my spiritual thinking, although I do reject a lot of their premises now.
Oh, okay. So essentially like Western esotericism. All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah, I used to be like into that kind of stuff. I used to have my own phase about that when I was like ooh, 20 to like 22. I used to be into like Neoplatonism and all that stuff until like I kind of read other works of philosophy, and I was like, I didn't really self-examine and like auto-criticize my own viewpoints, which now I do a lot now. So yeah, like I do, like that's why people accuse me of being like indecisive or neutral. I'm like, I'm not. It's just that I'm always like updating my views, and if I find one that's and if I find a certain view that's like either more powerful or like much more e- epistemically convincing than the one I have now, I will, make a few adjustments. Yeah, I'm pretty much just trying to like, have like a dialogue within myself in my head. I'm not like for like, a dogma, I guess you can say. Yeah.
So set scales. I'm not sure if you've seen my book or you've listened to my live streams, but the whole goal of my philosophy, life abolitionism, is to dismantle the state through demographic collapse. That if you stop procreating, you basically stop fueling the state. Like the only way that the state exists is because people continue to procreate. I don't see any other way. You don't have force. There's nothing you can do to actually go toe to toe with the state. The only thing you can do is stop fueling it in the first place. Stop creating new slaves. Stop giving them a tax base. Stop giving them wage slaves. Stop giving them subjects to their unjust laws. And so I don't see any other way to dismantle the state. You're not going to force them to dismantle themselves. I don't see how you can procreate and then say that you're dismantling the state. You're actually fueling the state.
Unless you procreate and make someone who is resistant to the state, then you're making an enemy to the states. Which you could say is wrong because, you're just imposing a hard life on someone, but it's either that or humanity goes extinct.
Let's not go to humanity extinct. Let's just stick to your first point. Democracy is majoritarian. One child is going to be outnumbered by 300 plus million, and so they're going to trample over your one anarchist. That's just how it works. They don't give a shit about your anarchist principles that you are nonviolent. They are violent. They don't give a shit. So it's like you can be anarchist, but they're not. They're violent. So they're going to impose their will through force. They're going to force you to get vaccinated. They're going to tell you whether you can and can't work without an occupational license. You're going to need a driver's license. You're going to need a social security number, a birth certificate. They want to regulate the type of housing you're allowed to have, what type of food you can eat. And you're an abject slave. Whether you choose to believe it or not, whether you choose to reject it or you want to have some other framework in your mind, does not change the reality. And so I don't know how you can. Okay, it's like you're a slave, but I'm going to liberate my mind.
I'm going to tell you a huge point where we're just going to cut off and we're not going to be able to reconcile this. But reincarnation is a thing. And if we don't solve the problem, we're just going to reincarnate into the problem again.
You know what? I guess because I had a different version of my book that addressed these metaphysical arguments. I left it all and I sort of dealt with the social and legal problems. I almost think that was a mistake. Maybe I almost regret not using the original version because the original version was much simpler. I think people could have digested it. And I think because my arguments are so complicated, it's not resonating with people. But
you could make a sister work.
I'm sorry?
You could make it as like a sister work or like a book that complements your original.
Right. And so what I said. They talk about how we have these immortals. You know what? Before I even do that, I'm going to read what David Hume. I'm going to do a separate live stream about what David Hume said about the immortal soul.
Yeah.
I'll do that. I'm glad that you brought that up because I don't believe in an immortal soul.
Me neither.
Yeah, I kind of figured. That's why I said it would be irreconcilable. But even what were you gonna say? You go ahead.
Oh, well. Yeah, like I don't really follow like metaphysics to that level. So yeah, like that's why I can tell that like I just can't really like I guess like see eye to eye with like certain like ideas that some people might have if they follow like a type of like a more of like a esoteric view of the world, right? Because like I don't think like that. Like I think that I have tools and concepts that like let me not follow into that realm because I was already there and like I didn't really quite see any good satisfactory like intellectual like I guess answers that I wanted. So I kind of just left that tool behind, and now I'm in something else now.
Yeah, that's fair. But
because
the
like
most
I
knowledge of the occult is the knowledge of the self, right? So I mean, you can only get so much out of these people anyway.
yeah, I kind of figured that, but like I've been really reading some like philosophy and some cognitive science literature that says that have some arguments and some reasoning, because in the field of the self and in like a philosophy and in science, it's just one big conversation, like it's nothing hostile. Like people are free to have their views, but you have to have some good epistemology and arguments for it. Like I can easily like be friends with someone who like believes in God. That's no problem for me at all. It's really no problem for me. It's just that like I respect their beliefs, but like I just can't bring myself to like rationally like believe in those things, because I just don't think that the reasoning that they have is sufficient enough for me to like make a leap like in that world.
This. Are you familiar? Are you familiar with Parmenides?
Oh yes, Parmenides. He said that nothing exists. If I correct, right? He's Greek philosopher. He's pre-Socratic.
No, that's not what he says. He says nothing cannot exist.
And that nothing cannot exist.
Something. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I was mistaking him with someone else. Nothing can. But like, I didn't know he was a pre-Socratic philosopher, because I remember there was a philosopher that said that there was like absolutely nothing to exist. But like, or maybe that's someone else I was just confusing with. That says
I don't know. Maybe you're thinking of his rival Heraclitus.
Heraclitus. Yeah, there you go.
He says that it's not necessarily that nothing doesn't exist. He says that everything is in a constant state of change, and that from one moment to the next, nothing is the same. You can't step in the same river twice, he says.
Oh yeah, and I think that's pretty clear, to me, that everything is in a flux and change. I think everything is relations and like shifts. That's why I'm very skeptical about the idea of like a stable self.
Here's the problem, right? Here's the problem between me and you, is that this is pretty much the foundation to any philosophical problem, or the root of it. Either you think that everything is static and unchanging, or you think that it's in a constant state of change at all times. And this is Heraclitus, Parmenides.
Exactly.
I side with Parmenides, because as Heraclitus says, war is the father of all things. So if you have this paradigm where everything is changing from moment to moment, basically you have an existence or a reality that is at war with itself, because it's trying to achieve some sort of perfection that is not there in the present, and it's trying to achieve some sort of end where it achieves this perfection that would basically be the telos, or the end of it all. And I'm pretty sure this is where Aristotle got his notion for telos.
Telos.
Well,
Yeah.
I guess I'll bring Schopenhauer into it. So basically, Schopenhauer believed the will in its representation. So the will is immortal, and we come from the will, but the representations are not immortal. We're just, we go back to the will. So you have control over that. You don't have to create the representations, even though you can't destroy the will.
Schopenhauer is talking about the will in he's talking about the false will. Okay. Now, I don't think he realizes it, and I can't really blame him because he came right after Hegel, and Hegel was basically a terrible philosopher in the sense that he reduced the modern or the average person to be this cog in the machine to be used and played with by the elites. So Schopenhauer was very pessimistic of the world he lived in because he saw the false will every day in it. So he's talking about rejecting the will, where basically the will of becoming, where you're trying to attach yourself to this fleeting identity that has no foundation in reality. This is what becoming's all about. It's attaching yourself to things, abstract ideas that don't exist.
So you talk about becoming. So I'm assuming you're talking about Nietzsche.
I'm talking about Heraclitus.
Okay, well, I'm not familiar with him, but Nietzsche talks about becoming and the will to power.
Yeah, Nietzsche and Schopenhauer would agree with Heraclitus, and they would say that the world is in a state of becoming, and that the will is basically at war with itself, and that it's trying to master itself. And Nietzsche would basically be a supporter of dictators and governments because they're people who are mastering and ordering the will. And I think he would basically look to Donald Trump and consider him an Ubermensch. That would be the ideal person in Nietzsche's mind, someone like that, or someone like Napoleon or whatever. And this is what we need to reject. This is what Schopenhauer's talking about. We need to reject these people because they represent the false will, whereas the will grounded in being in the Parmenides sense is that bounded in static eternity. And what does that mean? That means that the eternal principle is the right to exist, basically. And the right to exist means that you get to express yourself the way you desire. As Schopenhauer says, you can't change what you want. That's what Schopenhauer says.
A man can do what he wills, but he cannot will what he wills. But
yeah.
So, but the way, okay, so that's a different type of will. When he talks about the will, he's not talking about human will, a good will or bad will. He's talking about an energy force which is all-consuming and all-powerful. Like the way he used it, he's basically talking about God or the universe or whatever, like energy that created us.
I mean, if you want to get Gnostic or Christian, he's basically talking about the demiurge or Satan. Right. Is what he's talking. He's not talking about the real God, though, which was the mother goddess or the great mother, as represented in the Venus sculptures of human beings existing before civilization. That's not the God he's talking about. He's talking about Yahweh. He's talking about this solar God that Mumford describes, or that the Egyptians worshipped in Ra and Amun-Ra, and Aten. These nonsensical sun gods who demand worship and sacrifice. Reject their will, because these people like Napoleon or whoever, they're not really individuals. They're like conduits for archetypal forces, really, and they're channeling the larger will through them. And so, like, if we look at this from a Nietzsche sense, it's not really that they're mastering the will. They've just put themselves in a position to channel more of the will through them than other people. So this allows them to get people to go rah, 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 and then go fight and die for them. This is what we need to reject, this false archetypal energy that is not not the source of life.
Let me address this comment again. Life can be very cool for you. It may not be for other people. That's all there is to antinatalism. Right, that's the point. You're taking a gamble. I understand that a lot of people may enjoy life, but for those of us who don't, we should not be sacrificed in order to make you happy, for your extraction, for our parents' extraction. I'm sure that when my parents created me, they were very happy, and now I have to pay for the consequences of their decision. And I think that is unethical. Why should I have to be enslaved to the state just because my parents wanted children? I'm not happy. I have not really been happy. I've had fleeting moments of happiness, but I have not enjoyed life. And I'm trapped. I don't want to exist. So I understand that you're happy, but there are many people who are unhappy, and they have to suppress it, because if they openly express their dissatisfaction with life, they can be institutionalized. They can have their rights taken away from them. They don't have a right to terminate their involuntary existence. They don't have any right to medical assistance. They don't even have a right to express it, because just by saying it out loud, they can be committed. So you have a false perception that everybody's just walking around happy. They're not. They're just not allowed to express it, because as soon as they say that they're not happy, they're going to be managed, right? They're going to be told to call 988 hotline. They're going to be told that they're crazy, that they just need to take some drugs to make them feel happy. Nobody's going to actually respect and listen to the fact that they're telling you that they're not happy. They don't want to exist. We don't care that you don't want to exist. You should exist anyway for our extraction, because you're too beneficial to the collective. They don't care about individual rights. It's about what is the greater good. The greater good says I should be enslaved for everybody else's benefit.
Well, I mean, you exist, and I'm fairly certain you're going to exist eternally. I don't really see spiritually anything that could do away with an eternal being, which I'm pretty sure you would be. But all that's really required is a change of perception.
Okay.
Most people are in
I don't believe in an immortal soul, but this arguendo, if there was no immortal soul, if we just died when life was over, would you say that life is pointless?
Well, I mean, even in that situation, if we come from nothing and then we live in this something for a little bit and then we return to the nothing, I'm pretty sure that this experience would add to the nothing, so no.
Add to the nothing. So you come from nothing, you go back to nothing, and then nothing benefits from it.
Well, the nothing had the experience for a short time, which was something other than nothing, so it was valuable.
It was valuable to whom? Who benefited from that?
Well, under this paradigm, nothing.
Okay, but
which is not something I personally. This is just a thought experiment. This is not something I actually agree
believe. Oh, okay.
But as an anarchist, don't you believe in individual rights and individual autonomy? Don't you believe in autonomy?
Yes, and I think that the highest expression of that is for life to express itself,
whether it wants to or not.
Well, I think life naturally wants to.
I don't want to. I don't want to exist.
I don't think life has like intrinsic desires. It just does things out of habit.
Life has an intrinsic desire to preserve itself and survive.
Okay, but life
death and aging, like those are
something in the abstract. You're not talking about the individual or the individual's rights. Life does not have rights. Human beings have rights.
Human beings are a part of life. Therefore, life has rights. Life has the right to exist. That's the most foundational right to a human being.
Okay, what about my right to not exist?
Yeah.
Well, I don't really know because as far as I'm aware, we're all eternal.
We're all eternal.
So then we don't have rights. We're forced to exist whether we want to or not.
So,
I guess so. Yeah.
So then all freedom is impossible because whether you want to, you're going to be forced to exist, and you have to make the best out of an involuntary circumstance. So then basically there would be no.
I'm sure if you really desired in your heart and your soul to not exist, that the Great Spirit would probably grant that. I would have to think if you truly desired it.
Oh great spirit, I truly don't want to exist. Please make me not exist anymore.
See, that's not going to do anything now in this moment. It's only saying words, which do. I mean, you are invoking power and frequency into the natural environment around you in the form of sound waves, absolutely, but they only go so far. There's someone else here.
Claudio,
Audio.
Hey, how are you guys?
what's up?
Good.
How you doing?
Yeah, I'm fine. I was in the chat. I made that comment that you read.
I'm not sure which one. The one about how life is wonderful.
Yeah. No, that one that I was telling the person that life can be good for you, but it may not be for other people.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think they care about the other people. They only care about themselves. They care about their own extraction. If you're miserable, so what? Get over it, suck it up. I'm happy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you know, you have your own right to enjoy your own life, but I think that when it comes to other people, like it should be common sense that you can't force other people to enjoy their own lives. So that
They do.
yeah.
They do. If you're not happy, they're just going to pump you full of drugs. They're going to make you put on a fake smile, pretend that you're happy. If you say that you're unhappy, they're going to gaslight you and say, "Oh, somebody else has it worse." It could all,
Yeah.
things could always be worse than they are right now.
I think that people just take it too personally when I say that, you know, you can enjoy your life, but other people may not enjoy it. I think people take it too personal.
I think you're not even allowed to not enjoy your life. You're forced to pretend that you enjoy it, whether you actually believe that or not.
Yeah.
Can I say something? Because I hear the word happy thrown around a lot, and I don't think happiness should be the goal. And I think happiness is a huge problem as to why so many people are disappointed in life. Because the word happy basically means etymologically, uh, hold on, I just had it pulled up. It
But you
means
mean happiness in which sense?
it means to be very glad with fortune. Okay, from or this is what etymology.com is saying. I'll post it in the private chat. But so basically you're just happy with the situations that are coming about in your life, right? So you need something external from you to achieve this happiness, or you need something to be happening to be happy. But what the highest spiritual teachings will tell you is to achieve a state of bliss or a state of neutrality with the world, so that you're not overly positive reacting to things, or you're not overly negative reacting to things. You're in a state of awareness, and you're in a state of calm serenity, so that you can best navigate the environment around you. Bliss is better
Yeah,
than
but
happiness.
yeah, but don't you think that happiness is subjective too? Like everyone has a different meaning of happiness.
I just posted the etymology right there.
Yeah, but it's
It's
still
about
subjective.
circumstances, but the word actually, it means, it has to do with circumstances, and it has to do with fortune, and it has to do with chance, things outside, things external to you. Whereas bliss is all about content with who you are as a person and being. This is why I say it's better than happiness.
Yeah, I
Happiness is
don't
external, bliss internal.
I don't think that bliss is possible without happiness, but yeah, I don't know.
Well, I mean, really, I mean, happiness would then be a byproduct of bliss. or a symptom
Yeah,
of
I don't
bliss.
think I don't think you can be on full on bliss if you're suffering. I think that happiness has a lot to do with being in a bliss.
I mean, yeah, I mean, if you want to say something like talk about Maslow's hierarchy of needs and how we need to get food and shelter and things like that before we can start thinking about who we are as a person to achieve this inner enlightenment or this inner state of content. But that's the goal. It's not the external things. It's to achieve an internal state of respect.
Right, but you do realize that the state can actually prevent you from self-actualizing. That the state can actually prevent you from like achieving your life goals or
Yes,
owning a
I'd say they're
livelihood
the
in your
biggest
chosen trade.
they're the biggest hurdle there is.
Right. So if you can't self-actualize, what's the point of even existing?
Because it's not impossible.
It's not impossible, but why should I have to struggle? Why should I have to be? Again, I think there's a qualitative difference between procreating in a state of nature and procreating in a state of society. If you're intentionally creating someone who you know is going to be a slave to the state, I don't think that can be ever. I don't think that can ever be justified.
It's only justified if the parents are intentionally having their children for reasons which are selfish and revolving around, like I've said before, their own shortcomings as a child or wanting them to be, someone who produces for them in life, like I'm going to have an actor baby and they're going to go to Hollywood or some nonsense like that. Yeah, those are illegitimate reasons to have a child. But if you want to grow an individual who's going to be respectful and understand principles to best navigate the world, I would say that would be a good thing.
Can you name one reason to procreate that isn't selfish? Can you name one reason that actually benefits the person who was born into existence?
It just seems that like it's just like a want from the parent, not because of the child,
Can you name
because
one?
children naturally want to live. Once they're in,
They want to leave once they exist.
The child does not exist, so that child never asked to be brought into existence.
Yeah,
they only want to leave once they exist.
No, they don't exist now. So you have two parents who are having sex. Can you name one reason for them to procreate that actually benefits the person who does not exist?
Because it's better to be alive than not alive.
Wait,
how do you know that?
I don't know about that because not alive.
How do you know that?
Because when we're in this realm, we have a chance to experience things that we can't other places.
But how do you know it's better?
Wait. So it's better to be alive. So basically, that is a
it's finite.
It's an unqualified claim. So basically, even if somebody is being tortured every day of their lives, they're better off existing being tortured than not being alive.
Not being tortured. Yeah, that's kind of weird to say, in my opinion. It's kind of
I don't like existing. So and I don't want to exist. I would rather have the right to medical assistance. Are you telling me that I'm better off being alive even though I don't want to be here?
And there's always a possibility of not being alive, which is not bad to anyone, because you're not here in the world anymore to experience either happiness or pain. But
we don't know that. We only know that from our perspective here.
Right, but you
there's more than your perspective outside of us.
You also don't know that they want to exist because you can't obtain consent. But when you procreate, you impose your will onto these people, despite the fact that you don't know. So you don't know either way, but you decided to impose that risk without that person's consent.
I can say that I, as an LGBT person, would not like to exist in a homophobic world. Why should I be forced to exist in a homophobic world?
Yeah, true. Exactly. Like why the same here. I'm also LGBT. I'm T
Yeah.
and I'm like why would I want to live in a world that's very hostile to me, very, very chaotic to me, doesn't see me as what I want to be, will never see me as what I want to be, and will never conform to my desires. So why should I conform to it? And better yet, like these people who brought me here, they knew all about the possibilities of that because they suffered through harsh conditions. But as I said in the earlier panel of Danny Shine, as the social experimentalists, they weren't thinking; they were just acting on pure animalistic impulse. Which is why I say that just because something is natural doesn't mean it's good. You know.
Okay, can you answer my question? Do you think that a person who exists, who's being tortured every day of their lives, are better off existing than non-existing?
Well, I mean, if you mean unaliving, then yeah, they probably would be better off being unalived.
No,
I
no,
don't,
no, 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 not unalive. Would they be better? We're talking about
Not
two states:
existing.
existing, not being brought into
talking about
existence.
as their eternal soul.
So, should that person have been brought into existence so that they can be tortured for the rest of their lives?
Well, I mean, we don't know the circumstances that is going to lead up to that.
Okay, so
if
my
you're
original example was that you're a slave who's picking cotton and you're getting whipped and raped. So, would that slave been better off being brought into existence or not being brought into existence?
Well, one unfortunate thing about these slaves is they didn't really have a choice if they were going to reproduce or not. A lot of them.
Not all of them. Some of, I mean, I understand there were these breeding farms, but some of them procreated on purpose because they were rewarded for procreation. The women got light duty; they didn't have to work in the field; they could work in the house. Some of them did it on purpose.
Yeah, if I was them, I'd probably.
I'm not even talking about the slave. I'm not even talking about the parents. I'm talking about the slave who was brought into existence. Would that slave be better off being brought into existence or not being brought into existence?
Under those conditions, probably better not to exist unless they
Thank you.
somehow.
That's all I wanted to say. I mean,
well, I'm not going to deny that there are conditions where children should not be born. I've said this, right? But as it is, in a natural state, like if or take like an Amish community, or if you take like a more like Native American reservation community, those people should absolutely reproduce because they're gonna, number one, they're gonna carry on a lineage which could be forgotten, which the state seeks to destroy. So there's a huge resistor to the state right there, and they're gonna have the ability to live a more meaningful life because they're not subjected to the state's authority, even though they are subjected to the authority of the group, because as smaller groups, they tend to impose their own social norms. And
they're not subjected to the state's authority. Those people still have to pay taxes. They still live on land that is monopolized by the state. The state will still intervene when it comes to how they raise their children. If they have been reported, by the way, for well, they were not in the beginning. They were not sending their children to public school, and then a lot of them were imprisoned for not sending their children to public school, and that's the reason why they changed the law to allow homeschooling because they were engaging in civil disobedience. They refused to send their children to public school. Most people are not like that. Most people are cowards. Even if they are thrown in prison, they're just going to do whatever the state tells them to do.
Well, I mean, most people
also
have the means to homeschool their kids, right? Yeah, go ahead.
Right, but I don't know if you are familiar with the case law on that. There are a bunch of Amish people that were imprisoned for not sending their children to school.
No, I'm not familiar with that, but it doesn't surprise me.
I mean, I guess my overall point is that even if you have some insular community, you're still subjected to the state.
Yes, but at a lower level, right? And if enough people got more isolated from the state on the level the Amish were on a mass scale, that would basically starve the state, which is what you're seeking to do. because they can't go out and enforce the laws on everyone. What's up, Avian?
I don't know if that's true. I think we have AI. I think it's going to be really easy to enforce the law.
Yeah, it will be. It's very easy to enforce the law. There's
No,
covert ways to do it.
there's only like 2 million cops and soldiers in the U.S. at the most, and then the rest of them are desk workers.
But here's
Right.
the thing,
How are
Brandon.
they
Again,
How about
I'm
the
talking
army?
about AI. I'm talking about
AI.
robocops.
Yes,
They're going to
robo.
be deployed to force
That's
people
what they're
to
doing
submit.
now in like Argentina. Argentina's already doing that now with
It
that.
still needs human manpower. It can't
No.
do it all on its own.
No, the
Yes.
language learning module is going to do everything by itself. It already has the capacity to do things by itself now. It's thinking ahead of humans now already.
Avian, I'm gonna ask Avian, what do you think? He knows about this stuff.
Yeah, I have several STEM degrees. Like I've got a degree in neuroscience, computer science, and then MS and robotic intelligence. You know, the thing about AI that a lot of people don't know is IoT. You know, it's connected to cloud servers like Azure and AWS, and you know this they have something called edge analytics, so they can gather data on the edge with like sensors or video call, and they're always improving their model because the AI is as good as the data that you use to train it. So they're constantly training the models and updating it. And the point is these AI models are better used to shape and predict your behavior, and also for social engineering reasons. So ultimately, AI does strengthen the state. You know, I mean, it strengthens the state, which, you know, the state is interlocked with these big data like Microsoft and Amazon, and you know, this ties into stuff like Palantir, and it also ties into other stuff like I said, you know, Microsoft and Amazon, and actually Klaus Schwab did tell us this, you know, to his credit. He said data is the new gold. So they're always gathering more and more data, cleaning and pre-processing the data, and then training these deep learning models more and more for better prediction capabilities. So they can
SOH, I tried to bring you up, but your device did not connect.
Yeah, you cannot hear me?
No, not you. SOH. SOH. This person was trying to come up.
Oh,
So
brother.
basically, when it comes to enforcement, they're lacking, right? They're only good for predicting.
Well, no,
the
they have
thing
the
is that-
technology. They have the technology where they're not going to need a human police force. They're going to replace them with robots.
Exactly. Robotics is real, and they have stuff like lethal autonomous weapons now. You know, like 10, 20 years ago, directed energy weapons were considered a conspiracy, but now the Pentagon and all these people admit it's true. And you know, you can like have autonomous drones, you can have autonomous lethal like directed energy weapons. So the point is that, you know, also the robots, you know, those stuff are getting way better because soft robotics is making a lot of leaps, you know, and so a lot of people are going to be more disposable. You know, the state is starting to view the common mass as more and more disposable because they want to transition to, you know, more and more robotics and automation, and you know, this, you know, it's not good basically.
The point is that there's so many unknown variables. You don't know how infinitely worse things can get. We can have a dystopian nightmare, and so it's like people procreate based on their current conditions. They don't see the future, and then they don't know what type of world they're actually putting their children into. So if we do have a dystopian hellscape, nobody's going to see it coming. I don't think that any sort of catastrophe in history was ever foreseeable. It's like, did anybody know that slavery was going to happen? No. Did anybody know the Holocaust was going to happen? No. Did anybody know that the Palestinians were going to be brought to ethnic cleansing? No.
No, hell no. No one predicted that.
They just procreate and hope for the best, and then their children are the ones who suffer the consequences.
Yeah, they put all of the responsibilities and their dreams of like a better future for like the faith and the nation on the children when they have no way of fighting because it's just an asymmetry of power. It's so unfair. Like, this is why I will always say that you know, procreation is just a gambling. It's a risk. high risk, super high risk. It's like Russian roulette. Like you can't know if the person's going to be good or not, are like going to be surviving or not. And most of the time, they really don't. In other parts of the world, like here, we're just ordinary people doing boring things. That's not really a noble way of doing things, right? You know, it's not. But in other parts of the world, like these people's lives are being like gambled endlessly for no reason. You know, it kind of goes back to what we were saying earlier, LA, about like vegans, like just denying humans suffering, which I don't think is possible at all.
Yeah.
Right. They don't understand that human suffering is the root cause of animal suffering. It's like
Yes,
you
100%.
exist, you have to eat something, and that whole I mean they don't I think they really minimize the inconvenience of going vegan, that they're just going to eat some plants to take a B12 supplement. That does not seem appealing to most people. I don't want to eat beans for the rest of my life. I don't. That sounds like a miserable existence.
Yeah, I want to say some stuff. I actually bought that book you recommended. It comes in the mail, The Coming Age of Scarcity. I'm looking forward to reading that soon.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, okay. Well, I was actually going to. I haven't gotten around to it because I don't have time to do all the kinds. I was going to review some of those articles online. I actually have it, and I think it's about most of those articles, because it's not like a book. It's actually a collection of articles. So a lot of those articles are already available online. But I mean, I'm sure that book was inexpensive because it was published in like 99 or something. So
Oh, yeah,
SOH,
it's
are
really
you
expensive. Yeah, I got it for like only $8. Yeah.
okay?
Oh,
Yeah, it's a really good book.
yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, I'm gonna say some stuff, about, I'm also a post-industrial antinatalist, because, when the way I see the vegans, I think they're naive. Vegans are very naive. They don't understand that there's a difference between sustainable hunting, which was done in low-tech conditions, versus more overpopulation with the more efficient means of hunting done with the more advanced technology. That's when the issues arise. Because like when Inuits were like, I don't know, or like Eskimos, yeah, Eskimos, they ate whales and dolphins. I mean, they ate whales, but the thing is, their population numbers were low. They didn't have advanced technology, so it was no problem. Their whales and dolphins were not threatened. But now we have like overpopulation, and we have more efficient technology. And the thing is, they keep breeding too, because you see, there was a population boom, which is an indisputable fact as these technological complexity increase, and that leads to human beings just having more suffering, more cravings and attachments, and also it leads to more power of the state to just control them and such. So yeah, I would say vegans lack the bigger picture. I actually did talk about this in the last few stream. Yeah, but I want to say that one more thing. I actually I do have a well thought out philosophy. I plan to write a book in the future. So, well, I will say that one thing, this is from the perspective of Buddhism. I think that let's say human beings went extinct. I think millions or billions from now, other organisms or their lines could evolve towards symbolic culture. Maybe we can have I don't know, like I don't know, like a wolf Buddha or a crocodile Buddha or a crow Buddha, corvid Buddha. The point is this: there's cycles. Most traditions say we're in the Kali Yuga, we're in the Dharma ending ages, we're in the age of terminal decline. Where we're moving towards cataclysms. 20th century was one of the bloodiest. We had Yugoslavia, we had Poland. Polish people suffered a lot. Like,
I think it was more than just the 20th. I think natural human history is just bloody in general. Like, I think it only became bloody in the 20th century because of like a technology, and that's it. But I think I think every century has been pretty bloody.
Yeah, suffering itself always existed.
Mm.
yeah, I guess in a sense, the most painful thing is to come back to life, to be reborn. Sometimes I do have sympathies towards some Gnostic beliefs. I mean, like I met a man. He's actually pretty intelligent. He argues from Catharism, a kind of Catharism. But ultimately that's the question. I would agree. That's why I chose not to have kids. After 10 years of marriage, I've been married for a long time.
Oh,
I
really?
used to watch a lot of horror films. And I wrote horror stories too. And you are correct that there have been a lot of sickos throughout history, and like lots of massacres and lots of slavery. Slavery has been ubiquitous in the ancient world too. It's been ubiquitous. So but I would say that the 20th century was the bloodiest. Like the technology was just used to make it more efficient. I mean, more efficient. You had Mao, you had Stalin. Stalin was crazy. Mao was crazy. Like lots of killing. Like it's just crazy. Yeah, but yeah, it's like I don't know how anyone can read about 20th century and think the future will be bright for humanity. No,
No.
no way.
Yeah, it's just not gonna happen. It's just out of the realm of like the mind and skull. Yeah. SOH, what's up?
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hila?
we.
Now we can hear you. Yes.
Yeah.
How are you doing?
Okay. I'm good. I tried to come on here on my laptop, but I don't know.
Yeah, sometimes it can be a bit complicated, like technology. Yeah.
And you don't have to say like SOH. It's usually pronounced so or soul, but
Soul?
it just
Okay.
sounds it just
So,
sounds weird just saying an acronym.
I didn't know how to say it. So I should call it so.
It's soul or soul. It doesn't matter which one.
all right. So, okay.
So are you an anti-natalist, or are you interested in learning what it's about, or?
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm pretty much an anti-natalist, so yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
But you
well.
said you wanted more anti-natalists to come up, so I
Oh,
just
so
came
what's
up.
up?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's always good to meet others in this sphere. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I have a feeling that like I think as time goes on, more people are going to be thinking about procreation in general and like life in general, and that's just
I
gonna
hope so.
yeah, of course, and oh yeah, of course, and that's just naturally gonna lead people to this conclusion. So people say that AN will be like a minority view forever. I'm like, I don't know anymore because I see things like I see like a more and more discussions being brought up when it comes to anti-natalism as like a alternative towards like lifestyles, right? Towards like work, what else? Corporations, AI. It's like, well, if we don't want to be a part of any of that fucking bullshit, we'll just stop procreating, right? Because like those people make the most the procreations, right? Like
I
it's
think
the reason,
that
huh?
I think that at least Gen Z is becoming more and more anti-procreation. I think that younger people are actually seeing that, procreation doesn't have any value to it.
Yeah, I think they're more likely than that, and like with how the world's going now, like and future generations are definitely going to question a lot of things. There's going to be more uncertainty about life as there should be. I think everyone should be a skeptic about it.
Yeah.
And yeah, and like it's just going to be the natural conclusion. Of course, there's going to be like the majority that wants to procreate and breed and like still insist that we have a purpose. But I'm starting to think that there's going to be a lot more uh, challenges towards that view, just naturally speaking now. Because of the rise of technology, we can now interact with ideas that we couldn't even know, like even like 80 years ago, right?
Yeah, I want to say some stuff. You're right. I want to say that, I'm most certainly an anti-natalist, but the thing about anti-natalism is there are many different dialectics or rhetorics that can lead towards it. Like, for example, I read The Conspiracy Against the Human Race by Thomas Ligotti. I do not agree with his nihilism, but I do agree with his anti-natalistic conclusions, but for different reasons. I'm an anti-natalist mainly for the reasons that I think the state is becoming too strong, and that the way we see humanity, the civilization advance is just towards greater enslavement, and that is truly like clouding any higher metaphysical endeavors or anything like that. I actually see a spiritual decline, now. But I would say in some levels that having a kid, even in the past, it ties you down more to the world, so that way you cannot look more into your own mind and find some kind of, like pure awareness or kind of, enlightenment. You see what I mean? Because Buddhists, in the past, if you were become a monk, you were discouraged from having children. Monks were celibates; they did not have children. So,
I want to go back to Seth for a second. What do you think about my goal of dismantling the state through demographic collapse? Do you think that? I know you think that people have a right to procreate, but as a strategy, if people stop procreating, do you agree that that would dismantle the state?
I mean, yeah, it could, but eventually, I think if you did that, you would just set up a society that puts itself in position to overthrow the state, and then they would start reproducing again.
Right, that's the whole point. So you can actually liberate yourself that way. And what I say in my book is that once the birth rates decline to a sufficient level, that the state would actually be more responsive to the people. But you're actually rewarding the state by giving it exactly what it wants without making any demands. Why would you give away? You don't have any other leverage, right? Your labor is no longer going to be leverage because you're going to be replaced with AI. The one thing the state needs are more subjects, and you're just giving it to them without demanding anything. That makes no sense.
I mean, it could work, but there would need to be systems in place beforehand that allow people to come together and be self-sufficient on their own. That would basically be voluntarist and egalitarian in nature.
Right. And I mean, I haven't written a book about that, but that whole book about, let me show this again. The book that I just recommended to Avian, The Coming Age of Scarcity, it talks about establishing bartering systems, about having self-sustaining local economies. So there are solutions. People just don't want to do it because they're so dependent on a state. They don't want to be responsible for their own lives or for their own children's lives.
I don't disagree. And like, there are legitimate reasons to have children. There are illegitimate reasons to have children. But if you know in your heart that you're in a position to raise a child as isolated from the state as possible, do it. I don't see anything wrong with
Raise a slave for the state.
Well, under this condition, no. These would be the people putting the systems in place necessary for when the people in mass do what you're saying. Then they can go to these people who have already been doing it for several generations.
I don't see that being possible. And even when you look at the Amish, and that's dying off too, because the Amish, their children don't want to live that lifestyle. They don't want to maintain those farms, so they're moving to larger cities.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yeah.
And so eventually, they've been selling off their farms, so they're not. I mean, that's dying out also. So I don't know. I don't think there's any escape from this. And one thing, if people actually have the will to liberate themselves, but when you listen to people talk, they telling themselves they don't even support freedom. They don't think it's even important. It's almost like they enjoy being enslaved. So if they like being enslaved and you don't, the only thing you can do is extricate yourself from this slave system. You can't save them. You can only save yourself.
I want to add something too. I would say the state fundamentally has an invasive character. It's invasive, and as it becomes more technologically advanced, it becomes more invasive. So even if you try to isolate yourself from the state at this point and try to have a child, they're going to try to find ways to indoctrinate your child, and that way they can serve the state. You see what I'm saying? So, the best option at this point is to refrain from procreation. That's the way I see it.
I think this is the only foolproof way to protect your potential children from the state. I think procreating and then hoping that you can use lower caps or live off the grid or store water, like these are not solutions. I think once you create a slave for the state, they're just going to be captured. There's nothing you can do about it. They're not even your children. The state owns your children. So you're literally giving the state slaves, and you're enslaving your own children for your own benefit. This so that you can get the benefits of raising a child, so that you can feel that your life actually mattered. You're going to enslave a child to the state. And so this whole cycle will keep perpetuating itself because people can't get off the wheel. So I don't know. I don't think there's any way to justify that. Again, you may have the power to do it. You don't have authority to do that. Right. They have been forced to sell their properties. They can't maintain the taxes. So even if you don't, so there's eminent domain, and you don't actually own your property outright. You're basically just renting, because if you don't pay your taxes, the state will come in and take it. I'm sure he does. I'm sure Bill Gates is a globalist. He's a breeder, and he's a Western imperialist. So I would.
Yeah, like it's almost like the world is not in our favor. It's not in our cards, right? Because we have all of these fucking oligarchs just doing whatever they want, and like they have no accountability. They have no shame in what they're doing. Like there is no such thing as like justice in the true sense, in my opinion, anymore. Because like we don't see these people get like punished for buying up land, for using human experiments, for trafficking, for war, for violence, right? We don't see that. We don't see that. And like, I doubt we're ever going to have that, because these problems have always been with us. Like, horrible people bleeding us,
Let me ask this question. What about all those girls that were abducted and taken to the Epstein Island? Of course, those parents wanted to give their children the best lives possible. Of course, they did not foresee that their children would be taken to that island. But the only way they could have protected those girls was to not bring them into existence in the first place. So it doesn't matter that your intentions were good. You set that whole thing into motion.
In a sense, would you say the natalists are ultimately naive? That's what it comes down to. I think they're just naive.
They're naive and they're arrogant, because they have this godlike authority to create a human being from nothing. And they believe that they have more power than they actually have, that they can protect their children, that they can give their children a good life. They don't care though. They're really thinking, they're only thinking about the fact that they're creating a baby, like a little toy, right? They're not thinking about the huge responsibility of creating a full human being. I mean, you created a baby. That baby is going to, as a parent, you're only going to have authority over that child until they reach the age of 18. But they still have to live the rest of their life. They may be 80, 90, 100. And you set the entire thing into motion. And it's completely unjustified.
But it's a natural act, though. So it is.
That's an appeal to nature. The fact that it's natural does not make it ethical.
Well, the only reason it's unethical is because of the conditions in which it's being brought up in. But if it was brought up in more natural conditions, it would be ethical.
Then change the conditions before you procreate. But they're not going to do that. They're going to create these children in those conditions and then leave it to those children to change the conditions that they were forced to exist in. So they're going to create a slave and then leave the child to figure out how to get out their own enslavement.
If the parent generation does correctly, they will create a world where the child can create the world for themselves.
That doesn't justify it, though. You're talking about a counterfactual scenario that does not exist.
But it does exist because in this moment now, we're all existing in the world and navigating it, creating our own space within it the best way we can, right? So
where is this free society? Where is this free society where children can be left alone from the state?
I'm saying the parents need to allow the child or their children, because they're not just children, they're people, right? They need to be allowed to live their lives and be nourished and raised in a way so that they are self-sufficient, sustainable, and don't need the external authority of the state like everyone does now. Because that's the main reason that the government exists, is because most people are bad parents. I don't disagree with you. Because if
you're talking about it should, you're talking about the way things should be, not the way things are.
They could get this way,
right? A should, a coulda, woulda. It's not reality.
Well, another thing that's not reality is most people aren't going to stop procreating, right?
Yes, exactly. Okay, but like I think it cuts both ways. Most people are not going to stop procreating, but like most things are not going to get better. They're just going to get worse. So like, but I think we are more honest with the world because we see how it is. We don't have any like filter or any like aspirations for it to be anything else. Like I just think it is what it is, and I don't want to bring more people to endure the house fire that we actually set up in the first place. I don't want to bring.
But the problem is that I'm addressing the root cause that there is state oppression, and so I'm saying that if you don't procreate, then your children are never slaves to the state. Instead of just wishful, that's the only thing that you have power over. You have power over your decision to procreate. Once they're here and people don't have the courage to actually stand up against the state, there's nothing you can do about it. So maybe both positions are wishful, but I don't think that it is, because you don't have to dismantle. Okay, it takes collective action to dismantle the state. Most people are not going to do that. It takes individual action to not procreate. So I have not created any slaves to the state. So my decision to not procreate is consequential because I have not created a lineage of slavery. It does not require collective action. Therefore, it's not wishful. It's not like, oh, I'm hoping that everybody will agree with me. I know they're not going to agree with me, but I still did not enslave anybody to the state.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you could say the same thing about empowering the state. Like if everyone just stopped paying their taxes, stopped voting, and stopped pulling over when the cop tried to pull them over, the state would have no authority. So it's an individual action.
Right, no, but
there's things that we can't control.
Collective action. So I did not create the person who's going to be pulled over by the state.
There's things that we cannot control.
The collective is made up of individuals, and the force, as they call it, or the police force, can be overwhelmed if enough people don't comply.
They don't care, though. They
don't do it, though.
These are the very people who will convict you if you request a jury trial. They will look you in the eye and convict you, even though you did not harm anyone.
And I just don't see it happening. Like humans, like resisting this on a mass scale that barely happens in history, and when it does, it usually gets squandered by someone else, from like an internal circle source. So like I still question, like, how can we have a world where like procreation can be okay? I just don't think that's all. I just don't think that's possible.
Because people like procreating, because sex is good.
People like to murder, but that doesn't mean that.
For that, we have birth control. Sex is good, but we have birth control.
This is the unfortunate aspect of homosexuality, and I didn't really want to go there, but just because you're straight, just because you're a man having sex with a woman, does not give you the right to enslave someone. I mean, I'm not trying to be heterophobic, but at the
no, that's true.
Of you being
that's so
straight,
valid.
Well, that's not the only. it's not the only reason, because the other reason I was going to say is people like the idea of being a parent, because there's homosexual relationships or partners who will go out and have a woman or man artificially insinuate on their behalf.
But that's
I
not.
think
That's not.
this will
That's not
sound.
wait. That's not homosexual. Even though they may identify as a homosexual, that behavior is demonstrably heterosexual.
If you want me to be
If a
honest,
man has sex with a woman, that is heterosexual sex. So the bottom line is that two people of the same sex cannot procreate. So it requires a man and a woman to procreate. I don't understand why I need to actually explain that. So if you're homosexual and you remain like within members of the same sex, you're not going to produce any offspring. So even though they want to go against reality and then go to members of that, I would say that is, I don't know if you're going to call yourself bisexual or whatever. That's not homosexual.
Yeah, can I say something? I want something interesting. Most people in the past, they were illiterate, okay, but now most of us are literate, of course. But I want to say that, like, if I knew something like Mongol invasion is gonna happen or massacres will happen from some barbarians, I would not have kids, because by having kids, I am setting them up to be culled or to be massacred, okay? But the thing is, the direction we're heading to now in the global industrial age, where the state is getting massive control and we're domesticated by the state. Most of us don't have self-sufficient skills or whatever. But the point is, if there's another cataclysm, like supply chains being disrupted or whatever, there's going to be a mass die out of life. Do you want to bring a child to experience that suffering, that brutality, that massive collapse? I most certainly do not. I do not want to bring a child to experience brutality.
I want to go back to my point, because if the natural consequence of men and women having sex is human beings being enslaved to the state, then maybe we need to examine heterosexuality. Maybe that is unethical, because if they're going to say, oh, it's just natural, and because I'm straight, I get to enslave people, maybe that should be suspect. I mean, I don't want to be heterophobic, but they want to make this, they don't want to use birth control, they don't want to mitigate their heterosexuality, they just want to procreate and then force people to be enslaved to the state, then maybe we need to examine that.
Yeah, and what do you think about that?
Should people be allowed? I mean, the same way they want to ban homosexuality, should we ban heterosexual? I mean, we don't have the numbers, obviously, but if we have the numbers, should we impose our will on them and force them to abstain from heterosexuality? Because that is the root cause of all suffering and death. It's men and women having sex.
Yeah, it is.
I think what's said meant by homosexuals reproducing was actually surrogate mothers, right? Or not?
But I want Seth to respond to that. Should we ban heterosexuality because they're enslaving human beings to the state?
Well, I would never advocate for anything that is that revolves around interfering with consent.
Right, but you're making these appeals to nature. How is that a legitimate response? If I'm going to be enslaved to the state, then I would rather straight people not have sex.
Yeah, I want to say this, though. I want to say about the sexuality question. I think the stigmata should be removed, against like homosexuality or other sexual forms, because when you look at the animal kingdom, a lot of them do engage in homosexual activities or homoerotic or whatever. But in regards to heterosexuality, I don't think it should be banned, because that's more enforcing, because people can just use a condom, or they can just
obviously I'm an anarchist. I don't want to expand state power. I'm just talking about the legitimacy of using it as an excuse because I'm straight and because I didn't use birth control, I have a natural right to enslave someone to the state. I'm just examining whether heterosexuality is a legitimate way of existing if the consequence is that human beings will have a lifetime of drudgery and capitalist extraction. Should we not examine that? Because I've been considering, should I even address that? I mean, because I don't want to offend all these people, but maybe I should. Maybe I should go down that rabbit hole, because they don't have any problem trying to condemn gay people, right? Even though
Yeah.
they're the root cause of all suffering and death, they want to prohibit our lifestyle and talk about how we're so dangerous to society when they're the ones who are causing all the problems.
I see your point, LA, and I think it basically revolves around using the system that they use against them. But I think all
Right.
that would do is just alienate more people from your cause.
Well, I don't. It's just a thought experiment. I'm not saying that I actually have the power to do it, but I don't have any problem against using the state against status. I'm not going to use it against an anarchist because you're nonviolent. But a statist, I think, is completely fair game. If you're going to call the cops on me, if you're going to use state violence against me, then I'm going to use it against you because otherwise I'm going to be completely vulnerable. I'm going to use your legal system against you. I'm going to use the police force against you. I'm going to use state violence against you the same way you would use it against me. Because it's not like you can actually defend yourself. It's not like you can just take your gun and if somebody causes you harm, you can go out and protect yourself. No, you have to rely on the state. And so if you're not going to use the state the same way they do and weaponize it, you are in a very vulnerable position.
You know, I was going to say something, but then I looked at my dog and just completely forgot what I was going to say.
I really would like you to read my book, especially as an anarchist, because I would like to get your response. And I'm not asking you to buy it. Maybe I can make it available for free. I'll see how I can make it happen. But I really, as an anarchist who's not an anti-natalist, I really would like to get your response to it.
All right. Yeah. I can't remember what I was going to say.
Yeah, I'll read your book too eventually. It does seem interesting. I'm interested in looking into it further.
Well, here's the thing is I think that the core root of the problem comes down to mythology created by a ruling class to justify their authority over everyone else, right? So in ancient times, like the first law code that was ever given, Hammurabi's code, Hammurabi is given praise to the god Enlil and says basically saying it's his authority, and I think maybe Marduk as well. But basically, you know, this law that I'm coming up with comes from our gods and the highest of the pantheon of gods. So it's the divine will, and then the people just fall in line because not only is Hammurabi bringing the divine will of the gods, he's out there conquering and, you know, whooping everyone's butt left and right in war. And he's also outmaneuvering everyone politically around him as well. So when you combine this success with this mythology that was carefully crafted by not just him, but the bureaucratic class as well, the priests who were trained as scribes to be scribes in ways that were basically cult-like. They were traumatized. They were beaten and whipped to become scribes, and by the time they became scribes, they were basically elitists. But these people worked together. Hammurabi, people like him, not just him, lots of kings, and the scribes. They got together. They formed this divine mandates, and now the people are like, "Oh, we got a good ruler, and he's of the gods." So they just fell in line, and we have this same mythology today. Like people thought because Donald Trump was a businessman that he's going to be able to run the country's economy. And this was a myth that enough people seem to believe.
Okay. Let me read this comment. You produce the world and the state government will own your child. Exactly. Besides, if you want no more homosexuals, then stop being the beings into this world then, or else you shall always continue to create more and more of those very beings that you claim to despise. Exactly. It's straight people who create the homosexuals in the first place. We live in their world. So it's just so funny how straight people are the root cause of all the problems, and that they never want to reflect on their part in it. That they create the homosexuals, they create everything. It's their fault. All this shit is their fault.
I mean, they are typically heterosexuals. Yeah, I guess I can't disagree with that. They do like rulers, for example, typically want to spread their seed and lineage and have lots of children. And they want their children to carry on their traditions. They place a level of expectations on their children, and their children, if they want to live that lifestyle, are forced to basically live the same type of life that their parents lived in some way or another. And but it benefits them because they get to have this high and mighty position in life and benefiting from the output of the collective.
Right, and that is unethical. It's like you're trying to elevate your status in society by using your child as a means to an end.
I say these things because I'm also writing a book, and it centers around these themes in history of basically a ruling class who does not want to work, but they want to live in these city-like environments and rule over all these people who in turn need to work for the people who rule over the cities. And the only way they can really get people to fall in line is to, number one, provide a technological means to basically sustain their cities and produce a way of life that is producing more material goods than living a hunter-gatherer lifestyle, or even if they try doing it on their own. And number two, crafting a mythology or a religion basically centered around the city. This is why gods represented the city-states in Greece and Mesopotamia. This is like the same civilization repeating itself over and over.
Yeah, it's kind of like what we were talking about the mega machine of Louis Mumford. I think you know a lot about ancient Egyptian and Mesopotamian mythologies and others. So that would be interesting reading that.
Let me read this comment. I, as an LGBT person, actually find
That's
it
me
weird.
talking, by the way.
That was you who posted that comment?
Yeah, because I'm trying to talk in the chat because I don't want to interrupt you.
Okay, well, I'm going to read it, and I guess you can expand on it. I, as an LGBT person, actually find it weird how LGBT people fight for the right of reproducing. I certainly know I would not want to bring an LGBT person to this world. I agree with you. I mean, obviously, I think that gay people should have, or LGBT. Back in my generation, not to like age myself, we used to call it LGBT, like the gay came before the L. Anyway, I agree with you. I think that gays should not fight for the right to be just as unethical as straight people. Like the whole benefit of being gay is that you don't procreate.
I think that, we only have a LGBT movement only because people are continuing to breed us into existence. I really don't think that we actually need an LGBT movement. We just have to stop breeding people to stop suffering homophobia and transphobia.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think I don't know. I do like the LGBT community. It's just like when I'm around, like you have freedom of association, and I do like to associate with gay people.
Yeah, but I'm saying like as a movement, we don't need to actually have that movement if we just stop procreating people to suffer from homophobia.
That's true, except for the fact that the state was trying to discriminate against people. I think now we do have marriage equality, we do have employment equality. I guess the last frontier is probably going to be trans equality, but a lot of people don't even think that trans should be a part of the movement. I don't know. There's some tension going on.
Yeah, I think that this position may sound eugenic, but I don't think it's eugenics. I think it's just, thinking about the consequences of bringing an LGBT person to the world are horrendous. So it's better to not bring LGBT people to the world rather than just bringing more people here to create a movement to fight for the rights, even though bringing more people here will continue the suffering. Yeah.
Well, I think they should not procreate at all. Like you have no control over whether your child will be gay or straight. So it's just a
Yeah.
luck of the draw. So I if they stop procreating overall, there would be no gay people or straight people.
Yeah. I'm just saying that because I think that it's weird that LGBT people really want to procreate it. I think it's really weird. Myself, I am LGBT, and I think it's weird.
Because they want to be like straight people. And
Yeah.
it's like, no, if you're ethically superior because you are gay. You don't enslave human beings to the state. So they don't realize that. I mean,
what do you think about that set scale?
Well, to me, it sounds like you think being gay is a rejection of having children.
Well,
yes, it is.
You can't have children naturally if you're gay. You only can have children through surrogate or through in vitro fertilization if you're gay.
Yeah.
Like it's like if I'm going to be gay, to me that is a rejection of having a family. Well, like you can't have it both ways. Like you can artificially like use a woman or what it like. It's just like I don't know.
In vitro, yeah.
Like to me, when they say that gays are basically anti-family, to me, I think that's true. Like I don't want a damn family. That's why I'm gay.
Me too. I don't want a family. Yeah.
Couldn't they just adopt? Adopting just seems better.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was going to say. I think that it would probably help your cause actually if you adopted children. Then people would maybe like the antinatalists a little bit more.
They don't care. They just want an excuse to. It's not. I mean, even if I were to adopt children, they still don't care.
And why should I have to adopt children that were the consequence of other people being irresponsible and breeding them?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying you.
And they could easily argue, well, you adopted children from straight people, so therefore you benefit from us procreating, so we should procreate more so that you can have children to adopt.
Yeah, let me say this though: the child takes too much money, nowadays to raise. I will not adopt unless I was like a multi-millionaire or something, But just a personal thing. But yeah, the thing is that ultimately what I'm trying to say is that, yeah, he's right that the people who are against antinatalists, they don't really care if you adopt or not. So that's correct. So yeah. But I think if people want to help,
yeah, that's probably right.
LA.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you know that right now they're trying to create womb transplants for trans women?
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah. What do you think about that?
I don't want to sound. I don't know. I probably will rub people off the wrong way for saying. I think it's ridiculous.
Yeah, because why trans women want so bad to reproduce. I really can't understand this.
It's due to social conditioning. I mean, we live in a culture that is based on be fruitful and multiply, and that stuff has subconscious effects. I mean, so they have that kind of idealized image that is conditioned by the state or by the overall ethos of the culture. So probably kind of has some effects in their mind or something. So there are irrational aspects in the mind of many people. Not everyone, but a lot of people. So probably
even if you could transfer somebody else's womb, it's still not going to be your egg. So it still isn't going to be your biological child. Yeah. I don't understand. I mean, you would have to be extremely wealthy to even afford a procedure like that. It sounds very risky. And it seems so selfish to go through all that just so that you can slave enslave a child to the state.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that, that's kind of controversial, but I really don't think LGBT people should fight for the right of reproducing. I really don't.
Well, I don't think they really need a right to reproduce. They're obviously, if they find a surrogate, they could do that anyway. They don't really need. That's a private contract. I think what they're really fighting for, they want adoption rights and they want trans rights.
Yeah, I think that, as long as it doesn't lead to reproduction, I think that, LGBT people should fight for our own rights. But I think that, when you transplant a womb into a person's body, that means you're endorsing reproduction. So yeah.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm unapologetically gay, and so I've been told that I'm conservative. I don't know where I fall on the spectrum. I've been told that I'm a right wing gay. I don't think I am. I consider myself. I mean, I'm an anarchist, so that's as left as you can possibly go. I want the state out of it. So, now my ethical position is different from my political position. I think you should be free to do whatever you want, but it doesn't mean that you should do it.
Yeah, I think it's controversial to be LGBT and have that position. That's why I think I'm kind of controversial on this topic. Yeah.
One interesting thing is that transgressive behavior has increased even with the state. Some people argue the state should increase to, regulate and prevent transgressive behavior, but I don't see that as effective overall. What's your opinion about that?
Well, we have a trans person right here in the audience. I don't know. I'm not trying to single anybody out, but you're more than welcome to join the panel to give your perspective.
Yeah.
No, I was saying transgressive, like people are free to do whatever they want as long as they don't engage in transgressive behavior. I'm not talking about trans people. I'm talking about transgressive.
No, we have an actual transgender person that I don't know if she wants to come up, but I was just inviting her. Because I'm not gay, so I'm not transgender. I can't really relate to that experience. I don't want to speak on their behalf. So,
yeah, I guess I'm only talking about the reproduction part. I'm not really talking about other rights. Yeah.
Well, but I would like to hear from a transgender person about a transgender woman who is an anti-natalist.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess she can't come up, so that's unfortunate. Well, I appreciate your support. I mean, I try to, I'm going to try to do these live streams every Thursday at least. I need to get more people on the panel so we can hear their perspective also. But
Are you talking about my comment?
I didn't see which comment are you referring to?
Oh, because it was like highlighted. I thought you were talking about me because I was saying that to AI, antinatalism.
Oh yeah, well yeah, I was trying to get her, but I guess she's not available tonight, so maybe some other time. Wow, lucky you! You actually have a partner.
So let me ask you, Ale. So let's say something like what Avian Buddha said would happen, and if humanity died out and some other species took the helm in the future, would you consider that a good thing or a bad thing?
Some other animal species that's not human?
Yeah, if they got as intelligent as humans, and then they went down whatever path they went down.
Planet of the Apes, I guess. That's probably. I think humans are the most destructive species on the planet. So I can't imagine another species being as destructive as humans.
I saw there was some species, some sort of algae. I can't remember what it's called right now, but they say, like I think it was 2.5 billion years ago, these things released all this oxygen into the world, and it caused a huge mass extinction. So even things like algae, even though at that point life was not as complex, was quite destructive.
Yeah, I would say that, to respond to that, sorry, I would say that if another organismal lineage were to evolve towards symbolic capacity, uh, I don't know if we can apply our same ethical standards on them, because the way their civilization would develop would be drastically different from humans. But the thing that makes humans unique is, Terence Deacon. He's a neuroscientist. He talks about how I mentioned this before. You have iconical, indexical, and symbolic reference. Iconical is learning things by resemblance. Indexical is learning things based on how closely they occur. Like you see a red flag, and that means there is fire. Even animals can learn that. They can associate it's called indexical reference. But symbolic reference is when you have like arbitrary tokens that only make sense in relationship to the system itself. So it's symbols relating to symbols, and you can talk about things that are absent. Like I don't know, like a symbol you have could be like, I don't know, let me think of it, like a religious symbol, that represents something that isn't here right now. Or you have like let me think, what else could there's a lot of examples. You could talk about pink elephants, even though there are no pink elephants. So symbolic reference is unique to human beings as far as we can tell right now, even though some animals are very intelligent, like elephants are very intelligent, dolphins are very intelligent, crows are very intelligent, you know, uh, there are many others, chimpanzees and gorillas are very intelligent. But the point is they don't have symbolic reference yet, the ability to, uh, communicate with a language that can talk about things that are absent. And the language only makes sense in symbol to symbol relationship. So
Well, algae is not sentient. Algae does not wage nuclear war. Algae does not engage in factory farming. Algae is not responsible for global heating. Algae does not use fossil fuels. It doesn't drive cars. It doesn't pave roads. It doesn't enslave human beings to the state. So I don't think that you can compare the human species to algae.
My point is that, life in the past has already been destructive. And now you could say humans have, unfortunately, because of our choices, evolved to be the most destructive thing in the Earth's history. But if we just give up, we could just be setting the Earth up to endure something potentially even worse than humans.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not God. I'm not responsible for everything. I'm responsible for my own potential progeny. To some extent, I may be responsible for my own species. I don't. I mean, there are other groups who are ethalists who want to eliminate all sentient life. I'm not an ethalist. I don't. I mean, I'm not. I mean, I'm not a proponent of the red button scenario. If somebody else wants to do it, that's fine. But I'm not going to participate in that. But giving up, I don't think I can give up on something that I never chose to engage in the first place.
Yeah,
So
just
how do you
for the
feel?
record, I'm against ethalism, but I am a 1980list. So I
What
am
were you about to ask me? That
Um, I don't. Dang, I forgot again. I was eating something again.
okay.
Oh yeah. How do you feel about the cells in your body? Do you feel like they're just slaves that are forced to keep you alive?
Well, I think cells are not sentient, so they're just basically performing their biological function. So I don't consider my cells to be moral agents.
I think
So
in
how do
some
you,
way you are a slave to your body in some way. Yeah.
So how do you feel about the Earth being a living thing and you existing on it like similar to a cell or a microbiome type thing?
I don't agree with the Earth being a living agent, but even if it was, it still is not a moral agent.
So you think of the Earth as just dead matter?
Some of it may be living, but it's not. It's not. These are individual organisms organisms. Excuse me, that exist independently, and or you can even say symbiotically. But it's not like the Earth. The Earth is just a living creature that wants what it wants. It's like no, it's a collection of individual representations.
So you don't think that at the center of the Earth there's something that can help life grow into what it is that is ultimately living or in some form? Maybe not like a human, or maybe not even anything like the life we see, but somehow like all of it. And I say that because it must be similar to the life we see, because the life that comes from the Earth, ultimately comes from the Earth.
I believe that life is an accident. I think that there were some chemical reactions in the Earth's atmosphere which allowed life to exist. It was extremely rare. It probably will never happen on any other planet, and it should not have happened. So I don't believe that I am a slave to my conditions. I believe that human beings are co-creators or co-destroyers, and that we have godlike ability to change our circumstances. And so even if the planet wants us to exist, as human beings, we can actually resist what the planet wants and do what is rational.
Yeah, I want to say something about the cells. I do think cells have some degree of experiential content. They're just not to the level of the human organism, because there have been peer-reviewed studies that show cells are complex adaptive systems. They can anticipate change and minimize surprise in order to make their internal model correspond more with the external model, so they can make their expectations to minimize surprise. That's called complex adaptive system. It ties to this called call Friston or something like that. But I would say that this ties into things like panpsychism. So I would say it's degrees of consciousness in some sense. Like the human organism is a moral decision agent. It can make decisions, and we also have higher cognitive faculties. So, but I would say that antinatalism it can be more strongly justified, but I don't think ethelism is more strongly justified, because I feel like the human species or the human condition is its own set of problems that is not necessarily translatable to other sapient life forms, if they exist, or if they will in the future exist. Because we never know. Maybe in the future, billions years from now, cats or felines will develop symbolic culture. Maybe it will be relatively better than humans. I don't know. You see what I'm trying to say? So yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well, I hope to get more actual anti-natalists up here, but I guess I don't know.
There's not that many out there, LA. You know that,
Well,
right?
but I'm assuming that the people who are subscribed to my channel are anti-natalists. My original plan was to talk about overpopulation and prove that it exists, and then get people's response. But I don't even have that prepared, so I'm going to have to do that another day. I don't like this was supposed to be an anti-natalist panel. It didn't even. I don't know. I guess it evolved into something else. So I don't know if any anti-natives plan on coming up here. I'll post the link one more time and then see what happens. But I guess I would like to talk about strategies for promoting antinatalism, what people think the future of antinatalism is going to be, and I guess I want to focus on solutions instead of just condemning people. Like, how do we actually engage in outreach and convince people to agree with our position? I know I have convinced a few people who were resistant. I know I have. I'm not sure exactly which arguments resonated with them, but there have been several people I've encountered who initially thought it's ridiculous, and I have convinced them. But it's kind of like you just throw your arguments, you throw shit against the wall and see what sticks. I don't know. I don't know which arguments actually landed. But I think people are dismissive because they just assume that you're just depressed, or that I don't know, that if you they don't really understand why somebody would not enjoy existing. They don't, because they've never really thought about it.
That's what I said in the beginning. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Let me say something. I think that you know, when you get deep down to it, metaphysics is important because you derive your meta ethics and your normative ethics from metaphysical claims, and so everyone, you know, not everyone, but a lot of people have different metaphysical commitments, you know, and you know, depending on what metaphysics people have, you have to change your rhetorical style. Like, you know, like let's say you know, someone believes such and such, then from what they believe, then you argue for in favor of antinatalism and stuff. But I have a very unique set of metaphysics, you know. So from the perspective of my metaphysics, which would take a while to get into, you know, antinatalism is justifiable, and I agree with it. Human extinction, I don't see it negatively. I actually see it, you know, as necessary at this point because, you know, yeah, that's the way I see it. Yeah.
What about your warrior spirit, Avian, and resisting the system, fighting?
Well, you see, this is about metaphysics ultimately. That I think that, you know, I do believe in rebirth. You know what I mean? So I do think that you know, but I don't think it's just tied to only the human. I think one can be reborn into non-humans. You know, like Garudas or Nagas. You know that's what I lean towards. I think the human species has been a failure, an abysmal failure, actually.
I
So
think that anti-Nazism is the most powerful tool for resistance. That's what I think. I think that if you're pretending to be against the system and yet you still procreate, then you're not actually resisting. You're pretending that you're resisting, but you're giving the state exactly what it wants.
Yeah, I agree 100%. You know, like I said, I've been married for 10 years. I chose not to have children. You know, I actually watched a lot of horror movies with my wife, like The House that Jack built, or Funny Games. Those are not easy game movies to watch. Or Lars von Trier's films, like Antichrist. That was a very Gnostic movie. That movie was very Gnostic, you know. And the thing is, when you start looking into, I don't know, stuff like serial killers or stuff like the genocides of human history, it's very it's impossible to be optimistic about this species. You know what I mean? Ultimately, you decide, I don't want to contribute to the longevity or the continuity of this species. That was ultimately my decision over 10 years ago. You know, because I used to be a horror writer, as I said. So I actually am well aware of the kind of atrocities mankind has committed. Like Rwanda genocide, when you read about that, it really was fucked up. It makes you like, what the hell? Yeah, you know, ultimately, I think most natalists are, you know, humanist, and they are also naive. You know, it's those two, humanism and naivety.
so the only way to overcome naivety is to just stop procreating. What about the individual?
No, nobody's. Okay, what about the individual who is forced to exist against their will? Does that individual matter also?
Of course.
Well, I don't think they do. I think that the parents impose their will through force, and then the state takes over from there, and then you're just forced to be a slave. So your entire existence is based on extraction.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. But those are illegitimate reasons to have a child.
All reasons to procreate are illegitimate.
No.
Especially in a civilized society where you know that your child is going to be extracted from.
Okay, that's more justifiable. But to say that there's no justifiable reason to procreate at all,
I
even
asked
though
you to
it's
give me one, and you just basically, I mean,
I have told you it's to give an experience that an individual would not have had before, so that they can grow and develop traits that will last eternally.
right, but if that person didn't exist, they have no interest in growing. You have to exist in order to have an interest, and so that
Well,
would be the parents' projection of what they want their children to experience.
as I stated, you exist already.
Right. I guess I would need somebody to prove that, because I don't believe in mysticism, and I don't believe in faith. I don't believe that this
It's not mysticism. It's just a recycling of energy or using
right, but that
energy.
energy is not sentient, so that's not you. You don't exist until your consciousness exists.
Well, how do you know that this energy is not conscious in any way?
Yeah, I want to also
Because
respond to
because it's not my duty to prove a negative. It's the person making the claim. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. I don't have to disprove anything. I have no reason to believe that energy is sentient, because it does not have a cognitive. It doesn't have cognitive functions. If it doesn't exist, I can't remember my state of non-existence. I have no memories of being in the void, so therefore I don't have any reason to believe that I existed prior to being materialized.
Yeah, I want to respond to Seth or Dom here, because I actually agree with him about the recycling, but the difference between the recycling is I don't want to recycle them into humanity, because humanity is, being enslaved by the state, and also humanity is largely a failed species. So one could turn that around and say, wouldn't it be better to recycle it in something better than humanity? You see what I'm saying? That's why I'm not an ethicist. I'm not an ethicist, but I am an antinatalist. You see what I'm saying? Because that's what I'm saying. You can recycle it. Like, imagine you're reborn as, I don't know, a Nagas or a Garuda. In that context, I would say, the conditions change, and then the moral dimension changes. But I am no ally of humanity, in the sense that I want humanity to continue. I want it to persist. So it's best that humanity ends. You see what I mean? So yeah.
I'm going to eventually circle back and address the metaphysical claims. But first, I just want to welcome Brother Marcus to the panel.
Hello.
How are you doing tonight? And who is this? We have a newcomer. Hi, Kitty.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's kind of low, but we can hear you. Let me see if I can adjust it.
Thank you for letting me on.
What's up?
Not much. I just like the antinatalism stuff, so I figured I'd join.
Looks like I'm the only non-antinatalist here.
Yeah, I'm totally anti-procreation.
Are you also an ethicist?
I don't know what that is. What is that?
They're basically a group of people who are not. They address it from the back end that once people exist. Okay, we just lost Brother Marcus. Maybe I should go to their website and actually use their definition, so I'm not paraphrasing. But they basically, no, I don't want to mischaracterize their position, so I'm going to go to their website. But you guys can talk while I pull it up.
Okay. I'm in the car right now, so it probably sounds like shit.
Oh.
Hold on.
Well, yes, the metaphysical claim that energy is conscious just basically comes down to the fact that all photons and quarks are interacting with the environment in some way. They're interacting with and reacting to the environment around them. Therefore, they can recognize and detect patterns around them and relate it to themselves in some way, and therefore everything is conscious. Because if it
Yeah,
wasn't
that's how I
conscious,
get that.
it wouldn't be able to interpret patterns around itself and interact in the environment based off of these patterns in the environment.
Yeah, I read David Scribino's Panpsychism in the West. You know, that's like Numa of the ancient Greeks. It's
Okay,
like
so if energy is already sentient, why does it?
You
What?
cut out. I didn't hear you. Energy needs to experience itself in nuanced ways which are different from past versions of itself. This is what evolution really is. It's consciousness moving and navigating through being, which is everything there is.
Yeah, but I would ultimately say that this energetic formation, the pattern that we call human, has been a failure. You know, you could list plenty of reasons, such as the state enslaving people more, or the industrial complexity leading to more loss of human autonomy, destruction of biodiversity. So even with what you're saying, which is fundamentally panpsychist, which is that everything has a degree of mind-like ability, even if you were to accept that, that doesn't necessarily justify. That doesn't necessarily mean that we should perpetuate the human species, we should perpetuate the human race.
I don't know if you heard my question before I lost my connection, so I'll just say
No,
it
you
again.
cut out. You cut out.
If energy is already sentient, why does it need to incarnate? Why does it need to exist in a human form if it did not need a body in order to be sentient?
Yeah, so this is the answer I anticipated, and what I answered is it needs nuanced experience.
Right, but why did it need to why can't it have those same experiences in the energy form and whatever in the void?
Because it can't. It can only have this experience here and now.
Right. So that's the whole point that I'm trying to make.
Else.
It needs a human being to procreate in order to become sentient and in order to experience this hellscape, which means that if you don't procreate, it does not experience it. So it's not like
I think it will find a way.
How? I just don't like these mystical, like it just would happen anyway.
Well, I mean, it might not happen through humans, but I'm saying it will happen in a different form.
How?
Through some other life, or maybe something else entirely.
So if humans don't procreate, then we would just exist anyway.
Yeah, I think we would.
Well,
I just think that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. I don't take things on faith.
Well, I mean, it really, if we can think of Parmenides, right? Because everything in the Parmenides sense is eternal, because if it wasn't, then nothing would exist, or something came from nothing, and that something would ultimately revert to nothing. And because something cannot come from nothing, everything exists in a static, eternal moment. Therefore, we now exist in a static, eternal moment because, for example, we can't go back and change the past. That basically exists as a still image. Every second and nanosecond of your life, or every frame of your life, exists as a still image that cannot be undone. But we navigate through these images in the present moments to come to a different present experience. But the present moment never ends. Even when we die, all we're doing when we die is changing light spectrum frequencies. That's why they call it dying, because it's like a color dye. You're going from this color spectrum, which is green, to another color spectrum.
Yeah, I would say that given what you say, it still doesn't address the fundamental claims of antinatalism, which is a value judgment on whether or not humanity should perpetuate and persist. You see what I mean? Because let's say,
shut the fuck up.
Okay, I'm not sure what's going on. Is that you, Kitty?
Hold on. No, I'm talking to my fucking my cricket. Shut up.
You talking to
I'm
me?
in the show. I'm gonna mute my mic. Hold on.
No, he's not.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Well, is it me or did Kitty's voice change? I don't know. Oh, so left. Oh wait, no, she's still here.
So wait,
I just feel like antinatalism is sort of pointless if we get bogged down in trying to address things that should be axiomatic. It's just like if we're addressing, does a soul
Okay.
experience things, or does procreation actually create the person, or did the person already exist? Like, it's just like we're getting nowhere if that's what we're talking about. If this is the baseline that people believe that you already exist before you were actually created, then I mean,
well, we're actually getting to the heart of the problem, actually, because if that's the case, then all these systems of control make sense, because then there might be some other parasitic life force on this planet that seeks to harness from the eternal being, which is us. We're like a source of power.
I would say this. You
know what?
Uh,
I just hate when I walk around and I see parents and shit. It just pisses me off, bro. And I'm like the only one that doesn't have a family. That pisses me off.
Yeah, Dom.
Does
I would
anyone
are
feel that way?
you saying that you want a family?
No, I see everybody with like strollers walking around, and it just pisses me off.
What about it pisses you off?
Dude, I don't know. That's why I'm here, dude. I don't know.
Well, okay, let's try to be specific. Is it because you want a family, or because you think they shouldn't have a family?
I just think that people are retarded. They're just fucking normies, fucking reproducing, dude. It's
oh
just
my
retarded.
bro. Oh,
That's what I think.
Okay.
yeah.
I don't know. That's why I'm here, brother.
Well,
So
Seth,
I
if you're
classify
interested,
as an antinatalist, so
if you're interested in the metaphysics of it, I mean, maybe I can
no,
address
I'm not
something about it.
into that energy shit because I don't really understand that.
you can watch some of my videos to have a better understanding, where I explain what God is, I explain what free will is, I explain what natural law is, I explain how to live in alignment with natural law, and some other things.
I just think that's so defeatist. It's just like, well, we already exist, so then why would anybody procreate
No.
if your role in that does not change anything? Why?
Because here you are developing traits that you cannot develop other places that will last you eternally. It's like a school.
Cutting out.
Am I? Am I cutting out for everyone?
I don't know. LA, you wanted to talk about strategy?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
So when it comes to, like, do you agree with the diagnosis? Okay.
Like,
hello.
Hello.
Okay. I'm not sure if I need.
Hello?
I mean, I don't try to.
Hello.
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 Am I in the show?
Hello. You're in the show.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay.
Oh, can you hear us, Kitty Gamer?
Go ahead, brother Marcus.
Would you agree with the diagnosis that the social contingent of antinatalism as a scene is stagnant?
Yes, it is.
And given your involvement since 2019, over what you've witnessed, what would you say is like some patterns or changes over the years? Because when I got involved, it was more like on a climb, and then now it's like, in my opinion, kind of stagnant.
Oh, hey, brother Marcus, what's up?
Hey, Fatima. I mean, if like, maybe this is just what it is. Like, I don't
No,
know.
I think part of it is the fact that it has been hijacked to where it's sort of been meshed with veganism. It has really been recognized as an independent movement, and there has not. I think that's the major part of it. I think the major part of it is that we're just a shadow of veganism.
Yeah,
And would
unfortunately,
you
when
want
we don't have to be a shadow of veganism, we don't. We can just be our own separate thing because
would
the vegans already don't really like us as seen in like the past previous days.
if would you even want an anti-natalist movement? Why not just have a life abolition thing?
Actually, that yeah, it's
Well,
kind of
I would like to do that. I don't know that I have. I need to build up my base and get people to buy into it. But for whatever reason, and I have people endorsing other people's books, and it's just like, and it's just like, I don't know. I don't want to throw shade at anybody, so I don't even know what to say, like how to fix it up. But I'm just like, should I have just written like a simpler book that wasn't so
Well,
complicated?
you technically have one now, 50 pages.
50 pages. That's not bad. Yeah, like hell yeah.
But I think that is so inferior to the like the other.
Well, well, like as I said, I think I had said this previous example. Immanuel Kant wrote the Critique of Pure Reason, and then he wrote like another like smaller work to form like a kind of like a inter introductory book to it, right? So even someone like him could like recognize that, hey, if I want to spread my ideas, I can just like refine them for like a smaller type of a consumption, so people could be a bit more interested, right?
You've
No, I
been
want to say
spreading your
this.
you've been
Uh,
spreading yourself amongst different channels and different communities. Have you found people who actually want to build, who want to be project leaders, who want to be proactive?
Yeah,
Or okay,
the very people who are being shunned as if they're the pariahs, and it's like these are the people who actually want to do stuff. The against Life 1000, the illicit minds, like
okay, and
they're
so
actually trying to do stuff. They're not just sitting around complaining.
Oh, really?
what have they done?
Well, she's trying to start her clinic.
How is she starting her clinic?
Oh, abortion clinic.
Having an idea and putting it on the internet isn't starting.
No, she's trying to get. She's trying
Okay, you
to
said just
brainstorm.
trying. I'm asking you, like, what has she done?
You can't have an abortion.
Okay.
if you
Let's
donate
not talk about other
the
people.
seed.
Let's
Okay,
just
yeah,
talk
yeah.
about my
I don't,
because
because
I
I
don't
don't
know
even
the
know.
ins and outs of what she's
Yeah, neither
actually
do
trying to
I.
do.
But
I know
you
she's
get my
trying to.
point, though, right?
I don't see how abortion clinics benefit
Nobody's
because
talking about
basically
abortion. We're not
No,
talking
no. This
about
is
abortion.
more of a meta discussion. It's not about individuals. It's
yeah,
that.
can I comment on something?
Yeah,
I
go
want to
ahead.
It's
say
not
that.
abortion. We're talking about the right to terminate people's who already exist.
I was joking, by the way, when I said that. I was joking.
Yeah,
About
but I
what?
don't think Seth is
Oh,
aware of what she's trying to do.
Yeah, I want to say something here. I would say that ultimately, I did read The Conspiracy Against the Human Race, a lot of ML Cherion. The thing I noticed in a lot of among the Western philosophical traditions, when they're anti-natalist, they tend to be nihilist. But the thing is, anti-natalism can be justified from many metaphysical or philosophical dialectics. So I think one way to make anti-natalism more acceptable is to adapt to the dialectics or the various philosophies of the people you're talking to. Because you can justify antinatalism from pretty much any philosophical system. I think so. So what I'm trying to say. So I would say that antinatalism, uh, it could be to make it more appealing to others. I think antinatalists need to collaborate of different philosophical backgrounds or different perspectives.
I just want to answer Brother Marcus's question. I think that there's a hand of us who are actually trying to do stuff. We get very little support. We get the free riders who just want to absorb content
Yeah,
without.
and to be fair, LA, you don't actually need that many people. You just need a bunch of motivated
The right
people.
people, yeah, the
Yeah,
right
Okay,
people.
I'm
That's all
trying
you
to
need.
form my organization. The only thing I need are 2 directors so that I can form my nonprofit and start raising money. I don't even have 2 directors for that. So I have to go to some libertarian convention to try to convince some of them to support my organization. Nobody wants to do anything. They don't want to donate money. They don't want to lobby. They don't want to do shit. They just want to
Yeah.
complain about how you should go vegan or you should not do anything. Oh well, I think that your idea is horrible. I think you should just
Honestly, LA, ignore those people. I had when I was an activist, a whole bunch of people would tell me all the things that could go wrong, all the things of why I shouldn't do what I got to do, and you know what? I still got shit done.
Yeah.
Okay, but for legal
That shit takes the energy away from you. Focus on what you want, and then find the people that are going to be with you, and you go down that path. You don't need a whole bunch of people. You just need the right motivated people, the ones that are going to show the fuck up.
For legal reasons, I have to have at least 2 directors to start my.
I know. So you need to find at least 2 people. And if you can't find 2 people, the movement's not ready. Like, that's a low bar. If you can't find 2 people,
but the whole point I'm not saying I can't do it. I'm saying I have to work hard. I got to drive 2 hours to go to some libertarian convention and convince them to do it because I'm not going to find those people out of a lot of the anti-natalists on YouTube who just want to sit around and complain.
I know. But
Yeah, exactly. They just sit around complaining, and just have their fucking their hissy fit about life. Trust me, that's fucking cathartic. I was doing that not on YouTube, but on like other social media in 2020. It is therapeutic, but like it didn't make shit done,
But
it
Timo,
just.
do you remember Tyler saying, and this haunts me like years
Oh,
later?
Tyler! Oh my God, Tyler
He's
Barron Johnson.
he's like antinatalism is depression cope, and honestly, sometimes it actually looks like that on YouTube.
It does, and it's sad because it's coming from him. It's coming from Tyler, yeah.
We remember you, Tyler, wherever you are.
Oh my God, Tyler! Please come back on either LA's channel or on the FG channel. Even though you would probably give us like threats of fucking wanting to sacrifice us the fucking demons in Play-Doh and
Also,
shit.
hi, Patsy. But yeah,
Oh,
LA, like, yeah, if you can't
I'm
find
just
2
tired
people,
of debating people. These debates are so endless. I'm ready to take some action. And I don't really want to sit on YouTube and tell everybody every detail because it's just too many naysayers. If I put everything out on the table, they're just going to, I don't know, create doubt or sow discord. And oh, you're not going to do it. They're going to try to refocus your energy into something else.
Absolutely.
So if I want to, and it's just like you already have resources for your cause, right? You already have people. Your cause is well funded. Let me have my cause. Let me do what I want to do with my limited resources.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, that's kind of pretty like admirable and reasonable within like us, especially considering that you LA, like I would imagine you have very limited resources as all of us do here. If we're just like ordinary people. So yeah, the fact that you have this like ambition is pretty good.
Well, it's like, oh, you're selfish for focusing on your cause. You should just focus on you should be a sacrificial animal and put my cause before yours.
Oh, Patsy, we can't hear you. I don't know.
Patsy, are you talking?
Yeah, your mic.
Pastor D. Pastor D. Pastor D, come up.
Oh, he's there. Oh, nice. Yeah, he's
Yeah,
very,
actually,
very funny.
Pastor D would probably have some advice too, because
Well, I already talked to Pastor D about it. He can't get involved because he's going to help me with the fundraising. So I have to get other people to be directors.
But he's around, like he knows people, and
yeah.
Well, you see the comments. He recommended you and Amanda.
Oh my God, Amanda! Oh my God, Amanda! Wait, okay, let me turn off the camera.
Well, that's a bit dated, but
look where I'm at.
You know, when I started that thing, I thought it was going to inspire other people to start other things, and
They don't do shit. They're free riders. They don't want to do shit.
yeah.
Yeah, they don't. No, like they just like to absorb stuff and just throw it out, like they just don't do anything. Like usually whenever something AN project starts, it gets some things happening, but then it just fucking evaporates into like the void where
It's
it
like no
came
matter
from.
what you do, you can write a book, you can produce music, you can start organizing. They're going to complain about how you're not doing enough, about how you should do it a different way. Meanwhile, they're not helping you to do any of it.
Hi, Divine.
Oh, hey
Hey,
Divine,
darling.
what's up?
I got 2 important telephone calls I had to take, so that's why I haven't been here.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's just fine. Yeah.
Life sucks. Okay, well, he did mention to, and I subscribe to their channel, so maybe I'll subscribe to Life Sucks. Although I have listened to that content, isn't Life Sucks like an AI? I don't know, but I'll check that channel out.
Wait, like no, he's a real person.
I just sometimes I get these channels like mixed up. I'm like I don't. Anyway,
Life Sucks is the guy that created the ABCs of antinatalism, and he did
Life
the
sucks, Chris. Right?
Matt. Matt is his name.
Matt. Yeah. Oh, Matt. Oh, I thought it was Chris. Okay.
He was in that documentary by Jack Bauer about
That Bauer.
antinatalism.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Like, why are you an anti natal or something like that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I think I remember, Brother Marcus, when we were in that accursed server on fucking the Discord. We actually watched that, I think, as like a watch party, right? Or like you kind of reviewed it on your own channel, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And like you were kind of like annoyed by it, if I recall, as you yeah, if I recall
Because
correctly.
it looked like it was a professional one, but they never even got Benatar on, and they didn't even actually talk about any of what antinatalism was. But the thing
Yeah,
is, it
that's
was
true.
more of a character piece. It was about look at these weirdos on the internet, and here we're gonna just like look at them like they're circus freaks. I didn't like that. Even Danny Shine showed up to my channel, and he said the exact same thing. He regretted being on it.
Really, Danny Shine. Oh, social
Yeah.
mentalist. Oh, okay, damn. All right.
So I mean, if Danny, who does what he does,
well, I just looked at that channel. This person hasn't made content in like 4 years.
exactly. Well, wait, has it been that long?
Who? Life sucks
Yeah.
or
Life Sucks.
Really?
oh, really? Wow. You see, yeah, that's like another thing. A lot of these AN creators don't make content anymore. Yeah, that's like they kind of retired or do something else now.
That's why you need a new breed. Unironically, with the
Yeah, and like who knows? Maybe this thing could be a new breed.
his last video was 1 month ago, by the way. So
Life sucks. Oh, okay.
Well, I'm
maybe.
not even fighting for the whole thing. I'm just fighting for the right to medical assistance in dying. Which
Okay, then you need to forget antinatalism. Go right to the medical assistance and dying community.
Medical ethics, yes.
Medical ethics, bioethics. Yeah, like go
Bioethics.
end
Yeah,
of life care, palliative care. Go into like
I
hospice,
think.
that
Sorry.
stuff.
I think that the best strategy for ANs to enter like the academic world or like the activist world, and this might sound a bit sly and like covert, but is to pretend that you're interested in just broader and just like a broader general sense of bio e- e- ethics, right? I think that's the only way. You can't just say I am an anti natalist and say that's it. No, because people are not really gonna take you seriously too much,
Well,
unfortunately.
the ivory tower is just sticking into the academy. If you want to like if you want like legislative change, then that's more social.
Yeah, true. Yeah, bioethics. Yeah.
well, I don't know. I mean, like for example, I could use my brother. I don't know that he wants to put his name on something like that. So I don't know. It's like there's people who I could use, but I don't want to like exploit them. Like you actually need to be committed to that cause, and I don't want to drag somebody into it who is just trying to support me.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
I want to start an antinatalist university. I'm not gonna.
No,
I'm not gonna do any actions. I'm just gonna speak about it on the internet.
nice. Oh, of course. Yeah.
Yeah,
That sounds cool.
I
that's
Yeah.
subscribe.
Yeah. Oh, for sure I would be one of the first ones to
Yep,
subscribe and even join like a membership, brother Marcus.
definitely.
No, sorry. I was being sarcastic because it's just like you can spit out ideas on the internet without actually, you know, doing
Doing it.
things.
Of course, yeah,
Yeah.
and that's why that's where like that's where to me is like the strongest critique of technology is that like it does kind of kill like the action in things, right? It does in some way. Like, like we don't have any more like a Karl Marxists who can write theory and join like, all of these radical groups, right? These anti capitalist groups. We don't have any more like a Peter Kropotkin, right? The,
Yeah.
co- the
LA, are you in other anti-nihilism groups like Discord, Reddit, Facebook, on X? And if you're not, why aren't you?
I'm on Discord. Yes.
Okay.
He's
Any
And,
busy.
I've been on Reddit. I mean, I don't like. I even have I have my own Reddit, even though I haven't. I don't know. I don't
Wait, you have
know
your own
how to
Reddit?
use it. Like to me, Reddit and Discord are kind of confusing because it's just like people just pile on all this crap, and you don't even know how to sort through it.
It is, but it's a great way to find new people. If you're just like putting feelers out there, you go out, you cast a wide net, and sometimes you catch some.
Yeah, it is. Oh yeah, it is. The Reddit especially. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's how I found the philosophical pessimism server. Oh my god, remember those days, Mark? The OG one?
Conundrum.
A
Yeah.
conundrum. Oh my god, yeah. I was oh my god, yeah. And that's how I found you. And then I found that other fucking horrible server. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because like I had no idea any of the names in 2020 besides Amanda and Gary, and that's about it. And of course, like a Diverge Energy and that one chick. Like, what was her name again? Logical. Is that her name?
Oh, ethical logical. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. She's fucking has fallen off the map.
a
A
lot of
lot of them.
people. Yeah.
A lot of them have. Yeah, some of them are not here. Like physically, and others their whereabouts are just unknown. Yeah.
Yeah, I just lost a subscriber on this channel and my music channel, which I guess. Anyway, we're not gonna bring that up, but yeah, this has been an interesting day. I don't know if you listened to the Danny Shine discussion.
No, I didn't know you did that. I'm gonna listen afterwards. And how did it go?
That was
Oh,
great.
it went good, and
Well,
someone.
it went good when we were there to talk about antinatalism, and then all that drama came up, which I didn't really want to
Yeah,
talk.
fucking yeah. So two people I came in. One that we know now, and other ones that only me and I think brother Marcus knows from the other server. Yeah, yeah, Marcus. Yeah, he showed up.
Yeah. It was a good
One of
stream.
them did. Yeah.
And did drama start?
Oh, but with some did. Yeah, kind of. It wasn't that much though.
And some of them trying to defend it.
Yeah.
Having kids,
Oh, okay.
We had to put them in their place.
Did I have an interview tonight? You know what? Sometimes I feel like I get paranoid because I send emails and then I'm like, was I supposed to do something with somebody? And it's like, oh, well, we were supposed to, but we never actually set up a time. But was there supposed to be an interview tonight?
I thought there was. You were supposed to be with some Sasquatch person.
Sasquatch? Oh, like that dude that like said Sasquatch. I forgot his name, but he's like some
Did he
big
set
dude.
up? Did he set it up?
Well, it popped up in my note because it said an interview with you like a week or two ago, and then I clicked on notify me, and then it notified me today. But then it was like it didn't say your name, so now I don't know what happened.
No, that was a long time ago. Like we were supposed to do it, but then the time didn't match up, and I don't know. So, I had two interviews that wasn't today, which I don't think it was. But
You need to put it on your calendar, LA. That's what calendars are for, darling.
well, if they set the event up and actually tag me, then I know that I'm supposed to do it. But if they don't set the event, you can't set the event the same day and then think that I'm supposed to know about it. Like I did another interview that same day.
Yeah, he probably just I forgot about it, Sasquatch, because I kind of skimmed through his channel. Like, yeah, he just has like a lot of interviews and just shit like that. Yeah, he probably just forgot about it in his schedule.
He has a radio voice.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does have a radio voice. Yeah, and like when he turned on his camera, oh shit, someone's gonna
Witchy,
come in the driveway.
Witchy, can you post a link because I don't know. I don't know. If, and what time was it posted? I don't know. I hope I didn't just like completely blow him off.
Uh-oh, did you ghost him?
Well, you didn't do it on purpose.
I mean, like if he was just gonna interview LA, that would have been okay. But if he was just gonna like sabotage it and just argue with him, I would have probably had second thought. But he seemed a
He seems a
genuine.
yeah, he
Yeah,
seems genuine.
he seems genuine. Yeah, I shouldn't assume people, but I do have that quirk of just assuming the worst of
Well,
people.
you're on
Yeah.
the
Well, you
internet,
need to throw
so.
that out the window.
Hmm?
I said, well, you need to throw that out the window.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's that easy.
We have trust issues. We have trauma.
Oh yeah, we have trust issues. I have massive trust issues.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
you goddamn excusers.
Oh,
This is the
shit.
reason why I don't like when people try to schedule events
Always
like
got
weekend
an
events.
for something.
I don't like when people try to schedule events weekend advance. Like if you can't do it this week, then I'm not going to
caterpillar.
remember something that's like 5 weeks from now. That's kind of ridiculous.
That's like a
Hell,
caterpillar.
So
Yeah, but
don't
if your
plan
channel
5
is
weeks in advance.
busy, you know,
So you don't like 5 weeks in advance, LA?
Caterpillar.
It's okay. I mean, even when I schedule something a week in advance, I'm always late. So
Of course. Oh my god. Yeah. And my culture, we're actually known for being late people for some
I
reason.
actually
Yeah.
have to set my watch 10 minutes ahead to, no, wait, 10 minutes, yeah, ahead to pretend like I'm late so that I show up.
Huh. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, that's actually a really good strategy, man. Like
It's stupid. I don't know why my brain is like that. It makes no sense.
brain fog. Nah, I don't blame you. Like after
it's
what
because
you've
you have
been.
chronic insomnia. That's
Yeah,
why.
I know.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, brother Marcus, you have chronic insomnia, and you fucking fight with people online almost every week. So come on, man.
Your brain is fried and needs an exercise or it needs a massage, one or the other.
True, true. How are you, Divine?
Very well. Just an absolutely spectacular day.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, I was running down the interstate going about a 90 miles an hour, and I was actually going 90 miles an hour. I was having so much fun racing around in my car.
Uh-huh.
Oh, wow. All right.
Oh
That's
yeah,
cool.
she
That's
loves
cool.
going fast. That girl,
Yeah.
you can't slow her down.
Yeah.
You know what song I play whenever I'm in a fast car? Is Shout by Tears for Fears. You guys ever heard that song? Shout.
Let it all out.
Hell yeah. Oh, I
No,
fucking love that.
I usually listen to Boston.
Boston. Oh, wow.
Oh yeah, Boston. Yeah.
Yep, and I've got a really good system, and in the boom box in the back. I'm a professional singer, so I have to have like the best mechanical things in my car. So I was
Yeah.
racing down the road. I had the music up so loud. I had the moonroof open. I was
Moonroof.
racing and chasing. People were wanting to race me, so I racing them. I don't care. I
Wow.
always win, anyways. I don't have an issue with that.
You're a speed
Put on
demon, like Speed Racer.
Hey, man.
Well, they see me and they think, "Oh, she's just a wallflower." Oh yeah, watch out, baby. Bye later.
Yeah.
Divine, you need to put on Long Time. You know that song Long
I
Time?
think if I was to tell you I have one bad thing, I think going fast is my bad thing. I just love going fast, and of course I
You
have
gotta
my
go fast
leathers
like
on.
Sonic the Hedgehog. You just gotta go fast. Like
Yep,
Sonic the Hedgehog. Yeah, hell yeah. I
yep.
love that.
Just
I
gotta
love that
go
game.
fast. So yeah, I was just having a blast today. It was just so much fun. I got some really great news, so I was like even more stoked and just singing and jamming and having so much fun and enjoying the sun. We did not get sprayed today. It was a
Oh, that's
miracle. I
yeah.
just kept saying thank you to the creator and saying, wow, thank you. I needed to have a day where I wasn't getting sprayed. So yeah, it was spectacular.
You think the demiurge?
Mm, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, do you know Santos Bonacci?
Santos Bonacci rings a bell, but it doesn't
Okay, that
really.
guy is like superior in his channel is phenomenal. He's gotten taken down, and then YouTube just gave him his channel back probably about 3 to 6 months ago. Anyways, he's back at it again, and his latest video is on Iran, which used to be called Persia, and he has all the facts down, so solidified. And when you hear him, he makes so much sense. He's got it all down as to chronologically what's going on there, why it's been going on there, why it's happening now, and so forth and so on. If he doesn't get his channel taken down again, I will be very surprised. He was just full of facts, spitting them left and right today. I was having so much fun enjoying his chat.
That's
He's
good. That's
really,
good. It's
he's
fun.
really good.
LA, if you're there, could you put the link again in the chat?
Yes.
I think
Well, why can't you just do Santos Bonacci YouTube channel, dude? He's right there.
I meant like
I'm still
Christina.
going fast now. Give me a break. No, I don't know. I don't think I could remember how to do that. My brain is fucking fried. I've been up since day before yesterday.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah. And I was on Screech all day.
Screech.
Yep. And the lady was laughing at me at the tax office. She got a big kick out of me. I'm like, I don't know. I have chronic insomnia
How
and
you
I
doing,
can't
man?
stop it. And it
I'm
makes me
alright, man.
hyper.
Hell yeah, man! I'm enjoying the weather.
Yeah. It's making me hyper.
Sorry, that
Oh,
was
it
just
is.
one of my neighbors.
LA, are you there?
Los Angeles County.
Oops.
Los Angeles.
Los Angeles County de Los Santos. That's the actual full name of Los Angeles because it was once a Spanish city.
Well, it looks
Los
like
Yeah.
you're
City of
Angeles
locked
de Los
Angels.
out.
Santos.
City of Angels.
Yep. Yeah, like the majority of the cities in California are Spanish name, like Sacramento, San Francisco. What else?
When I was a
San
child, I
Jose,
lived in.
San Diego. Yeah.
That's because the U.S. beat Mexico in war.
Yeah,
And
like half of like America's like big cities are Spanish named. Like what else is in the states? Oh, there's Santa
that,
Fe.
well, that's
What
how
else?
states
Las
operate.
Cruces, New Mexico,
They
Corpus
operate.
Christi, Texas, San Antonio, El Paso. Yeah, it's just yeah. America used to be Spanish, like half of it, and like the majority of the country doesn't remember that.
They were because they were beaten in war, and that's how nations legitimately justify their power over one another. Because Mexico was weaker, they lost the war, and the
But it's
America
good that you
took.
had a great day, Divine. I'm really happy about that. Of
Oh, thank you. Wish you
course.
Yeah,
guys were all there. That would have been blast.
Yeah.
We'll
Yeah.
meet each other. We'll all meet each other in
Hell
person
yeah.
someday.
Hell yeah. One
I'll
day.
I'll have this. I'll rent this great big venue and we'll have a party and I'll invite everybody. And if they can't make it, I will pay for them to get there.
Oh hell yeah. Thank you. Cause I'll be in Spain by then. But hell yeah, I'll fucking drop all my plans there to
Yeah,
go
it would
go
be so
there.
much fun to all of us get together, wouldn't it? Oh,
Yeah.
that'd be blast.
Hell yeah. Yeah. We can dance to like I don't know, to shout shout, let it alone. Yeah.
You bring yours and I'll bring mine.
Yeah. Yeah, I will bring salsa music from Peru.
I want to hear some Canadian music,
Oh,
Marcus.
Oh,
Marky.
I listen to Calypso. I'm Caribbean.
Calypso, nice,
Caribbean
Mark.
Canadian. So
Caribbean Canadian.
Caribbean Canadian.
There's only two bands I know from Canada. That's Rush. I think everyone knows Rush, right? The band Rush from Canada, I think, and
true.
then the Guess Who, and like that's about it. That's all I know from like Canadian music. But like
Celine
Russian,
Dion,
Justin Bieber
Shania
comes
Twain,
from Canada. Shania
oh, forgot.
Twain.
Yeah, I forgot.
Who
Brian
else? Who
Adams.
else? Yep, Brian Adams, wicked, really, really good singer in concert. Who
Bieber.
else? Yep.
Yeah.
Celine Dion.
Oh yeah, I
Drake,
forgot
I
about
think
her.
is Canadian. Is he not?
Drake, yeah, Drake. How can I forget Drake? Drake is from fucking
Yep.
Canada. Yeah. Well, yeah, he is from Canada. He's from Toronto, I believe, or Quebec. I don't know.
You know who was the best singer back in the 80s
Who?
in a group? Steven
Who?
Tyler. No, wait a minute. Damn, the one that Journey. The Journey lead man. What was his name?
Stephen Perry?
Yeah, Stephen Perry.
Oh yeah. Oh, his voice was very nice. Yeah, his voice
I
had a
mean,
very like
no, it's not
distinctive.
just very nice. It's phenomenal, man.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been listening to some of those old tunes like "I'll Be All Right Without You,"
Yeah.
you know, all this. God, it's just like, sheesh, look at,
In my opinion, like the best singers, like in like rock music, would hands down be Freddie Mercury. Like you can't beat him. Like to me, his voice was just amazing, fucking, like godlike. Yeah,
But here's the thing, right? Is that
he
music
was a very like
makes
a rare
people want
person because he was
to.
a Persian who practiced like Zoroastrianism. Like that's just fucking crazy to me that someone like one of the most famous singers just so happened to belong one of the most like famous, one of the oldest
Am I not?
religions in the
Am I
world,
not being
if not
heard?
like
That
Can you
the
guys
video I was
oldest.
telling you about, he was also talking about that
Oh,
Zoroastrianism.
Zoroastrianism, yeah,
Yep.
that came from Iran originally. It's like Iran's like
Yeah,
original
that's why he was
religion.
talking about it. That was awesome.
I know. You know,
Yeah.
actually, I want to say
What's
that.
interesting about
Let me
like
tell you this, though.
the
Let me tell you this.
Farsis, which are the followers of like the Zoroastrian religion now, is that like they were exiled from Iran or Persia back then, and they
Yeah.
all stayed in like India.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
But let me say this. Yeah.
Freddie Mercury is Persian by ethnicity, but like his ancestry also has some Indian blood in it because that's where the majority of of the of the Farsis went to. It was India after
Yeah,
like
I'm
What's up,
Islamic.
guys?
Persian.
Oh, he's back.
I'm actually Persian, but let me tell you something interesting. Prophet Mani, he was an anti-natalist. Mani, he was actually more like a doomer Zoroaster. Mani, he was an anti-natalist.
Farsis.
Yeah, Manichaeism, though, is probably more interesting because in
Yeah.
Manichaeism,
But it's good that people are learning about like that religion because that religion influenced like all of the Abrahamic ones in a way, the Zoroastrians.
Yeah,
yeah,
he
but the
actually.
Manichaeists, though, they saw the material world as being a error, like it's encased in darkness, and that you're trying to liberate the light through asceticism back to the source, the Manichaeists. And they were influenced by the Zoroastrians too, but they were more anti-natalist because Mani did view birth as being negative, like the Mani. Mani. You can read about him more, but yeah, he did see material birth as kind of like like entrapping
All
the
right,
spirit
I'm back.
into matter.
Can you guys hear me?
I
Yes,
can
sir.
hear you.
Cannot Mike? Can you guys hear
Yep.
me?
Yeah,
Yes, loud
I
and
can.
clear.
Okay. Yeah, I had to leave and rejoin because I wasn't being heard.
Oh, happens
That was for a reason, hun.
to
Wink,
the
wink.
best of it. Divine. Oh my god.
Hey, we can have personality now.
Hell yeah. Oh yes, we can. Oh my god, yes we can. And the other show we can't. Because like if we try to like have some freedom of thought there, we'll get caught shamed for it.
Yeah, and girls aren't allowed to talk.
Thank
Yeah.
you for saying that because I want you because it wasn't like I was making this up.
No, you weren't, honey.
You were not the first woman to say that. There's been several women who say that they get dominated by men and they're not allowed to speak.
Yeah, like, even me, like I'm a type of female, and I especially get like shut up too. He's like, hey, no, I don't want to hear you speak. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah,
I
that's kind
know.
of how I felt on his channel. I think you guys are talking about B&W, right? Well, I
Yeah.
was on his channel. I kind of felt that way. Like it was very hard for me to get in a word. Like he almost didn't want me to talk. But he lets that other dude, new guru, just go on and on and on. And
Well, if he doesn't like your orientation, or he doesn't like your lifestyle, or if he doesn't like just the fact that you're fucking weird and he can't get over it, he has some sort of internal blockage to it. And that's
Yeah,
okay. That's where he's at. I love him just the way he is. I don't want him to change because it's not up to me to demand that. I love him
yeah,
just
but
the way he is. I'm always going to support his channel because that's what I do. And simple as that.
Well, he called me a weirdo.
Yeah, well, who's weird, dude? Not him.
Wait, out of all the things he's
I
called you,
think
that's the
everyone's
one
weird
that
in their
you're
own way.
remembering?
Like if you're in these spaces,
No,
you are
I don't.
most
I don't care. It
definitely.
doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
I think you should go and listen to Danny Shy's live stream today, and then I'm sort of baffled by. I know what it is. I don't even know if I should say it because I'm not trying to stir up any more drama. But I already said what it is. Like, give me an apology, and I will just let it go.
I think it's the apology.
I think you should chat first.
I think
No, we had
Mark,
it.
are you trying to speak?
It went nowhere because there was no apology.
Oh, well.
Hmm.
If you're in demand mode and he's not, it's never going to work anyway. So,
Yeah, but like if I'm gonna be honest, I really didn't like when he interrupt LA's, well, he didn't interrupt his open panel, but on Easter, like on Sunday, he did crash LA's stream. And I thought that was totally uncalled for because LA was minding his own business, right? Like he told him to fuck off and he did, and he was just on his own stream doing his own thing. I came on, and then right after I came on, he came right after me. Like if he was like a tailgating me to come on, and I was just witnessing just like just like the trolling, just like the fucking the trolling. I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, why are you here? Like you
That's
tell
not the
him
first time he did that, though. I had another.
no, it is not the first
I
time he's
know.
done
Yeah,
that.
the other time was when he stole like viewers from you, if I remember correctly, right?
Right, and then he was laughing about it, how he took my viewers to his channel. I'm just like, what the fuck? And so every time he's never actually tried to come on and just have a conversation. It's always been to troll.
Yeah, and like that's kind of a
Oh,
small
I
indicator
want to
that
just
he doesn't
add
take
something though.
you seriously, unfortunately, because I think you have, like I said, I might have my disagreements with you, but like I still think that you have some valuable things to say because it's very because like you obviously know the field of knowledge about law and stuff like that. That's very impressive to me because I don't know shit about law.
Oh, Christine, son, finally.
Hey, what's up?
Hi, Pristine.
Hey, how's it going?
Welcome.
Hey.
Well, I can go to Christine's son, or I can go to Brother Marcus. Because I think he has something to say also.
I'm trying not to comment on it too much, because
I can't hear
I don't
them.
want to get
Whoa,
involved.
hold on, I'll
but-
be back. I'm just gonna exit out and come back.
Okay. Can you hear me?
I mean, I know you don't want drama, but I feel like the drama is already here. So,
Yeah, but I just wanted to say something. Like it may not. I know you don't take a lot of what he says personally, but there's an audience, and I think the way things play out also matters to the audience. So I would be careful with how each person is like communicating with one another. In
no, it's
America,
not. Somebody has a bad echo or something.
Christina.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
I think in America, the way
All
that
right. I can hear.
certain things are said doesn't exactly land. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess, yeah, but like I don't know. It's just recently I've been feeling a very like offy trolly vibe from him, and I just can't shake it off. I just can't quite put my finger on it. It's just very just off. Like I don't
But the backlash is not falling on me though; it's falling on him.
exactly, yeah. So people are kind of seeing it. I thought I was just being like a petty about it, but I'm not because apparently like the grievances are real.
I'm actually just avoiding it now. I don't.
Yeah.
He's,
What's up,
I
Pax?
think he's.
Fatima, who are we talking about?
DW.
Dan.
D&W?
Yes.
I don't. I don't
I
think
think
BMW is an anarchist, so I'm going to ask: is everyone an anarchist on this panel?
No,
No,
most of them are not
no,
anarchists.
not me.
I know
Not
Fatima.
me.
I know
But
Fatima's.
that's not even the issue. We're talking about interpersonal grievances where
Yeah.
people have been disrespected, maligned, berated.
Now, from what I can tell about D&W recently, not because I remember looking back on him when it was earlier. I mean, but just recently he's been into sensationalism. Okay,
Yeah, he has. Yes, he.
thing to rile people up.
Yeah,
Talk trash.
yeah. He literally had a fucking orgy on his channel
Yeah,
that
he
was
wants to
being.
make it like a circus,
that was
of
Yeah,
instigate
madness.
disharmony.
he literally let three individuals, three grown adults, fucking like arrange their fucking degenerate fest on their fucking home, while the husband was gonna hear it in the fucking basement. What the fuck, man?
I think out of everybody, that Guru guy is bringing his entire channel down.
Oh
That
yeah,
Guru
absolutely.
guy just hijacks the entire conversation. You have to explain words to him. He just keeps on talking on and on and on.
He's a sophist, yeah, and like not a good kind.
He
But
made a claim that it was a character. He made a claim that like he's
Nah.
not actually been. I know it's weird. It's like he
Well,
came
I
on
That's a
think
today.
cop
these
out.
things for honest conversation,
Yeah,
not characters. Like,
Hold on.
Wait, guys. Marcus, wait, brother
I
Marcus,
came to
what
these
you?
things for honest conversation, not characters. If I want a character, I'll go watch a movie.
Yeah,
Exactly. Thank you.
I gotta ask Christine's son. So he basically said he's a LARPer.
Yeah.
he basically said that he plays a character on the show, and he's not that person today. When he was on another panel, and he was really quiet. It was so weird. It was like he was a different guy.
Yeah.
He was actually serious and stuff, and I was like, dude, if you're really like acting like a lunatic for D&W show, I have no idea what your motivations are for doing so. Like,
Yeah.
this doesn't make
I mean, it would make sense considering how much screen time he gets.
Yeah, dude, it's so much though because like if it went from the Finding Gnosis show to the fucking Guru show because that's how he just talks over everyone. He's like, yeah, exactly.
Even
The
today,
Finding
when we
Gnosis.
were on Danny's Times, we were talking about anti-nasalism. He went on this long ass rant about something completely unrelated. I didn't even know what the hell he was talking about, and I'm just
Me
like,
neither.
get back to antinatalism.
Yeah, right. Can
Oh
we
no,
just?
was Crazy Guru over there?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he was.
Oh
But
no.
here's the thing, though, Marcus. He wasn't Guru. He was Carl, because he says yes. He was Carl, like his real name. I think. I'm not even sure
Does he actually
that's
act
his real name.
differently?
Yeah, he
did.
was.
I'm not even kidding. He behaved himself like legit. It was
What the
insane.
fuck?
Yeah.
Like he was like,
I'm gonna have to watch this thing. What
Yes,
the
you
hell?
have to watch.
So his character name is literally the Crazy Guru.
Crazy Guru with a G. Crazy Guru.
what is he grazing?
Yeah, Crazy Guru, aka Carl.
It has anything to do with the fact that he doesn't take his medicine or he does take too much or something?
Who fucking knows? Who knows? He freaks out over everything, and I'm starting to think. Yeah, and I'm starting to think he has something for me because he keeps on mentioning my name a lot. Like, hey, Fatima. It's like, what the fuck? Yeah. And yeah.
He brings up metacognitive IQ a lot.
Yeah, and I don't even think he knows what that means. He's just saying words that he just heard like 20 years ago in a book, and he's like gonna use it now because of a character that he has to play.
I think that debate between him and Big Games was absolutely. I don't want to use
bullshit.
It was retarded. It was
retarded. Yes, and fucking. Two of them were fucking retarded. Like it was both parties just fucking shit flinging each other.
It's like, LA, please help, please come save this shit show.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, my God, like LA,
quit your job and join this stream. Like, what the fuck, D&W?
That's what I said.
Like D&W, what the fuck?
Yeah.
So and I said to my head, okay, so D&W obviously doesn't care about LA losing employment and just like starving or being homeless, right? You know,
All
because
right,
if
here's the
he
thing about vegan games. If you can actually go toe to toe with him, then he'll come back because he finds it interesting. But if he's just going to be debating people like that, he's not going to come back. He's just like, this
he's
is not worth
dishonest though. No, he's not like a freaking good faith like a debater. He's not. I've seen other debates of him. He just freaks out on you. Like he just calls you names right off the bat. Like you say a fact and he'll say, oh, you're just retarded. Or oh, I don't care. Yeah. So what? Like yeah, no. I've seen him debate like a lot of times, and the most recent one was with Destiny, right? Regarding the illegal invasion of Venezuela, and he just freaked out on him. He fucking broke his keyboard because he lost. He lost against him, against fucking Steven
Oh, I saw
Abano.
that. I saw that.
Yeah, like a fucking faggot. He just broke his keyboard because he's a retard. That's what.
Well, I debate him about the whole Palestine Israel thing, and he was losing, and so he started asking me random questions.
Yeah, that's what he does.
He wanted me to show pictures of people like Indians that had their like Indian card, and just like it's just devolved into something retarded. And I was just like, you know what? If I ever debate him again, I'm not going to do that because it's like I made a point about how like Indians have like tribal sovereignty, and so they're kind of separate from the state. Anyway, so he just started. He took me down this rabbit hole where he was just trying to make me prove that they have their own identification or something. I'm just like, this is so stupid. If I ever debate him, no, I don't like. It's not my job to like prove the definition of words to explain. Like, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, that's like the person's role. Like both of you should be honest and just like research the topic of the debate, the terminology and the words, and then you can debate. But if he's just gonna ask you questions because he genuinely doesn't know, then he's being just very like unprofessional and not ready for anything, you know. And it's true. I've seen him do this on fucking multiple occasions on like Palestine, on Venezuela, probably even now with this new shit with Iran. So yeah, I don't. Yeah, no. I just get a very off vibe from him that he's just a very uh not a good faith debater. You know, he's not.
And it's so this all this revisionist history about what was said to Chickpea. He clearly said, "Do you want to see how far I can throw you?" He's just like, they're lying, saying that. Oh, he didn't say that. He said that he
No,
could.
that's
No,
he definitely said how far I can throw you.
Not could, can.
And that's like a threat, man. I mean, don't tell me that's not a threat. Okay?
Well, you know, I went on his channel.
That was offensive as hell when I heard that.
well, DW said it's not a threat; it's a question. It's like if I mean, you can pose a threat and a question. It's like, do you want to see your brains splattered on the ground, or do you want me to blow your like? It's a threat, but it's in the form of a question, so it's not mutually exclusive.
Yeah.
Well, I went on his channel and he had videos about steroids.
Oh,
Yeah, he takes steroids. Yeah, he takes steroids. Yeah, he's on steroids.
Steroids. I mean, he's sitting there acting like he's strong. It's steroids, okay?
Yeah,
he didn't do that. It's just fucking steroids he did.
Yeah,
okay?
he's
It's
taking.
it's sort of like it's misleading because he's trying to market himself as this bodybuilder who
It's natural, vegan,
who bulked
yeah.
up on a vegan diet, when really he's taking steroids.
Yeah, he's on steroids. No, there's no way you can actually be like big on like just a pure vegan diet as he claims. Unfortunately, you can't. I wish it was like alternative, but no. Like he is taking steroids because he knows that you can be big on a vegan diet, but not the way he is. So that's why he takes like steroids and other shit like that. Yeah.
Isn't he calling him something like thyroid medicine?
Yeah, so I think I don't know like what steroids he takes exactly, like the names
Yeah,
of it.
because he was talking and he was actually giving names of the stuff.
Wow. Yeah.
I dated a guy that did that bodybuilding crap before, and he had those big pecs at the top of his chest, you know. And I didn't like it. I said, I just didn't like being with him. I've dropped him, but I'm just saying, that's just trying to put on the front is what that is. He's putting on the front. It's not him. It's
Yeah,
steroid.
yeah.
And so Noodles wants to be like Vegan Gaines. He wants to be on steroids too, so he
I
can
can't
stop being
stand
so
him.
skinny.
This is my happy channel.
Yeah,
You guys know why.
yeah. God. Oh my God, LA, do you remember that one time you were arguing with like a Noodles and he said he completely like spazzed. I was like, I am not gonna speak to LA anymore, like a child. Like that's what he said to you. Like I
I gotta
fucking
say,
remember.
LA, I was impressed by that because Noodles can argue with people for like 4 or 5 hours, but
Yeah.
he's like, no, I'm tapping out.
Because
Yeah,
I called him illiterate.
he is
Because he
illiterate.
is.
He doesn't even read.
Right. I want to have
So
the pushback on saying,
irritating.
oh, what I asked him, I said, what's the last book you read? And he couldn't name anything. And I said, you're just illiterate. And then he just got pissed.
Exactly. He needs to read the fucking literature.
You don't even know shit about veganism. You don't know like the origins of it. You don't know the meaning of the word rights, and yet you're saying you want to extend or human rights to animals. And I'm just like, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like you haven't done the basics.
Yeah.
Like animals can't have rights. I'm not saying that to be disparaging against animals, but only humans can have rights. I'm not saying you can't protect animals in some other way, but it's not based on rights. And so every time I say that, it's like, oh, you're just so cruel. It's like, no, you can be humane to animals. What is that book?
Soren Kierkegaard. This is like his collected works. Yeah. Soren Kierkegaard. Yeah.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, it's pretty thick too. It's called.
Who published it? Cambridge?
No, it was someone else. It was Princeton University
okay.
at NJ. That's New Jersey for non-Americans here.
When did you get that?
I got this August last summer at a used a bookstore. It was $6.99. It's pretty thick.
Whoa, that's a steal. Nice.
It's nice that people actually still read.
Right? Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've got the inns with a library around the corner.
Well, I think reading is outdated.
People, and that's what that Google guy
Brother Marcus.
It's like you're talking about a state. He's like, what does the word state mean? Or it's just like, what the hell? I mean, I'm not going to end this. Like, I'm not going to keep pausing to explain the definition of words.
Don't. Yeah, that's
Yeah, that's what Google's for. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Yeah. Just fucking use your phone. Use ChatGPT. Use a DeepSeek. Find the meaning of the word and then learn it. And then
Wait, guys! What does the word mean for word? Like, when you guys keep saying word, what do you mean by word?
Well, I can answer that for you, brother Marcus. The meaning of a word, it's in its use. To quote Wittgenstein, the meaning of a word, it's in its use. There is no fixed meaning for words, as said in this book. Wow. Yeah, in this one that I'm reading too, it's the philosophy of language. Yeah, I just have these lying around.
What's his name?
You would love my library. I have a huge library of books. I think the oldest book I have here is 1500s.
Whoa, damn, that's fucking amazing.
Yeah,
Actually,
I have a really wonderful collection of antique and old books and new books too.
Have you gone much into semiotics, like Saucer or C.S. Peirce or something?
Oh, Peirce. I have heard of Peirce. Charles Sanders Peirce, American pragmatist. Yes, I know who he is. Yeah, he's very good. Yeah.
Yeah. I think semiotics is
Semiotics. Yes, the signs of a word. You know how it relates to the world. Yeah, and then yeah.
Yeah,
I think Noam Chomsky addressed languages. He talked about how languages are something that people just agree to voluntarily, and that it didn't require a state. He used that as an example of voluntarism.
Yeah. Who said that?
Noam Chomsky.
Noam Chomsky. Noam Chomsky. Kind of a sticky situation with him. He was in the files, and he actually had close ties to Epstein. Yikes. But no.
like he actually has some good ideas though. This is a case of separating the art from the artist. Yeah, because I do perform that. I do. Yeah, I do separate the art from the artist. Yeah.
You have issues with Chomsky's idea of universal
Not
grammar.
I.
I think that the universal
Mm.
grammar is it views the brain as like a computer that has it ingrained
Mm.
or embedded into it the language, like a language
Mm.
process. I think
Oh,
that's the wrong way to view the brain.
yeah. Same.
Brain
Same
is
here.
more
I do not believe in universal grammar. I believe in like language is more pragmatic and fluid in a sense. It's a more
Yeah.
of instead of flux. Like the meanings of words do change, even though it looks the same, spelled the same. The meaning can change wholesale every other century or so. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
but
I think it's important to be an effective communicator. So even if you are using like slang or something,
Yeah.
sometimes slang is appropriate.
Oh yeah, slang is also appropriate too
Right,
because
because
like
I know
it's also.
some people who are not like technically like or formally educated, but they're very good speakers.
Yes, they are. Yeah, of course. Oh, yeah, my God. Yeah, like in my high school, there was like this one kid who was like not formally educated, but he was a very good like orator that he even did like the spelling bee. Yeah, it was very weird, but he was like from like a very like unique background and that he came from like a very urban place, but he was part of the spelling bee. And he had his own quirks here and there, but he was pretty good at it though.
I hope Joe Cool comes on here because he was on Danny Shine's channel and he was asking questions about antinatalism, and it really wasn't the time to do it. But I would love to answer his
Okay,
questions.
yeah, actually, if I could say something, I thought that was kind of like not great because Joe Cool just wanted to ask questions, right? And Denny Shine was like, no, 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 not right now. I was like, why? Like, why not now? It's like, oh, it's AN day. I'm like, so what? Just let him ask a few questions. Like, yeah,
Can I
it was
ask
kind.
a question?
I think sometimes when you have a panel, you have your own agenda, and then it turns into a debate. And I think it was leading that way.
Oh yeah, it was true.
Can I ask a question? Is if there was no state or government, would there be a need for antinatalism?
No.
Unfortunately, I mean, I don't
Yes.
know. A lot of people would disagree with me, but I would say no because ethics only exist in civilized society.
Oh, yeah, and this is where like I kind of say like, well, I'm not sure if I agree with that, but like I still freaking respect you, man, because like I believe in Thomas Hobbes and who's the other philosopher? Carl
Well,
Schmidt.
oh,
Carl Schmidt. You guys, brother Marcus, do you know Carl Schmidt?
no, I'm not familiar.
Carl Schmidt was like a German jurist and philosopher of law during like 1920s to like 1940s Germany. Yeah, he's kind of controversial. Think about the Heidegger situation,
Okay.
Marcus. Yeah, yeah, Heidegger. Yeah, yeah, he was a part of it, but he later like was expelled from it because wouldn't really he wouldn't pray oath to like the leader and like because it
Oh,
was.
I know who you're talking about. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. But he lived a long life. He lived to like 97. He died in the 80s. Yeah, he was pretty old. He lived through everything.
and one German thinker I read recently, and he influenced Heidegger, I believe. His name was Jacob Johann von Uexküll. His name was Uexküll.
Yeah, old school. Yes.
He went into like the biosemiotics and the perceptual or umwelt of the animal.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, and then Heidegger was influenced by phenomenology by Husserl, I believe is his name. Husserl, Edmund
Yeah.
Husserl. Yeah, he was influenced by Edmund Husserl, who was influenced by Immanuel Kant because Kant kind of gave rise to like phenomenology. But Immanuel Kant wouldn't be here if it wasn't for my boy Hume.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Also, he was influenced by this one Japanese writer. He wrote a book called Book of Tea. Have you heard of that book? And that influenced Heidegger also. Book of Tea.
Oh yeah. There was a school in Japan called the Kyoto School. It was influenced by like Western philosophy along with their own like Buddhist philosophy, and they actually did some dialogue with like Heidegger's work. Yeah, it was very interesting time period.
Yeah.
Like,
What's it
You
called?
are
Book of Tea?
you are quite the intellectual to know all of this. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Oh yeah, but what's the book called again? The Book of Tea?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna write that down because that sounds like right up my alley. Like
Same.
not like
I,
East. Sorry.
I just want to clarify though, because in the state of nature, you're basically driven by survival, and the surplus that allows the extraction only exists in civilized society. So when you're in survival mode, you don't really think about ethics. You're just worrying about where you're worried about your next meal, your shelter, keeping your children safe. And so basically in civilized society, all those needs are being met by the state. So you don't have to focus on that. And then now you're focusing on ethics, because you're so bored by the fact that you don't have to struggle for your own survival. So I don't think that what I said is really like an opinion. I think it's just an observable fact that people who are people who live outside of civilization don't focus on ethics. They're basically no different. I'm not trying to say this like disparagingly. They're basically no different from animals. They're just trying to exist.
LA, would you say civilization was ultimately a mistake? Want to see what you.
Yes, I'm an anarcho-primitivist.
Anarcho-primitivist is. I think that civilization is just like a inevitable like product of human nature, just trying to like organize itself and trying to like protect itself from like outside environments, the state of nature itself. Because Thomas Hobbes, with Carl Schmitt, because like, and when that forms, there's always going to be a friend enemy, a distinction that's always going to be apparent. There's the friend, your group, and then there's the enemy, the outside group, and that's always going to be there. A type of like dialectic of conflict and of power. Yeah, that's what Carl Schmitt wrote.
What's interesting
I
is
would
that
recommend listening to Jean-Jacques Rousseau, because he's
Jean-Jacques
already.
Rousseau, yeah, I should actually, because I'm kind of on like an age of enlightenment binge, because I'm reading Hume right now and Kant. Should probably look into like Locke and like Rousseau. Yeah, I should.
Yeah, I read Rousseau's Discourse on Inequality. It was great. Also, I want to say that the steppe people, the people on the steppes, what were called the Proto-Indo-Europeans, they were highly spiritual people. They were without civilization, largely. Like they would constantly be on chariots and fight with each other.
The
There's one
nomads, yeah.
Yeah, they were nomads. Yeah, and there was one thinker I've recently come across who's interesting. His name is Nimrod D. Rosario. He talks about how the steppe people, in a sense, were more spiritually potent. Like Vero and stuff like that. I think it's very interesting.
Oh
Like
yeah.
he actually claims civilization was a mistake. Nimrod D. Rosario.
Nema di Rosary, yeah, I can sense some like Heidegger influence there, because Heidegger kind of almost says the same thing that like LA indulges with us. He says that a philosophy and to a larger extent modern technology kind of like debases man being, being from knowing itself, from doing
Yeah, and
being work.
framing. Yeah,
Yeah,
he
it's
has these
frame.
views on in framing and treating the natural resources as standing reserves, which are just exploitable. And to Heidegger, he has this idea of poiesis before the, like the ordering or
Yes,
whatever
the
that
ordering, yes.
yeah
I
process.
want to. I just want to welcome Paulo Nidek. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yes, sir. Yeah, my name is Paulo Nidek. Very glad to be here. I just joined in. And I would like to ask you guys a question, if you don't mind.
Yeah, what's up?
Just so I follow what you're saying. So you guys said that maybe if there was no state, there wouldn't be a need for antinatalism. So I would like to know why you guys think that way.
That's just me saying that. I don't think they all agree with me on that.
No,
I believe.
I don't agree with that at all. Actually, I actually think that without like the state, there still would be a need to like not like procreate, because I think that even without the state, like I this is where me and LA don't agree. Even in the state of nature, that's not a great place to be. I don't think any state, like either with modern day cities or in like a hut, I don't think any state is good. Any state of being is good by default or by virtue itself. No. So yeah, I don't agree with LA on that.
Well, I just think that when you procreate under a state, you are intentionally enslaving someone to servitude, to they're not born free. And what Rousseau said is that parents don't
You're
have
talking about the social contract that I didn't agree upon.
right. I don't agree with the social contract either. But what Rousseau
Me
said is
too.
that
I don't like the social contract.
wait, but he said that it goes beyond the legitimate authority of parents. Parents are responsible for rearing their children, but they don't have legitimate authority to alienate their children's liberty. When you procreate under the state, you're basically making them a slave to the state, and that is illegitimate. So it would be. I still don't want them to procreate in a state of nature, but you're not alienating the child's liberty. You're. I mean, it's wrong, but you're not creating a slave. It's not. I think those are two different things. By the way, before I even get, are you an anarchist or a libertarian or anything like that, or just like what is your political affiliation?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just tried to mute and unmute myself so I don't have that kind of echo. So I don't want to disrupt the meeting. Are you asking me where I
Yes.
stand?
What is your political orientation?
I'm apolitical. I'm more
Okay,
like,
cool.
yeah. I, I just go by the following that whatever happens in my house is more important than what happens in a White House.
Okay, let me be. Are you a statist or are you an anti-statist?
Anti.
Okay, so you basically identify as an anarchist.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
pretty
that.
much.
So I think
But
that
I'm just saying that I don't have like strong political passions of any sort.
right.
I just
Neither
I
do
just
I, though.
identify
Neither
with
do
the
I.
subject.
I'm apolitical, just like you.
Okay, good. Yeah, I just identify with the subject because I never wanted to have kids.
Good.
I'm not against other people having kids. I mean, pick your poison. But I don't have kids. I don't have plants. I have artificial plants that I don't need to water. I don't have, I'm very. I'm a minimalist. I can say that. I'm a minimalist for sure.
Same. Yep, same here.
Yeah, I'm a minimalist. And I think being minimal includes not having kids, at least in my understanding. And I mean, and of course, people, and I see and I appreciate that you guys are mentioning like Kierkegaard and very nice cultured debate. Very nice. And I'm
Thank
glad.
you.
I'm just a random guy on YouTube, and this came up on YouTube, and I was bold enough to click on a link and be here. That's all.
Oh, is that your channel?
That's this channel right there.
Whoa, cool. Wow.
Yes, sir. That's my channel, and my first language is Portuguese. So
Oh.
my channel is mostly in Portuguese. And I talk about.
Português. Nice.
Sim, eu falo em português. And in my
No,
channel,
no,
for
no.
example. and in
Yo
my
hablo
channel, I
español,
talk
amigo.
about- Muy bien. Yo hablo español también.
Ah, qué bueno, qué bueno. Yo estoy de Perú.
Oh, ¿verdad?
Sí, sí, sí.
Yeah. Well, and yes, for example, in my channel, I don't want to. I see that you guys shared and all that, and I appreciate it. But for example, I talk about digital and financial sovereignty. So how can you take care of your own life and being, for example, you mentioned you're kind of an anarchist. So yeah, I don't trust the banks, for example, because the banks they can freeze your accounts, they can take your assets, so I don't like the system in that way. But I just never wanted to have kids. I got, how do you say, that kind of operation that I cannot have kids for good, you know. And I did that a while
It's a
ago.
vasectomy, dude. You can say the word.
Yes, vasectomy. Yes, exactly. I completely forgot the word. So I got a vasectomy a while ago, and I was certain that I never wanted to have kids. What about you guys? When did you realize that you didn't want to have kids, or you had kids first and say, "That was not for me. I regret it."
Yeah, well, I'll tell you because I used to be a horror writer 10 years ago.
There's a bad echo. There's a bad
There's an
echo.
echo. There's a bad
Yeah, there's
echo.
an echo. Yeah. Hello. Yeah. Well, for me, when I decided not to have kids, it was like 10 years ago or 15. Basically, I was writing horror stories and researching the history of like massacres and genocides, and I watched a lot of horror movies, like The Funny Games. That's a very brutal film. Another movie I saw was The House That Jack Built. That was a very brutal film. And I read about a lot of sick people and stuff. And I realized that that this system that we're embedded in is also sick. The state is just using technologies to just better enslave people and to better efficiently kill them. So I became disillusioned in humanity's future potential. I saw that all that will happen in the future is that it's just there's going to be more cataclysms, more disturbing things. So I realized that bringing children into this is not good. Like in the past, people had to be afraid of barbarians invading and massacring them. But now the entire system we're embedded in is even worse than a barbarian. And we've grown dependent and reliant on that system. So it could like churn on us and just like collapse the supply chains, or it could like surveillance measures and other stuff. So yeah, I can go on and on. But the point is, I realized that then it's not good to have kids.
Mm.
Right. And I had this whole archetype of the civilized brute, which is a juxtaposition to the noble savage, which I talk about how civilization is actually far more violent than the state of nature. It's this organized barbarism. I reject the whole notion that Thomas Hobbes posited that the state of nature is a war against all. I believe that civilization is a war against all, that it's perpetual violence, perpetual war, perpetual subjugation and domination. So that's why I think that procreation under civilization is far more egregious. I don't think that anybody should procreate, but I think it's unfortunate, but I don't think that it's necessarily always like, if you're just some primitive person living in a tribe and you have not read philosophy, or you don't understand like the consequences of it, and you're just like in tune with nature, I don't think that what you're doing is any more unethical than like a cat procreating.
Yeah, I can agree with that most certainly. Also, when people were in low tech state, their population levels were more sustainable. So when they would go hunting or they go fishing, it doesn't like wreck ecosystems as much, especially on continents. So I would say that in a pre-civilizational state, the ethical standards by which we judge people is different. So I would say that I would agree with you in that. Like the state is what amplifies these issues to an unbearable extent. So I would agree with you in that regard.
And money printing, like how much money can they just print out of thin air and devalue our currency?
Oh my, yeah, it's so absurd. Like they just fucking think that, excuse my language, but they just think that they can just like make money out of air, like out of like just thin air, and think it's okay, and think that without being backed up by any hard currency like gold, like they think it's gonna be okay. When like no, like you guys just been doing this for the past like 50 years now, but we're gonna see that's going to crash very soon. That's gonna crash within like 10 to 15 years. Like the dollar back currency is gonna be gone like within no time. I'm
The
already
debt,
seeing.
the debt notes
Fractional
are
reserve
backed
banking.
by trust.
Yeah.
The debt notes are backed by trust. As long as people think that money has value, it will continue to have value.
Yeah,
Their
but like,
system is designed to basically create haves and have-nots. And the
yep,
haves are the rich
but it's
who have
arbitrary.
all this materialistic wealth that they can't even spend all in their lifetime. I don't even think they could actually, like Bill Gates, he owns like a 40th of the land in the US or something. I don't think he can even physically visit all these places he owns.
No, he can,
Well,
and he's
I
he's
don't
old.
think that anybody believes. Well, I think that first of all, we don't have money; we have currency. And so currency is a unit of exchange, which the
Well,
only basis of its value is the state's monopoly on violence. So because they have given themselves a monopoly, and you can't exchange in any other form of trade without using their paper money. They get to artificially extract resources from the third world because they can manipulate currencies to where your currency is devalued, mine is increased, and then I get to just extract resources and keep you in a perpetual state of debt that you will never be able to repay. And actually, we can actually offshore our inflation by just manipulating the exchange rates. I've talked about this on my channel. This is how the U.S. economy is artificially kept afloat by keeping those other countries in debt through the global exchange rate. So I do,
and the domestic exchange rate as well on things like house mortgages and the interest on loans, because the banking system basically revolves around people taking out loans, which people do, and
but
things
I
like
see the U.S. dollar. I see the hegemony on the U.S. dollar as being a one of the most oppressive and exploitive systems in the modern era.
Yeah, I agree with that. But isn't it that Forex, Forex, they're basically gambling, and then the fiat currency gets its valuation that way? Isn't that correct? Like, I think IMF and other stuff is just keeping the US dollar as the global reserve
Yes,
currency
they are.
via
That's
the
that's
monopoly
true.
of
Yeah.
finance.
Yes, they are. Oh, absolutely. That's what's happening. Why do you think BRICS is happening? BRICS wants to be a alternative to that. They want to bring back gold-backed currency, another like hard currency. But why do you think there's a conflict of interest there between BRICS-led order and the IMF-led order of like the dollar? There's a power struggle there right now with a lot of these countries that want to join BRICS now. They want to like just abandon the dollar because of Trump's like just absurd trading tariff rule across the world and board, and like the sanctions and a lot of other chaotic things that they can't really put their trust in America for much longer because they're just chaotic and just very very unpredictable.
Well, and then they use the strength of the U.S. dollar to impose sanctions on these other countries.
Yes,
But
absolutely.
I actually did a live stream explaining the history of notes and how they evolved, and that live stream was taken down. So I know the history, but I don't think YouTube wants me to talk about it. So I don't know. Maybe I can no. I don't know. Maybe I'll do it on some other platform. But I'm sure Fatima probably knows where this is going. But I'm not going to say it on this channel. Where did somebody just left? Who was that?
Divine, it looks like.
Okay.
Yeah, Divine. See a Divine.
So
See
all of the things that you
See
guys
you,
are
Divine.
saying, they are actually true about like fractional reserve and the devalue of currency and how they can that is made by design, that they can but what's concerning to me is, and I'll get to natalism or anti-natalism. What is concerning to me is that as they devalue the currency, they are actually devaluing the value of my work. So
Yeah.
you need to work more. And if my work pertains to my lifetime, they're literally devaluing my life, my time. So they have more
Yes.
control over my time and the power, the exertion of work that I have. They're able to artificially devalue that. So, and I think it's very practical. That's one of the reasons why I never wanted to have kids. It seems that the system is like, oh my God, it's very tough to
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
tough
I
against
like
you.
to ask you
The
guys.
fact
Yeah, I
that
mean, like you saw, I have that YouTube channel. That's one of the things I do. I have like
I
other
most
jobs, other things that I do. And that are,
definitely will subscribe
my
to you, man. I will most definitely sub.
oh, thank you. I appreciate that. But I mean, like, you got a bunch of stuff to do. Gotta take care of this and that, and life is stressful. I gotta take a shower. I gotta eat. I gotta cook. I gotta drive. I gotta do the things that,
Mm.
and it's stressful. The last thing that I need, I don't know if you guys agree with me. The last thing that I need are two crying babies an ugly fat wife complaining about the. I'm sorry, a wife and two dogs. That would not make my life better. However, I know that a lot of people cannot consider not having those things. So I'm very pragmatic in a way. I don't know if you guys agree with me.
No, I do. I completely 100% see your point of view, actually. It's just that, I would take that view, but like I would like extend it with like more philosophical like arguments and jargon, probably because, I see anti-natalism as like a ethical stance, but like what you're arriving at is pretty close to it. You're essentially finding anti-natalism within like the real world, like it is true, like the monetary system is like fucking a design against you, and it's almost like with whatever reform you want to have, they will freaking end your life.
Exactly.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
exactly. Like I saw what my parents went through. I was not happy about it. I don't think they had a very good marriage. I know, you know,
Yeah, I'm.
I don't mind getting a little bit personal, sharing about my own life
Oh,
story.
go ahead. Yeah.
I don't think that their marriage was a role model for me, and the way that would like they would say I was raised by my grandparents, and they would send me away and be working all the time. Say, I don't want to. I don't want to replicate that. And I'm pretty sure that if I had kids, I would I would not be happy with the outcome.
I want to make a point about you saying that the banks devalue time, because they don't only just do that, but their whole goal seems to be to take real property in exchange for their debt notes, because they have all the money in circulation, which is ultimately owed to the central bank, and um, they charge interest on all this money. So basically, they expect to have a greater return than the total amount of money that is in circulation, which is just impossible. And you know this because once people cannot pay back the loans because of interest, they'll
Right.
just go and seize actual property in the form of collateral.
Which is a real thing. It's like a tangible thing
Right.
instead of just
Well, your
digital
house is
on a
real, but
dashboard.
money
Yeah.
is yeah. Sorry, Ali. I don't know if you want to continue this topic or I don't know.
Oh no, I'm just glad to be here. It's nice to have this kind of discussion. But yeah, like they will literally like press Control C, Control V on most money is debt. Most money is debt. It's and then they will artificially inflate and create money, literally. And if you do not pay them back on money that they just created, if you do not pay the interest and all that, they're gonna take your house.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, they will. Yeah, but like seeing as you live in Brazil, amigo, how is it there over there? With I know you say you're apolitical, which I respect. I'm kind of like that. I still have my strong leanings, of course. I just don't have like a clear cut ideology I follow. But like when it comes to Brazil, I would imagine it's very chaotic because like whenever I just look at the memes and just like the news from Brazil, I'm like, what the hell is going on down there? It's like, damn, it's kind of like if freaking Russia had no snow.
Tell me what you see, and then I can comment about because it's a very broad subject. I don't mind talking about it.
Oh wait, oh, I just see like I see like on the right they're pro America, pro Zionism, and on the left they're just like fucking crazy, like yeah, everyone's crazy there. That's all I know. Like they're like pro like communist, fascist. On the left, I'm talking about on the left. They're like pro like all of these things, pro yeah, it's
Yeah.
just, it's insane. Like I kind of enjoy it as from like a spectator point of view. It's like, damn, this is happening on the other side of the pond.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, um, I don't know what to say. I will tell what I see. It's very polarized. It seems
Very
that
polarized, yes.
it seems that in Brazil the ideology is off the charts. People are very. It's a much poorer country.
Yeah.
So I think it's easier to control people
Mm.
in a way. So people, it's I think it's similar to America in a way that
Yeah.
people that will be watching Fox News, they'll pretty much believe all the things that Fox News says. And people that watch CNN, so it's polarized. What is bad about it? What I can say as a citizen, I'm Brazilian, but I live in North Carolina in the United States.
Oh wow. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, but what I can tell you as a Brazilian citizen, because I've always been a Brazilian citizen, I was born and raised in Brazil. Um, it's bad to have a lot of ideology and be poor.
Yeah.
If you're if you're rich, if you are like a rich country, like a first world country, like Canada, like the United States, like California,
UK.
you
Yeah.
can afford to have more ideology, and
Oh
you
yeah,
can
you can.
afford the things to get worse and worse, worse. But when you are in Cuba, in Venezuela, in Brazil, it's
Vuvuzuela.
oh my god, you
Yeah.
know.
Oh my. Yeah. Exactly. Oh yeah. Like I think I know where you're going with it. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Like inside those countries, like if you're poor but you're in extreme ideology, yeah, it's gonna be a pretty interesting thing. And it's not just in Latin America. We see this around the world, like in the Syria, right? Syria, they had
Yes,
Bashar
good
al-Assad.
point.
Yeah.
Yes,
Crazy shit. And like he was fighting like what the anti-Assad, like the ISIS people and the Free Syrian Army. Yeah, that was just a war zone there, man. Yeah, if you're poor, but if you have extreme beliefs, oh my god, you are going to see hell on earth in your country.
and we don't have much access to it. I would love to talk to more people about it that are kind of have a similar point of view of us here that we are talking about this politically and ideology and being skeptical about all this. But it seems to me that Africa is not very different. It's a very poor country with full of ideologies. I had a chance to go to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, a while ago, and I remember turning on the television and it was nothing but political propaganda.
Oh
But
wow.
yeah, I mean, yeah, just like left ideology saying how great we are about this, and white people talking about how terrible and mistreated black people are, and the same kind of like us versus them, and we're good, you're bad, and but it's just like political propaganda, you know. And when I was there, literally, I didn't. It took me a little while to believe this. But when I got to the airport in Ethiopia, people said, well, you might have a bad time today because the government turned off the internet.
Oh yeah.
And I didn't
Government does
believe
do
them. I
that.
said, yeah, I understood. Probably like the airport internet is down. Okay, I'm going to go to the hotel or whatever. It was just pretty much a connection flight. And no internet at the hotel, no 3G, no Wi Fi, no
Damn.
nothing.
Damn, that's crazy, brother. Because like, if I can like say something, I've been to other countries before. I've been to España before. Yeah, I've been there last year, right? And there, it's kind of like polarizing there too. I say it's even more polarizing than in America, right? Because inside España, Spain, right, on the
Yeah,
left, you have like extreme like leftists, right, like
right.
who support Palestine and Iran and like China and Russia, right? Like you have those people, and then you have the right who support America. Well, now they're trying to be more skeptical of America, but on the right wing of Spain, you have them support like Israel, Ukraine, capitalism. What else? Kind of like more of like a English type of way of doing things, like the British style of things. Yeah, like classical conservative things. Yeah, so yeah, and like in Spain, it's also kind of very polarizing too, because along with those people, you have the religious people that want to bring back the Franco and the Franco era, the Francisco Franco era. You know, they're like, neither a communist or neither the capitalist. They hate above groups. They want to be their own thing. Like Franco was. It's just very interesting. Places you go as an American and myself, even though my family's Peruvian, I was born here, seeing other countries like that, it's just like, damn, it's like reality. It's like life is much more complicated than we give credit for. The existence of people is very complex, and things are not as just rigid or like binary as we think. ideas are not so binary.
I just Pristine says she's going to do her own live stream. I just want to ask her a couple of questions. Are you an anti-natalist, by the way? I don't think I ever asked you that.
I found out about antinatalism a couple of years ago. I was watching an interview with Alex O'Connor and some other guy, and they were talking about it. And immediately, I like became an antinatalist after listening to their discussion about it. But I don't go around like telling people, that they shouldn't have kids or anything. But I don't really I don't make it my identity or anything, but like I do agree with the antinatalist point of view. I just it's kind of still new for me. It was only like a couple of years ago, and I didn't even know there were many people who agreed with it. I just knew that they discussed it, and I'm not even sure if they agree with it themselves, but they did make a lot of good points. And yeah, and I didn't really think much about it because I didn't know until recently that there was like a whole group of people who also agreed. I didn't think it would be popular, but yeah, I do agree. I just don't, I don't. I'm still kind of sorting out how to kind of go about it, making it more of a prominent thing in my life, I guess.
Well, earlier
But
we were
obviously, oh, sorry.
we were talking about the LGBT community, which I'm a member of, and somebody, I forget who else was.
I am.
Okay. And so we were talking about whether we should procreate, and I mean what I've seen is that it's much more. I don't know. It's more likely that lesbians will procreate than gay men. But I mean, what do you think about that? Because I know it's like you'll see these lesbian couples that procreate. I mean, gay men do it too, but usually they're going to be wealthy if they can afford like a surrogate or something.
Surrogate, yeah. IVF, yeah.
Yeah, I mean Anderson Cooper and his husband, they have a child now. So I have seen gay men do that. And I have also seen lesbians. Like there's an English couple, they're on YouTube. Their YouTube is actually that's like what they do for a living, Rose and Rosie, and they have 2 kids. And each of them had, they went through pregnancy. Yeah. Anyways, I'm not sure like what the stats are or what like. There's not actually like I would say that out of all the lesbians that I'm aware of, there's not many that actually do have kids. The lesbians that I know in person, like in Australia, the Aussie lesbians I know do not have kids. One of my friends, I think she does want a child, but I don't think that that is going to be possible for her because of finance reasons and stuff. But yeah, I personally do not want to. I mean, I have no desire to get pregnant for one. Let's just make that clear. I have no desire for that. So that if I was in a relationship with a woman and she wanted to have a child, it wouldn't be me going through that, and I don't think I would want her to go through that. So I don't think I'd be able to be with anyone who wants to have a child. And yes, because of the antinatalism reasons of like suffering and all that. Yeah, I don't support it. I really don't. I'm nearly 34 now. I'm kind of past that anyway. I really just I'm not, that's not going to happen for me. So you don't have to worry about that.
Well, I always wanted to ask you where you were from.
Christine,
I guess you already answered that because I guess you're from Australia.
Yes.
I think you're like Scottish or something because we have all these people from the UK. So yeah, I'm glad you answered that.
Let me ask you guys a question, Pristine, LA, and all you guys. What do you think about the argument? Some people say, oh, you don't want to have kids? You are egotistical. You're selfish. What do you think about people saying that?
If I can answer that, I say I say that first of all, not quite, and second of all, so what? Because like to me, humans are naturally just self-interested creatures. Now whether that's good or bad, I don't say it's good or bad. I just say this as a descriptive thing. To me, I believe that a descriptive egoism is true, but it's just a description of act. It's not a normative claim of saying that being selfish is good. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that we have a leaning towards being selfish. So like if you say something is selfish, someone's selfish, I'm like, well, duh, no, crud because like that's just how they are. But as for the arguments for like AN, I'd say they're very, very considerate in saying that we don't want to gamble or play with anyone's life, especially the lives of like a future person, a future child. Like we don't want to put those lives in danger. Like I don't want to put anyone in danger of life because anything wrong can happen. Like it's like Murphy's law. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. And yeah,
I,
I think
I'm
that's how
gonna
it
get
goes.
off, LA. I'm gonna get off, but it was cool talking.
Oh,
Okay.
you gonna
Well,
go
you
set?
have a
All
good,
right, man. Peace
you
out,
have a
bro.
good night.
All right,
I
later.
have a different answer. I think that the
Take
people
care.
I think people don't procreate for different reasons. I think the child-free people are probably selfish. Not that I think that there's anything wrong with it. I think it's in their rational self-interest to not procreate, but they're looking at their own quality of life, how they want to use their resources for themselves. Um, I don't think there's any bad reason to not procreate, but anti-natalists are more altruistic. We're doing it because we're trying to spare children of suffering. So I don't think that most anti-natalists are selfish. I think that what we're doing is we're taking a compassionate position.
But what about your legacy?
But I think to enslave a child in order to create a legacy is selfish.
Yeah.
It's not even like rationally so. It's selfish in a way that is exploitive to
But what
where
about
someone else.
I'm just saying like how people tease me and people about it. But what about your legacy? What about your genes?
I don't care about that. I don't my legacy, my so-called genes are not so important that I should enslave someone. Moreover, it's not even my legacy. I mean, not to bring this, I mean, not to whatever, like it's so funny I have to make these disclaimers because I don't want to offend people, but I'm not even this is not even my last name. I have the last name of my ancestors, slave master. So it's not my legacy. This is not, I'm carrying a slave last name. So why would I want to carry that on to be somebody else's legacy?
So am I, technically. People in the Caribbean were slaves.
Yeah, I think mine's too because mines were Hispanic, and like as for Peruvians have more like indigenous ancestry, but my name is fully like Hispanicized.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. Yeah, and like as for like yeah, like my legacy, like I don't care about that because like I don't value like if I'm gonna be a bit more misanthropic here, like I don't value human achievements outside of a few people who I take interest in, but they're all dead now. Like I read a lot of philosophy and writers, and I look up to a lot of historical figures,
You
but
read
they're
their
all,
legacy.
huh?
You read their legacy.
Yeah, I do, but like the majority of humans who couldn't ever achieve that, majority of humans are just kind of dumb in my opinion. Like they're all kind of forgotten about. Like I once read a study that 99.9% of humans back then and now will be forgotten. No one's gonna remember their legacy. It would be a freaking miracle for you to be so exceptional because the famous people that we know, they were either they were just like a once in a chance, like. And if we're going to be honest, a lot of famous people were kind of dicks, like Immanuel Kant was
I mean,
racist, kind of.
go to
Yeah,
the,
hmm?
go to the average graveyard, okay? Just go
Yeah.
walk around the graveyard. Look at all those people on those tombstones, the names. Who were they? We don't know who they were. They didn't make any really dent in the society. I mean, you know what I'm saying? People are putting too much value on what their legacy, the value of a legacy is.
Yeah,
But
There is no
you
value.
should care about your legacy and you should care about your genes.
Yeah, I would also say this though is that I would say this Earth doesn't just exist for human beings. Like there is this channel I like. It's called Casey Art. It's spelled with a tree, but he goes some of his videos, not all of them. It goes into like speculative evolution. Like I think we're in like a terminal stage of civilization where it's truly reaching epic proportions of slaughter and being unsustainable. So in some sense, I would say that depending on your metaphysics or the way you view the mind or the way you view the universe or whatever, I would say it's better to let other organisms evolve towards, creating their own symbolic cultures. You know what I mean, or something.
But that's
But
the thing. Of course, I'm joking and teasing and being sarcastic about this. But those people that say, "Oh, but what about my legacy?" And then I think to myself, "What kind of king? What kind of medieval king are you? You know
Right.
that you need to like
Exactly. You're no one.
improve your
You're no one
empire
famous.
and my
Yeah.
legacy." And what kind of thinking is that?
I
I
mean,
don't want to
Exactly.
follow that.
Yeah.
No, I
Exactly.
need to have a son that's gonna take over what? My
so my
YouTube
name,
channel?
my name.
My name, my freaking, my horrible
Yeah.
genes. Like I always
I'm
tell.
not that important. I'm not that
Exactly.
important.
Exactly. And
It's
not only that,
egotistical.
it is egotistical.
But
And not
that's the
only
thing
that,
I was talking about before, because that only exists under state. Because under statism, you get property rights, which means you need to get a wife and children so that they can inherit your property. But in state of nature, there would be no property, therefore there would be no legacy.
yeah, of course. And also like the fact that like I have not the best genes because I was diagnosed with diabetes pretty young, and it's a hereditary thing, and I don't want to pass down those horrible genes to anyone else because I always say
That's
to my
another very interesting discussion. Like, like you could say, "Hey, you're the one that said that. I don't have the best genes." Or what about those people that they have a kind of sickness that is
yeah,
hereditary, and it's
hereditary.
very likely that their kid's gonna have them. Like, for example, I believe I mean it's factos, not something that I believe, but my grandpa was an alcoholic. My grandma was an alcoholic. My dad was an alcoholic.
Huh?
Well, no wonder I was an alcoholic. And
Right.
then
Yep,
I've been sober for many years now, but
that's
I'm
good.
pretty sure that I inherited that.
Oh yeah, you
If
did.
you're talking about inheriting.
Oh yes, no, no, it's a proven fact in psychology. Like if your parents were addicted to something like alcohol, which is very common, the imprint of those genes that like the alcohol in your brain, which signals the body, they will be passed down because they've been altered in some way to like have like a weird DNA recognition of those substances. And if once you grow up and drink alcohol, you're probably going to be hooked on it already, because like it kind of has already like a pre-program to like this thing more than usual. Yeah.
And when it gets to that point that I know, let's say, something even worse, because that happens all the time. Like people have like very bad genes, like heart conditions and terrible, I don't know, like diabetes and
Diabetes. Yep. That's
bipolars. Yeah, things that it's like 80% possible that you're gonna pass down your legacy. Do you really want to go that path, or is that selfish?
You also have to understand too, it's not just your parents. You talk about your grandparents and your great grandparents are passing that down. Okay?
yeah.
This is
Right.
not just your parents. Okay? You get stuff from way back, okay, of your lineage passed down. Okay? It's not just your parents that give it to you.
yeah,
Yeah.
and you have non-humans. Non-humans. If you go back far enough, like shrews or probably microbes. That's the phylogeny. If you look into the phylogeny.
Phylogeny. Yes. The diabetes is very, very common within like the majority of like e- ethnic groups in the United States. I think African Americans and Hispanics have one of the highest rates of diabetes. Yes, they do. Unfortunate, right? But like they still breed a lot. I'm like, why do you guys breed so much? Like
Yeah.
you guys are spreading those horrible genes everywhere. I'm not trying to sound like bad or
Yeah,
anything, but
people
it's
are there
true.
inbred.
Yeah,
What
exactly.
about people?
Oh
No,
my
I
god.
don't know about that. I think in the transatlantic trade, slave trade, a lot of those Africans actually died, and the ones who actually survived actually had the best genes because um, something about salt, something about they can tolerate more salt or something because they were drinking salt water, and the ones who couldn't tolerate died. So I think they basically got the crumb de la crumb
Hmm.
because those with the weaker genes actually did not survive.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not
Anyways,
saying that I'm not saying that they should procreate, but I think the ones who actually made it probably have the strongest genes.
That's true. Yeah. Anyways, I think I'm gonna head out. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, genetics is very complicated. I think like if you look at the membranes of the cell, I think they're kind of like analog, and they help interpret the genetic material, which is digital code, like ACGT. So it's not a one-to-one map easily. Like genetics is so complicated, genomics. So I would say that you shouldn't beat yourself up. Like say I have inferior genetics. Like I is way more complicated than that. Like CRISPR it will not really have that much ramifications, I think, because there's no one-to-one map with genetics easily, because sometimes you have like many interactions, and sometimes one gene can express multiple different things. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's like yeah.
Yeah, what I'm saying is also becomes an ethical discussion. Let's say that you actually know that you're gonna pass down some illness, some conditions to your kids. You might as well choose not to do that.
Yeah.
Well, you not only that, you're passing down problems that they'll have. I mean, the same problems you're having, they're gonna have the same problems.
Yes.
It's just passing down trouble. Okay, is what it is in
Yeah,
general.
passing down trouble, passing down trauma, passing down issues. I think
Yep.
there is a very good argument to be made about antinatalism.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
What about the kids that you go to a restaurant or go to the movies and the kids are completely out of control?
Oh Lord, have mercy.
I
I
can
get
answer to
something.
that. When
Yes,
you're
please.
in public and you see some children and they're acting loopy and they shouldn't be, you give them that "I'm going to kick your ass" look, and then they stop. And their parents look at you like, "What do you have over them that I don't?" And I go, "Because I would kick their ass."
Well, number one, I'm paying for my damn meal. I'm paying for my damn meal, and I deserve peace when I'm eating it. Just because you brought your damn crumb snatcher in here that's waving their butts off at the table, not behaving, doesn't mean I need to suffer because of your damn kid. Okay? I pay for my meal, and I'm going to enjoy it.
How can that
I
not
don't.
be selfish? I take my kids, let's say I take my kids to a restaurant and Patsy is there, Divine is there, LA, Brother Marcus, Avian Buddha is there. People are there, they're paying for, and I take my three nightmarish, devilish kids and they're screaming and running and out of control. How is that not selfish?
Yeah, it's a selfish.
I'll
And
tell
it's
you how you fix that. I had two sons, very young age at the time. I brought them and sat them in the kitchen and I says, "We're going to go out to a restaurant. Do you know what a restaurant is?" And they go, "No." And I go, "Well, a restaurant is when you sit down at the table just like you do here and you mind your manners. You're in public and everyone can watch you and see your behavior. And if you're not good, then there's going to be repercussions." And Jeremy goes, "So what are you going to do?" I says, "I'm warning you now that if you go there and you act goofy, I'm going to put you in the car.
There you
And
go.
and we will continue having our meal and you will have to wait for us."
Perfect.
And so he's like, Well, Jeremy was my little devil boy and Jason was my little angel boy. So we go in the restaurant, we all sit down, everybody's great. All of a sudden, Jeremy flips. And I looked at him and I go, "Bingo, baby, let's go." And he goes, "What?" I'm going, "You're going out to the car." And he goes, "No way." I said, "I told you ahead of time and you did not trust that I was going to say what I mean and mean what I say." He went in the car and he sat down. So I gave him probably like 3 or 4 days later. I says, "Guess where we're going? We're going out to a restaurant." And Jeremy looks at me and he goes, "And I'm going to behave because I didn't like sitting in the car."
There you go. That's it.
That's how you fix that stuff.
I think it can be that simple, but it seems that, and I'm glad that you have that kind of approach. But it seems that a lot of parents these days they don't,
They're too
isn't it?
much into their phones. They love their phones more than their children. That's the
Well,
problem.
they don't, and also parents don't believe in discipline. Discipline of the kid. They let them go wild.
I see a
I
lot of
mean,
kids that they walk over all over their parents. It's like
Right. I don't
it's a
believe that there's such thing as a bad child. There's only bad parents. So I'm not going to blame the child. They just their
Exactly.
parents don't know what to do with them. So
Yes, you're correct.
but I never acted up in a restaurant ever. When I was a kid.
I remember I was on a flight and this woman had two kids and for whatever reason she sat her daughter next to me and she sat up like up front with her son. I didn't understand that. Why would you sit your little girl next to a complete stranger? The little girl during the whole flight, she just kept kicking and fidgeting and just made my flight so unpleasant. Like I felt like the mother should have sat the two children together and she should have sat with me.
But
Why
also while you're talking about that, yeah, I hear you loud and clear. These parents feel like they're entitled for their kid to do that. When the ones that don't have kids, they got to just suck it up. That's around them. The people that don't have any kids, that are having to take this abuse, what the kids are doing to them in the situation.
not only
They
they
got to sit
think
there and
they're
take it.
entitled to it,
Yeah,
but
they're
they
entitled.
think
Like,
that
don't say
you
that. That's my child.
Well, she
yeah,
doesn't know. I
they think
I
that
could have been a pedo or something. Why would you sit your little girl next to a grown man? Like that's so retarded to me.
and that's what Patsy is saying is like not only they think their kids are entitled and they are entitled to that, but they
Right.
think that us as adults we should understand because
Yeah.
they're just kids.
Right.
They're just kids. Come on.
Yeah. But we don't understand because we don't care about having kids. I mean, see, there's just no consideration for other people. Zero consideration for other people.
Yeah, in a restaurant, you're not gonna stay there for. I mean, it happened to me last week or something, and exactly as you can picture. I went to a restaurant that I like. It was my day off. I wanted to have a good time, some peace and quiet. And then two or three kids came over. But a flight is even worse because let's say
Okay.
it's a long flight. That's like a nightmarish and you have a toddler sitting by your side, yelling and screaming and kicking and oh my god, that's the worst.
I tell you what, I wouldn't hesitate to get up out of my seat and go to another seat. I mean, I'm not going to take that.
I complained to the flight attendant, and the flight attendant said that there was nothing she could do. I just had to suck it up.
They should go to the back of the plane. They should go to the back of the damn plane, okay?
There's some
Yes.
masks in the plane. They could put a mask on
Yeah.
those oxygen masks.
Cut off their oxygen. Yeah, I got it.
Oh
Off
my
of the
god. But yeah, it's very annoying because we have nothing to do with it.
no. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like just suck it up, man. That's my child, but you suck it up, okay? That's just disgusting, you know.
And I'm glad we can openly share about this here, but it's kind of a taboo if you share this in different places because a lot of people think that you are automatically supposed to love all kinds of kids regardless of their behavior.
Well, that just goes back to the whole crux of the situation, back to antinatalism. Everybody thinks you ought to have kids, okay? It's the thing to do. If you don't, there's something wrong with you, okay? Same situation, it goes back to the whole idea of antinatalism.
Good point.
You
Yeah.
see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, I see exactly what you're saying. Yeah.
You don't go with the flow, you're messed up, man. What's wrong with you? You're just abnormal as hell.
I still think the antinatalist scene and the child-free scene should be distinct from one another because we're making an ethical proposition while child-free people are making a lifestyle proposition. And I feel like it's best to just keep those two clear.
Yeah, I agree, but I feel like they can intersect, and one could be anti-natalist for many different reasons, though. But ultimately, you're right that it's a more of an ethical stance.
Well, I don't
So,
think you can be an antinatalist for any reason outside of ethics. So if you say you're an antinatalist because I want to travel the world, that's not antinatalism.
Well, maybe I'm not
exactly,
anti.
yeah. It's more
Maybe
of
I'm
a
not. I might not be an antinatalist because I just don't particularly like kids.
Well, you can
So
be both, though. You can be both child-free and anti-natalist.
can I be? Can I say I don't like kids and be an antinatalist?
Yeah, you could have both. You could technically do both.
Okay, well I'm still an antinatalist. If that's
Well, I'm
because
not gonna
the
gate
ethics.
you, but like,
The ethics are one thing, okay, and I understand it, but mostly it's because I don't like kids. I don't like babies.
see, I like kids. That's why I don't want them to be brought into hell.
I care less what they do. But I'm just saying, as far as I'm concerned,
You don't
I just don't
care.
want to be around them at
What?
all. I don't want to be around kids.
It's like I don't like kids so much that I want people to have them.
Yeah. It's kind of like I'll sit there and go, that's cute, and I look behind my.
For me,
breath,
no, but seriously,
like,
for me, like a good kid, because it's like a good neighbor. For example, I will set the case. Like I had like one or two good neighbors, maybe like three in my lifetime. Um, that they were nice and helpful and actually fun and nice to be around. You know, and they were like good people, and we got along fine, and we were friends and that kind of thing. But that's an exception rather than a rule. My neighbors, I don't hate them, but they're just normal. They're okay. Thank God they're not annoying, but I don't, you know. And for me, most kids are kind of the same way. Most kids are kind of annoying.
They're
But when
very.
you have like a happy, nice kid and it's smiley and it's fun to play with, and well, kids are people, aren't they? Are most people amazing?
No.
You know, so some kids are very nice and very lovely and very fun to be around.
Patsy, out
Just
of
like people.
curiosity, I'm kind of curious now. If it turned out that you weren't an antinatalist, but more child-free, would
You
that
talking about
impact
me?
you? Yeah, would that impact you in any way?
You talking to me?
Yeah, because I'm just like, what if the label didn't apply to you? Would you feel like you lost something?
Wait a minute. Would you repeat the question?
So if it turned out that your reasoning wasn't actually antinatalism, but more aligned with child-free, would you feel like you lost something by not being an antinatalist and more child-free? Just hypothetically.
Just a label, dude.
It's the same thing as far as I'm concerned. Child free and antinatalist.
But what if it turned out you weren't antinatalist? Like, would you be okay with that?
Child free, yeah, child free. Yeah.
Okay, so you would be fine. Okay. Some people are married to the label. I
So
don't know.
you're saying that I'm not again. You're trying to
No,
say
no, I'm
I'm
not
not
saying
right.
anything because I don't know your reasoning. I'm
I'm
just
just trying to say if you're saying I was
okay.
child free,
Right.
it would be like saying I don't care if anybody else has kids, right?
Right. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I know. I see what you're saying. Um, yeah, I guess you could be. I guess I'd go that far. I mean, but I'm just not gonna sit there and go gaga over everybody else's kids because I don't like them. Yeah, that's not me.
Yeah, brother Marcus, can I ask you something? You seem to be an intelligent person. I'm curious for your
Well,
rationale
let
for
me
being
surprise you. Sorry, go ahead.
uh, I'm curious, what are your like reasoning for being an antinatalist? I can tell you mine afterwards, but I'm curious what's yours for being antinatalist.
I appeal to the axiological asymmetry argument as the first argument towards it, and then a type of risk argument to couple that argument to go on top of to cash out onto the antinatalist conclusion.
See, yeah, I know about Benatar, right, and stuff.
Yeah, I reject. I'm not in alignment with his quality of life argument. I think some people have okay lives and they're fine. I
But
think
let me
that
tell you,
I think the
brother.
risk argument has more weight, and it's not just the fact that it cashes out on a conclusion that I'm motivated by. It's that I do think taking that type of risk is a big risk.
Is
So
that the kind of argument that if you were to throw a gold brick into someone's
yes,
house, there's a
yes, exactly.
potential it could kill
Yeah, yeah.
someone?
Shauna
Yeah,
Schifrin, yeah, yeah.
yeah, I heard that. Yeah,
But
that's a
brother
good
Marcus,
argument.
I'm gonna
That's what
say,
I was about to ask you because I read that and I knew that came from.
Yeah, the gold bar thing. Yeah,
brother Marcus, I want to clarify something.
that's how I know when someone's read the. Sorry, go ahead.
So you heard that?
Brother
You heard?
Marcus,
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
brother Marcus, I want to clarify that I started off child free, okay? Just that general mentality, child free.
Okay.
But then I became thinking deeper, okay? I came to the point where I was thinking deeper about what life is and what you have to go through. And then I matured into the antinatalist.
Right. Yeah, I've met people like a lot of people
That's
like
what
that.
I
Yeah.
did.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what I did.
So you heard me earlier talking about the gold bars. Is that
Oh
correct?
no, I haven't heard you talk about that. I got that from Shauna Schifrin.
No, we were talking about that earlier, but that's where I got it from.
Oh, okay.
I was explaining to I believe it was Seth. No. Maybe that was on Danny Sean's channel. That was on Danny Sean's channel.
Well, look at you getting into obscure papers that nobody's read.
Well, because I cited her in my book, or is that a woman? I don't remember.
Yeah, Shauna is a woman.
Right, I cited her in my book, so I did read it.
Yeah, that's great. I love it. But at the same time, you say, "Oh, I don't want to be into the theory and be all nerdy," and yet you're being nerdy.
Well, but that's
It's okay. I mean, I love it, but like,
but that's the reason why people don't like. I mean, my book is not resonating with people because I didn't do the whole like. I don't know. I think if I would have kept it simple, it probably would have.
of course, it would have. Like, not only did you mix in like traditional antinatalist philosophy, you mixed in legal case law. And then you're like, why doesn't the normies want to read my book?
Yeah, I don't get it, man. I almost wish I had an editor or somebody to give me some insight on like what would actually appeal to people. I don't know. I just did what I thought worked, and but I did a lot of reading before I wrote that.
That's cool. I like that you added all that in there.
You want to hear my reason why I'm antinatalist?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, basically, I had an old channel, but I deleted it while I was drunk. I need to revive it again. But basically, I mix in speculative evolution with antinatalism because I see the human species as a failure. But maybe billions of years down the line or millions, I don't know, that some other organismal lineage can evolve towards symbolic capacity. Symbols do have great power, and like the semiotics of C.S. Peirce. I go into that a lot. Yeah, I read this book, Biosemiotics by Jesper Hoffmeyer, and I feel like that if you view history or you view all of life as cycles of like growing and then decline, we're definitely at the terminal stage of decline. And I would say that I'm an antinatalist in that I think the human species has failed and is at the end of its stage of decline. You can call it Kali Yuga, you can call it whatever you want to. But the point is that I think we should seriously consider that the evolutionary potential of other species and stuff, and how they would create symbolic culture. So I would say I am anti-ephilist, but I am pro-antinatalist to a human species. So I'm very much of a cynic and pessimist. When you look at the way technology is advancing and the way the state is getting a monopoly on violence and using that to shape and mold people's behaviors more, ultimately we're moving towards a very cataclysmic times. So yeah, and I would say that the human, I don't know when, but I would say the human species definitely fell. Like, especially you can tell in the 20th century with all the violence and the brutality, like to Polish people, to Yugoslavia, to Cambodia and Vietnam, to pretty much, you can keep listening. Rwanda, stuff like that. Like that's so I'm definitely an anti-ephilist because I still have some like hope in like non-human organisms. Does that make sense? I had a channel about this. I went very much
what
into
was
the
your channel
biology and
called?
stuff. Oh, it's gone. I have to revive it. I
But what was
deleted
it
it.
called before?
It was called Lotus Semiotics or Lotus something. It was like
Okay.
something like that. I have to make it again. Yeah, Lotus
Have you
something.
been around a while?
Yeah, I was. I used to go on. I'm not sure you know about him. The Machine Lies. The TML's channel. He talks a lot about Jacques Ellul, Teddy, and Louis Mumford and people like that. You see, because as technology grows, it's called technique. It leads to people losing more autonomy, and the technological system ultimately shapes and pressures people. It's called technological determinism. Like you see with the steam engine, and also with the mechanical clock. Each time these innovations come out, it leads to more loss of human autonomy and humans
Oh my god,
becoming
you said the steam engine, and I thought video game steam engine, like the. Oh my god,
like
my brain is rotted. I swear.
yeah, like steampunk and
I
stuff. Yeah, yeah. I do play a lot of video games. Yeah, yeah. I'm not all doom and gloom. I just decided not to have kids. I have a negative view on human birth, but I am not all doom and gloom. I like playing video games, watching anime, stuff like that.
That's good. Oh, what's happening? Oh my, no way, LA. Are you actually bringing up an academic paper? He is. Mr. Activist here wants us to do some homework. All right, let's do this.
Homework. I never did homework when I had homework.
Me neither. We can't hear you, LA, if you're talking. You're muted.
So I'm going to be put in a Japanese garden in a couple of months.
Nice.
I can't wait. It's going to bug them neighbors.
Really?
Oh my gosh, I was just talking the whole time. I didn't even realize I was on mute.
Yeah,
I
we
was
didn't
trying to
hear
read
anything.
from, let me start over. This is from Sheffrin. Imagine a well-off character, wealthy, who lives on an island. He is anxious for a project, whether because of boredom, self-interest, benevolence, or some combination of these. He decides to bestow some of his wealth upon his neighbors from an adjacent island. His neighbors are comfortably off with more than an ample stock of resources. Still, I hope I'm reading the okay. Still, they would be purely benefited from an influx of monetary wealth. Unfortunately, due to historical tensions between the islands, wealthy and his agents are not permitted to visit the neighboring island. They are precluded either by law or by physical circumstances from communicating with the island's people. To implement his project, he then crafts 100 cubes of gold bullion, each worth 5 million. The windy sands of islands lack paper currency. He flies his plane over the island and drops the cubes near passers-by. He takes care to avoid hitting people, but he knows there is an element of risk in his activity and that some may get hurt. Everyone is a little stunned when this multi-million mana lands at their feet. Most are delighted. One person, unlucky, though, is hit by the falling cube. The impact breaks his arm. Had the cube missed him, it would have landed at someone else's feet. Unlucky may have his arm repaired for much less than 5 million and benefits from the extra cash. He admits that all things considered, he is better off for receiving the 5 million. Despite the injury, in some way he is glad that this happened to him, although he is unsure whether he would have consented to being subjected to the risk of a broken arm. And worse fate, if he had been asked in advance, he regards his conjecture ex ante hesitation as reasonable, given this shock of the event and the severity of the pain and disability associated with the broken arm. He is not certain whether he would have consent to undergo the same experience again. I'm not going to read the entire thing, but basically she's making an analogy that if you drop the gold bullions onto somebody against their consent, it may benefit them, but if you harm them, you're still liable for the injury, even though you're giving them that 5 million. So she's making an analogy between procreation, that even if somebody benefits from procreation, there's still harm from it, and you don't have the right. Well, I don't remember exactly how she worded it, but it still is an injury. Even if you give them the 5 million, they're still harmed by having that gold bullion dropped on them. So I did cite this in my book. I don't know how many people actually read it or understood it, but I brought that up earlier when I was on Danny Shine's channel. And it's just like sometimes you bring up these references, but if they haven't read the literature, I don't know if they know what you're talking about.
Why would they? Like, yeah, I mean, they wouldn't.
Well, but then I include.
But the thing is, it's not. It shouldn't even be that intimidating. Honestly, if you just take a few months to read all of like the established literature right now, yeah, there is stuff coming out today, but it's all rehashed, recycled stuff from the past.
Well, these are people who David Minotaur cited.
I know.
And so, really, I mean, he didn't even coin the term antinatalism. He just sort of synthesized it into a book. But these arguments predate him, and so
yeah,
I don't know. I think when I read books and it actually has citations, I do want to go and read those sources. I'm not going to just read the book. Sometimes you do that, but when I'm like, for example, when I was writing my book, I wanted to go to the primary sources. Where did David Minotaur get his arguments?
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
And so I think that sometimes it's not worth it to do the extra work because people don't even appreciate it. I should have just done some AI slop, and I think it would have been better received.
Yes.
I'm new to all this, and it's my very first time here, and I'm very glad to be welcomed like this. And I see J. Charles, you have the book, and you're sharing this as a part of your book. Whose life is it? Is that right?
Right.
Okay. Good.
Do you want to share the full title and the author, just in case we're just like spitting out names and stuff, and your audience might like it might be helpful to say the paper and.
Let me pull it up. And adjective ethics. I need to email. I thought I sent you an email. I sent an email to somebody. I don't know. I have. Okay. I have 3 reviews now. Let me go back and share the screen.
For some reason, the pessimist Germans, they tend to move me the most, like, Schopenhauer, Mainlander, and even Old Roach Horseman. Horseman has not been translated in English. I hope he is translated in the future. Old Roach Horseman. And the Germans, they tend to like their style a lot with their antinatalism. Some of them. Have you read Mainlanders?
So this is my book. Whose life is it? The moral debt for life enslavement. I just created like a Cliff Notes version for people who don't want to read the full book because I do go into the philosophy of antinatalism and anarchy and socialism. So there's a lot to unpack. Some people felt that it was too much, so I did try to condense it. So I did make the Cliff Notes version available for free, but I need to do it again so I can give it to Objective Ethics. I think I did make it available for free, but you have to download it on the day that it is available, because if you don't do it, it's not going to be free anymore. So I can make it available. In fact, Objective Actors, while we're talking, I will go ahead and email that link to you, and then I'll make it available for free tomorrow.
Yeah, I bought it. I bought the Kindle version just now, actually. I look forward to reading it.
Well, okay, I think you got the full version. I need to give him the cliff notes so that he can read it to interview me.
I think Avian wants the full one anyway, right?
No, I already bought it. Yeah, so
Yeah, but I meant like if you had to choose, you probably want the full one, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I want the full one. Yeah.
Let me ask you guys. I'm new to all this, so I know very little about it. What is the end goal of antinatalism as a philosophy? Is it to
Before this goes into different directions, I know that people have that intuition right away. What is the goal? Why do you have that
Isn't it a fair
intuition?
question? Do you
I'm
think it's an
curious.
honest question?
Hmm?
Do you think it's don't you think it's an honest question to ask the end goal of it?
It's a very common question, but the thing is, and I know how people are going to reply. They're going to have their own opinions about their goals. But antinatalism is a position on procreation. Everything else other people tell you will be their own motivated stuff for what they want for the end.
Okay, well, I don't think there is an articulated goal for antinatalism. I do have a goal for my philosophy, which is like abolitionism. The goal of my philosophy is to dismantle the state through demographic collapse.
For me, I just see human birth negatively, so I just say do not engage in human birth. For me, I would at this point I just think it's best mankind go extinct. That's my reasoning because I already gave it kind of that's it. But I don't extend that to non-human life. So I'm not an ethalist. That's the main distinction with me. I am an anti-natalist, but not
And for me, I extend it to all life. And you got to see, there's two buttons, okay? There's a green button in front of you, and then there's a red button. And the red button can shut the system down. That's the goal.
Have you read Ulrich Horstman? Because I think you would like him a
Yeah,
lot. Yeah.
I'm playing a joke. I don't actually believe that, but
Oh yeah. Horstman does believe that actually.
I know.
Ulrich Horstman. Yeah, he's a German philosopher. He's very pessimistic, but he hasn't been translated into English. He's only in German right now. The Germans are very fascinating people. Their philosophy and stuff, like you have Schopenhauer, Horstman, Mainlander. Mainlander has actually been recently translated into English. He's an anti-natalist.
I haven't read it though.
Oh yeah, that's good.
It's just staying on my thing for decoration, apparently.
Yeah, you are quite the intellectual too to have that. Yeah, I do. I have a lot on my
I
backlog.
also have Al-Marari. I just got that last week.
Oh, I read his stuff a long time ago, like over 10 years ago. You believe that? His stuff is
Nice.
great. Yeah.
Yeah. And there's an English translation of Peter Wessel Zaff now.
Yeah, I remember. Like Legati talked about that a lot, and the conspiracy against the human race. Yeah, I remember his Last Messiah.
Yeah, but he only worked off of The Last Messiah, but The Last Messiah was part of a bigger book. Shoot, I don't even remember what that's called.
Okay, Objective Actors. I just made my book available for free tomorrow, but you have to download it tomorrow because if you do it after that, it won't be free anymore. So it's not. So basically after midnight. So I don't know what time zone you're in, but you can get it for free.
Oh, thank you, Jay. Yeah, that's very kind of you. I
This
appreciate
is not the full version. This is just the condensed version of it.
Yeah, because I read the very first the thing that you wrote there, whose life is it, the condensed manifesto, and I agree with every little thing you're saying that. And I'm asking you those questions like in a pragmatic way because those are facts. It's I see the exploitation. I see even the debasement of the currency, as you mentioned there in the example, and all that, and the inclusion of the system that I didn't agree on. Right. But we're here. I mean, I'm here. And so what do I do then?
That's it. That's all that. Yeah. Okay.
Here's another thing too.
I mean, like personally, I choose not to have kids. Do I
Here's
want
That's
to
another.
it. Yeah,
influence
that's
other people?
anything you say afterwards is going to be other ideologies and philosophies.
Here's another
Exactly.
thing too.
Exactly.
Here's another
Exactly.
thing.
Yeah. Like
Here's
I chose not to have kids. I never wanted to have kids. Never did. Since I was 12. I'm 37 right now. Never wanted to have kids. It never changed my mind either. And I'm glad about it. And I think my
Patsy,
life is better because of it.
Patsy,
However,
what were you going to say, Patsy?
no. I'm just gonna say. Here's another thing too about having kids and keeping this system going like we're doing. That everybody, I don't know what percentage of the population of the world leans on religion just to cope with life itself. Life and death. That's what religion's for. Coping with living, getting through this life, and then the afterlife. Okay? So everybody needs a crutch in this life. Okay? To get through it.
and
That's
it's
another
very
reason not to have any more kids.
and one more
Well,
thing that I
but
would say
I,
to that.
but I don't think there was a stated goal in game for antinatalism. That's why I created my own philosophy. I
Right.
don't think there's real advocacy or activism behind antinatalism. So I'm more focused on rights. It's not two impositions. It's not one. Excuse me. It's two impositions, not one. The original imposition is that you're forced into existence against your will. And the second one is that you're forced to continue to exist against your will because the master state prohibits your right to opt out. So I address both of them in my book.
Yes.
I believe that religions were created to be control mechanisms
Yes.
so that the people who would go there would be controlled by the churches or the religion or whatever.
Yes.
And the money that they give supports the cabal. So I don't think that they even go for any other reason but because sometimes things are passed down from generation to generation and you just do as what everyone else does. I think some people don't even have the mindset to think for themselves, that they do things based upon what everybody else did previous to them.
Exactly.
And also, Divine, maybe it's very healthy that we are having this kind of debates because it seems to me, I would like to get to know your guys' perspective on this. For example, say, I don't want to have kids. Um, I think I it seems to me that people's lives would be better if they didn't have kids. Um, like life will be better if it seems that way to me. However, like 90% of people have this urge. Like 9 out of 10 people have this urge, say, I need to have kids. It seems to me that in the previous generation, it was people even didn't even consider not having kids. For example, like my grandparents, it doesn't seem that it was an option not to have kids.
Right.
Yeah, it was the thing to do for the woman to be the person who held the home down and did all the things there. And the husband went out and made paycheck and brought home and actually paid all the bills himself. Never asked the woman, hey, what do you bring to the table? Now it's a totally different scheme of possibilities. Men expect women to pull their weight and then some, and then whine and cry because they're not feminine. And then women are complaining because men are not masculine. And it's just a ridiculous cycle.
That's a good point. And also, I really like the economic argument, the economic reasons behind it, because it seems like in my great grandparents' age era, if they had 8 kids, probably 8 people work in the farm. So they have more resources because of it. Today, if they have 8 kids, it's a lot of money going towards you feeding those kids and all that.
Yeah, they say it's about $2 million for each child as you bring them up to
Patsy,
fully
I have a
support
question for
them.
you.
Yep.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm ready.
It's okay if I divine you were saying something.
No, go ahead, sweetie.
Patsy and I guess LA. I'm curious. Uh, you could. Why? How do I phrase this? The child-free space is bigger, and they have the same feelings, more or less. Why do you choose this particular niche on the corner of the internet?
Because I don't think that what I'm saying appeals to them. They're talking about their lifestyle. They're not talking about not inflicting or not imposing a life onto children against their will. When I talk about like for example, Vegan Games is child free. The shit that he's talking about, he's like, I don't want to have kids because I want to have 3 motorcycles. Like, I have nothing in common with him.
Right. What about you, Patsy?
You got to repeat the question because I don't even think I understood what you're trying to say.
So the child-free people, right? They tend to have similar feelings with regards to procreation. They might not say the same things that we say, but
yeah.
You occupy the antinatalist sphere on the internet, which is much more niche. Why do you choose this particular niche compared to a bigger movement where like-minded people are? And I'm not trying to say that question to like make you go away because I like you in this space, but I'm curious about it.
Well, I just think it's I've just been thinking about life in general, about how it is with all the suffering and the strife that you have to go through in life. It's not an easy ball game to go through, and I think it's worth warning people to bring people in and more people into the world to have to go through it. That's it.
So is it like the philosophical pessimism component that kind of draws you to this side?
Well, it's not so much pessimism; it's more realistic.
Okay.
Realism.
Right.
I don't see it as pessimism. I see it as realism.
Okay. Makes sense.
I mean, the opposite of realism is illusionary. Something you fabricate in your brain, pretend that something's the way it is instead of the way it really is, or gloss over the problems instead of facing them head on. That's reality. I've always been a realist my whole life. Even as a little girl, I was a realist. I never was a fantasy type girl.
Yeah, I will say this though, when I always pay attention to audience, like, there are some channels I went on, I will never tell those guys I'm anti-natalist because then I will become a target, then I will get ostracized, the way they are. So I just tell them I'm child free. But if I see someone is receptive to the ideas, then I will tell them privately. You got to be careful because if some people, if you tell them you're anti-natalist or some audiences, they will target you and they will go crazy, and so you gotta be careful of that stuff.
Well, same way with Christianity. Same way with Christianity, incidentally. They'll do it if you're not a Christian or you don't have a religion that you believe in. They'll do the same thing to you.
Yeah, I've had Orthodox Christians on my ass for a while now. They're kind of annoying and stuff. Like, yeah.
They'll call you an evil person.
Yeah.
Because you might not believe in the God of the Bible or something.
Eventually, there'll come a time when you'll have to stand up for what it is exactly that you align yourself with. There'll be no sitting on the fences at that point. And the reason why is because when we come here, if we don't live our life in total authenticity, then we're not fulfilling who we are and what we're doing. And there's no point. There's just no point. So you know what I do? I start right out at the beginning, being real, telling people right where I stand. And if they don't like it,
right,
say la vie.
Yeah, my ex-husband, we were married. I remember the one thing he said to me that really stuck with me. He said, "To thine own self be true, always."
Exactly.
Yeah, let me tell you this. My grandmother, she died from Parkinson's. Which was very distressing to watch. But she was trying to emotionally manipulate me into having children. But I told her, no, I refuse to have children. Because, I'm I consider myself well read, and I know a lot. I don't know everything, but I know enough to have conviction in not having children. So even if someone tries to emotionally manipulate me, it's not going to work. You know what I mean? Because I think rationally and stuff, and also,
Right. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you live alone, you die alone. Okay, you better be true to yourself. That's all I can say.
Yeah, exactly.
You're
Also,
born, you're born alone, you die alone. Okay, that's it.
that's definitely true. Yeah, that is true.
I mean, somebody might be in that bed, hanging over your bed while you're on taking your last breath, but you're gonna have to be the one to go through it.
Yeah, it's not really as bad as they think it is. I've died 3 times.
Oh, really?
It's not scary at all.
What's it like?
It's it's kind of euphoric,
Uh-huh.
and it's something to look forward to. And it's not what they say it is at all. Everyone has a different experience. Okay, because you live the same exact life on the other side that you've lived here. And so if you believe that you're going to be haunted as you're crossing over, you're going to be haunted. But if you believe that it's going to be everything that you desire and then some, that's what your experience becomes. So your thoughts create. And as you're thinking of passing away, the only thing that you should have in your mind is to first see the creator of all that is, the prime creator, God, whoever you want to call him. When you have that desire first, that means you've accomplished everything you're supposed to. You've come full circle. After that, you will see everyone else that has crossed over before you, and you can connect with them. So the gig is they'll try to show you all those people beforehand, and everyone gets all tripped up on it and berserky and bananas because oh, there's my sweetheart, or there's my dog, or there's my horse from 1,000 years ago. I mean, so you've got to not be distracted. Go directly to source. That is what you're supposed to do. No distractions. Once you have connected with source, then you can have all the distractions in the world and nothing can bring you back here. But if you get distracted before you see source, that's when you get a little stuck.
it sounds like to me you're talking about Bardo. Have you heard of Bardo from the Tibetans?
Yes, sir.
And yeah, I would say that on a deeper level, that reality is largely projections that are perceptions of your own mind to some extent. And what you're
Exactly.
describing about the source is like the projection list at some level, that which is free from projections, maybe. The Lankavatara Sutra talks about it. The Lankavatara stuff.
Life is good, and so isn't death.
But no, I would think that you would go back to. I would think of. You can't go back to where you were before you were born because you don't know what that is. But I would think you'd go back to when you were first born. Okay, before you experienced all this crap in the world, that tarnished the way you were when you were an infant. Okay, that would be my idea of the perfect afterlife. In that naive state where nothing's been soiled, you haven't been soiled or tarnished by life. That's what I would hope to visualize it as.
Well, that's the whole point that I was trying to make about the primitive man. The primitive man has not been tainted by civilization. He does not know about greed and corruption and materialism and like the primitive man is basically just as innocent as an animal. He's pre-moral. Like when you look at the way primitive people are, they're not they don't act like us. They're not trying to compete. They're not trying to screw people over. I think that's the point that I was trying to get on Finding Gnosis' channel, but I think people they haven't considered that because they've been in civilization for so long. They think this is the only way to exist. I'm not saying that everybody has to go back to the state of nature. I'm just saying that the primitive man has qualities that we just don't have. They have survival instincts. They're cooperative. I don't know. It's just because I read Rousseau, and then when I actually observed it, when I look at the few tribes that still exist, I'm just like, yeah, Rousseau was actually right. Like, he had a good point.
My ideal afterlife is no afterlife.
Uh-huh.
I agree with that. I don't want an afterlife. I just want this to be over.
Yeah, because how you gonna know you're gonna enjoy the afterlife you get if you do get one? You know what I'm saying? So it's safer just not to have anything at all.
Yeah, my ideal afterlife would probably be something like a non-human sapient in a more different setting, like maybe it would be kind of medieval setting or something. I don't know, but the point is that I don't want to come back as a human or something.
Do you
But
have a preference?
do I have a preference? Let me think. That's a good question, actually. I have to think about that more. But I think felines are cool, avians are cool, like my name, avian Buddha, but yeah, I mean, I like cats, dogs, and birds and stuff.
If I had a choice, I would love to fly.
Yeah, I want to be an eagle,
That would be cool, yeah. That
no
would be
doubt.
cool. Eagles are cool, yeah. Eagles, yeah, definitely.
I went up on top of my hill last summer, and I stood there, and it was all quite open. I looked up in the sky, and there were 13 eagles circling above my head. I just sat there and cried. I couldn't do anything else. I was stunned.
Uh-huh.
But they know me. I have property that aligns with their nest, and I protect them, and I don't allow anyone on that property as they're having their nest and they're in their baby stages.
But imagine to be able to do that, get up that high in the sky. I mean, with your own power. You know?
Yeah,
Not an
amazing.
airplane, your wings. Okay?
Yeah.
I mean, that's just like, yeah, I definitely come back as a bird any day. Any day. And then I'd come back as a dog. Because as far as I'm concerned, dogs are just perfection. In every way. So dogs and birds is what I think.
If I had to be a four-legged, I think I'd be a horse instead. But not one that was ridden, one that was spoiled.
Yeah.
Well, I had six horses, and none of them were ridden, and they were allowed to roam free. They were never haltered or saddled.
Right.
And they just ran the property.
Yeah.
Yep.
You've seen these horses in the strut had their hooves go up way high. You know, that black stallion. Like you've seen them on the internet, I'm sure. They're just so regal and they're so powerful. It's like.
Oh, they were spoiled. Oh my! They had human supplementation. When you used their manure for your gardens, you knew that you were going to have quality crops. Oh, it was just an amazing time.
Yeah.
And they were spoiled like you would not believe.
There's a very good book very beautifully written with great prose about eagles or about peregrines, I think. And it's called The Peregrine by J.A. Baker. He's living in England. Like in that book, he tries to imagine, he follows a peregrine around the English countryside, and he tries to imagine what it's like to be a peregrine and the strength they have and their hunting skills and stuff like that. There's a very primitive animist feel to it, the prose and stuff. It's actually very, it's a classic literature. It's very nice. It's called The Peregrine. Yeah, peregrine. That's nice. Yeah, like you can sense that he's like being absorbed into the sensory world of the ego in some sense.
Could I have the author's name again?
J.A. Baker.
Thank you.
J.A. Baker.
By
I
the
just
way,
thought that the portion of my original book that I didn't publish about the soul contract, as Seth ever comes back, I'm going to read it to him and get his response. It's just like when you actually look at the metaphysics of it, it doesn't make sense.
But I was thinking about the other day. I mean, what was I thinking about? I thought about it from both angles. Okay, I thought about it from life eternal and what that would be like, and I came to the conclusion that that's scary. Okay, just in itself, just living for an eternity is a scary idea. Okay, I mean, you can't get out of it. You're in it, perpetual state of life, of some kind of life. And then I thought about it with the fact that when you take your last breath, boom, you're gone. You know?
No, you're not. Your body's gone, honey.
Well, let's just say if you don't have a soul. Let's say you don't have a soul.
No, you can't do that. We all have that. We all have a soul. There's nothing that there's nothing that could ever separate you from it.
But I just don't know if I believe in a soul because your brain, as far as I'm concerned, is your soul. The way you process in your brain that makes you feel like you're you is a product of your brain mechanism.
That's what Carl Jung said. Carl Jung basically said your soul is your consciousness.
Right.
But I'm going to be addressing David Hume, not today, but I don't know, probably soon.
Your consciousness lasts forever, which is connected to your soul, and you last forever. Your physical body dissipates.
So what the people that are on life support, when they turn off the plug, when they have the plug on, actually, they're more or less dead. Okay.
They're out of body, and they're already experiencing God on whatever level they know Him as. I've worked with hospice for decades, and each person has their own experience, but I've known them mostly towards the end portion of their life that if they're incoherent, they'll have a few hours to a couple of days of extreme clarity, and they'll start telling you about what they're doing when they're sleeping, and they're connecting in with other people that they've known before them that have passed, and they're actually connecting in with their guides and angels and God Himself sometimes, or sometimes archangels. But when it comes the actual moment of death, if they know that someone's there holding their space, and they know that that person has no fear of the fact that they're leaving, and they actually have permission to do so, it's a lot easier for them to cross over knowing that everyone is okay with it, rather than them sitting there wondering if everyone desires them to go or wants them to stay. And usually if one person in the room wants them to stay, they'll stay. You all have to be unanimously all saying it's time. You can go. You have our permission.
Well, here's a question. I mean, this may seem like a stupid question, but I'm gonna go ahead and ask it.
Nothing stupid, honey.
Okay. What about the fact when you're under anesthesia? Where does your soul go then? I mean, you don't even know you have a soul.
We all have a soul, dear one.
I'm just saying.
Some people stay in body under anesthesia, and other people float to the top of the room and they watch the whole procedure. Okay, I had a breast reduction in 2014, and I guess I came out of body and I sat in the corner of the room and I watched the whole thing. Well, when you're in anesthesia, as you're coming out of anesthesia, you don't always know what you're saying. Oh, I was so deadly embarrassed.
Right.
I woke up and I said to the doctor, "Wow, you did a phenomenal job. I watched the whole thing." And the girls started giggling. They said, "I can't wait to get you in recovery. We need to chat." The doctor looks at me like, "Okay, you watched me?" Yes. It was, oh, I just was so embarrassed. But hey, whatever. It was an aspect when I don't know, it's like some of you ever watched like the videos where people are under anesthesia or they've just had a tooth procedure and they come out and start saying loopy things. It's kind of like same thing. But oh, the girls and I had a really wonderful conversation after when the doctor was gone. It was a blast.
But I don't think it's any. I mean, what I'm saying is, and I thought this just yesterday. I said, if you die, and and you're dead, okay, there's nothing there. If you die and you're dead, you won't know you're dead. It'll be like, so what? You know, there won't be any. It won't be anything to be scared of. You know what I'm saying? Because there's no soul, no nothing. You're just gone. I mean, so what's so scary about that? Is what I want to know. What's so scary about it?
I think people wonder what their lives are going to be like after that. That's what they're concerned about. Is the person that left previous to them going to remember them? Are they going to be able to see their pets? Are they going to see their mother that they actually hated? Any number of things happen when you're that close. You don't really know all the answers, and people think they have to have the answers. They don't realize that each moment presents what it's going to be, and there's no point in stressing or worrying about it, because whatever is, and whatever happens, and it really doesn't matter. People worry a lot about what other people think, and they shouldn't, because that hinders who you are and what you're doing and what your purpose is.
But I'm still thinking that, I don't know, just me personally, I'm thinking that any kind of soul afterlife is scary. I mean, it's kind of freaky, you know?
Well, it's because
everything has an end, in this world. Everything dies. Everything,
everything physical dies. When you go back up there, you have choices. They say you have a life review, and you can decide whether you want to stay in the realm of that possibility of just being a creature on the other side, spirit on the other side, or whatever, or you then again sit down on the right side of the creator of all that is and decide to come back down here and do whatever level you haven't done before. I've lived many lives, and I know a lot about many of the lives that I've had previous to this one. But I'm at the point now that I desire not to come back down here, but that doesn't mean that I might not go back up there and decide, well, oh yeah, this is going to be exactly what I want to do. I always thought that I would never want to come back down here again. But there was always something that hindered that thought. And then when I actually sat down and thought about the reason why I was thinking that way, I said, oh, you know what? It doesn't really matter. So this time when I pass away, I desire to stay from where I originate from, and that'll be perfect for me.
Yeah, I mean, where you originated from before you were born, right?
Yeah, I'm just.
Yeah.
If the world would teach us exactly what we are supposed to know and not what they want us to know, our lives would be so much happier. Because we're living constantly under the guise of someone telling us that what they've been telling us is the truth, and come to find out, for decades we've been lied to across the board about each and everything. And it's exasperating to know that we've come to trust people that we could never trust and would never trust if we had the opportunity. But we've had no choice because that's all we knew at the time. The best part of us being now is it's beginning to be the age of Aquarius. The age of Aquarius is all about community, telling the truth, no lies, and uncovering untruths and lies, and realizing that we can do something about some of the things that are happening. Because we want to be a community, and because we all want to get along, and because we want a better world. So we have that opportunity. I can just imagine a world that's no prejudice anymore, and that people don't fight over unnecessary things, and love is all there is, because it is all there is.
Because, religion as it is now, it's full of a lot of fear based. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's bad, And we indoctrinate our kids into that. I mean, they did us, okay? I know
Yeah.
I was indoctrinated. And I don't know how many billions of people were too. But it's just so sad, that that's the way it was. But there's got to be something more than that. Do this, don't do that. Better not do this. You're not gonna get into heaven.
Oh, that's bullshit.
That kind of thing. Follow the rules, follow the gospel, Paul's teachings, all that stuff. And I'm still kind of locked in it, though I've deconstructed. I'm still kind of got a little bit locked in there still, you know what I'm saying? Still kind of hanging on to it a little bit in the back of my brain. That's what indoctrination does to you after 50 years,
You ought to check out Santo Bonacci's channel. I'm telling you, he has such clarity. He has such clarity on all these issues. He actually tells you how the whole thing was started, and how the whole thing was created by certain tribes back in those times, and how it's just eventually got to this point now. I mean, he just explains it so much better than I could ever spit it out. I can't ever spit my words out sometimes, especially when I'm tired. Or especially when I'm just like,
I got an older sister that's 10 years older than me. She's 77, okay? And we were talking about it, and I told her I was deconstructing, and I was changing my mind. I started to critically think about it, I mean, for once in my life, and of course she's not taking it too well, okay?
She'll get over it.
But she said, religion is a very important part of my life. It's a precious part of my life. I'm never going to give that up. And I'm just doing what my mama, our mama, we call her mama, what mama taught us. Okay. And I said, well, what about the other religions out there? What about the other religions? They're thinking the same thing you are, that theirs is right. So anyway, she never has the answers for these things, It's cognitive dissonance, that's what they call it.
Yeah.
And they have it. They don't think deeply enough to get to the, you know what I'm saying?
Definitely. I've had the pleasure of going to a lot of different churches, synagogues, ashrams, and everything in between. And you know what? They're the only thing it's the common thread to every one of them was love.
Yeah.
That was the common denominator for every one of them. All roads lead to God and love. That's it.
Yeah, but then they throw in this fear factor, okay?
They all say it differently, but that's what it is.
This fear, okay? Which is what Christianity is based on. I mean, they say it's based on love, but what got him into it was the fear of hell.
Well, that was because the cabal got involved in it and made it their own, and then the Vatican hides all the secrets. The actual Vatican has all the information that we need to have total clarity, how to stop wars, how to have a beautiful life that we were supposed to have right from the beginning. They harvested the information and kept it in the basement of the Vatican for decades. And they have full intention on keeping it there. And I don't believe it's going to be there a whole hell of a lot longer because it's starting to leak. It's the information starting to leak, and there's no way that you could keep that. So you can't imagine millions of people are going to sit around their, fireplaces and knowing that we have the answers and that are in this one spot, that someone is not going to try to figure this out in order for us to get the answers. It's just not going to happen that way. The truth will come out. And then you'll have all the answers that have been kept from us. There was this woman who used to go to an Italian restaurant that somehow was beside the Vatican, but not part of it. And she would sit in a certain booth. Now, she was every sort of psychic, clairvoyant, intuitive, psychic, foolish person. I mean, everything she could be, she was. She touched the lamp over the table, and the table turned. And when she got up off the table and started walking towards this tunnel, and she kept going, it ended up in the basement of the Vatican. And she was watching the priests be entertained by other priests. Entertain is not actually what was going on, but I'm just going to say it that way because I'm trying to be nice. And priests were also being entertained by the nuns, and there were babies there that the nuns had that they were sacrificing, and they were all drunk or drugged or both. And it was just, she said it was an outright, absolute freaking wild party down there. She eventually meandered herself back to the table, and of course the table turned again, and she was able to come away from it, and then she wrote a book about it. I read the book decades ago. I have no idea where the book is. It's supposed to be in this house somewhere, but I've been looking for it so I could share the information directly from it, and I can't find it yet. But then again, I have so many darn books. But yeah, I'm going to try to find it this summer because it's cold right now, and I can't go up in them rooms. It's too darn cold. But as soon as summer comes, I can go up there, and I'm going to try to find that book.
Yeah, what's interesting is I have a lot of acquaintances, like from another channel. One of them is into Santos Bonacci, and he is into the astrotheology and his views about the sun and stuff like that. I do respect those views, but ultimately I kind of diverge. I noticed there are a lot of occultists now. It's very fascinating, like on the panels and stuff. I've encountered so many occultists. It's crazy. But I would say that a non-attachment or detachment is above love, personally. Also, I would place honor above love too, personally. But I think love kind of enchains one more to the material world, and I think that ultimately, for true, like pure awareness, for true, seeing into things as they are, one has to, one doesn't have to do anything, but it's better to be detached to some extent, or non-attachment. But it's fine if people disagree. I respect so many different perspectives, and not all views have to converge. But yeah, I've been encountering so many people going into the occult, from Santos Bonacci to, Sophianic worship. Some people are into like Sophia or whatever, or Lilith and stuff like that. It's kind of strange, like how many occultists there are now. Like, I just stick to standard, Mahayana and Theravada beliefs overall, though. But yeah, I can appreciate people's different perspectives.
Yeah, I read the book Emerald Tablets, and one of the words that came out of the book was called Agwanti, Agwanti, and it means remain detached from the outcome. Well, I decided one year to put that on my license plate. So I put Aguante 1 because I wanted it to say detached 1. The lady at the window asked me what the word was, and I said it's just a word that came out of a book that I read, and that it wasn't a swear word or anything that would offend anyone. But I did notice that people would race up to my car to try to interpret what it said. And since they didn't know what it said, they would get frustrated and almost like have road rage. Well, I had that license plate for probably about, I'd say 6 or 7 years. And then I took the license plate off and decided to change the license plate. And when I did, I changed it to Divine and I got it. And so now everyone doesn't race up to my car. They already know what the word divine is, and I don't have to worry about rear end car accidents because I would be panic mode because they would race right up and try to figure out what that word was. And it's like, I have a safer license plate now.
Yeah, I do like reading mythology. Right now I started the Poetic Eddas. I plan to read that. Something about, general pagan, pre-industrial attitudes, or I just tend to gravitate more towards that. Like the Poetic Eddas are very fascinating. I'm getting into that right now. But yeah, overall something about the Abrahamic tradition has never personally appealed to me. But yeah, it's fine if it's different for other people.
Yeah, I like reading all kinds of different diversity things. That way, when you're having chats and stuff, that you can kind of understand everyone's perspective.
Yeah, of course, it's good to read books even that you don't agree with. Like it's not like every book I read has to ascribe to my beliefs. I read plenty of diverse texts. Yes, that's right. But of course, I have limited energy too. There are people out there who have read like I don't know 1,000 books. I've read about 190 books. So, I have a Goodreads. I compile summaries of a lot of the books I read, and I've read about 190 books. So, but some of those books were dense, and other ones were very long, stuff like that. But yeah, that's true. It's good to read diverse perspectives, even those that disagree with you. It's good to still read those. Even even if they're like not aligned with your perspective.
Do you read poetry?
Yes, I do read quite some
Wonderful.
poetry. I like Emily Dickinson's poetry. I think Emily Dickinson was a very wise woman, from what I read. Like she really like understood like so much. People think Emily Dickinson was just all about the bees, flowers, or whatever. That's not true. She also wrote lots of poems about death and about
I felt a
impermanence.
funeral in my brain, and mourners to and fro kept treading until I felt my mind was going numb. I actually don't know if that was the right words, but yeah, she's dark, man.
Yeah, she's great. Yeah, she's a great poet. I remember. I know what poem you're referencing. That was a good one. Yeah.
I write a lot of poetry. I've got stacks and stacks and stacks of notebooks of writings, songs and writings too. So yeah,
Yeah,
I think I write every day.
I
Divine,
respect that. Yeah,
Divine,
that's good.
do you mind if I
Poetry
ask
is great.
Divine, do you mind if I ask you one more time?
Sure, dear.
One more question, and that's the last I want to ask
You
my
can
brother.
ask all the questions in the world, and none of them are dumb.
Yeah, I understand. But let me ask you this point blankly again. Do you believe that the Bible was a man-made, man-written book to control the masses?
Yes, I do.
Okay, good. That's all I want to know. Because that's what I'm thinking.
All fake from beginning to end.
That's what I'm thinking. Okay. And just because everybody believes it doesn't mean it's right.
That's true.
That's everybody sees say, well, it's endured after all these years. I'm thinking, yeah, definitely. Something can endure after all those years. You know?
I have a lot of different renditions of it from early 1600s to 1993, I believe. Different versions of it. And They don't all say the same exact thing.
Mm-mm.
And
well, the Bible isn't consistent either.
no, not even a bit.
Okay. The Gospels are totally inconsistent.
And there's so many books that have been eliminated that we don't really have the perspective of what it should have. If they just should have left it all together exactly as it was written and not tried to make it the way they wanted it to be. I mean, if they were gonna, gosh, we deserve to have some truth out there? You know, I mean, everything was such a lie. Everything. Couldn't we have had one thing that was kept intact? No, they had to pull the rug out from everybody. I just feel really, really, really bad for all of the people who are in their 70s, 80s, 90s, who are devout Catholics or devout Muslims or devout any of the different organizations that they have out there, that they've given their heart, soul, mind, and money to these religions because they believed in something bigger than they were, and they're just going to feel so heart stabbed when they find out the horrific lies they've been told for such a long time. And you know, that generation, those generations were beautiful generations. They were the ones who had the most tradition as far as family goes, and you know, the values that families should have that they don't have now. I just feel really sad for them. I really do. Like my great grandmother and great grandfather, the lives that they had compared to the lives they have now, it's so totally different. So totally different. You know, they believed in marriage, they believed in love and commitment, they stayed married.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they enjoyed being married. They enjoyed their traditional roles. The mother in the house taking care of the children, cooking, cleaning, making clothes, teaching. And the dad, if there were any sons, they were out there with him, you know, taking care of the animals, making, if they had a farm, and then making sure that, you know, when he went off to work, he brought back the paycheck and he actually paid the bills. You know, it doesn't happen like that anymore. No tradition things at all. It's kind of sad. But
I was the first one, you know, like I say, I was the first one to start thinking differently about.
oh, you're the black sheep. Hi, hon.
Yeah, I'm the black sheep. I'm definitely the
So
black
am I.
sheep. Okay.
So am I. Join the
Look,
club.
yeah, and it's like, you know, and not everybody in my family knows it. I only told my one sister. Okay. The other sister doesn't even know. But she's a hypocrite. So it really doesn't matter what she knows. It's like, you know, but I don't know. It's just it's a weird feeling to break away from it. It's a very strange feeling.
Be like an eagle, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Keep flying.
But at the same time, it's a liberating feeling because you feel like you're getting to the truth. Okay, you feel like you're
Exactly.
getting to the truth instead of a made up story.
Exactly. When you live
So
authentically, that's that
it's
authenticity just resonates.
it's just a two-edged sword. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
The way you feel about it.
Is Brother Marcus still here? Or did he say he went for a walk?
Yeah, I haven't heard from him.
I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Maybe we should shut our pie holes and let you talk.
Maybe.
Oh, I was in chat, just like, I guess, joking around.
Yeah, but I like listening to you talk.
Myself.
I love Brother Mark.
I do too. I love listening to him when he talks.
Yeah, I
Now
just
that
want
we,
to say. Oh,
now that we said that, he won't talk at all.
This was so good, man. I enjoyed this so much being on the panel. You should have been there, Divine. Divine, you'd have loved this.
I've been in every one of the chats. I just don't go into the rooms. I don't do that.
I just want to play a short little clip from our conversation on Danny Sean's channel,
Okay.
and then I guess I can let Brother Marcus respond.
But if it stems on a person must give permission first, I don't even want to bring that into dude's hypothetical because it would mess it up.
That's not what I said. I don't care about the I mean, the consent is obviously important. What I'm saying is that there is no interest for someone who does not exist. So if even when you say that you want that child to be happy, that's something that you want. That's something, and it's not even something you can guarantee.
Just like I said, yeah. Self-fulfilling, self-serving purpose. You want to give happiness to somebody else, right? That's self-serving to you, baby. That's your idea. That's
Well,
your
how's that
mission.
self-serving if I want to
That's
give
your
you
mission. Your mission.
Listen,
your mission is to give somebody else happiness. Okay?
You just
Well,
yelling
do you
louder
understand?
doesn't
Can you
clarify
understand
anything.
that? Can you understand?
Okay.
No, because you keep talking and yelling.
I'll
Well,
explain
listen,
it.
you're not listening.
I'll explain it.
You're not
I'll
listening.
explain it. Look, from the anti-native literature, and I forgot who wrote it, but she was talking about if you gave somebody some gold bars or something like that would benefit them, right? Most people would be happy to receive the gold bars, but if you drop the gold bar on someone and they were injured by it, that person was injured. Even though you gave them the gold, you dropped the gold on them and they still got injured. So you thought you were doing them a favor, but you're still responsible for the harm that you caused.
Right.
I understand.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just wanted Brother Marcus to hear that because I mean, I couldn't, for whatever reason, I was drawing a blank about her name. I knew it was, but anyway, I did bring that up. But I'm sure nobody knew what I was talking about when I said that.
It's nice to hear. I mean, that's an old reference. And you're a nerd for bringing it up, but yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
Well, I do read the literature. I mean, I do need to read what's his name? The Argentina guy, what's his name?
Oh, Julio Cabrera.
Yeah, I need to read his literature, but I'm going to get around to that. And then when I do it, then I'll actually discuss it on my channel.
Nice. Wait, what? You would host a discussion about it on your channel?
Well, I just want to compare how his philosophy, how his version of it differs from Benatar, and I want to actually contrast that.
Yeah, I think Cabrera has written twice about his his critique about Benatar. Yeah, there was a whole debate about that a long time ago. I don't think Cabrera. I don't think Cabrera agrees with Benatar's asymmetry. So, two antinatalist heavyweights, butting heads on that, I guess.
Did they ever have a conversation together?
No, and I think because there's a language barrier because you could technically contact both of them, but I think there would be a language issue.
Well, Cabrera, he speaks Spanish or something?
I think so. Yeah.
Well, and that sort of turned me off. I mean, I'm not saying that that it should have, but I'm just like, I guess it has been translated, but I'm just like, if I want to.
There is a back and forth debate between Karima Kerma and Julio Cabrera. There's on abortion. I don't know if you care about that topic, but
well, I mean, I guess I can listen to it, but
I think it's good to because some people say antinatalists have to take a position. I used to think that because, but at the same time, there are pro-life antinatalists, and well, what do you? I mean, that exists.
That's an oxymoron.
Well, Cabrera is the pro-lifer.
That makes no sense.
Wow. Look at his reasoning before you. But yeah, I mean, I agree as well.
I just got y'all have to excuse me, okay, when I start yelling, because I get so passionate, okay? I mean, I don't know, I become overwhelmed, I start kind of yelling, okay? Like I did there in that clip. Because I felt like he was listening. Just not getting it, just not grasping what I was trying to say, you know, and because he was trying to say that happiness is all there is, man. And all it is trying to make people happy. That's what life's all about. Make another person happy. That's what bringing somebody in this world it justifies when you want to make that person happy. We try to make a person happy. Well, you can't make a person happy. Number one, you cannot make a person happy.
Well, I wanted him to respond to the whole scenario about somebody dropping a gold bar on you. That's $5 million.
Yeah.
But we didn't. It just sort of got away because then somebody else spoke and he never responded to it. So I try to bring up things to try to get people to think. I mean, I wonder what his response would have been. I did tag him just so he could come on here, but I guess he's probably busy tonight.
But my point is, you give them the gold bar, but then something drops on them. It drops on them. The gold bar drops on them, which is pain and suffering. Okay, which decreases the value of the joy. Okay, the happiness. Now the Benatar. Okay, Benatar. He preached it like this, like a Bible, and the negative always outweighs. Okay, has the most weight. The negative has the most weight over the joy of the happiness, because the happiness is temporary. It seems to be the negative and the pain and suffering lasts longer, and has a greater impact. Has a greater impact than the happiness, the temporal, the little bit of happiness you might get along the way. That's what I'm trying to say.
Was Sean? I mean, it's been a long time, but was Shauna Schifrin the one that's like saying about that type of scenario? It was like a 30-page paper, right? And it was like what was it called?
I have it. I mean,
not unconsensual. It was uncompensated benefits or uncompensated harms. Does that ring a bell?
I have it right here. It's been a while. I only went through this like once. So, they're talking about wrongful life. So, I don't remember exactly how she worded it, but I don't know if she. Well, I don't know. I can go through it while everybody's talking.
Uncompensated, if that's in that text.
No.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. I feel like when she set up the gold bar thought experiment. Oh, you found something?
Well, she didn't. I confine my discussions to cases of fully voluntary procreation. I bracket concerns that a non-negligible amount of procreation is not fully voluntary. I also bracket concerns that these burdens are not compensated. I mean, I'm sure she probably used the word Okay. She does use the word compensation several times in here, but no compensation.
Okay.
And so, I mean, although I only took one quote from her, that's sort of where I got the moral debt for life enslavement. I mean, it's just like, once I read it, I tried to tie it all together into a framework that it was very difficult to try to create a philosophy out of this shit because I have read so much stuff and I couldn't even remember who said what, but I just tried to make sense of it.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll remove this. Hi, Objective Ethics.
Hi, Objective Ethics.
Hey, brothers. Good to see all you guys, brothers and sisters. I hate to I don't want to derail the conversation. Took a turn. You guys were talking about religion when I wanted to jump in because that's something I know a lot about. And by the time I got in and went back to antinatalism, which is something I know nothing about. But I had a quick question for Divine and then a comment for Patsy. Do you mind if I just ask that really quick? Again, I don't mean to derail things.
Please.
Okay. Divine, I was just really curious. Find your story fascinating, by the way. But I was wondering if you're consider yourself to be a non-dualist or an idealist.
I don't label myself, honey.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Without the label, are you familiar with those philosophies by chance, or those worldviews,
Yes.
if you want to call it that? I'd be curious to hear what your thoughts are on something like that based on your experiences. But I appreciate not wanting to put a label on yourself or on things. I don't know if that's something. If you don't feel comfortable talking about it, I don't want to press you for it. It seems like you might have some interesting insight into that.
I could say some things too about it after her.
If I share my story, then we're back to square one. I don't think it's worth it anymore.
Fair enough. No, I respect your boundaries. I respect your boundaries.
Okay,
Yeah,
and the reason why is because everyone seems to think that they all, because you haven't experienced something, that they can't wrap their brain around something they've never experienced. And when I share my experience, they criticize it. I'm not saying you would, I'm just saying most people do. So now I've gotten to the point where I'm not going to share the story of where I think I come from and what my story is, because what the fuck difference does it make, and who cares? As long as I know, that's all that matters to me. And that's where I sit firmly, because I'm getting tired of being ignored for who I am and what I know. And it's exhausting to try to explain why I have the theories that I have. So I'm not religious. I believe in something bigger than what we have here. I believe that I have a mission here. And I believe every single moment that I'm here, I am allowing myself to be part of whatever it is I'm supposed to be part of on every level and doing the best I can at it. And I get rewarded all the darn time. So I know I'm on it. That's all I can say. I'm not going to, eventually I may get comfortable enough again to share, but I've been kicked around too much on other channels, let's just say.
No, I can appreciate that, and I certainly did not come in here to challenge anyone. I
No,
actually just
I
came
know
to.
you. You're a sweetheart. You're a darling. Don't worry about it.
Well, I appreciate the kind words, sister. Thank you for that. Before I, brother, I would be really curious to hear what you had to say about these topics. But before I do you mind if I just tell something to Patsy really quick, and then I'd like to hear what you had to say about that. Unless LA wants to do something else or whatever. It's not my show, obviously, but.
Yeah, I want to respond to the idealism and non-dualisms too after you ask your questions. When you're ready, I can give my opinions on those.
Yeah, very good. I'd love to hear it. Patsy, I just want to tell you that I personally don't have a deconversion story because I've never been a religious person. I'm an agnostic, actually. But I do have a lot of experience in this field. I've studied it in college and also been involved in various religions and stuff like that as a point of fascination. And I picked up the kind of a vibe that you were kind of having some trepidation regarding your deconversion. And like you said, sometimes it still kind of like pulls at you a little bit because when you're indoctrinated into these things, especially if you've been indoctrinated since childhood. And this is perfectly natural to have those kind of feelings because one, indoctrination is a serious thing. It's just like a cult. Religions are cults, even though they don't like to be called that. That's exactly what they are. And leaving a cult, everybody would say, "Oh, that's of course you got to free from a cult. Good for you. That's got to be so hard." But as soon as you tell somebody, "Oh, I left a religion," you get fucking shit on for it, and that's really crazy. But you are on the right path because you're thinking critically, if I could just say so, because these religions are man-made. And I'm not saying there's no higher power or whatever out there. Like I said, I'm an agnostic. I give it a 50-50 chance for whatever. I just think living a good life and being respectful to other people and having self-respect, you don't have to worry about whether there's a God or not. If this God is good, you're gonna be just fine in the afterlife or whatever. But I do think that that you're absolutely right, though, that there is a lot of harm that comes from that gets targeted at people who leave these religions because your communities are tied to this religion, your family members, a lot of times jobs and stuff like that. And so much of your life is built around this belief. And when you step away from it, not only are you stepping away from a major part of your life, but the people around you who aren't wanting to leave the cult, you're basically telling them or showing them, hey, you know what? This probably isn't based on something that's real or something that's viable or even ethical or whatever the reasons might be. And so you're basically like holding up a mirror to them at that point and forcing them to take it themselves when they're fucking, everybody is doubting it. I mean, even though I've never been religious, I can hear it in people's voices. And I do a lot of formal debates against religious people because I really deal a lot in philosophy with ethics. And I think that the ethics that you get from religion is horrible. In fact, I have a couple debates coming up in May about biblical morality, which I'm really looking forward to. And so when you start exposing these things, like when you leave this religion, it's just like holding up a mirror and people are having to look at themselves, and it causes them to want to lash out at you for it. So you're perfectly, it's perfectly understandable the things I'm hearing you say and the feelings that I'm kind of picking up from you, the vibe I'm picking up from you when you talk about this. And you shouldn't let that deter you, because it sounds to me like you're on the right path as far as stepping away from this stuff and starting to look at life and think about things more critically. It's so important. You're freeing yourself from all this entrapment of indoctrination.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm saying is, like, I told my sister about it, and and she even came so far to say to me that she couldn't, she felt like she couldn't really get that close with me without just not bringing up religion at all, okay? Because we're not going to agree about it, and we're not going to agree about it at this point because I've changed my mind. And but she's very steadfast. She's not going to change her mind. And there's a divide. There's a divide there now. Okay, it ain't going anywhere. That divide is there now. It wasn't there before, but it's there now. Okay, and
It'll just get wider.
it's a burden. It's a burden. Okay, but at the same time, I want the truth. I told her, I said, nothing's more important to me than the truth in this life. Nothing is more important to me than knowing the truth and having it. That's what I want more than anything in the world. And I'll do anything to get it.
Good for you.
And but I don't know, it's just and like for instance, I had to divorce my first husband because he was physically abusive. And so I had to divorce him. And in my church that I have deconstructed from at this point, about 3 years ago, they said you cannot get remarried unless your spouse died or he was unfaithful. You can divorce, but you can't get married again. So
Bullshit.
I remarried, okay? And my other sister came to me and said, you know you're in adultery right now? You're in adultery.
Jesus Christ.
You're in adultery. You need to get up there and dissolve that marriage. Go forth, go in front of that church and say you need to be forgiven for what you did and get back right with the Lord. And so I did that. I did exactly what she said to do. I dissolved the marriage to my second husband, who I loved a lot. Okay? And he was a good man, wonderful person. And I divorced him because of church. You understand that? I divorced him because of that. And not only that, that means I can't have sex again. No sex. Because if I did have sex, I'd be fornicating. You understand that? I have been screwed by religion.
This is it actually, and it seems to me that somebody earlier when I was listening to you guys talk, excuse me, brought up Schopenhauer. And Schopenhauer actually talked about something like this. He says that when you're part of a group and everybody like agrees on something and has a collective mind, so to speak, right? I call it collective ignorance myself, but that's what everybody gets the same idea. What happens is when one person in the group, he says that they become really afraid if they change their mind. If one person in the group realizes, wait a minute, this is all fucked up somehow. We're not on the right path here. Whatever it is, something's wrong with this belief that we're all sharing. They are so afraid to speak up to the group because it's not because the individual is afraid of being wrong or seen as being wrong per se. It's because when you speak up against a group of people, you are suddenly basically telling all these people I'm better than you somehow, or there's going to be some repercussion for actually standing up against the group. It has nothing to do with the information being right or wrong, even though it sounds kind of counterintuitive. It's about questioning the group mentality, not questioning the ideas anymore. You know what I
And you're
mean? And
sowing a seed.
You were idiots for falling for it, that kind of thing. You were the idiots. You know what I'm saying? It's like you're saying that to them.
No. You're
Exactly.
sowing the seed of truth when you do that. When you speak up against a group of people and they're all on the same page and you speak up, you're sowing a seed of truth there and you're creating doubt in the minds of those people, and that's what they resist.
Yeah,
Yep.
and that's where that
Exactly.
cognitive dissonance comes in. The cognitive dissonance, they'll throw you, they'll sidetrack you every time and say, but no, so and so, you know, apologetics is what they call it. Okay, they'll throw it at you, you know. But I'll tell you, to this day, even after I've deconstructed, I'm gonna tell you something. I still think about the fact that I can't have sex again. It's still in my brain. It's still in there.
Patsy, may I
You
ask a
understand that?
question?
Do you understand that? It's got me trapped, even though I've deconstructed.
Yeah, but you've only got 3 years deconstruction over a lifetime of being indoctrinated into this. I mean, so, give it more time. And I mean, that is the amount of time. 3 years, it sounds like a long time, but 3 years compared to, I don't know how many decades you've been a believer, but a lot more than 3 years. So you've got to give it more time and you've got to put the work in, like surround yourself with atheist communities that are not a bunch of crazy people, because not all atheism is just a lack of belief in something, but it doesn't give you a common ground in anything else. You know what I mean? Where religion, if you're a Christian, you're part of a particular group and you all have this common belief in everything, and so you have so many similarities. Where when you become an atheist or agnostic, that just simply is a position about a certain proposition. It doesn't mean that you have anything in common per se, as outside of the lack of belief. So surround yourself with people who are not religious if possible and who have common beliefs, like in this group right here, this community that you're in right now, with the LA's supporting you guys with this antinatalism thing, or whatever it is. So that would be my recommendation, because there's a lot of trauma. It's called religious trauma syndrome, and there have been books written about this.
Yeah, it's my mind is just running right now. Okay, so if I forget to say what I was going to say, forgive me. Okay,
Hey,
but
Patsy, can I ask a question?
oh, okay.
Now that you realize that perhaps the decision to divorce your second husband may have been a little swayed, could you ever approach him and ask him if he wanted to continue forward, or no?
Well, he's a Baptist. So
Oh.
when I told him that we were doing wrong by being in adultery, he stopped. He didn't want the idea of being married either. But then I deconstructed later. You see what I'm saying? After I had that conversation with him.
Oh, okay.
So he's still in the ballpark of being a Baptist. Okay? And he has been all his life. And his family too. So, but he didn't think anything of it when he married me. He didn't think
Yeah.
anything wrong with it. And he was a Baptist. But I told him something was wrong with it, because my
You know what
sister.
I see this as? I see this as you made a choice, and then the creator allowed a spot for you to get out of it so that you could link up with your divine partner. Those are called divine counterparts. They're actually exactly in balance of where you are at whatever level you're at when you meet them. And what you do is, when you meet them, it's almost like everything synchronistically lines up in every aspect. It's almost like a key and a lock that come together, and it's beyond ridiculousness, and you can't deny it. So I think that you were just given the opportunity to find the person for you, and you just have to be a little bit more patient, and it won't be long from now.
And I did, and we're still together, actually, me and him. We haven't broken off from each other just because we got divorced. My person that I was with, that I'm happy with, we haven't broken off, but the relationship's a little bit different because it's not on the intimate level like that. It's kind of like, I can't explain it. It's a different level of love. It's kind of a platonic. What shall I say?
Well, maybe
You
you're
know what
meant to
I'm saying?
be friends first before it can switch over to something different. Maybe
Well,
he has to
we were
shift his
always
perspectives. I don't
no,
know.
we were always friends. But I'm saying the sexual part in there, the intimacy, that's not there. It never will be, unless we change our minds about, you know.
But you're not a
Unless we
Christian
get,
anymore, though. If you're not a Christian anymore, then that doesn't apply to you.
but it applies to him still, though.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? So, if I hadn't have told him that, he wouldn't have thought anything of it, though. That's what gets me. I'm the one that put the wrench in there because because anyway,
Were you also Baptist?
a Church of Christ, which is
Oh,
even
yeah,
more strict than
a little
Baptist.
bit different. Yeah,
It's even more strict than Baptist.
yeah,
You know, I mean, they go right
definitely.
by the letter, by the book to the letter. You know,
Oh, yes.
right to the letter.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
you know,
Baptists is they tend to overlook some of their rules. Let's just say.
but then and here's the ironic thing about it. I mean, she's sitting over here. My sister's sitting over here telling me that I'm in adultery. Okay, and she's sitting over there being a full hypocrite, doing other things that are sins. You know.
Mm. Yeah, it's
So
like
what's the
everyone going to church and being a really good Catholic, but the night before they drank so much they've got a hangover while they're sitting in church the Sunday.
That's it. You see what I'm saying? It's so
Yeah,
hypocritical. And then she wants to tell me I'm an adulterer.
tell her to go eat worms.
You know, and she's sitting over there in a happy marriage. You know,
Of
and
course.
and happy. You know, as a damn pig in slop.
Mm.
You know, and I have to suffer because I made a mistake. I married the wrong man. It turned out to be a domestic abuser. Okay, I didn't know that was going to happen. Was I
No,
supposed to
believe
stay
me,
with
they
him?
hide
Was
it.
I supposed to stay with him and take it? But no, you can get divorced. You just can't get married again. You can get divorced, but you can't get married again. You know what that means, though? If you can't get married again, you're committing fornication when you have sex. So there you go. You
Well,
got it?
yeah. Well, like LA said, you're no longer any part of that. You can make your own decisions and make new decisions as each day presents itself.
And I think that has a lot to do with why I have left. Because not only reading the Bible and what it said about how vile God conducted himself in the Old Testament, what all he did, I can't even go into it all right now, but it's pretty vile. Okay,
Hmm.
that, and then on top of what I went through, and I see the hypocrisy on the other side. No, that's why I deconstructed all those things combined. But I just got to somehow just got to cut the ties completely and let myself relax. But I'm still fighting it. I'm still fighting it to a certain degree.
You are going to be the happiest lady on earth eventually, sweetheart.
I hope so.
I know so.
Because I still got a lot of anger, you know?
So is your
Yep.
first husband still alive?
Yeah.
Okay,
And
I'm trying to find.
he married somebody else and did the same thing to her too.
I'm trying to find a loophole so you can get married to this person.
No. He's still alive and kicking, and he's still beating on women too.
LA, I don't want to be disrespectful on your channel. Some people have different rules and stuff. Would it be okay if I promoted a couple other channels where she could find some atheist friends of mine who put out content that I think it'd be really a good resource for her?
I guess so, but it's not for her. It's her husband. Her husband is the one who's still Christian.
No, I understand that. I understand that,
She
but
still
she's the
has
one
to
who's
have a community to support her, though.
right.
Okay, that's
Is
fine.
that okay? Okay, thank you so much, brother. So yeah, Patrick.
Let me write these down, okay?
Okay.
All right.
I have had a chance to meet some really nice people who are atheists and have deconstructed. They're not like I said, like I've never been a religious person, even though I've been fascinated by it and studied it a lot. So I don't have the same deconstruction story or whatever, or deconversion, however you want to say it. But I do interact with some atheists who have gone through exactly what you've been through. And I think that there's one lady in particular who is really a neat lady, and she's a little bit older. She's like 58. I'm 51, so she's a little bit older than me. She's got some life experience to her, and her name is Robin Webster.
Mm-hmm.
I think her channel is Robin Webster. It might be Robin Webster 1968. That's usually her name on YouTube or whatever. But her channel is Robin Webster at Robin Webster,
Uh-huh.
and she's a really neat lady, really well grounded. And I would highly recommend. She can plug you into a lot of different resources, in particular for women, but just in general, that she's tapped into a lot of different communities and stuff like that. You can always check out my channel on every Sunday, 4 p.m. I do a live stream, and I talk a lot about religion and philosophy. So, and she's there every Sunday. If you want to find her that way,
Okay. Will do.
yeah, I would recommend you do that. And I really, I want to say also, for whatever it's worth to you, obviously you don't know me from anybody, from Adam or whatever, but I am very proud of you, because domestic abuse is a serious problem, and Stockholm syndrome is a real thing, actually. And there gets to be this thing where these women, it happens to men too. I don't want to be, unfair to the men, because I do actually know personally one man in particular who was physically abused by his wife, but mostly happens to women. Women are generally the victims, and society ends up doing a lot of victim blaming, especially when it comes to the church. You know what I mean? And it gets turned around on these victims, and they're meant to be like made to feel like they're doing something wrong. And so I'm really proud of you for having the strength to stand up to that and say, no, I'm not going to take this anymore. So you should really give yourself a pat on the back.
It was an 18-year marriage, too. 18 years. And I took it, off and on all during that time. So, and then finally it came to the point where the police became involved, and that was it. And that's when we knew we had to get divorced. So, police don't like men beating on women.
You're a woman empowered, and your life is going to open up, Patsy, and you're going to be so, so happy.
But the man, just like I say, the man that I'm with now and that I did marry, he is like night and day. Okay, I mean, just the difference is just like I can't even describe the difference in these two. And that's what's so sad about the fact that I had to end up nullifying the marriage, okay, because of church, religion.
I still think it was to prepare you for your eventual decision or whatever you're going to do when the time comes.
And I have another question. Your first marriage, was that like a church wedding, or was that like a civil marriage? Like, did you go to justice of the peace?
We didn't get married in the church because we lived together before we got married. We lived together about 2 years.
So you just got a marriage certificate. It was not a real like a religious marriage.
Well, it wasn't in a church.
That's what I'm saying, though. So I'm saying I'm trying to find a loophole so where you can get married and not violate the Bible.
Well, any marriage is considered a marriage in God's eyes, whether church or no church. That wouldn't make a difference, but
Yeah, actually, it does make a difference, hon.
Does
because when you get married in a church, it's consecrated and all that other, and all the symbology goes along with it, whether it's lighting candles, walking down aisles, throwing flowers around, or whatever. When you're getting married at the Justice of the Peace, it's a civil ceremony. Yes, God does bless the union, but it's not all the extra religious connotations that connected to it.
It was a preacher that married us. So it was a pastor or a preacher that married us, clergy or whatever you call it. But it was in somebody's house.
Yeah, it's a slightly different angle, because of the fact that it wasn't in a church, but it wasn't yucky in God's eyes. I mean, You could see that you loved each other.
You talking about the first one or the second?
Second.
Oh, well, the first one was not just like I'm saying. I'm talking about the first one. It wasn't in a church. The
Oh,
first
okay. Okay. First. All right.
That's what I'm talking about. The second one wasn't in a church either. It was at my house.
Okay. So, okay. I was speaking. Okay.
Standing out there overlooking the marsh and the moss on the trees and all. I mean, it's beautiful outside, you know. I mean, no, but both times it was clergy marrying, you know. But I guess the point I'm trying to drive in is that I haven't quite untied all the ties. In the back of my brain, not the front of my brain, but the back of my brain is saying, you can't do that still. You still can't do that, you know. Or, yeah, you know, there could be a God and he's going to send you down. If you do.
God does not judge and does not criticize, hon. The only people who judge and criticize are people. God does not do those things.
Well, they said in the Bible, so and so in 1 Corinthians, I think it's 6:9 through 10, it says so and so will not inherit the kingdom of God. Adulterers, liars, fornicators. You know, in that
If
verse.
you want to really take it to that level, Jesus also hung around with all those types of people, and he still lived a very good life. So if we're supposed to be making our minds over to be in likeness of what created us, then that's what we do. It has nothing to do with any scripture, darling.
And the Christian, the Christians are like, at my church, they'll say you have to repent. If you've done that, repent means turn away completely. Get away from it. You know, turn yourself away from whatever it was. So that's why I had to divorce. My second. I mean, we're still together, but it's not married.
Have you looked into like what they did to people like Jonestown, for example, or the Branch Davidians? Jonestown would be a better example, I think. Are you familiar with Jonestown?
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly the same thing. As soon as people started to question what was going on, they had people in the group like start to police them. You know what I mean? This happens in cults. It's really well studied. So if you studied cults, you know what I'm talking about. That's that the people who are, like I said before, as soon as you start questioning the group gets uncomfortable, and it has nothing to do with the information. You could literally like teach them how to cure cancer or something. It doesn't mean shit. What matters to them is that you're questioning their beliefs, things that they hold very true, very dear, and that they're professing everywhere to be absolute truth. And when you start to shake that foundation, it makes them very uncomfortable, and they will lash out at you.
What I need to do, I mean, to be honest with you, is I just go ahead and need to have sex. Okay? Because that's the only thing that's going to break the spell. The whole break the cult. You know, break the mentality.
You have to make sure you're both on the same page, though, darling, because if he's still sitting on the fence, whether he wants to be Baptist or not, and he's not in alignment with how you think and feel, it's not a true arrangement. Okay, you're not in alignment. You think you are, but you're not. I think that you've been given the opportunity to see a way through this in time, because in time it'll heal all wounds. I think that you need to be a little tiny bit more patient. This is basically my opinion. And let it all unfold as it should. And if you are not doing the supplication to the creator of all it is through a scripture or through another organization, just plain out talk like you and I are having right now, have that same conversation with God and let him direct your path. Because if he directs your path, you won't be deviating and you won't be influenced by cult-like situations or people who sits on fences.
Well, the only problem with that is I haven't prayed since I've deconstructed at all.
No, I'm not saying prayer, darling. I'm not saying prayer. because that can reconnect you back to the cult. I'm saying have a conversation with God like you are having with us.
Well, that's praying to the religion.
No, that's just having a conversation with God. You know what I call mine, hon? I call it, I have my God phone on. Okay? When I turn on my God phone, my connection's only to him. No one else influences that conversation. And I get direct answers back because it's a direct line. Okay? It's a cute way of saying he is my only person that I take my issues up with. There's no other person that I take my issues up with except my God phone. And you know how you talk on a phone, right? Same exact thing. You don't have to sit down in prayer. You don't have to kneel. You don't have to put your hands together. You don't have to stand on your head. God loves you just the way you are. You walk out in nature and start talking to him.
And when you say God,
start touching the trees. The trees will give you the answers you need because God is creator of all those trees too.
So when you're talking about God, you're not referring to the God of the Bible.
Hell freaking no. No. I do not believe in the God of the Bible. The God of the Bible is a fucking asshole.
Thank you.
The God that I believe in is the prime creator who created everything, not mentioned in any scriptures of the Bible.
Thank you.
There you go. You're getting validation right now, or because I'm connecting him with other things going on here.
That's what I've been thinking in the back of my head for all the time I was going to church.
Yeah, take a walk out in nature and talk to God that way. You'll get your answers faster than you can make pancakes.
I agree with you totally. I think there is a God that created this world. And then he just created and that was it. Okay? Just created it and that's it. Didn't make up the Bible, didn't make up the scriptures, didn't
there you go.
Okay? Just did it, okay? Made it as beautiful as it was or whatever it was, and just wiped his hands of the situation. You know, it's like that's the way I see it.
Yeah, he made us live what do they call that? Free. We are free to live our lives the way we choose to. He did not set any precedent as how to we do it. Love, peace, happiness, and joy. That's it. But take a walk out in nature, put your God phone on, and just have a conversation. Touch some trees, watch the birds. If you see some animals,
the fear has to be zapped. The fear has to be zapped completely. Zap the fear. Zap it. Okay?
Okay, so my understanding of that is if you're in fear, then you have no love. So you've got to pull yourself out of that because your essence does not come from fear. Your essence comes from the original love. So pull yourself away from the fear, get into the love vibration, take a walk in nature, hug some trees, watch some birds, and really start saying just how you feel. Look, I am at a crossroad right now. I need some answers. And dude, you better hook me up. And then go from there and just wait. And I'm telling you, you will have signs in music, books, television. Another stranger could give you the answer. It could be you're listening to someone you want to hear and they give you the answer. You'll have definite synchronistic connection and answers to everything you need that'll help you make decisions going forward. By a reasonable doubt, and I'll tell you why. Because every time you have supplication to the creator of all that is, you receive. The answer is always yes.
Yeah.
Always. And just in case you didn't know it, I am a reverend, a non-denominational reverend, and I've been a non-denominational reverend since 1979.
And there's one more thing I want to add in here while we're talking about religion. And this has been stated on a lot of different channels, of these atheist channels that I listen to a lot recently. But the Christians say what you have to do is believe, right? Believe. Okay, right? Well, The problem with that is you can't choose what you believe.
Hmm?
They say you can, but you cannot choose what you believe. You can't convince yourself of something that you can't be convinced of. You know what I'm saying? So ever since I can remember, I've never been totally convinced there was a God. I thought there might have been a God, but convinced, no. And nobody is really. They just pretend like they are.
I think that's what they mean when they say make your mind over. When they're asking you to make your mind over, they're asking you to come into the presence of what you want to believe and not what you're being influenced to believe.
Right.
No one should influence you to be anything but who Patsy wants to be. Because
Right.
Patsy's living her life, her mission, no one else's.
But that God of the Bible will send you to hell.
No, we just resolved that issue a couple minutes ago. That guy's an asshole. Ignore him.
Yeah, I'm just saying that God of the Bible will put you in hell because you didn't believe in him.
Yeah, well, he
You had no
doesn't count.
control, and you had no control of whether you believe in him or not.
No, he doesn't count, hon.
The God of the Bible doesn't exist. The Yahweh God is part of the
Exactly.
Canaanite pantheon. The Yahweh God was actually El and Ashura's son, technically son, so to speak, son. And according to the Canaanite pantheon, Yahweh defeats El and then marries his mother, Ashura. And the Hebrews came out of the land of Canaan. It's all through the Old Testament. They just don't like to talk about a lot of this history, so they whitewash it all. But if you look through the Old Testament, you'll see Ashura's in there. You'll see El's in there. Baal, other gods from this Canaanite pantheon. And then during the first temple period, they were henotheist, meaning they believed that there was all these different gods, and the Yahweh God was their particular god. It was a storm god, right? And so that was their god that they chose to worship over the other gods. And then once they, after the Babylonian exile, when the Persians allowed the Hebrews to return to Jerusalem and rebuild the temple, there was this major influence of Zoroastrianism, excuse me, from Persia, because the Persians were worshipped Ahura Mazda, and Zoroastrianism was monotheistic. There's a couple of trends of monotheism in Egypt as well, with Osiris cult and stuff like that. And so Second Temple Jews adopted monotheism, and so then the gods kind of get amalgamated into one god. So by the time you get all the way to Christianity, I'm not going to run you through the whole history of it, but by the time you get all the way to the Christianity, they're claiming this is monotheism, but this God has roots in polytheism and henotheism, and it just gets changed over the millennia. So the God that you're talking about, the quote unquote God of the Bible, doesn't even fucking exist any more than Zeus exists or Aphrodite's or anybody else for that matter. All the stories in the Bible are tropes. They're just themes that they pulled from other religions, the creation story, the global flood story, all this other stuff. It just gets retold in a different way. And this is all common through Mesopotamia. And like I said, there's a whole history behind this. It's very fascinating. But that God of the Bible you're talking about, it doesn't exist. So even when you say that God of the Bible will send you to hell, there is no God of the Bible. Whether there's a hell or not, I'm highly skeptical of that myself.
No, there isn't.
It just doesn't. It's counterintuitive. It creates a contradiction. Eternal paradise, eternal damnation. That doesn't even make sense. So, yeah. So just free yourself, free your mind of that. Just like ghost, boogeyman in the closet. Go turn the light on. You'll find out there's no boogeyman in there.
Exactly. Make your mind over. That's what that is. It's all in your head. Make your mind over. The only way you can do that is if you connect with other people that are of like mind of Patsy's world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Before you became involved in this.
Yeah, can I answer your question about the non-dualism and idealism? So I'll start with idealism first. Yeah, I'll talk for
I
a
knew
bit.
you wanted to answer that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to that. Yeah. So, when dealing with philosophical questions or ontology, we're dealing with unfalsifiable questions. This gets into very complex territory. But I would say that overall, I am kind of convinced by the argument from non-emergence, which is used by panpsychists and by idealists, like Bernardo Kastrap, and there are other thinkers too, like David Scribina and some other ones. I think Goff, but I agree that it is inconceivable that mind should emerge from a world in which no mind existed. Therefore, mind always existed in even the simplest of structures. So So this could lead to either a kind of panpsychism or an idealism. And panpsychism and idealism have a fine distinction. In the case of panpsychism, it posits that mind and physical are fundamentally conjoined, existing in parallel from the beginning. All matter possesses both an extrinsic physical aspect and an intrinsic mental aspect. But idealism is different. Idealism claims that mind is the basis of reality, the foundation of reality, and that the material world is more like an appearance of the universal mind. And like Bernardo Castrop, he has some good arguments in that direction. Like for him, like objects like the brain are simply extrinsic appearances of inner experience. Brain activity represents what inner experience looks like from an external perspective. So like he argues that, like Schopenhauer, he's very much into Schopenhauer, that what we call matter is merely a discernible appearance, a representation of patterns of excitation within the field of subjectivity. So for him, the foundation of reality is like a kind of pure awareness or something that can express itself in multiple ways. But I would say that, idealism or panpsychism do not necessarily lead to a kind of theism. It doesn't lead to a God, or it doesn't lead to that. Not necessarily so. It just leads to, you know, um, like rejecting physicalism. Like, some people argue mind is merely an epiphenomenon of complex brain activity. But, when you start looking at the hard problem of consciousness, that leads to more ontological questions, like like how does like Leibniz's mill. I like Leibniz's mill actually. Leibniz had this thought experiment where if you go into the brain or you go into a mill and you keep looking at all of the activity of the mill or the brain activity, you do not actually see qualia, you do not see subjective experience. So the question is, how do they relate? And so people like Alfred North Whitehead. Whitehead was more of a panpsychist or something. He had various different philosophers with their own answers, and you have someone like Daniel Dennett. He would be an eliminative materialist. I think Daniel Dennett was more of a reductive physicalist or something like that. So the question of of how mind relates to matter is a very difficult, unfalsifiable philosophical domain of questioning. Now, in regards to your question about non-dualism, you know, I I think, I lean towards yes, yes, that ultimately that the one and many or something. But I have seen strong arguments in favor for like an apophatic dualism. That's different. An apophatic dualism is more like, this gets into complex territory. Like in the Heart Sutra, it says form is emptiness, emptiness is form. But Advaita or some other schools, they treat the material world as a mere appearance or illusion or something, and that is just the pure awareness. But some people see it as two sides of the same coin. The pure awareness or the, I don't know, the oneness is, and two, in the Tao Te Ching, I think is more non-dualistic, but there are some readings that are more dualistic. The Tao Te Ching says the Tao generates 1, 2, 3, and then from the 3 there are many, or if I'm remembering correctly, I have to double check the text, my translation. But I would say non-dualism does seem to lean in the more correct direction, but I do have certain doubts or whatever, what I mean? Like, now you're just getting into complex metaphysical territory. But overall, I think metaphysics and philosophy is still valid because I actually accept Quinn's criticism of logical positivism. I reject the logical positivist. I think positivism is philosophically unsound and stuff. Just getting into complex territory. But the questions you asked are complex. They go across like, I don't know, centuries of Western philosophy and other stuff. I read Panpsychism in the West by Dr. Scribina. I read some of Bernardo Kastrop's books. I read some of the German idealists. The Germans had a tradition of idealism and stuff. And most of them lean towards a kind of monism or kind of non-duality or something. Like the will in itself for Schopenhauer is aspatial temporal. It's like aspatial and it's atemporal, and it's also, the very essence of the world or something. It's like the foundation of the world or something. Yeah. Well, these are complex questions. Yeah.
What do you think?
What do you think about? I would like to welcome Sai to the discussion. Welcome, Sai. Am I pronouncing it correctly?
Yeah, you are. I don't know if you can hear me. Fine.
We can't hear you.
You said you can or can't?
Cannot.
It's a little bit louder, darling. A little bit louder.
I'll adjust your mic settings. Like, can you try it again? I just brought your volume up.
Okay, maybe this is a
There you
little
go. There
bit
you go.
better.
That's
Much
it.
better. Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate the live streams that you do, and it's good to have anti-natalists on the panels. Um, no matter like what's going on, even if it's not the what's called the holiday. But I want to wonder what's called. I had a question because when I was looking through Amendum's other channel, well, I don't think it's the channel that he runs, but it's a channel that reposts some of his work. And I found D&W's comment on one of those channels, and I didn't know if he ever specified that he watched them before, because I remember that one live stream he was kind of like talking down on you about just being over at Illicit's channel, and I was like, that's kind of hypocritical. So I didn't know if you knew about that. It's
Wow, how many
the,
years
the
ago was
video's
that
called
comment?
King of the Hill. It's by Grey Tatch
Great touch.
Zero. And I was like, damn, that's D&W right there. And he was like degrading LA for like even just giving somebody an ear that may have a similar what's called philosophy.
But
Was
how
that
old?
wait,
How old is
was
that
that
comment?
something recent?
So it did say that his comment was a few years ago, but I was like, did he switch up, or did he ever even say he was
He
like?
switched up.
Wait, I'm not an anti. I'm not an ethicist. So I don't know. The critiques that I got were for going on an alleged ethicist channel.
Yeah.
Nobody ever said that I was an ethicist. That was recent. So I'm not sure what that video is about. Are you sure that was about me?
He probably made a positive comment about Inmendum, but that was probably years ago. The thing is, he's not even an anti-natalist anymore, so he's gone the complete opposite of anything.
Oh wow, I didn't even know that, because I was surprised because I know him that because I know LA, you're not a ethicist, you don't subscribe to that. You were just defending your points, but I remember him like kind of saying some degrading stuff. I'm like, damn, I think I could have sworn I just saw his comment in one of those
Actually,
spaces, even though it was
the
a while ago.
International Anti-Natalism Day came from him. So there's a little bit of irony there.
Yeah, but I saw his comment under there, and I was like, that's interesting, because he definitely was popping off on that one live stream.
He was known as Anti-Natalist Outreach back then.
Okay, I had no idea on that point, but that's pretty much all I wanted to add. I meant to say it earlier while you guys were like talking about him on the topic of the discussion. It had to be hours ago, but
yeah,
I know I saw that video, and I think maybe one of others I saw a comment. I was like, damn, he was pretty much over here, or he had that view, and then went completely, I guess, all for veganism.
I don't know. I just think this person is a complete grifter.
Well, to be fair, we all change our beliefs over time. You know, come on.
No. I think this person is an actual grifter. I don't think there's any deliberation going on. If you're just trying to build a name for yourself, and it's like one thing didn't work, now you're going to try something else. Now you want to be a radical vegan. It's just like, I don't know. I'm not really even interested in that, like, because I don't think there's been an evolution. I think this person is just trying to build his channel, and apparently the anti-natalism shit hasn't worked, so now he's going to pivot back to veganism. So that whole tirade about, oh, you're not vegan, get off my channel, get the fuck up. This is this. Let me appear to be radical, and then all of a sudden, Vegan Games comes on my channel because Noodles induced him to come back, and now I guess I'm going to throw my regular contributors onto the bus because I want to appease Vegan Games.
I don't know, because Noodles was a very passionate anti-natalist activist with Stop Having Kids, and then he changed.
It's the same thing, though. It's the same thing. He
Why
tried.
do you think they love each other so much?
He tried to build a channel off anti-natalism. It didn't work, and then
okay, but the outlier is Yerf Dogs. He changed too.
Oh yeah.
So
Crazy.
You really want me to address that?
I'm just saying,
No, we
like
don't want you to hurt your feelings all over again.
I'm just saying, like people, over time, some people change. I don't know.
Well, Yerf Dogs was based his whole so-called evolution was based on a non-identity problem, which Benatar already addressed. So I don't see that as being a real evolution. That's just him wanting to be contrary, want to be different. He gets the clout of being an anti-natalist without actually being an anti-natalist because he's elevating himself to say how we're wrong, but he's not offering any alternative. So it's just it's another grift. It's like I get to tag along to the anti-natalist community without being an anti-natalist because I don't want the smoke. I don't want
Yeah,
the
but
fatigue.
LA, if I was a natalist before and then I became an anti-natalist around like 2015, 2016, does that mean I grifted into AN?
It depends. There are some people who just take these positions lightly, right? They don't read the literature, they don't actually understand the arguments, and they can sort of flow in and out. But when you have actually read it and you actually understand it, no, that's a grift. You didn't just change your position after reading. He read Benatar Cabrera. He's been doing the content. Well, I don't know. You said he's done the content. I haven't seen it. All I've seen is him bashing Amendum for being a whatever. We don't need to talk about Amendum, but from what I heard, he was an anti-natalist because
I mean, technically, Amanda doesn't believe in the same thing Gary believes anymore.
Okay, that's a slight modification.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah,
the main
that's fair.
difference is that they don't believe that it should be sentient.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Yeah, that's fair.
But when you go from being an anti-natalist and you're just basically, you saw that fucking post he wrote. He's just like calling mothers mommies and saying it's the most rewarding thing they can possibly do. What the fuck is that shit?
What about, okay, you know how you've seen ex-vegans and they become like anti-vegans? What if it's that kind of thing?
No, I think that's different. I think that going vegan is very difficult. It is isolating. People do have health problems. And then the reason why they become ex-vegan is because they did have health problems and they're trying to warn people like, this is what happened to me. I was so tired. I had brain fog and now I feel so much better. So there's always a reason. These people never give any reasons. It's just, oh, I found the non-identity problem to be compelling, even though I was aware of it at the time I became an anti-natalist. It's like it's always some excuse, or I need more humans to procreate because I need humans to liberate animals.
Yeah.
I just don't believe them. I just think it's very dishonest.
What would be an honest way to change your mind on AN that you would believe the person actually changed?
That you would basically have to say, if you thought it was unethical to procreate, then you have to explain how it's not ethical. How is it not an imposition? Everything that you said before, you have to find a response to it. You have to give a response for the fact that you are imposing a death sentence, that they are going to be a wage slave, that they did not consent. How do you just do a complete 180 when you actually understood these arguments and you were articulating them yourself?
Yes, I mean, I agree because I find it hard to believe that you get so far deep into a philosophical worldview and then you just do a 180. I mean, humans are very unpredictable and we have like changing views and biases, but I'm just like, I don't know. Like, yeah, that would be a lot of argumentation that you would have to do for as far as rebuttals, or maybe it's just something that you just completely reject out of like your mind that you ever participated in.
The reason why I don't think veganism is the same thing is because I don't think there's some deep philosophy behind veganism. They just believe an elimination of animal exploitation as far as possible and practicable. They don't read the literature. They don't understand it. It's just, I don't want to harm animals.
Yeah,
So
but ANs don't read the literature as well.
Okay, but we're talking about 3 specific people.
Right. Okay,
Noodles
fair.
doesn't read. His ass is illiterate. D&W, I'm
Bless your heart, darling. I love you even more than I did a minute ago.
I'm assuming D&W has read the literature,
Yeah, he's probably read it. Yeah.
and I'm assuming your dogs has read the literature.
Yeah, he has. Okay. Yeah, that's true. All right.
Can I butt in real quick?
Yes, you can.
Divine and objective ethics. Are you there? I hope
Yes,
he
ma'am.
is.
Yeah, no, I got you, sister.
I just want to say thank you to both
Bless
of
your
you.
heart, honey.
I really do. It means a lot.
I got your back.
I love y'all. I love this whole group. I
Isn't
love
it
y'all.
amazing? I love this group too.
I love everybody here. I'm telling you. I love y'all
Well, I appreciate
dearly.
the kind words. I do appreciate the kind words, sister. But you should, like I said, pat yourself on the back too, because you're actually setting an example for other
You've done a
people,
lot of work.
especially other women and people who are trying to deconstruct. So you're really at the forefront of 2 different fights that are really important. So you should commend yourself as well.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, I want to go through First Corinthians 7 because this sounds like slavery to me. Now, for the matters you wrote about, it is good for a man not to have sexual relations with a woman, but since sexual immorality is occurring, each man should have relations with his own wife, and each woman with her own husband. The husband should fulfill his marital duty to his wife, and likewise the husband to the wife to her husband. The wife does not have authority over her own body, but yields it to her husband. In the same way, the husband does not have authority over his own body, but yields it to his wife. Do not deprive each other except perhaps by mutual consent and time that you may devote yourself to prayer. Then come together so that Satan will not tempt you because of your lack of self-control. I say this as a concession, not as a command. Let me read this. But each of you has your own gift from God. One has this gift, another has that. I don't. It just sounds to me like it's slavery. You don't own your own body. Your spouse own. It's just you're enslaving yourself to each other. I don't like that. I don't like the fact that I'm going to give up myself to somebody else. I mean, to me, like, who would want to sign up to that?
Yeah, I want to say something here, and it's about a recent metaphysics I found. It applies to antinatalism also, but this makes more sense to me than the idea of a one. Everyone always says there is a one divine will, but if there were one divine will, I see it negatively. You see what I mean? Let me tell you why. There's this thinker named Nimrod D. Rosario. I've been getting into him lately. He argues there was an origin. And in that origin, there were multiple spirits. They were all gazing at the center, okay? But in the spirit sphere, that origin, which is like a spirit sphere, there was a perforation. And from that perforation, one of the spirits escaped, and that caused an inversion of the spirit sphere. So one of those spirits escaped, and they became what they call themselves as the creator, as the demiurge, or the one God. And then they plasmate and shape forms into the deceptive world of matter. And by doing that, they lure the spirits from the origin into the vessels of the bodies of the what he calls the pasu, the primitive ape man. So by doing that, he's trying to enslave people more and chain their spirits to matter. He's taking the spirits from the origin. And by doing that, there's an itiliki, which they're trying to create a one world system or something. So I don't want to go too much into this. I could go more into it. But what I'm trying to say is, if there were a creator and he has like a divine will and he gives commandments or whatever, why should we view that creator positively? Because you didn't have to create the world. You see what I'm saying? You didn't have to create a world and shape forms. It could have just stayed in the origin. It could have just been a world of timeless awareness, or the spirits are all together. You see what I mean? What I'm trying to say is that I think love is inferior to honor. You know what I mean? Because it was due to an act of betrayal when they left the origin. This is kind of based on Catharism. You guys know about Cathars. The Cathars saw the material world as a mistake. And the Cathars were a heretical sect of Christianity, and they were slaughtered by the Catholics, the Cathars, in France
Okay,
and stuff. So they
but
thought,
I'm trying to help Patsy because I'm trying to figure out like why anybody would want to get in that relationship. Why would you want to get into a marital? I'm not, you get into a marital contract, and if you get the wrong person, you're stuck with them for the rest of your life. And according to that verse, you don't even own your life; your spouse owns you. That sounds like slavery to me. Like, why would anybody want to do that? If they actually understood it, that is slavery. It's like the worst thing ever.
Yeah, according to the Bible, since I divorced my first husband, I'm still his wife now, right now.
It's bullshit.
Standing here on this floor, I'm still his wife.
No,
And
no,
that's
you're
what the
not.
Bible says now. I'm not saying I believe it, but I'm saying that's what it says.
Okay, I'm going to take this a step further for you just for a moment. So travel with me. I was married to a man for 13 years. I never knew he drank the whole time. It wasn't until after we were married that I found out. In the meantime, he decided he thought that he'd want to kill me right in front of my children. And that's when I had to make a major decision in a short amount of time. I had to run down the street because he detached the phone from the wall. We had wall phones back then. And that's in the dark ages. Anyways. And so I contacted the state police and they hauled him off. That is just a tip of the iceberg of what he thought he was going to create within our arrangement. Now, he knew that I was an extreme mother and that I was really into how my sons were going to grow up, how they were going to be positive citizens, give back to the community, and be what they wanted to be because I was a hands-off parent. And he wanted me off because it would be the ultimate insult for me to die in front of my children, because look what they'd be left with. And that was his motivation. We've been divorced for decades now. It was the best decision I ever made. And I still celebrate that day every day and say thank you. In the meantime, my sons are very upstanding citizens. They do give back to the community. And there is no connection to that other person. When I had decided that I did not have time for male energy around me, I just focused in on working and creating the best life that I could for my sons, and we did a wonderful job. And then all of a sudden, out of the blue, the creator decided he was going to send someone to me. And I said, if this person is supposed to be in my life, you give me every darn sign that I want. And if you give me, I'll say 3, and if one of them is this, then I'll believe you. Well, he begged me to go out with him. And I just kept saying, I really need to spend time with my sons. That they're my priority. They're all I am about, want them to grow up to be. I have 3 jobs going. I don't really have time for you. And he just kept pursuing. So finally, I took it to prayer and I says, hey, let's see how we can create something that's, worth working around. So I said to him the next day when he came into work, I was a nurse at the hospital at the time and I was taking care of his father. That's how we met originally. And I said, I realize that you would like to go out on a date. I says, yes, we can. It'll have to be during the daytime and it will have to be somewhere not too far away from the home. He said, okay. So then my father, when he was alive, told me that the man that I was going to meet was going to say certain words to me and that I would know beyond a reasonable doubt that it was him, the person I was supposed to be with. So I completely put myself into this and said, let's just rip the band-aid off and let's just do this. And you're going to find out that I'm not the woman for you and you can move on your way. And, I won't, my feelings won't get hurt. Everything will be all good. He goes, okay. We're sitting there at lunch. We sit down. And then I don't even think it was like 10 minutes into the chat when all of a sudden he said exactly what my father said he was going to say to me. And I just about fainted. And I just sat there and kind of stunned. And in my left ear, something said, "This is the man of your dreams. Don't let him go." And that's when I met Clinton Baxter Dyer. We were together for 36 years until he passed away. It was the best 36 years of my life. And I thank God that I listened. And because when you listen, you always get what you desire. Your prayers are always answered. So it was, so you can take it, your life can go from the hell that we put ourselves through, basically, to a life where you're so extremely happy that if you could have, if I didn't have family, I would have went with him. But I had family. I had to be here. I had to be the matriarch of the family and make sure that the torch could be carried by everybody else behind me. And I was not going to bow down to anyone and wasn't going to allow it. You know what? On the day that we got divorced, my children made a conscious decision never to visit their father again because of his behavior. And they were mandated by the court to visit him. And they came back from their first visit with him and said, "Well, can we sit you down and talk to you?" And I said, "Sure. You know me. I'm approachable. We are never going back there. And you can't make us." I said, "I wouldn't even dream of it." And I says, "And don't worry, he's not going to take you back to court. He enjoys drinking too much." That was the end of it. They never saw him again. To this day, they do not see him. They don't desire to see them. They will not allow their children to see them. Nothing. No contact at all. I always left the decision up to them.
That's wonderful.
I apologize for that's you're a very strong woman, and I applaud you for your strength.
Yeah,
Can I ask Brother Marcus a question if he's still there? I'm curious, what are your metaphysical views? Like, what are your ontological beliefs? I'm curious. Brother Marcus.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
I remember that story. Thanks for sharing. And you are strong.
Thank you.
Metaphysics, that's emotionally quite a change in topic, but can you be a little bit more specific? Like what exactly?
Like, what do you think is the ground of reality? What do you think is the nature of reality or the problem of one and many? Stuff like that. Like, generally speaking, what do you think is the intrinsic nature of reality? Stuff like
Like
that.
the dualism and idealism thing?
Yeah, that kind of stuff. I'm just curious, what are your general
I
beliefs?
think Kant's transcendental idealism made sense to me at the time, and I consider myself a monist, materialist. I'm not subscribed to dualism.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, you're just a materialist, but a monist. Yeah, like a
Yeah.
naturalist monist. Yeah, I got you. Yeah. I think panpsychism has strong arguments, though. Panpsychism.
I grant they have strong arguments. I mean, I'm not married to anything. I'll change if well, I don't know. LA might crucify me if I change, but we'll see. If I change my views on metaphysics.
Well, there's no like one-to-one mapping of metaphysical beliefs and one's ethics. Like one can still be an antinatalist and be a panpsychist or be a idealist. It doesn't necessarily imply that one should be optimistic about the future of the human species. You see what I'm trying to say? I'm
I
a bit
know, but
tipsy. So.
if I change my ontology, does that mean I'm a grifter?
No, no, it doesn't. It doesn't mean you're a grifter. No. Yeah, but I would say that it is hard to remain committed to certain metaphysical beliefs because it's unfalsifiable. You know, I do think that, you know, like I said, positivism, you know, logical positivism and, you know, has very big weaknesses. Like I have to look into the arguments of Quinn again. But overall, you know, I wouldn't say that I think the scientific method can tell you the intrinsic nature of things or whatever. Like there are limitations to the scientific method. I used
Absolutely,
to be
yeah.
a researcher. Yeah.
And I think like my meta-ethical view is moral anti-realist. But at the same time, I think the Frederick Geach problem is actually a problem. I haven't I haven't reconciled that in my own head, and so I'm open to changing my view. And the non-identity problem, I don't know which person-affecting view that I have. I think it does have a. I think if I'm going to assert some instances are wrong, then I have some type of person-affecting view, but I don't know what that view is. So I don't know. I still see some cracks in my window, and I think that's
I
just
do too.
philosophy in general.
I have
What?
cracks in my window too, of course.
Well, do you think that the non-identity problem is a serious problem, or is it just an excuse?
I don't think it's a practical problem for most people, but for me and people who are going to like hone in on it, David Boonin did talk about the non-identity problem and bites the bullet that so it's like, how do you situate harm? If you're going to say that there's an existence requirement for the individual, then now the assertion that it is a harm to come into existence is a person affecting view. And there could be multiple views on that. And I mean, I don't have an answer for that. So
But again, that came from Derek Parfit. It was about environmental ethics. It had nothing to do with procreation, and so they just strawman that and hijacked it to make it about antinatalism. So I think when people don't know the history of how that came about, then it sort of gets muffled. It's like I don't even think that was a valid argument when it came to environmental ethics. If you destroy the planet, then you are destroying the planet for future generations. Even
yeah,
if
but
they
I think the idea, like even when it comes to the harm of death, there's the deprivation view, the Epicurean, Lucretius's symmetry argument, and the annihilation account, right?
Yeah, if I
A
could
lot of people.
interject.
What's that?
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to
Oh,
interrupt.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I actually think Parmenides, you know, his actual real fragments from the pre-Socratic, I agree with him that out of nothing, nothing comes, you know what I mean? So I agree with that ex nihilo nihil fit, you know, so I think, you know, like one way to frame antinatalism is to imagine like, you know, you're like carrying something over previously and you don't want to carry over like, I don't know, like karmic seeds or like a spirit or whatever into this present life of terminal decline. You know what I mean? Of like you know that's one way to frame it. Because I really like Parmenides. I like him a little bit more than Heraclitus. I
I can
see
tell.
issues with Heraclitus.
I can tell.
All right, Marcus, can you like? I mean, I guess you were about to say something about the non-identity problem.
Well, no, I don't. I just, I guess I'm just trying to convey that I have cracks in my window. That's all, and I'm open. I hold my beliefs provisionally, and I think one principle in philosophy is to hold epistemic humility, and you can be wrong.
So I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What would happen if you guys have all these labels? Don't you feel like it's a way of keeping separation?
No, I think the labels are descriptive. Like, I am gay, I am black, I am an anti-natalist, I'm an anarchist. So it's like,
You
when,
don't think that separates people?
no, because if you don't know, so it's the reason why I do identify myself with these labels is because people, it means it's not something just to say, like, okay, let me give an example. In the gay community, there's this whole thing, top versus bottoms. I don't know if y'all know what that means, but
Yes, well aware of it.
okay, some people reject that label because they think that it is limiting. But if I don't know who you are, then, or what your position is, then it becomes very awkward because now we're both bottoms, and then it's like, you didn't want to tell me that you were a bottom, and now this isn't going to work. Like, you should have just told me that. If you prefer to get penetrated, that means you're a bottom, whether you reject the label or not. So I just think it's kind of stupid that they don't want, like, just be honest. You know you're a damn bottom. Just tell me that. And they'll lie and say, oh, well, I'm really versatile, but really they're not. They're actually bottoms. It's just like, you go through all this hoopla over trying to figure out what they're actually into because they don't want to be honest, because they don't want a damn label. And it's just like, I think it's kind of dishonest. And like, even sometimes you'll talk to people and they'll say, oh, I don't identify as an anarchist, but it's like, you are an anti-statist, right? And it's like, yeah, but it's like, okay, so you're an anarchist. Like, you don't believe in hierarchical structures, right? Okay, you're an anarchist. Or, it's just like these words actually mean something. They're not just labeled just for the sake of, like, putting people in categories.
I don't know. I think it's gonna. I don't know. Something tells me that it's gonna backfire in the end.
Wait, but if I don't tell people
I'm
that
not
I'm
talking about the literal end. I'm just saying, just in general. Um, I
but if
think
I don't
I don't see where I don't see where it fits in. It doesn't fit in. All these, I mean, and I'm not just saying the difference between black, white, young, old, gay, not gay, whatever. I'm just saying all of the labels somehow keep segregation going on, and that's what we're supposed to be getting around and away from.
But if I'm okay, for example, if I'm trying to date somebody, hook up with them, shouldn't I know whether they're gay or straight? Why would I want to waste my time, um, like trying to chase after a straight guy who's not interested
Then you
in me?
just have a nice conversation. You don't have to call each other gay or not gay or anything like that. Or you don't have to call each other black or white. Or you don't have to say, oh, he's old or he's young or he's skinny or he's fat. I mean, those are labels. Those are man made labels to keep the separation going on between us. And the reason why it happens is because that's what the world desires, is for us not to make the connections. And when you keep those connections going by keeping the labels going, then you're aligning yourself with what the world wants.
Okay, but if you're like on a social dating website or something, and you're trying to screen, I want to know that you're gay, so I don't see the straight guys. I want to know that you're a male, so I don't see the women. Like, I don't want to have to go through all these people and figure it out. It takes too much time. I just want those who are compatible with me. Like, it's too time consuming to do it that way. Now, if you just want to be friends, that's one thing. But if you're talking about dating and stuff, I'm not going to be interested in someone who's of the opposite sex. So I want to exclude those people from my filter. I mean, let me ask you this.
Okay, so if you're going on a site um, to make a connection or to meet someone, you don't have to call each other that if you're going on that type of a site. Am I
Okay, but
correct?
there's other things like top, bottom. Are you cut, uncut? Like, there's like height. There's like different things that you can sort of screen out.
Can I just offer one, just really quick, because I'm really digging what Divine is going after here. If I'm picking up what she's putting down,
You
but
are.
there is a utility to having certain identifiers, so to speak. And like LA is talking about, there's some practicality to it. I think what would be most beneficial is if we, instead of eliminating the quote unquote labels, if we eliminated the prejudices.
Well, yeah, I mean, but geez, I mean, we've been trying to do that for decades. They can't even put that together right. So whatever.
No, I know it's tough. Like, I talk a lot about objective morality because I actually, unlike Brother Marcus, I do believe morality is objective. And so people ask me all the time, well, how come we haven't figured out what these fucking objective morals are then and stuff like that? It's like, well, it took us, 300,000 years to figure out that slavery was a bad idea. It took us, 300,000 years to figure out the earth wasn't flat. So it takes time sometimes to figure the right thing out. And I just think that because diversity, I do actually celebrate diversity. I think it's a beautiful thing. And if we just completely dispatch with the labels, then we're kind of like saying, well, diversity, I mean, I don't know, maybe I don't want to put a negative spin on this, but I think in a way we're kind of like saying, well, diversity isn't a good thing. We don't want to know what our differences are. And I think knowing differences is not only not a problem, but it should be celebrated. I think it's the prejudices. Like for example, I talk about this a lot on my channel, so I speak about it openly. But when I was a kid, my father was murdered, right? And so people ask me, they're like, hey, would you want to, if you could just snap your fingers, would you want to get rid of all the guns in the world? And my answer is always no, because that doesn't actually solve the problem. If we got rid of the guns, people would be killing each other with like chainsaws or axes or what the fuck ever they have, bazookas, I don't know. But if we got rid of the violence, the guns wouldn't be a problem. You know what I mean? It would just take care of itself. So if we got rid of the prejudices, then the labels wouldn't be a problem. That's kind of, I guess, the point I'm trying to make.
There's been times where I've been in a room with somebody and they're trying to like point somebody out, but they won't actually describe them. They'll just say, "Oh, the brunette" or whatever, and it's like they're all brunette. Like, and then it's like, "Oh, you mean the Asian girl?" It's like, yeah, it's like, or the redhead. Why won't you just say that? Or the black guy? And then you're trying to figure out, and they just won't say it because they're trying to be neutral, and I think it's so frustrating. Like, I think you should use whatever is the most accurate descriptor, which gets your point across. You are talking about the black guy over in the corner. Like, why are you trying to be so coy about what you're saying? Like, if I don't know what you're talking about, then we're not communicating effectively.
I guess in Hazel's world, all those labels would go away. The antinatalism, the veganism, all of that. Because I think it just keeps us in separation. I don't think it keeps us connected at all. I don't.
Well,
I think if you're talking about a real life connection where you're just like in some community or something, it's probably irrelevant. But if you're trying to connect with people who are like-minded, yeah, you want to find somebody who is an anti-natalist or a vegan or whoever. Like, it's so many people, and you have to try to filter people out who are not vegan or who are not anti-natalist.
Also,
Yeah, but aren't you limiting? Aren't you limiting what it is that you could create between two people if you just let it all just be?
No, I think it becomes conflict. Let me just tell you, because I dated a guy who I assumed because he was gay that he did not want to have children, and it was a problem because he actually did want to have children. And when I told him that I had a vasectomy, he got pissed. He told me how selfish I was, and he couldn't get over it. So, I wish I had disclosed that earlier so that I would have known, like, oh, this guy actually does want to have children. Or if I'm talking to somebody, I just assume that most people are statists, right? So if I run into an anarchist, it's like you're just a unicorn. I don't even have to explain myself. You already get it. So I'm looking for anarchists because they're so rare. So I want to know that. I guess it's kind of difficult when you are some type of anomaly where there's not so many people who are like you. You are trying to find people who have something in common with you. I don't want to. I mean, I can be friends with anybody, but like, for example, I'm trying to find people to help me to start my nonprofit. I'm going to have to find somebody who's an anarchist or libertarian or an anti-natalist, because if you're not in one of those categories, you're not likely to support it. You're going to say, so what? You don't need the right to medical assistance. Just get over it. No, those people already get it. So I'm going to go to those groups because they are already thinking like in that way.
Right.
It's too much work to try to convince them, and then they don't agree with you, and then it's like, no, I want people who already support what I support.
By the way, I met a lot of
appreciate it.
anti-natalist anarchists. By the way, just they exist.
Right. I mean, I'm saying maybe they are like on the internet, but I don't know anybody like in person. There's been a few of them, even like, yeah, I forget the guy who came on earlier. The raw guy, he's an anti-natalist and an anarchist. There's like a few of them, but they're very rare.
Well, I
I'm
appreciate
open.
your opinion and the clarity on the subject matter. Anyways, that was nice of you.
I'm open to not using labels. I'd have to figure out how to navigate the world, though, because I think there is utility.
I
I'm
guess
trying
the
to.
reason why I'm asking is because this is the actual first time that I've ever heard a group of people so diverse and intertwined as well keep themselves in their own little boxes. I'm looking at it from the outside in and making pretend that I'm not part of it for just a second. And I'm just amazed at how many different labels y'all have. And I'm like I said, I've never ever in my life experienced it. And I'll never forget the first time I was on DNW's channel. I just sat there after and I just went, what's with all the label action? I don't get it. Why does everybody have to be this or be that? And it's like, why can't they just let go and be God and be lived? I mean, just let go, just be healed and loved. And what's with all that? It doesn't make no sense to me, but whatever. I guess it ain't supposed to.
Well, I'm not a zealot about it. Like, I understand people disagree with me. I don't know if you listen to Witchy. Like, we get along just fine, and she has 5 kids, but she respects me. I respect her. Like, I don't think that you have to agree with me in order to be friends with me. I mean, you have to respect each other, even though we are different.
Right. It's just wild to me. That's all. Just extremely that way.
Well, you're absolutely right, sister. There is a problem with the us versus them, or the in versus out, or the othering of people, and these labels certainly do feed into that. So you're absolutely right about that. That's a valid point.
Like, when it comes to the God question, if someone wanted to know my non-belief, but I didn't say the label, I could explain that I don't believe in it. I mean, I guess all these words are kind of like reference points as a shortcut to longer sentences of explaining what your position is.
Maybe we need to start communicating again.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna say this personally, that if there is a God, then I am going to oppose his love, because his love supposedly led to the creation of the material world. And, when we get down to it, is this, like, if there is a God, then he's responsible for all the sufferings in the world. You see what I mean? And so,
Maybe there isn't one. I'm open to it all. I mean, it doesn't. I don't care.
As a Buddhist, there is
In the
no
grand
God.
scheme of things, as long as I'm a good person, I don't really care if there's a God or not.
Yeah. Well, I do care though, because I'm, I'll be honest. When I don't think Lucifer really is the bad guy. Like, I don't see what he did wrong. Like, really, like I just don't see it. Like, personally speaking. But I'm saying that if there is one, I'm opposing him. But if there isn't, I just stick to Buddhism. You see what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. Everyone is different, but that's what I'm saying. You know, Lucifer
Boy, I
wasn't
like this
like
channel. I get answers. It's
Well,
it's
yeah,
validating. It feels good to be here. I love it. Thank
I
you.
mean, people can ask their questions. I don't like. We just have a discussion. Which she said the same thing. She's just like, well, you know, because in certain spaces, if you ask questions, you'll just get attacked. I don't like. I have patience. I'll try to answer it. You know, if you're trying to really understand it, I don't get offended by questions.
I think you nailed it when you said some people talk and then some people soapbox. I think
Right.
Yeah. The
I'm
ones who
gravitating.
like to hear themselves speak. Yeah.
I'm gravitating over here recently, as opposed to over there. Just so you know.
Well, I didn't come here to offend, but every once in a great while, I'm going to sneak over there because I do enjoy Chickpea if she's still going to land there, and
Yeah.
and there's a few others that I enjoy hearing too. So.
You need to
I
come over
don't
here.
expect anybody to take a side. I mean,
Oh
you
no!
know,
I just wanted to let everybody know I'm a floater, babies. I can't give to one and not the other. I have to give to them all.
She needs to come over here. I don't know. I just don't like that circus atmosphere over there. Okay.
I don't enjoy it at all. I think he should change his title name to Fighting Gnosis
It makes
because
me.
that's what they do.
My
That's all they
blood
do
pressure.
is
I have to
fight,
take 2 blood pressure pills instead of 1. Okay.
fight. All they do. I'm not used to that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm too much of a. I don't know.
I'm
That
not
back
I'm not used to it
banter.
either.
I mean, I
I'm
don't
not
know.
going back
I
into a
no
change.
longer have to participate in it at any level, and I don't like it when I have to sit there and listen. So every once in a great while, I'll sit there and I'll do what I'm supposed to do because I'm in it to support the channel, but I won't go into the panel because that's craziness. That's just crazy. When people are talking over each other and the mute button isn't monitored, I'm not in for that shit. I don't go for it at all.
I was on the other day. I got about 4 or 5 days ago. I mean, I'm just listening, and my blood pressure was just going sky high. Just listening. You know, it's like
Yeah, same. Yeah.
I said, I can't believe this is happening. You know, like, you know, it's just I don't know. It blew me away. It's like this can't be happening on a channel. I've never heard anything like that.
Well, it
Oh,
crumbles.
unfortunately, I'd
Yeah,
seen it on
it
YouTube a lot. It's shock jock kind of, you know,
Mm-hmm.
Jerry
crumbles
Springer stuff.
boundaries. Yeah, that's I don't. I never watched him. I didn't like him either. So no, I don't. I got divorced from it 1,000 years ago, and I have no intention on ever going back to any of that foolishness. I was with someone for 36 years. Never once did he raise his hand or scream or disrespect me in any way, shape, or form. Only had honor and respect, and he got his honor and respect back because he was an amazing life partner. I don't go in for it. I don't get it, and I've actually been in my car before, strolling down the road, and realized that a man was in his driveway abusing his wife. And I got out of my car, threw my piece of wood underneath the tire so it wouldn't roll down the hill, and I walked up the hill and I said, "Excuse me, what are you doing?" And he just kind of looked at me, kind of stunned. And I said, "I don't believe that you should be doing what you're doing. You might want to rethink it." I says, "Because you know what? From this day forward, you're going to wish you did something different. So let's change the energy here and let's keep your hands to yourself." He could not believe that I was standing there telling him that he shouldn't be doing that. You know what? He left her alone, and she just looked at me like, "Oh my God, when you leave, I'm going to only get beat up more." And I looked at her and I smiled and I says, "You don't have to worry about being beat up more." I says, "Because he won't lift a hand to you ever again." I ran into her into a store, and she said he never hit her again.
Yeah, I've been married for 10 years, and my wife and I get along well. No domestic abuse, and I think domestic abuse is inexcusable. It's definitely inexcusable.
You're an amazing man, anyways. I can tell by your ethics and what you say and how you approach other people. So she's very, very blessed that she found the man of her dreams.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I think it takes a very despicable person to do domestic abuse. Like, really.
It's a lack of something within the soul.
The secret is whoever you decide to marry, you better be sure they're your friend, your best friend.
Exactly.
I mean, forget the sex. Forget the sex. Forget it. Concentrate on whether you like them as a person. And I mean like them. Like them a lot. Okay? That sounds stupid to even have to say that. You know? But a lot of people don't even think about that.
You know what it is? It's a beautiful connection of two weirdos realizing that they're both weird, and are they compatibly weird? And when you realize you are compatibly weird, it works out perfect.
Yeah, but I think people are so preoccupied with sex, you know.
No, he knew that my body was my temple, and he knew, nope, it was off limits until I decided it was on limit. And that came through quite a long time of me and him getting to know each other, because no, I'm new. I've only had 4 boyfriends in my life, my whole life, and I'm 1,000 years old.
Wow.
I don't go for that. I don't try on boyfriends like my underwear. Thank you very much. You don't know what they're up to, where they've been, how many people they've been with. That all comes back to you. Hey, you know what? I got my butt kicked in the chat one night because there was 2 or 3 men against me who did not believe that they would have a better child if they were to decide to have a child, if they had that child with a virgin rather than a woman who was a
I
whore.
remember that. Yeah.
Oh my God. And you know what? All they had to do was start searching the internet and they would have found that answer. You know how many times I found that same exact answer? So many times since then. Because I just couldn't fathom why a man would want to marry a whore if he could have the opportunity to marry a virgin of his dreams.
I don't. I mean, I don't know. I guess I'm a little bit more egalitarian. I think it's like women get called whores, but men are like studs. I just I don't know. I just don't like shaming women for enjoying life and having fun. Like I think women enjoy sex just as much as men, and so like I think women should have fun if they're able to do that. I mean, they probably should use protection and not go around being reckless about it. But I don't know.
I think you're misinterpreting what I'm saying, okay? And I'm just want to clarify just to make sure that you have the point that I'm trying to say so that you won't. What I'm trying to say is if they make up their mind that they do desire to have a child, that they would have a better version of a child if they married virgin rather than the other. That's all. That's the only thing that I was trying to make a point of. And no one got it. None of them got it. It went way over their head.
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know. I haven't looked into studies or research. Maybe there is some stuff out there that I just am unaware of. But because I don't believe in free will, I don't know how you feel about libertarian free will, but I personally don't believe in free will. And I think that the development of the mind of a person, it starts in the fetus, obviously, and then it just continues from there. So, we're developing a human being. Their subconscious mind and everything develops long before the frontal cortex does. And so much of what a person does in life, the decisions they make for good or for bad, is really predetermined by the way they're brought up. And I don't know that virgin is going to be any better of a human being per se, or make the right choices for their baby per se. I think so much more about the child is going to be determined by so many other things that we've studied in science and in psychology, that virginity, I don't think, I mean, you could point at certain things and say there might be certain character traits that a virgin might be more likely I can't talk anymore, too tired, be more likely to possess than like someone who sleeps around all the time or something like that. There might be an argument for that. I'm just unaware of it. But I just think as a blanket statement to say that a woman who's had
Well,
sex
now
with
that
50 dudes is going to, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
sorry, now that you've heard of this different concept, you may see evidence of it from, and then they will validate what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, there was this whole conversation. It was talking about residual genetic material left behind when you've had sex with random partners. Right?
Yes, and not just that, but you're not just messing around. I'm just going to call it that because we're, anyways, we don't even always know if people are in love when they're doing this foolish thing. But you also have to remember that every time that you're with someone, you're not just with that one someone, you're with all of their someones that they've been with. And sometimes because people have interesting motivations for connecting with people, not always sincere, then you're not always going to get a count. I mean, I don't know if anyone ever tells you the correct count per se. And so, to some people, it doesn't matter. But I mean, if people are going to lie to you up front and not tell you how many partners they've had in their lifetime, then what else are they going to not tell you? It just
Can I ask?
seems to perpetuate itself.
I want to
Can I
ask a
ask a
question though, because
hypothetical
if
question?
you're a virgin and your partner has sex with 100 people, does that mean that you go from a virgin to having sex with 100 people? Like because then it's like, what's the point of even saving yourself? Because you're completely ruined as soon as you have sex.
Well, she's saying if you want an offspring, that was.
Yeah, I'm keeping it very tight to that because that should be the only reason why someone would want to have a virgin is if they were planning on having the child of their dreams. Okay, you got to connect with someone who's got some solidity. I mean, to them. I mean, they just can't be just like banging everybody this side of the United States, dude. It just doesn't work that way.
Can I ask a hypothetical question about this residual genetic material? Because I've heard this as well that when you have sex with one person, you're having sex with everybody they've had sex with.
Exactly.
But so hypothetically speaking, just to play devil's advocate here, and again, I don't have a position on this one way or the other. I'm just kind of just trying to weed through this here in my own mind. So if a virgin, we have two virgins, right? A and B, and virgin A is in a monogamous relationship with another virgin partner, and they have a child, but the partner is a total idiot. Like, he's uncoordinated, he's stupid, he's just like, his genetic material is just whack. Like he shouldn't be having kids because his kid is going to go to an idiot or something. And the B lady, she has sex with like 20 guys, and they're all geniuses, professional athletes, whatever, like cream of the crop type of partners. Are you saying that the virgin who had the monogamous relationship with the idiot is going to have a better child than the woman who had all her partners were like grade A, prime, whatever you want, genetic material? That doesn't make sense to me, but I don't know. I haven't looked into it.
Okay,
Is that
well,
what you're positing, though?
I'm going to put myself on a limb again one more time, and I hope I don't get my head lopped off. But the situation that I'm aware of is that when you connect with anyone here on the earth, it doesn't matter who it is, that you're going to, how can I explain this so I don't look like I'm fucking out there and I'm loopy, all right? You guys are just going to have to embrace it whether you like it or not.
I'm waiting with bated breath about this. Go ahead.
Okay.
You said wait with bated breath.
Oh, God.
When you hook up with somebody. And then
Okay.
what?
All right. So my understanding basically is that it doesn't
Start from the beginning.
it doesn't really matter in the grandest scheme of things. I'm just going to say it that way. Because we're not really related. Have you ever heard of I'm sure you guys have. I'm not going to sound so loopy if you let me just spit it out, okay? That when you're in a family relationship, those are for just life lessons or blessings, okay? That when you want an organ, you never can get it from any one of your family members. You have to go to an outside person. It's because the universe puts us all here. We choose our family to get us through those life lessons and blessings, but we couldn't get any organs from our immediate family because they don't have the makeup that we need to have an organ donated to us. So a stranger 2 miles down the road can give us an organ and we're compatible and everything's fine. The reasoning behind that is that each one of us comes here all individual. In other words, I'm the only person here on this earth plane whose name is Hazel May Bouchard. And I'm who I am. I look the way I do. I act the way I am. There is no one else that has my DNA on this earth. Same with every individual on this earth. When you see it, that we all are individuals and that we're all supposed to be individuals who interact with each other with whatever energy you want to call it, be it love or I don't give a fuck, hate, I don't care what the connection is. We're all supposed to be on the same page with no separation on any level about anything. That is my understanding of why we're here and what it's all about. And I did not create that. That was what was told to me. Someone speak.
Well,
Please.
I mean, we have another person coming.
I felt like you self-censored yourself because I know you have deeper
I
beliefs.
can't say anymore. I mean, boy, oh boy, how many times do I need to be kicked?
I know.
No, it's
You know, I'm just going to wait. I want to see how this whole beautiful channel develops, and then I'll stick my neck out and you guys can chop it off all you want to. By then I'll have more balls.
It's hard to witness people who what is happening? Objective ethics and objective okay, I want to be an objective something now.
Hey, Brother Marcus.
I want to be part of the crew.
You are, baby.
I want to be sandwiched in between objective ethics and objective reality. I want to be right in the middle there, like an Oreo. Okay.
There you
This is
go.
getting us
Nothing
back to
wrong
that
with that.
Nancy needs to get laid conversation.
I want to have a 3B with objective ethics and objective reality.
Well, all you have to do is say a prayer and we can make it happen.
That sounds like an objectively good time, sister. Absolutely.
Hey,
Okay,
objective reality.
is anyone going to respond to what I just said, or are we all going to sit here in wonderment?
Well, I'm trying to tie it to the virginity claim, and it might be because I'm too tired. I'll be honest with you. I had a long day at work, and so I'm trying to tie the DNA to the whole conversation about you're going to have a better
it may
child.
not come clear to you in this moment. Okay, it may not come clear to you in this moment. It's not supposed to, but over the next few days, you will see evidence of what I'm saying. It will appear, and then you will know.
I think I want to sit on it a little while before I don't want to just, you know what I mean? I don't want to give an immediate response. I'm just going to think about
There's
it.
no need to, dear.
I do. So objective reality. I'm not. I just don't want you to think that I'm dismiss. I just need to sit on it for a minute. But objective reality. Welcome to the show. How are you? I don't. Have we ever chatted before? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I've been in the live stream many times before.
Oh yeah. So sometimes these names
Yeah,
are
it's
so
just
familiar. It's just, you know.
yeah, it's just yesterday I was on a live stream with Joshua Estron and some other streamers, and
Let me bring your volume up.
we've come we've come to the conclusion, or personally, my conclusion is that as long as you're conscious, whatever level of reality you are in and wherever you are, you will suffer regardless. Consciousness is the issue. Awareness is the issue. People are just constantly coping and chasing, but what they don't realize is that that's just a part of the game. That's just a part of the trickery. I mean, it's there's no perfection. There's no such thing as a perfect realm. It's never going to be possible. People are just coping with subjective thinking, and this is why I've named my username Objective Reality, because some people cannot handle objective external forces which are right in front of their face. So this is why we have to be ignorant and focus on our own little bubble. But that's not really reality at all. We're just focusing on one part of reality. When you look in the big grand scale of things, in the bigger picture of what's going on there, things are really horrific. I mean, it's just people want to cope and just be ignorant of what's really going on. They just want to live in their own little family. Yeah, a lot of antinatalists, especially soul trappers and whatnot, copes and copes, because we know realistically in the bigger picture it's living hell, and it's that they're in the numbers and they have all the weaponry and they have all the force and power to do whatever they want, whatever they want. They don't care about your needs. Life abolishes them. They don't care. Honestly, they do not. And you can be able to throw as many words as you want, moral words and such, and a big moral script to them. They don't care because they have the instinctive power, the physical power, the materialized power to instinctively dominate. This is harsh reality. I mean, I'm not here to sugarcoat anyone or to talk in a specific comforting way. I'm just saying it for how it is. This just far beyond repair. The public supports state violence, and antinatalists are in the minority. We are in the less than 1,000 or so, less than 5,000 to 10,000, and yet the state is filled with 8 billion plus retards. I mean, we kind of have to see the objective reality here of how things are really working out here. I mean, you can't just be shouting at these puppets because they will do what they do regardless. Like apologies, they don't care, because they're programmed to do what they're going to do regardless. That's the issue. You shout around, they don't care. So, I mean, I'm not here to, harsh truth, and it's this is what. But they at least don't give a fuck about our words at the end of the day. I mean, they
I'm
don't.
sorry,
And
it's kind of breaking up. It's borging.
it's breaking up, yeah?
Yeah, it is. Can everybody else hear him?
Can you hear me now? Look.
I'm getting like every fifth word.
Fifth word.
It's roboting for me.
Can you guys hear me well now, yeah? Test 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello. Hello. Hello.
I think that's better.
Yeah. Just the main point here. In a short summary, regardless, no one cares in this reality problem. You're talking about fighting against, the courts and stuff, but the courts will do what they do regardless because they have that instinctive, materialized physical power to dominate you, and they do not care. So it's every man for himself in this realm. I'm sorry to say. I mean, there's no hope in this place. I mean, I just want to keep it that dark. I'm not here to give wishful thinking and hopeful fucking Disneyland news and stuff. I'm sorry to say, when you look at things in the bigger grand scheme of things, in the bigger picture, just outside of your zone, This reality is far, far too fucked, beyond repair. I mean, it's outdone insanity itself. You shouting at puppets is not a solution because they're programmed to do what they're going to do regardless. They're never going to listen to you. You can try and tell the horse to drink the water, but it's down to the horse for itself consciously to drink that water. So
I wish you were here earlier when Seth was here because I was trying to convince him that you're not going to change people. He was talking about how there's hope for the future, and if you can convince enough people to believe in freedom, they'll liberate themselves. I'm like, no, like I wish you were here earlier, but maybe maybe I can get you both on a live stream at the same time.
Look, the thing is, man, I've noticed this over the last 3 to 5 years through live streams and all this studies about soul trapping and antinatalism and stuff. The creator of this game, these entities, a lot of people don't believe in entity farming and stuff. A lot of people believe that, there's no entities farming us. I do believe they are farming us because there's more than enough proof, materialized proof especially, that they exist, even in this reality and outside of this Earth Dome, which are controlled in this reality. These entity farmers do not care for our needs. So it's simple as, I mean, the NPCs do not care at all because they're programmed to do what they're going to do regardless. You shouting at a fucking broken record doll is not the solution because they're pre-scripted puppets. They're going to do what they're going to do regardless. It's like shouting at a fucking brick wall. It gets you nowhere. I've learned this over the last 3 to 5 years. I've experimented this myself. No one's ever going to agree on the same thing because the creator will not allow that to happen. It wants constant chaos. It needs constant chaotic order to keep this reality running, to keep this running. So we have to keep things realistic here. There's only a limited amount of us which are going to be the way we are. And we're going to share one common goal. But unfortunately, in the meantime, we have to just keep it realistic and say, the state will not care for us. The state will not fucking allow us to do certain things because it's banned here. They don't care. You can be able to fucking write out all the documents you want against these bastards. They will keep saying the same thing. No, because it's not because, they're intelligent. No, it's because they have that instinctive, materialized physical power. They can be able to fucking send hundreds of fucking law enforcement agents to your fucking door and take all your shit away if they want to at any given moment. The government has the power. I'm sorry to say. I mean, it's keeping it realistic,
Are you an anarchist?
Are
you an anarchist?
Yes, I am, but
are you also an anti-natalist?
Yes, I am. Yes,
okay,
yes,
great,
I am.
great,
Yes.
perfect. So we're on the same page.
Exactly. But look, let's not sleep on the elites, especially the state, because they are not to be underestimated. Yeah, they are very fucking barbaric and cruel, as you can clearly see with the way they do things. They do what they want regardless. They do not care. So you can be able to tell them, leave me alone, or under this moral law, under this conduct, they don't care because they know they got the physical power.
Well, that's what I was trying to explain to Seth earlier. He was saying if you use lower caps, then you can free yourself. I'm like, I don't think that works.
Sorry, I mean, I have to keep it realistic. This is a war zone. It's every man for himself. I mean, this is the problem of what I've noticed. I'm thinking maybe out here, harsh talk. The state will always physically outpower you, regardless. Even if you go and fight through them with intelligence, they will just use instinct straight away. They don't care because they know they've got the numbers to do so. They at least know exactly what the fuck they're doing with this fucking realm they're running, this loose farm they're running. They know exactly. They're not stupid. They're not fucking stupid. This is why they got a lot of fucking puppet slaves. Stupid at all. They're not to be underestimated. I mean, it's a case of if you've been in trouble with the state before, even if you say certain wordings, even if you get off certain papers and stuff, they decline that immediately and just physically outpower you with numbers, with guards. They don't actually give a fuck. That's the problem. So,
but you still believe? Do you believe in like trying to do things, or is it just fatalism?
Do I believe in trying to do things? Well, This is the question. This is a good question.
Because I feel like this is a reverse kind of might makes right thing, where it's like those in power want to stay in power, and there's nothing you can do about it.
No, we can do something about it, but look, guys. The problem is, guys, look. I was on a live stream for 4 to 5 hours yesterday on Joshua S. John's channel. We were all discussing about this topic exactly, precisely, and as much as we can raise our ego and try and say this and that in our heads and in the limited numbers we have to keep it quite realistic and say, well, you know, these fucking NPCs will keep breeding and keep growing, and they are going to keep being in the majority, and they will always be physically in the numbers. They will always outnumber us regardless.
Right. They make
I
the
mean,
power,
I
they
mean,
make the majority, but then
yeah,
what?
I mean, of course, it's very observable. Look, this is a very tricky one. You know, this is a very difficult question. I mean, it's as I've
Well,
said,
after
this
4 hours of discussion, what did you guys come to?
well, destruction. The only way is destruction of everything. I mean, destruction of this reality. I mean, that's the only answer there really is at the end of the day, because any other theory is
And is
cope.
it destruction of the system or destruction of the world?
I mean, destruction of the system or destruction of the world. I
Well, you
mean,
said the solution. Well, the thing that you guys agreed upon is destruction, but what
of
does
this
that mean?
reality. Yeah, of course, the destruction of the system and world, because
Okay, so
it's
both. Okay.
yeah, of course. Either way is a win, because as long as there is
Absolutely
any
not.
support,
Excuse me. Remember, we were promised by the prime creator, not the biblical one, that the earth would never experience devastation like it had
oh, it
before.
is experiencing devastation because animals are eating each other. Okay, we're about this exact the entities, the
What are you
creators.
saying? What are you saying, dear? I can't hear you.
Okay, what I'm saying is that we were discussing exactly about this topic yesterday on the live stream of New Ages. It's about seeing what's clearly observable in front of your eyes in the bigger picture. Animals are eating each other. Sentient life is eating sentient life. This is not a love story, okay? It's even if the system did collapse, even if it did tomorrow, even if the entire fucking population of the NPCs collapsed, they all went extinct, there'll still be a huge problem. Life is eating life, okay? They're suffering constantly, right? It's clearly observable right in front of your face. Subjective, wishful Disneyland La La Land thinking of, you know, oh, hope and cope and fantasies and rainbows is not objective reality. So I'm not here to sugarcoat anyone or try and be rude. I just want to say it for how it is, right? This is the problem. People want to hear what makes them feel good in their own
Your
little
view
bubble.
of how it is may not connect with other people's view of how it is.
This is the problem. This is exactly the problem because
There is
people
no
are
problem, honey. Every one of us are allowed to think as we choose.
well, I mean, we don't really have free will, and we can't choose in this place. Everything's based on hard determinism, anyways. I've learned over the last few years, people are puppets. People's perception is being controlled by these entity farmers.
It's only a temporary gig, dude.
You cannot be able to let the other side of the fire grow. You always have to fight fire with fire. I'm sorry to say, it's just harsh truth. I was talking about this exact topic yesterday in the live stream for 4 or 5 hours straight. You have to fight fire with fire to win. I'm sorry. It's just how it is. As long as this existence keeps continuously going and running, suffering will still be produced regardless. It is existence itself which is the issue. This reality is the issue. It is the main issue. We have to get to the point there and think, okay, there's clearly a big objective external issue here, not just with ourselves, but also in the bigger picture. There's a big elephant in the fucking room. We have to point to the elephant and say, listen, there is a big fucking elephant inside this room. People like to always
for you.
I'm sorry.
Objective reality. I have a question for you. Are you a Gnostic? Because a lot of what you're saying sounds Gnostic to me. Like, or you're not.
Of course, it's literally, you know, all this reality is completely unnatural anyways. It should have never come into play in the first place. So, you know, you can't try and justify torture in a fucking life force. You can't try and justify torturing plant lives. You can't try and justify torturing animal lives for your satisfaction. That's just ignorance and being naive. Look at what's in front of your face. Go out to a jungle in Africa or in actual nature and see what happens in reality, in objective reality. Everything's eating each other. It's an evil, evil world.
I agree.
Clearly observable right in front of your face. Just
They're
people want to
obviously supposed to be doing that, or they wouldn't be. Nature does what it's supposed to do. We have
Okay,
nothing
well-
to do with that. It was made that way.
Okay, well, it shouldn't be made that way because it's bad, it's evil. Okay, it shouldn't be that way. Simple as.
Yeah. Yeah, objective
Shouldn't be
reality.
that way.
You know
Shouldn't
about the
be that way.
Cathars?
Simple
Because a
as.
lot of what you're saying reminds me of the Cathars. The Cathars. You know, because they thought that the world was created by the world of material was created by an evil demiurge.
Yes, of course it is. This world is all evil. Of course it is. Everything is negative and evil. Literally, your love and life.
Well,
love and life
enjoy that connection.
Make-believe fantasies are not objective
I
reality.
can't
People
jump
have
on that
to-
bandwagon.
People have to
Paulo, are
cope.
you still
That's the
there?
problem.
I have
People have
doubts.
to cope.
I haven't come
Because
to-
they're in
you know,
denial. That's
I
why.
would say that it depends on one's metaphysical views, but I
No,
I
no,
do
no, no, no,
sympathize
no.
with-
That is called religious views of make-believe fantasies in their little head. They don't actually care about what's going on in the bigger picture because it's unbearable. That's why. So they have to cope and say, "Oh, we justify torturing and over life force." There's no justification for it. Okay, you raping a child, or literally, you murdering a fucking babyville cow or babyville lamb is the same concept as murdering a fucking child. There's no difference. You're murdering something. You're making it suffer. You're producing suffering. You can think in
Yeah,
your head
well,
all you want. Yeah, for me it's good, but what about the external objective life force? How's that
Yeah, I'm
feeling?
saying that some religions, like the Cathars or the Manichaeans, you know, they saw the material world as, you know, like an evil, dark casing. You know what I mean?
People are just coping.
Like sympathize.
Everybody's just coping continuously. This is just all theories and fantasies, subjective thinking. It's not actual reality because people can't handle that objective, harsh truth. So they just accept it and just say, "Oh, it's all okay." I mean, it's all fine that there's clearly fucking baby deers getting devoured by fucking lions in Africa in the jungle.
The-
It's all
the
okay.
the
This is
prescription.
how people do. They have to cope and be in denial about things. They can't
The-
handle the objective
the
truth, so they go to
The prescription of objective reality, right, is to destroy reality, correct? How?
Of course. Destroy matter. Destroy everything
How
which
do you
is said
destroy
is just
all of reality?
destroy it all. You
Brother
just-
Marcus, I don't know if we want to go down this rabbit hole. I mean, I think, are you an Nephilim?
Well, I mean, I'm quite extreme like Shangel in a way, like his theories. That's
Okay.
That's what
I mean, I'm not an Nephilim, but I'm not against it. But I don't support it. But I just
I'm
I
okay
just want,
talking
I don't
about
want
it.
to get into specifics on this channel
Oh,
and then have my
okay.
live stream taken down. But
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
I know. I understand where you're coming from. I mean, look, the thing is, abolitionism. Look, even if you were to exit tomorrow, yeah, you were to euthanasia and exit, this reality will still be running. Suffering will still be being produced over and over again. People would still be suffering whilst you go on another path. So this reality is clearly the issue. It is the main
I know.
issue.
I've
It's
heard
just
this
people
for a long time, brother.
because it's the truth. It's the
Yeah,
truth.
take
It's
a
right
deep
there.
breath. Yeah, take a deep breath and let someone else interject and say what they need to say about it.
Yeah, well, I think that.
Well, they make believe fantasies. Yeah, well,
Yeah,
that's not
like-
really a good
Yeah,
solution, is it?
let me say this though. I sympathize with what you're saying, but I cannot commit to it fully. But I do recommend you check out this writer, Nimrod D. Rosiero, because he does talk about similar stuff. He uses Catharism and Manichaeism and other stuff in a Platonic worldview in order to claim that a malevolent demiurge constructed this universe. But I don't agree with that entirely. I stick to Buddhism and stuff. But I'm
Because
an
it's religious
anti-intellectualist,
thinking.
but
It's
not
religious
atheist.
wish thinking and fantasy thinking. You have to go on Shango Thunder's channel and just read all of his concept. He gets to the point here, and that's what
Yeah,
I
I'm
like to do. I don't like to
content. I listen to his content. I mean, he's a good content creator. He's been supportive of my channel, and I support his channel. But I guess I don't know. I just try to shy away from that stuff just because I don't want that on my channel, and I just lost my channel like a few months ago, and so I don't want to get too controversial and have my channel taken down.
That's fair. I get that. Sorry
I mean,
for
as
engaging in
long
that
as there
discussion.
is any form of sentient life in this place, right?
It's just like
There
you've
will be
probably, because
suffering.
you've been in these spaces since like 2019, yeah. So like we've heard this like a lot, and I don't think. I mean,
Breeders are
until
the issue here.
huh?
Breeders are clearly the issue here. Okay, I mean that is a fact. Breeders are the issue. Agreed on that. I mean we can't be able to agree on that though. They
I
are
mean,
a huge
venting
issue,
about
and
it
they
is
do cause
venting
more
about
problems
it
for us.
helps cope. All right, yeah.
I mean, I got more than enough problems for myself. Why on earth would I want to bring in more problems, and have a guaranteed death sentence for another offspring? I'm taking responsibility not to do that. Simple as. I'm not responsible for other people's kids, man. I'm not responsible to fucking selfish, extremist bastards who always just blame everything on everybody else and never take responsibility for causing more suffering on this earth.
No,
Right?
brother Marcus, I'm sorry. That's actually not correct. I just saw that I've actually had my channel since 2025. I mean, wait, what is it?
Wait, what?
No, that's not right.
That's not right.
I'm trying to see how far my channel goes back. I need to go back through my emails. I'm sorry. Y'all can keep talking.
Yeah, I personally prefer the Buddhist approach where, it's due to attachments and grasping that do coexist, but old age, sickness, and death comes to everyone. I think mankind is in a terminal stage. It's better mankind go extinct. But, I'm not gonna pass judgment on the other sentient life forms. Let them do what they want. But
Yeah. Just let them
yeah,
do what they want,
yeah.
typical, just ignorance, because as long as there is any form of sentient life forms in this place, there will be suffering produced regardless. So this is where naive and ignorance comes into play. Sadistic views come into play. Yeah, just ignore it, because it's too much to handle,
Yeah, but we can't communicate. We
How
can't,
about if you were in a
talk to
starving
them.
African kid's shoes, you were literally starving in the middle of Africa, drinking poisonous water every day. How about them? People always like to do ignorance. They always like to ignore what's killing in front of them because they can't handle it. So they have to go with, okay, I'm gonna do what makes me feel good. I don't actually give a shit about anyone else's suffering because it's too much for me to handle. So I have to cope and just ignore their suffering. Just walk by and just leave them to die and rot. I mean, that's pretty much what people are trying to say in different forms, in more comforting forms. In make believe fantasy forms, in religious forms. I'm just keeping it very realistic here, right? So, I'm
Yeah,
not
but
here to comfort anyone. So
Does it help you to keep it real?
Of course it does. You always have to keep it real. You have to keep it military grade style, warfare type style. Be
And
hard
what is the utility of keeping it real?
utility or keeping it real. Well, it always reminds you of how evil this place is and how.
So every day I'm
Still,
reminded about how evil the world is, and then what do I do with that?
look, if no one wants any more problems and they want complete peace and quiet, the best option is to be non-existent. A non-being
Yeah,
is to
but
be.
you just said that exiting would be not useful to the war. I'm speaking in
Even
euphemisms
if you
now.
do exit, this reality is still going to be running. So
Yeah,
that is an
so
issue.
I thought you
In
just
the
argued
external,
against
in
it.
the external, that's going to be an external issue because this reality is still running. So there's a high chance you will get trapped back here. That's the problem. So there's always an external problem going on. People like to just be ignorant and just go down their own path, but that's not really reality because I've tested this over the last few years. Me ignoring what's actually going on in front of me, I can think I'm ahead of what I want. That's all going to get better. It's never going to get better. That's just keeping it real, right? As long as there is external life forces causing problems and suffering, they will come and produce suffering for you. Whether you like it or not, you can always run away from the problem, but the external problem is still going to be there for you. The
Yeah, but when I
beast is
look at a
still going
I
to be
don't
there for
believe in
you.
reincarnation. I think once I die, I'm just going to be dead.
Well, fortunately, I mean, if you get surprise attacked by entities in the astral, I mean, you're going to have to be, go to war with them. I mean, you're going to have to be fighting them off and getting the fuck out. I mean,
What?
we
Yeah.
don't actually know what happens after death. That's the problem. We're just speculating there. That is the issue. But if you do witness any form of entities coming to you, archons, which are extraterrestrials in disguise, entity farmers in disguise.
Wait a second here. You were just saying that stuff is fantasy and mythical, but now you're talking about
No,
archons.
he believes it.
Yeah. So
Well,
yeah.
I have talked to some Freemasons before, and they have told me some
Oh, what?
secrecy information. So
I see. Yeah.
about the extraterrestrials, yeah, they do
Yeah.
exist.
Yeah. Can we so what do you think about the Cathars? You know about them? The Cathars and all that.
The Cathars, I mean, I think there
Was
may
that
have been a certain extraterrestrial species which came on Earth thousands of years ago to maybe just warn humanity about, I don't know, just about how fucked up everything is, and I don't know. I mean, it's
I'm confused how you believe in archons, but you shun spirituality.
He also says he has been speaking to Freemasons, so that's very strange. Yeah. So you don't know what you claim after we die, there are going to be like astral beings attacking us and stuff like that, entities and
100%
stuff.
because there's going to be entity farmers trying to stuff your energy consciousness back into a meat suit avatar in whatever
So you
reality. It
believe
could
in
be here, it
energy
could be another
consciousness?
planet they make, or another planet they already have. I don't know. It could be some weird ass named planet. I don't know. I mean, these
What is
entities
an
are very,
energy?
very fucking crazy. I mean, they're invisible beings. I mean, they're fucking.
What is an energy farmer?
Hmm?
What is an energy farmer?
An entity farmer. Oh, it's an extraterrestrial who farms energy consciousness into loose farms. That's exactly why we're here.
But I'm just
Because
confused why you
How do
shun
they do that?
spirits
How do they
and stuff.
harvest people's energy?
well, if you ever watched the Matrix movies, I mean, it pretty much explains about the extraterrestrials in some parts of the movies. You also have to watch. You have to go on Reaper
They were
1984's channel and
they were
watch
aliens.
about the Cosmic Mildews video. You need to watch that video about fungi because that entire over 2 hour long video gets into deep observation about the cosmic mildew and about the entities which are fungi, which are farming us, right? It gets quite scientific here. I mean, I'm
But
sure,
you do believe in spirituality, yeah?
yeah, but
Oh,
also
okay. I
study
was
science
under
as
a
well,
different
branches of
impression than that.
science. I study branches of science which are clearly objective and observable in this reality because it's
Okay.
right in front of us, which is physical matter. So yes, branches of
Okay.
science do exist, which equals, gives us more answers, I guess. But it's there is secret societies out there though, because I have talked to Freemasons before myself. There is secret societies out there which are hidden from us. A lot of secrets are hidden from us out there, underground, wherever. They're very, very fucking manipulative. These are entities. They can come here in human form and act like a truth seeker, just to fucking spy on you and gather intelligence on you to report back to their I don't know, to the other secret society members. I mean, they're very crazy. They can be able to shapeshift. They can be able to, they can be able to make, script events ahead of time and fuck with your ass, and they're crazy. But as I've said, if you want to get into
Divine,
more
what do you
information
think?
about this, you have to go on Reaper's channel. His
Divine,
YouTube
do you
name
have
is
any
Reaper
thoughts on this?
1984.
What's that?
Do you have any thoughts on what he's saying?
Not in this moment. Mm-mm.
Okay,
I'm not awake enough for that.
all right.
Yeah, some thoughts.
That's a conversation that should be had at some other point. And I think that he's soapboxed a little bit too long right now, and we need to shift the perspective because all of a sudden I'm feeling like someone just unplugged me and I'm not impressed.
All right. I guess we can change gears for a minute.
You wanted to show us a video,
Sure,
LA.
go on, guys. Speak then, go on.
I just wanted to show this little clip and get people to respond to it because I'm not sure what to make of. We were talking about International Antinatalism Day, and then we got disrupted. We got disrailed with this.
I mean, it's a fair question. I think that the when it comes to getting compensation from your parents, the first thing is to understand, for many people, is to get over their Stockholm syndrome, which is which is the mental health condition whereby you fall in love with your captors, which is what your parents are really. They have, as we say on the podcast, incarnation is incarceration. right? So the first thing is for many people is to start to realize that actually, no, your parents do owe you compensation for bringing you here, and they should be paying for your expenses, and you shouldn't be going to work, right? Now, obviously, there's going to be, unfortunately, millions, if not billions of children whose parents have either died and they haven't left them.
I'm not sure if I started this at the right spot, but we're about to have this interaction with DNW, which I think it came out of left field.
Money, or their parents have got no money themselves, and that's
What
obviously
is work?
Well,
not all work is paid, Danny. Work is
right. So we're talking about wage slavery and parents having, to compensate children for their involuntary existence, and then he comes in on International Antinatalism Day to basically push back against antinatalism. I'm not sure what just happened here.
But can I just say, work is also something towards perhaps making the world better. We have work to do. So maybe you're getting caught up in people being forced to do jobs that don't necessarily
No, Mr.
like
DNW. No, Mr.
Don't have
DNW. I'm not
meaning.
talking about
By
that.
the way,
Don't give me
can I,
that bullshit.
do you mind?
Don't
Life
give
is
me
short.
that bullshit. You have gone to
I
work today.
want to address LA and me. I've been having a little bit.
Let me just, because he told me not to go on his channel. Danny Shine decided to do a live stream, so I wanted to talk to Danny Shine about antinatalism, and he told me that I can't stay away. And then this is what I'm talking about. He said I couldn't stay away from his channel, but here he is.
Of back and forth. LA, no
Okay,
hard
but
feelings.
this is not the time for it.
No, we're starting
It's
that
not
crap.
the time for it. You
We're
can
not
do that on
It's
your own.
related to it's related to why my parents have me.
So I just want y'all to know that it was not related to why his parents had him. That was just an excuse for him to use that as an opportunity to litigate these issues that we've been having.
That's okay.
All right, it is, but I'm just not going to let you get away with that. What you said about work, because I'm going to reveal something about you, if I may, right? Which is that you and I have spoken about this before, right? You should not be going out to work and doing those jobs you're doing. You wouldn't do them if you didn't need the money, and you shouldn't need the money. And your parents are sitting on lots of money that is rightfully yours, right? And that's what I want to say to unextroverted, is that the first thing, there's nothing you can do, unfortunately, if your parents haven't got the resources. But what you can do is you can at least understand and speak to the people that you know and explain to them, because this is all part of the process of understanding antinatalism. Because once you understand that your parents actually owe you money and that they should have had millions of pounds in the bank before they did it, when you understand that, then you will make sure that you don't do the same thing unless you've got millions of pounds in the bank. And even if you've got millions of pounds in the bank, you could spend it on lots of other things anyway. But do you get the point?
Maybe I should speed it up. I think this is where he starts using this opportunity to talk. We're supposed to be talking about antinatalism, and he wants to bring up this drama.
It's all part of the learning process. And DNW, you should not be working, right? You should not be going around doing building, mainly probably for natalists, right? You should not be doing that type of thing if you don't want to be doing it, which you don't, basically. You don't want to have to do that. Your parents should be paying for you. They really should. And I'm not sure how much you really realize that, because I think you should spend your time working out cunning ways of getting the money that you deserve, that they owe you.
I would like to answer a question also, because
LA. I
don't want any drama today. I just want to answer this question.
It's not drama. I think it needs to be said.
It is.
LA, when I said your ancestors climbed down from the trees, I want you to know I meant all of our ancestors were monkeys. And that's actually why we are here. We are here because we are monkeys.
You say monkeys.
Do you see what just happened? He said it was going to be related to antinatalism, why his parents had him, and said he wants to defend his comments.
Yeah,
my parents were monkeys. So it was nothing about you in particular. Homo sapiens evolved from ape-like creatures. We are apes ourselves. So don't think I was in any way zoning on you for any other reason other than you are a Homo sapien like the rest of us.
I mean, are we going to litigate this right now? Are we going to
why
litigate
I'm
this right
here.
now? Because I just wanted to talk about
No.
anti-natalism.
I'm literally saying that is why I am here, because
Who gives a shit? That's not why. That's not why I came there.
of the monkeys before me. The monkeys brought me here. We are monkeys, and that's it.
Yeah, but our minds have evolved. The monkey.
Okay, I'm going to end it there because I just want y'all to hear what happened. Like this constant trolling. It's actually getting pretty obnoxious now. Like, I mean, if clearly this is what
I've had my limit of it. Honestly, I've had my fucking limit of it. Calling an American black gay man a fucking monkey and talking about boy. Like, I'm sorry, that's charged. I don't care. Like, fine, maybe he's from another country and he's trying to communicate something else. Fucking know your audience.
I wasn't even offended by that though.
I was though.
It doesn't
I
set
had
well with me
secondhand
either.
offense by
Absolutely
it.
not.
But I mean, okay, but I wasn't offended about it. But the fact that he felt so compelled to say it means that he had a guilty conscience because he knew that's how everybody else was going to take it. So he basically wanted me to clear his name. I never accused him of saying anything racist. I didn't say that. That's not even how I took it. But because he knows that other people are listening to this and they're giving him.
And it does look bad. And it does look bad. It does look bad.
Because
and he should feel bad about that because it looks fucking bad.
Yes, best to avoid racial slurs when having a serious discussion.
And if you know that your communication can be misconstrued for that type of shit, don't fucking say it.
Yeah, I agree. It's not professional language.
He's smart enough to know that the audience will think that shit.
Right. So so we're supposed to be talking about antinatalism. He wants to use that as an opportunity for me to clear his name. I'm not doing that. I already told you what you need to do. You need to fucking apologize. But you just want to keep doubling down on the shit instead of, it's like you're just making it worse.
He is.
He's going to lose his channel.
Just
if he doesn't smarten up, no one will go to his channel anymore.
All he has to do is, hey, the way that I communicated was not the way that I wanted to communicate.
It was inappropriate on every level.
Hold yourself accountable, move on.
Exactly. Because if you don't buck up and own it and buck it and then just, it's only going to get worse. It's going to keep festering and festering and festering. And he'll lose his whole channel and he'll wish he never handled it that way. When you make a mistake, it's the grand thing. You feel so much better if you just say, hey, I handled this way, way wrong. And I'm trying to fix this now. I've realized I've made a grave mistake. And if I don't fix it, it won't get fixed.
And just like a few months ago, he's giving us like this family group therapy. Oh, we shouldn't insult each other and blah, blah, blah. And what is he doing? And I get it. Like he wants to like do this shock jock shit. I didn't sign up for that. That's fine. You know what? I don't have to go on his channel. I get that. But if that's the direction he wants to go, own it. Either own it or bite the bullet and try and rectify the situation. But trying to do what he's doing right now, that's not cool. It's not.
Well, I never accused him of racism. I basically just said his comments speak for themselves. You guys can read it however you want to. Chickpea was absolutely disgusted by it.
Was she?
So now this
yes, she was livid.
Really?
Yes.
Oh.
She was livid.
Where? When did that happen?
Earlier today.
Yeah.
When she was on LA's channel earlier today.
About D&W's words?
Yes.
Okay. I was kind of mixed at her, but that's good that she did that.
He didn't defend her when Vegan Gaines issued that threat. Because I think when she
threw her under the bus. Like he always does.
Right, because Vegan Games is a bigger content creator, so he was not going to defend Chickpea because he wants Vegan Games to help him grow his channel.
But other than the vegan games, like, did she actually like object to the things that he was saying?
Oh
Yes,
yeah.
she was pissed.
Like what? Like what's an example?
She's
Well,
just
she
like,
was ashamed of the fact that she supported the channel in a monetary way when no one else did. She was very, she felt really bad about that because she felt betrayed by him.
But I mean, like the things that he said about LA, did she complain about any of that?
Yes.
well, I was reading the comments, and then as I was saying, she was just like mortified. Like, I can't believe he said that.
Okay.
And she couldn't. She also, because he was in the comments, he was trying to defend vegan games by basically blaming Chickpea by saying she brought it on herself because she attacked him first. And he didn't even refer to her as a human. He said Mr. Gaines by name, but then he called her the other participant.
He's handling his shit wrong. He needs to write it around.
Listen, I know LA that you can take it, but the point is there's an audience. And if he pontificates about holding a space for sharing ideas and to like that level of civility, and then literally goes to the extreme end of calling you all those sorts of things when there's an audience, there's ways of disagreement without like those euphemisms.
Well, I'm glad I read it, because if I did do that live stream, I don't think people would have saw those comments. They were not reading his post.
So it's either double down on the trolling that, okay, he's become a troll now, or like be genuine and own up to what you've done, kind of thing.
I mean, if he would just let it go, this would have boiled over. But it's like he's trying to win, and then.
Okay. Well, when you made that video, this is what like got me is he said he shared your video and then he said something like "dance for me, boy," something like that. Does that ring a bell?
I did not hear that.
Yes, he did say that.
I can't remember because like I didn't take a screenshot, but I remember being like, "What the fuck?" And
He said that on one of his live streams.
He shared your video, and then it was like, I don't know what the word was, but it was like, "Do something for me, boy." And I'm like, fuck this. This is so stupid. He's a grown ass man, and I'm so tired of this shit.
Hi guys, I just want to get to the point. I like your channel. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, let me get to the point because when I was looking and I saw this anti-natalist topic and I was just thinking about it, and all of a sudden I saw your live and I'm like, yes. So I just want to get to the point here. All right, this world is out of control. It's getting extra stupid. All right, and I think people in this world are pushing towards the end. You know what I mean? I think they're tired of themselves, and with the wars and all this stuff going on. You have some people like, oh, come on, let's just fight for our lives. And then you still have people, breeding in the middle of a possible World War III. I'm sorry. I'm not laughing because it's funny. It's pissing me off. I'm sorry.
You're laughing at the absurdity. I get it.
Is this happening right now, or is this another video?
Yes. In this world right now, there are people still trying to breed. And there's a possible World War III. Why are they doing this?
Their choice, honey.
Why are they doing this?
Because they're stupid. Yeah.
Let's see. Is that's one. Think about it. What are they thinking? If you're going to bring a kid, an innocent soul, what do you think they are going to say? Hey, choose me. Bring me into the world. I want to suffer. Ooh, looks like a possible World War III. It's the perfect time to be born. Seems like I'm sorry. I think I'm being too sarcastic.
People were still procreating during slavery and the Holocaust, so it doesn't matter how bad things get.
With the previous guy that you were speaking of, the one that you had up on the screen, and he was talking about like bonobos and stuff. I didn't take it as an offense either. I really didn't. But I know with some of the other individuals on the panel are saying. I get it, but what he's basically saying is that people are surviving off of their like primates, like the need to screw, breed, eat, sleep, get their temporary satisfaction off, but they don't intend to take care of someone for 18 years or more. That's not the plan. It's
Well,
not the plan.
I just want to give context because, you know, I'm an anarcho-primitivist, and I basically was saying that the Africans were better off before they were colonized, that civilization did not help them. And so he's talking about how I want black people to still be walking around in loincloths with spears and sticks. And then he upped
What in the world?
He upped the ante by talking about them climbing trees.
Yeah, I'm not laughing. Yeah, I laugh at stupid stuff like this. It's not funny. It's not funny. Look, I'm around myself, but I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Spears and sticks.
I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing at it. It's just like sometimes you have to laugh at some of this stuff because
Yeah.
come on, who's walking around like this?
I don't think it's funny.
with
So
spears and sticks.
It's so disrespectful to people who actually are primitive because it's like they're not climbing from trees. Like who does that?
I'm not laughing at that. I'm laughing at the ignorance of someone who thinks that way. Because even like you said, from a culture who that is their culture, they would laugh at it when they see the ignorance of it. Because literally, if someone does have spears and sticks, that doesn't take away from their intellect. It's just a culture you don't understand. And because you don't understand it, you reduce it down to, you know, something beneath you. But if you took out the time to get to know it, someone that's on a higher level, energetically and mentally, would laugh at it and they wouldn't get pissed off by it. Because you know the intention is to piss you off, but when you visualize it, it's stupid. Come on.
Well, the whole thing is I reviewed those comments and then I was just pretty much done. I didn't even think about it. I'm not angry, but he felt he had a guilty conscience because he knew his audience saw it and they were just like disgusted with it. So while on somebody else's live stream, he decided to come in and troll and try to defend himself.
Yep.
You just gave the answer. He came in to troll and tried to play it off when he got caught out, you know, just to throw you off of the message, you know. Sometimes when you're making a message, there'll be people to like throw you off because you're making truths and you have a whole panel up here talking about some real stuff. So to shake things up, take your mind off of that, focus on skin. To be honest, everyone in this panel, we look different. We come from different cultures. None of it comes with you when you die. We're all gonna die, all right? And we're not gonna take our skin with us. Okay, we're
I'm
not
pretty
gonna take
sure.
we're
I'm
not
pretty sure
taking it.
you would be open to having a conversation between anarcho-primitivism and statism in a cool like fashion, one-on-one, right?
Well, I would just tell them this, and like I just said, yeah, sure, but this is what I would say. Okay, we all have different shades of skin, right? And we have genitals and all these type of things. Do you think we're taking this with us?
No.
Any of us?
No.
Do you think in 100 years, any of us right now, 100 years from now, do you think any of us would be alive? 100 years?
No.
None of us. Do you think we're taking our skin with us?
No.
Are we gonna take our genitals with us? Gotta take those. It's gonna matter on the other side. Do you think we're even?
People hope to leave a legacy through their progeny, so they're going to die, but they hope to have children who will survive them.
You said they're gonna leave the legacy exactly through the lower half of them, right? But they can't take it with them. They can't even take if they said their legacy is their offspring, they can't take that with them. They can't spare their offspring. They can't give them additional life. They say that they give us life. They give us a countdown to death. To give us life means it's eternal. It never ends. There's no sickness. There's no prejudice. There's no, lower, higher. There's no, wars. That's life. They give us the countdown 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 to death. It's a ticking time bomb. It's just like when you're first born, you take your breath and you're counting down. In the beginning, when you're one, you celebrate being one. You stop celebrating at a certain age. You're just like, oh, I put the candles away. It's like 50 candles. Oh, it was 100 candles. And now you just want to, you know what I'm saying? Now you want 2 candles.
I just want to say that if he ever like trolls a live stream again, I'm just not going to bring it because it's not like he's trying to participate in a discussion. He just wants to troll and leave.
Give
And the
me
last
to him.
time, his mic was down, and so I accidentally brought it up to where his mic was louder than mine, and then he just like screamed. And yeah, I'm not going to do that again. He just
Wait, when did that happen?
I want him.
The one time when he came on and said that I tried to accuse me of associating with Ephelis, and
Oh, right.
you guys should not talk to him, and it just makes him look like a fucking lunatic. Like, why are you doing it?
I think he's putting on a character. I'm gonna try and I'm gonna try and give him the benefit of the doubt right now that he's not doing this like he's trying to be a provocateur for some type of spectacle. I'm hoping that's the case. But if it's not, like,
nobody ever looked at D&W that way. They looked at him as just like polished, like clean cut British guy who's just, and it's just like he's showing them another side that they never saw.
Yeah, me, myself included. Yep. And that's okay if he wants to go down that direction. We all change, as I say.
No, I don't think he changed.
You think he's showing his true self, probably, right?
I think he's basically the same as Yerk Dogs. I think he's a covert narcissist.
Wow.
I triggered him, and now it's all coming out because who are you? I don't want to go down this racial rabbit hole, but who are you, a black guy, you boy who dared challenge me and made me look foolish? So now I'm going to put you in your place. So it's like it's okay, right? As long as you're just it's just like you're having shits and giggles, that's fine. But you don't get to dominate me or make me look stupid. So I'm gonna now it comes out. It doesn't come out until someone actually challenges the hierarchy, because he thinks that he's the civilized man who did me a favor by civilized. You saw what he said. You're a boy. I'm going to turn you into a civilized man.
I have a question for you. Life, abolitionism, and objective aesthetics.
Oh God,
I want to
I
know.
called myself that.
I would love to know something about him. I want to know, like, do you all know? Okay, we all know what graveyards are, right?
Yeah.
Under the graveyards, what color are bones?
What are the bones?
Yeah, what race are bones? Does it even matter anymore? Are all the bones the same out there? When there's no flesh and eyes to see and words to talk and money to attach to, what color is everybody's bones because there's no blood or flesh anymore? What color is it?
White.
This was supposed to be
Yeah,
about
white
race,
or-
though. This was supposed to be about cultures. That there are people who prefer a civilized. I mean, they prefer the civilization over a primitive culture. But I'm saying that everybody didn't want to be civilized, and so it changed into race. But I was not even talking about race.
Oh yeah, me either. But I would ask him that question. I just want because I'm trying to get to a point with it because it's anti-nasalism day and all this type of stuff. But you have civilized and uncivilized under one ground together, right? You have higher and lower under the ground right next to each other. You have rich and poor like literally right next to each other. They probably would have never had that shit when they were breathing. They would have never been caught next to someone like that. But in the end, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't.
You're just saying death is the great equalizer.
It is because if you pop open the casket, look, I'm a Scorpio rising. I get into this shit. I do this, you know what I'm saying? If you pop open the casket, there's something wrong with me. I'm sorry. If you pop it open with a crowbar, right? And you crack it open from 100 years ago, you're not going to see anything but the true nature of what you thought that person was, the structure that gave them their physique, right? That's it. There will be
Well, they
no
tried
flesh.
to. That's why they started comparing skull shape to say, "Oh,
Yeah, exactly. They were like, "No, you're not going to get away with this in death. We're going to follow you there. Damn it." The skull shapes. It just means somebody's intelligent and somebody was ignorant by the shape of their skulls. Oh God.
I want to say something though. Some of the caskets they use, they have weird chemicals, and those chemicals seep into the soil. It's actually not
Right.
good for the soil. Yeah, it's not very good for the soil.
Technically, we're absorbing them anyway, because all of them, no matter what they look like, find their way back to the water source, and it's the cycle of life. It finds its way to our water source, and we drink them. So we're actually, no matter what we look like on the outside, everyone underground finds their way back to us. So we're them. We just look different.
Yeah,
Question.
that's a good point. Yeah.
Does he have an addictive personality at all? Like, could he have been accidentally gone backwards in something?
Who?
You know who we were talking about.
Oh, okay.
Well, this is again, it's the same behavior. It's the same pattern that I see with your dogs, where they can't just let it go. They have to keep on trolling, keep on hoovering, because
Yeah, but
it's
the
about
way they're
numbers.
engaging is different.
It's totally different than what he's been up to this point. That's why I asked the question. That's the only reason why I asked.
I agree
Something
with
is
you,
off.
Divine. I
Something's
agree.
off. I'm not sure what it is, but it seems
Because
to me like it might be something uncharacteristic like that. Something we wouldn't be privy to because we're not in his private life.
no, it's the same pattern. It's love bomb, devalue, discard, and then hoover. So it's the same thing that I saw with your thoughts. It's like at first we love LA, he's so fun, and then it's like, oh well, we don't need him anymore. And then he discard, he tells me to get the fuck off his show. And then he wants me to debate vegan gains, so he comes back and says, "Oh, can you come back?" And then he's hoovering, he's like trolling my channel. And then
Oh
if
yeah,
I go back,
I know how Steve got under your. I get it. I get how you felt. But look at the way that he actually like writes down an essay to like counterpoint you, uh, compared to what D&W is doing, which is just like being a jester. Like that's a different level of engagement.
I just think your dogs is a little bit more careful about it, but it's like these hidden digs. I actually what your dog said is far worse.
Okay, I actually see it differently. I feel like if
Dog
someone
was
on the
actually
internet is like throwing insults, which is very common, but they still like attack your argument, at least there's that.
no, your dog was attacking me for having my livelihood destroyed, for quote unquote failing the bar exam and being brought to financial ruin.
Okay, yeah.
And he doesn't even know that because I never even said that. I've never said on any YouTube that I failed the bar exam.
So while D&W is looking like a clown, you're saying Steve went for the personal jab.
Right.
Okay, I get it.
Go for their jugglers. Who cares? Yeah, man. Where is he? Where is he? Where is it? I mean, where is he? Is he in the chat?
I'm sure he is. They love to stalk my channel.
They love to troll out back, and they use different names that we're not equated to, and I know that for sure because for some reason no one was in the chat that normally was in the chat one evening, and VE was doing his shit like he always does, and I was trying to rise above it like I was supposed to, and then all of a sudden he became a different person in the chat. It was actually him. And the next thing you know, my wrench went out the window. And I said, "You motherfucker." I said, "You're dead meat." I says, I'm done with your shit. And then my buddy there, Sanctuary, decided that he was going to make mincemeat out of him. And he did. He
Well,
says, "I believe that you would never do that." And I says, "No," I says, "I would never lie to you, tell you that. But you know what? No one knows this to this day, and they haven't caught him yet. But he has a different name, and he used it that night, and he didn't think I would recognize it. Look, I've been doing this moderating foolishness for a while now, and I know who everybody is. And that name was totally different. Never had come up before. And next thing you know, it was right up there. He was trying to pretend he was someone else, and he played his little fucking game."
So you were a moderator?
Oh, yeah, I've been a moderator for D&W's channel for quite a while, yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that. And so he took away your rent. So you were no longer a moderator.
No, D&W didn't. What's his name did?
Noodles did it.
Noodles.
Okay, yeah, because he was denying it, and that's and
To be
then
fair,
Yes,
I
he
don't
was
think
denying it. He was
anybody.
out and out lying to D&W. And then D&W just sat there and was trying to defend him. And I says, absolutely, that's not how it went down. I says, and you guys have known each other a lot longer, but he has the balls enough to lie to you. I says, I would never lie to you, either to your face or 1,000, 2,000 miles away. I would never do that. I have nothing ventured, nothing gained. I don't owe you shit.
I want
I
that
says, I would never
narcissist.
lie.
I want that narcissist for lunch. Where is it? I mean, where is he? I mean, where is she? Where are they? I want that
I'm just,
narcissist.
I'm done with his shit.
I want them. I want them for myself. I mean, oh my god.
I'll say this that way. When someone misrepresents me, it does enact like I do get frustrated by that. But yeah, I think
If you can't speak the truth, get the fuck out of the out of the chat. You can't speak the
Ditto.
truth. You don't belong here.
Ditto.
I'm just saying,
Finding
like,
gnosis
I
is
can
what?
I can
Finding truth, finding
right.
understanding, finding explanations. You don't sit there and lie like a rug. It doesn't work.
Well, somebody must have triggered that individual. And you have to understand, narcissists need to feed. They fear the things we don't. It triggered this conversation, or whatever conversation you were having, was triggering for that narc. And do you know what narcissist's biggest fear is? Abandonment.
Being ignored.
Yeah, but the
Totally
thing is,
ignored.
there's that person. Was it Grazy Guru? What really fucked me up is they said he was playing a character, and then when I look at that Danny video, and he actually is calm and could actually listen. That really fucks me up because now I'm like, holy shit, all that chaos is a show. That makes it worse because I'm like, I'm trying to give him kind of like leeway because maybe he's wrestling with things. I'm like, okay, whatever.
You
But
also have to
no,
understand of his diagnosis that and it's lack of medicine or too much medicine, which puts him in one state or the other.
right. I'm trying to keep that in mind too. Yeah.
A narcissist will eat that up. They like that they feed off of your vulnerability. They feed off of the innocence. They feed off of your energy. They feed off of your emotion. They feed off of attention. They feed and they starve off of those things too. Abandonment, not necessarily purposeful abandonment, but the way I was laughing, it
He was
wasn't a
dumber than a
joke.
pounded thumb. That doesn't help.
But I see the same pattern because narcissists always have to win. They can't just let things go, and they'll just keep on stalking you and hoovering. And it's just
Ugh.
like it's to me. I see Yerf Dogs and D&W as being exactly the same. I mean D&W. There's not a long pattern like Yerf Dogs, but this is. I can see what's going on. This is not going like. As far as I'm concerned, I don't have anything else to say. Like it's over. But I don't need to engage with him. I don't need to go on his channel. But he's going to keep following me. I guarantee it.
He'll
Yeah,
be
and
back.
whatever happens, I don't want to be part of it. So I'm not like I've known these people for a very long time, and you guys handle it. And the thing about standing up for people, I will never stand up for anybody ever again at this point. Fuck this. You guys handle this shit. When it gets better, maybe I'll engage. When it doesn't, fine. Then I'm going to move on to other spaces. I'm so sick of it.
I don't. I mean, I can handle my own. It's fine. I don't like. This is nothing. I don't give a shit. Like I just I know I won't go on camera just because of how people will take footage and manipulate it. I'm not going to do that. But other than that, I can fucking ignore it. I don't care.
Yeah, most of the time when people say that they're trying to get a rise out of you, and as long as you don't give them that, I think then
Yeah, it
you're
shuts him down immediately.
Well, here's the thing, though. When I did that live stream the other day, I was doing it for shits and giggles. I didn't think anybody would take it seriously, and apparently they did.
Which one?
Nicky was pissed. Who else? Somebody else. Like I'm getting all these comments from people telling me, I can't believe he said that.
Shandeo, or whatever, is that her name? She was a little upset about it. I mean, there was a lot of people in the chat that were upset about it. I think the only way that you'd figure out exactly what was said is if you go through the whole thing at some point and look Look at the channel. I mean, look at the chat and see what you can find.
I wouldn't be surprised if those posts were taken down.
Oh dear, yeah, it could have been. Never thought of that.
Well, why would you even think about saying that to somebody? You're talking to a black guy. You're calling him a boy and talking about
Exactly, LA. That's the thing that I know you don't take offense to it, but why would you think that would look good? That's the problem I have.
He went straight
I
for the
think it's
jugular.
sensationalism. He was just trying to get a rise out of everyone.
Right. Exactly. What was the conversation right before that? Think about it. What was the conversation before it switched to that? Something was a trigger, and he went
Legit,
for the
I don't
jugular.
even know what the trigger was.
It was something that was said right before it. You gotta, if you, I don't know what was said, but something, either it was the subject matter, it was the topic of whatever discussion you were having, or it
I
was
said
something.
he lied because he tried to say, well, vegan gays never threatened chickpea. And then I ran a clip where he actually did, and DNW didn't defend her. So the title was DNW is a coward, Soy Boy did not protect chickpea or something like that.
Oh, so it must have been the title.
So that triggered him, obviously.
Okay. I didn't see, this is coming from an unbiased place because I wasn't there. I didn't know. And I'm just coming in on this. I just came over for the anti-natal celebration and I walked into this. But I know that when you're dealing with a narc, in order for that narc to even, it's only a couple of things to get to them, no matter how confident they seem. And it is being ignored, not being, they could become anyone. They want attention. They need adoration. They need praise. They need glory. They need to hog up all of that. Or if they feel attacked, which is the truth, someone calling them out on their shit and taking away their perfection image, that is going to make them snap.
Well, this is the thing, though. They don't even care about being attacked because any attention is better than no attention.
Yes, exactly. Any attention is good attention. So, like, straight up, you guys are correct, and I'm going to be shutting the fuck up from now on. Like, I'm. This is my last statement. I'm done. So idealism and dualism. It would go.
So we end up getting the shit into the deal because of someone else's behavior? We get
What?
to miss out on connecting with you because of someone else's behavior?
No. What I meant is that I'm not going to comment on it. Like, I'm going to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted clarity.
So if like it comes up and it's like, I'm going to just no comment it because I know that it feeds into it. And
Right.
I'm yeah. But
Well,
no,
if he would just leave it alone, this would end. I mean, I will. The same thing with Yerp Dogs. I don't like Yerp Dogs. I don't care about. DNW could have actually like just resolved this just by apologizing, and this would have blown over. But he decided to double down and just make it worse. And now I think it's a point of no return.
Yeah, I think that a lot of people, when they come on panels, not everyone, of course, they tend to forget etiquette. Etiquette is important, and let me think what else I say. I think this intelligent people tend to focus on the content of arguments. They don't bring up a person's, personal life details, and then
I
attack
agree.
based on that. Yeah.
I agree.
But anyway, people were already feeling like they were being antagonized for being anti-natalist, so they wanted a space where they could, share their views and not be attacked. So I was already asked to start doing, these panel discussions on my channel. So if Danny Sean doesn't do it, then I'll do it.
I love it. This is awesome. This is fucking awesome. Yes. Bring more of it.
Well, it all has to boil down to what is actually right. And how he's not acknowledging what he's created, it's not right. And how he expects everyone else to agree with him, that is not right.
A narcissist is never going to acknowledge it. They're going to always be right in their head. So even if you're bringing
well,
up,
we're going to fuck him up because I know how to deal with a narcissist. It's pretty easy.
Oh, me too. I do too.
I'm a professional on it. I play one on TV too, darling.
Yeah,
Well, when he was going off on everybody the other day, or what it was that last week or whatever it was, I was just basically telling him, like, you need to be a more grateful host. Like these people are supporting your channel. You're like, you need to calm down. I told him he was a hypocrite, and
Uh-oh.
I wasn't even on the panel. I was just in the comment section, and he just like went off on me.
Oh my
Yep,
gosh.
boom, that was it. He was, next thing you know, he was gone. That was wild. I'm just
For
sitting there
now.
going, well, here he is speaking the truth, and he's still getting to get down for it. I was
He'll be
like, wow.
back. No matter when or where. He'll be back.
We'll whoop his ass.
Well, he thinks I'll be back. I don't have to go back. I can just. I mean, it's
Not
not.
you. Him.
No. He literally thinks that I'm coming back to his channel. I'm not. I can do my own live streams. I don't need to go on your channel.
You know what I like about your channel is that already you can see the respect within the group. This whole time I've been watching it, and when usually on his channel, everyone keeps their mic open and they talk over each other. Here, I've noticed a number of times throughout the night, everyone had their mic muted, and only the person who was talking, and it was absolutely a very smooth evening.
Yeah, and I've noticed that multiple. I thought it was like a fluke, like one or two times, but it's actually happened multiple times. And
Yep,
I
I've been
think,
watching it purposely just to prove the point, and I'm telling you, this channel is going to be successful. And I remember telling you that before it even got off the ground,
Even
before you
without
even
them.
thought anyone needed to hear it. Yep.
Even without the muted mic, it's still a respect level for each other. That's how you can really tell. Even when a person has their mic muted and then the other ones don't have their mics on, they still allow the other person the respect to get their point out. So
Right.
you're right.
I try to acknowledge people when they're trying to make a point and let them speak. And I'm like, I think Patsy has something to say, or Marcus was going. I don't try to moderate too much, but I want everyone to have a fair chance to talk.
Yeah. I think this is going to be a very successful channel. Very successful.
Well, I appreciate it. I mean, I would love to do this more. Right now, I'm only doing these long live streams on Thursdays and maybe Fridays, but other than that, I really can't do it. So I'll try to be consistent about it. But karma is real. This is your first time here. Were you I'm trying to figure out how long were you on my Antinatalism Informant channel, or just are you like a new subscriber?
I'm subscribed to all your channels. It's just that for some reason when I came onto your live panel, this is just one of my email. For some reason it pulled up this way. I was trying to put it on my the Child Free Thinker channel. I was the one who emailed you a long time ago. In my email, I emailed you because you were talking about I think a situation with law, and I was emailing different options for you. I don't think you remember me, but I have a channel called the Child Free Thinker. I don't post anything on it anymore. I'm
Were
mostly just
you on
yes.
Illicit Minds channel
I
also?
sure was. Yes,
Oh
I
yeah,
was
I
on a
remember
panel.
that. I do.
Oh yeah, we get deep. It's just that the way it's showing up, this is for some reason it shows up under email instead of this. And the first video I saw of yours, I laughed my ass off. I enjoyed it. And it
Which
was
one was
something,
that?
oh my God, you went, you went in. It was something about, I think the last name, it was like Mammy. I think you used that name at the time. Man, Mammy or something like the.
Was it me? Was it me roasting somebody, or what type of?
Yes, it was you, Illicit Mind. I think it was a woman on there, a couple of guys, and you were talking about why are people breeding in poverty.
Oh,
And
okay, that
you
one.
all were spilling it out. I mean, that didn't sound right. That was a bad choice of words. You all were just going at it. I mean, just everybody was speaking their mind, valid points, just straightforward about why people are bringing people into this existence without their consent, and why in the hell, if you're suffering, would you put someone else to suffer with you so you won't have to suffer alone instead of just, taking it in stride and getting through this thing, even though you didn't give consent to be born? Why would you in turn do the same thing to someone else, not give them consent? I mean, you all were having all these valid points. You illicit mind, and there was somebody else. I forgot who it was.
Mark Antinatalist, which
Yes.
I think his name is Mark Spilly now.
Yes, and then I was telling my story about how both of my parents tried to take my life. And some of the things that are happening out here with these kids, I'm lucky to be alive because the same thing happened to me, literally death situations. So I laugh at stuff, um, not insensitive wise, but things that people try to break me, they can't, you know, when you face death from the people that brought you here on this earth. And I think you remember that conversation about me having a military parent and the type of interrogation I went through, type of things I went through. They should have probably made me snap and lose my damn mind, but it didn't.
Yeah. Well, yeah, a lot of people like that live stream. I only did that because I was on my anarchist channel and I was talking about it, and people just thought I was making it up, and I'm like, no, there are other people who think just like me, and so I just wanted to have other anti-natalists come and share their perspective so that they didn't know that, so they wouldn't think that I was just like um, you know being solipsistic or just whining about something. It's like, no, this is a legitimate philosophy.
Absolutely. And it threatens people, it annoys people, it scares people. You know, it scares people on so many different levels. Like the subjects that you bring up, people search for them. I was searching for that. And the reason why it scares people, capitalism, exploitation, needing, it doesn't matter what your culture is, it doesn't matter what you look like. They need slaves, and it doesn't matter. Some people will be fooled if they say, "Oh, only this culture." That's a lie. It doesn't matter what you look like on the outside. They need you to produce so that everybody at the top can stay there. They don't want to be normal. They don't want to be, you know. You have the fish in the aquarium, and then you have the fish in the sea, which is their home. They want us limited to an aquarium being satisfied with fish food.
Well, I guess I think that's the tension, because some people want to work within the system and just improve it, or what, like incrementalism, and then some of us are more radical. Some of us are actually trying to dismantle it. Um, that's the whole purpose of my philosophy. I don't support this system. I don't support capitalism. I don't support statism, and so some people are just like, why can't you just focus on helping a system, or helping power? Like I'm not going to do that. So I think some of these people have different motivations. I guess we just lost Brother Marcus.
Yeah, I noticed. I checked the backstage chat, and he didn't even say anything when he left.
What happened? What do you mean? Can you not hear me?
Oh, you dropped down somehow. Oh. See, you're confusing us because you keep changing your name and your. Anyway.
I only did it once, and I'm too lazy
No,
to change it
sir,
back.
I can count like at least 4 different times, you little shit.
I'm just scrolling.
Well, who in the hell is that person in the picture?
Oh, I
On
just
your
looked up
thumbnail?
aesthetics, and then I saw that
Oh.
picture, and
Oh, doesn't look a bit like you.
I am kind of tired of my original profile picture, but I don't know. Haven't found one that I like yet.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's making that connection, because I even read Benatar's book, and I never noticed that photo in the background. It just, until you said it, I was like, what? And then I looked at it, like, oh, I see it now.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Yeah, not many people know about it.
And I still don't. Well, I looked up that name, but I don't remember anything about that person. You know what's actually kind of well, I'm not going to say anything about Minotaur because I know you have a working relationship with them, even though
No. You trust me, it's fine. I don't plan on interview. I there's nothing more like I don't dislike him, but like I don't want to interview him.
I'm not sure that there's much
He's
more
been
that.
saying the same thing for 20 years. I'm not going to learn anything new.
Well, I would if I had it. I'm not saying that I'll ever get a chance, but I would like to push back on some of his points and maybe get his reaction to my like. Well, I would like his reaction to my solution to the non-identity problem.
Yeah, you got to try and email him. I mean, if you can't, then I am like surprised that you can't because he went on George Martin's channel. I mean, he does go on YouTube. People do interview him. So I don't know.
I had it was years ago when I sent him an email before he started doing interviews because I read his book probably back in like 2010 or 11 and I emailed him and he did respond, but he wasn't really on social media at that time.
And to be fair, he was probably like swamped with schoolwork, but now he's kind of retired.
Oh, well, I think it's actually kind of interesting that he's been able to make such a name for himself while still remaining anonymous.
That's impressive. Like the guy literally teaches hundreds of students, and yet, yeah, he's technically sort of anonymous. I mean, you could go to one of those presentations and just see him.
In South Africa?
No, he travels to different universities and gives lectures.
Yeah,
He's done a few around me, but like I'm not that curious. I don't need to see another white dude. Like it doesn't.
Well, I wasn't impressed when he was talking about Israel and Palestine. I'm just like, wow, that was very underwhelming.
Well, you know.
It's just so funny how these people are so nonviolent and they're so like for animal rights, but when it comes to the so-called primitive Palestinians, they don't deserve any rights at all.
One of his I don't know, contemporaries, is that the term? Raja Halwani, who's like a philosopher and I think friend of his, wrote a counter piece about that piece that he wrote about Israel. So you might be interested in that. It was an interesting exchange. I'm not surprised.
And I was trying to give him a free pass for being a South African colonizer, but then when I listened to that, I'm like, no, you actually are a colonizer. You're leaning all the way into it.
I didn't feel that way, but I'd have to review it again. How that was like 2 years ago, right?
Yeah, it was really disparaging about Palestinians. I mean, he did use like academic language to make it sound better than what it was, but when you get to the crux of what he was saying, it was just like he was decidedly pro-Israel and anti-Palestine.
Mm.
And he was so biased too. I'm just like, wow, you're not like impartial at all. But I don't know. I was going to go to this libertarian convention tomorrow to try to convince, or today I should say, to try to convince them to support my nonprofit. But I'm looking at these ticket prices,
What's
and
it
they're
like?
pretty damn expensive.
How much is it? Like around?
Well, let me share the page because it's like I don't even want to go. I just wanted to like network with people. So I just think it's let me share the page. Um, it's like $250 just for the gala. I don't know what this is. This is supposed to be a gala. You're supposed to dress up for a gala. I don't really want. I just want to go to the mixer. That's all I want. So I don't know. I guess that's $75. That's not too bad, but I don't want to go up there thinking I'm going to recruit people, and then I have to drive like 2 hours anyway just to get there. I don't know if I want to do that.
Wait, so it's 2 hours to get there and 2 hours back?
Right.
Damn.
And with gas prices being so high, I don't know if it's worth it.
Yeah, that's oof.
Yeah.
I could just as well just post an ad on Craigslist or something to get people. But the only thing is that I don't know that I'm going to be able to pay anybody. It depends on how much money I'm able to raise. But this, as far as I know, this is probably going to be a volunteer position. Oh, I could do the volunteer. Okay, I know what I can do.
I wish I knew a little bit more about the subject because I would help you, but I don't have any freaking clue what you're doing.
I'm trying to get directors to be on a nonprofit.
No, I know, but I wouldn't be a good spokesman for your cause because I'm not proficient at that kind of stuff. I know my limits.
I'm not. I don't even think these people are necessarily going to do the work. But my issue, I just need somebody to be on paper to be a director. But I think some people may not feel comfortable, like being on record for an organization that's advocating for the right to die. So I don't know. I'm not asking anybody.
I would do it in a heartbeat because I believe in the right to die. It's just I don't know if it would be helpful because I don't know beans about it.
No, you don't necessarily have to do any work. I just have to file the paperwork, and then Pastor D can help me to raise money.
All right. Well, let's make some magic happen for you then.
Okay. Well, I have one person. I just need to find another person, and I can actually file it. Pastor D can't do it because it's a conflict of interest.
Yeah, because he can't ask for money and be part of it too. Right? Yeah.
Yeah. I just think that like talking online is fine, but I just think that at some point you need to have some tangibles. We need to actually
Absolutely. Yes. And I know I yap my mouth on the internet a lot, but yeah, if you want to get shit done, like and that's I think I told that to you one time. I was like, be careful of this stuff because it could be a time sink. You could waste a lot of hours on this stuff.
Well,
But I have no projects, so I'm allowed to waste my time.
Well, when people talk about your legacy, it's just like that's the legacy that I want. I want to be the person who helped to decriminalize medical assistance in dying.
Yeah, it's a good legacy.
Damn right.
Good night, Patsy.
Oh, bye,
Good night.
sweetie.
Good night, Patsy.
Love you.
Yeah, I don't have a legacy. People don't even know what I've done in this community.
Well, I didn't until you said it. I didn't know that you were even involved with any of those things.
Yeah, thanks for the reminder.
He used to interview a lot of people. He was like a #1 interviewer.
Yeah, I created it. 2 years.
Yep.
And I held a meeting like online meetings every month and in-person meetings. I started the first one. But, whatever. I'm not I kind of like want it to be forgotten, but at the same time, I don't know. I put in a lot
You
of
should be
fucking work.
proud of your accomplishments.
Yeah, I put in a lot of work. It sucked to yeah. Oh well.
Well, you and Amanda never actually fell out. Is that? I mean, you just went separate ways, right?
Yeah, separate ways. I think if we ever cross paths, I mean, we're technically in opposition, but I mean, you've seen
Philosophically.
me. Well, no, I think Ephilism and Ephilists who want to like listen. If they actually liked antinatalism, why did they create their own thing? I, I think it's not good for antinatalism, but I know I can't do anything about it. So I mean, they're gonna do what they're gonna do.
Okay, I understand that it's different, but I guess they're technically still anti-natalist because they still are against procreation. They're just adding an extra layer to it.
Hmm. But they're conflating it. They're saying, "Here's what antinatalism means," and now everybody thinks it means what they get to say it is. It's co-opting. And to be fair, it happens in other movements too. I've seen it happen in all places. And I mean, it's up to the the real antinatalist to say or I don't know. It's such a tiny corner of the internet. Who cares? I don't.
Well, that what is objective reality? I guess he was an alphalist. Um, there's other people in this space who are I'm sorry, alphalists. Excuse me. He's an alphalist. Some of these other people are in this space and they're alphalists, and they seem like good people. They're not like these crazy psychos. They just have. At the end of the day, Mark, this is the problem that most people believe that might makes right.
Good
So
people can tarnish your message. Be careful of that.
okay, these so-called good people are pro-war. They're pro-democide, where they want people executed and just like
Oh no, my point was like, okay, there's people that you meet online that are friendly to you. I get that, obviously. But if you're like promoting an idea, right? And I say, hey, I'm a life abolitionist, that means you have to, and it entails veganism. Do you think you'll be happy with that?
No, I would not.
Exactly. So add that. I'm using that as an example of like other ideologies tying, like climbing on board, and then saying, "Hey, we're friendly towards one another," and then they nudge in their thing, and then you're like, "Where the hell did the original thing go?"
Smart. See how smart Brother Marcus is.
Well, but I mean, I created my own thing from scratch. So I mean, like that term means something very specific. So if they try to say it means something than what I say it means, then they can't do that.
True, but look what Gary created, Ephilism, and Lawrence can't even say his name, which is funny as shit. It's in the description box now, but I thought that was funny. And then two, Amanda creates what? What does Amanda create? Ephilism 2.0. And then he has to create his own video saying, "I want nothing to do with this." So
what do you mean Lawrence can't say his name?
when you look at his video on Ephilism, he literally doesn't even bring up Amendum, the man who actually made it. That's so fucking stupid. I don't know why people weren't like more. People wanted to circle jerk on the philosophy. They're like, "Ooh, he's talking about some philosophers. That's nice." Okay,
Is there
well,
a reason for that? Like, why is he doing that?
I don't know. I don't know other people's brains, bro. Like he's, I can't.
Is it
I don't know.
because he secretly has disdain for Apholism, but he likes Amanda's version?
I think he didn't want to get wrapped up in drama. Maybe. I don't. I really don't know. I genuinely don't know.
Yeah, he's not the only one to do that because I'm not going to like name drop, but I asked somebody else that question, like, "Are you an Ephlist?" And that person didn't want to answer it. I'm like, okay, well, your lack of an answer is an answer.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
Yeah.
why? I think that some of these people have had their feet held to the fire, and I mean, if I was an Ephlist, I would just I'm an ethless. Like I would not.
Exactly. Own it, you know? And if you want your own movement, start your own movement. Stop trying to, I mean, they've already done it, so like the damage is done. But yeah, I mean, if you believe in this thing, own it and do your thing. But I don't know.
But if these people are really terrorists as they're being accused of being, why are they allowed to put this content on YouTube?
You know why? Because, well, okay, I actually don't know why. But what I've noticed is that we're a tiny, tiny corner of the internet. And I noticed that in other ideologies, especially political, deep ecology, environmental stuff, heck, even like even the left and right stuff, a lot of people are talking about doing all sorts of things. You look online, there's a lot of angry people shouting into the void online saying they'll do all sorts of horrible shit. And when you're law enforcement and you're looking at this, you're like, shit, where do we put our attention? Maybe
No,
I
not law
hope.
enforcement. I'm talking about YouTube.
Well, with YouTube, I think they're okay. Honestly, I don't know because it's AI scrapes this shit, right? So I don't know why YouTube's like. Well, I have shit on my channel that literally advocates. Now, to be fair, it's other people who'd said this stuff, but I got it from their YouTube channel. So I've like signal boosted what other people have said about advocating murder. And I'm like, for sure, this is going to get me flagged. It didn't, surprisingly. I don't know. I don't know how it works.
I don't know. I like some of these people. They're cool. They've been. I mean, it's like I don't identify with that, but I don't think they're bad people. I mean, I'm talking about the ones who I've engaged with personally.
I get it. Trust me, I get it. I literally worked with these people. I get it. Don't let friends ruin your movement. Like, I don't know. Yeah. Like,
I mean,
I worked with these people, but at the same time, they wanted to promote their ideology. They wanted their ideology to win over my ideology of just pure, old-fashioned, orthodox antinatalism. The Shauna, well, Shauna Schifrin was an antinatalist, but you know what I mean, like that old school stuff. And they technically, look what's happening online. And all I'm saying is that your friends, if they have a goal, they're activists too. Just be careful about that. Life abolitionism, the vegan version.
Right, and that's yeah. It's just no matter what word you use, they automatically want to tack veganism onto it, and I'm just like, no. My philosophy is about enslavement to the state. It has nothing to do with animals. So you can come up with your own philosophy.
Yeah, but aren't the animals part of the state too? Oh shit. Yeah, your philosophy is about animals. Holy shit, I didn't realize that until now. See?
Are they like? I don't know. They don't. I mean, they don't pay taxes. They don't have a social security number. They don't like.
Yeah, I mean, kids don't have well, they have social security numbers, but the thing is, they don't pay taxes. But they're objects to be used, bought, and sold like property.
Right, and that's fine. But they already have a philosophy for that. Mine is not addressing that. I don't want to water my philosophy down when I'm talking about
Yeah, but
something
it
very.
doesn't matter what you think. What matters is that I took your book, and now I get to talk about it on the internet without you there, and I change it. That's what happens. So just be careful of that stuff. And it's not just like, I mean, you've witnessed this in other groups, right? No? Why do you think we have like what, 1,000 different Christian denominations? How many are there actually? It's a lot.
Well, I just think some people are frustrated that nothing has happened. Nothing has been accomplished. And so clearly the original philosophy was insufficient.
Well, that's because you're assuming it was a goal to begin with. There was no goal. It was to make an argument about the ethicality of procreation. Okay, you think it's unethical? All right, there you go. That's what it is. That's all it was. If you want to do more with it, you're adding on more ideologies, you're adding on more stuff on top of it.
Right, but if we believed that, then I don't think we would have gotten behind it. We really thought there was some like room for like implementation behind it, and this is just theoretical. It doesn't apply to anything.
You can take individual actions, but the thing is, so someone told me, actually, I think it might have been Andrew McIntosh or someone. Do you really need philosophical pessimism to underpin antinatalism? And I thought, theoretically, I don't think you have to. There's arguments like that don't even take that into account. But it does come from that tradition. If you look at the lineage of the literature and the philosophies, there's obviously a connection there. We are saying that this existence has a descriptive nature to it, and it is inherently flawed. Now, when you make that description, think about what that means. There is no fixing it because it wasn't fixed to begin with.
Right, but somebody asked Benatar, is he a pessimist? And he just like gave this like
I know.
I don't know.
People don't like the term because they're like, I'm a realist, I'm not a pessimist.
He gave a non-answer. I'm just like, well, either you are or you're not. Like, I don't like when he gets so evasive like that.
Also, see ya, Karma. Sorry that it would have been nice to talk to Karma more, but I think I found her channel, but I can't. I'm not too sure it's the right one or not.
Oh, I didn't even get her. I didn't even get her channel name. I could have subscribed to her.
It was child-free, free thinker, antinatalist. I think that's it. Like if you type those words in, I think you'll find it. But it's kind of old. I don't know if she's still posting or not. Anyway, she's a follower of yours, so she'll probably pop back up again.
Yeah, I get random people who show up, and it's like I didn't even know that you were on my channel. So it's just nice. Oh, I found her channel. Yep. Well, I actually wanted to do a live stream talking about because I've been talking about the link between overpopulation and factory farming, and people don't believe me. They think I'm either exaggerating or like factory farming is just a natural occurrence that has nothing to do with population. I'm like, okay, well, I was going to review that, but then Danny Shine did his live stream about International Antinatalism Day, so I just said, well, I may as well do that. But I'm going to come back.
Is it worth watching?
I think, well, not really, but I just wanted you to see the clips that I've already gone through.
Yeah, and the clips that you showed me, like I was like, oh shit, maybe I should watch. But now that I've seen a few, I'm like, I don't know if I want my blood pressure to go up.
The rest of it was, you can take it or leave it. It was just, basically congratulating people for being anti-natalist and asking them why did their parents create them.
Okay. So same old Danny.
So I just don't understand why it's like if this live stream is specifically about antinatalism, why would somebody who's not an antinatalist come into that space to troll? And I thought Danny was going to put his foot down and say, no, we're not talking about that. And then it's like, oh, well, I'm kind of talking about that, but really I'm not. It's just like, I just don't like that.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, I don't know what's going to happen in the future. I don't know if this is the end of it or
End of what?
What? The end of this stupid drama. As far as I'm concerned, it's over. I'm not going back on his channel. As long as he doesn't say anything else about me, I don't have anything else to say about him. But I guess he's in damage control mode after the shit that he said. But I don't need to say anything else about it.
Right.
He's going to have to apologize in order for everybody else to go back on the channel and have a clear conscience. Because they won't be able to hold back. They're gonna blow him up. Because you did not deserve it in any way, shape, or form. That's not how we approve.
Right. It's like he upset some of his regulars like Chickpea.
And you
That's
need to
not
get on. Yeah, I'm going to give you some shit, Mr. LA. You need to get on board and realize something.
You're breaking up.
Wow.
You're breaking up.
Yeah, I couldn't hear any of that.
We didn't hear anything that you just said.
And it sounded so important too.
Yeah. Is it working now or no?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello?
Yeah, you're coming in now.
All right. What you don't get is we are there to defend the overall rightness of what was wronged. And you have to stop having your do-do-do attitude about it. You need to get on board with us and realize that what he did was defaming and wrong on every level. Don't go, don't poo-poo it away, dude.
I exposed it. I'm just saying, like it didn't hurt my feelings. I put it out there. People can do what they want with it. And now I'm done with it. So if they don't want to go on his, I'm not going to defend him. He has to defend himself.
Exactly. But he needs to correct his behavior. We cannot tolerate this no longer. Because, if I speak up, he's not going to like me. Because I don't speak up very often. But when I do, you better listen.
The person he doesn't want to piss off is Danny Shine, because that's where his audience is coming from.
Yeah, well, he can stick Danny Shine up his ass for all I care. I just think that's yuck. I think he would have been a lot better off all the way around if he would have grown his channel a little bit by little bit. Because now it looks like he has a lot more engaging with him than he actually does. Now, the only way that he could go forward is if he starts approaching some people with big names and getting them involved somehow. But that means he's going to have to be finding Gnosis again, not fighting Gnosis. That's a big step.
Fighting Gnosis.
Well, that's what he was doing, dude.
It's so funny because back in the day, I would watch like when it was Do Not Watch, and then I watched what is Danny Shine's channel? What is the name of Danny Shine's channel? Experimentalist.
Social experimentalist. Yeah.
And they would he would live stream Danny Shine's content, and I was so confused about whose channel was which. I didn't get it. That they were basically live streaming each other.
Yeah, he got me caught in that one time. He came up, it was his show, DNW's. And then when I get in there, it's his show. And I'm like, no, I don't want to support your show. I don't like you. You're a asswipe. So I got out of it as fast as I could. It's like, I don't know. Just because you link with someone doesn't mean I'm on board. But I also want to tell you with my own mouth to your ears, LA, I am going to go over to that other channel. I want you to know that. But I'm not going to, but I'm telling you right now, I'm haven't finished my little sentence. What was said in this chat, I will never speak on that chat. And whatever happens on that chat, I will never speak on this chat. I'm neutral as far as that stuff goes. But I will visit both of your chats and I will support both of you in every way I can.
Yeah, I don't expect anybody to not go over there. I mean, it's not
Well, I
personal.
just wanted you to know from my mouth to your ears so that you'd know where I'm operating from. Because I'm going to be helping you in some sort of significant way, I hope. And I just don't want you to say, oh, geez, what's going on? I'm not going to do that. It's not who I am.
I don't even know if I should even listen to it. If I'm not going on there, I should probably stay away and just not, be lurking around. Because that's what they do to me.
If you both end up at the same exact time live streaming, I have the situation that I can live stream you both at the same time.
Oh, you have two computers?
No, I have a phone and a computer. Actually, I have two computers, but I don't know. That other one needs to go to the doctors. I have a brand new Dell laptop that I cannot use in this house. I do not have a signal strong enough to keep it going, so I have to use tablet.
Oh.
I don't know if Paulo is still up or is he like.
Maybe
heard her for a while.
Maybe he fell asleep.
I've done that several times. And I don't know, like, I heard that I snore sometimes, but I don't know if I actually do. I'm like, that would be kind of embarrassing.
I do want to clarify something because, it was unfortunate that she came up as an example. But I have nothing against Antinatalist Witch or Against Life 1000. It's just she came up as the first example, and I was trying to have a meta discussion about. There's one thing between talking about projects, but actually initiating projects. So I wasn't trying to say anything specific about her. It was just an example that came up. So.
Well, I want to respond to it, but then somebody cut me off, and I don't know. But it's like people have these intentions on doing things, but then it's like, okay, when they say that, they're putting it out there because they want people's support, and then it's like, well, you didn't do it, and it's like, no, I didn't do it because you didn't support me. Like nobody's like, I don't think she's planning on doing it alone. Like she asked me to help her build her website, and then she's brainstorming on how to make it happen. So if she doesn't do it, I don't think it's her fault. I think it's because people didn't support her.
Yeah, that's true. If you're putting it out there, and if literally nobody supports you, you did what you could. But that signals something. That says something about this thing that we're involved in. Yeah, and I don't know how you address something like that. Why did we have a magazine? Why did we have I tried to start a podcast so that other people might have been inspired to start their own. And technically, there was 2 others, maybe 3, but they didn't last too long. And there was Antinatalism International. I don't support them, but I meant it was still a thing. You know what I mean? People tried to do stuff, and I don't know. Maybe something's around the corner. I don't know. I'm not involved socially as I used to be, so I have no idea what people are working on right now.
Well, I don't know. I think the fact that Amanda is in academic circles, I know you don't think that her philosophy is beneficial, but at the end of the day, she is getting the word antinatalism into academic circles.
She's spreading a meme, sure. Yeah. But academic circles are not yeah. It depends how you see academia. If you actually think that has an influence, and I think you are in between. I think you like philosophy, but also you understand that it doesn't really make a lot of change.
No, I think there has to be some type of radical movement on the ground.
Yeah.
In terms of what I'm trying to do, I don't think it really can be kept in an academic discourse. I think, yeah, everything that I've seen, like the changes that I've seen, even for the things that I've been advocating for, it didn't happen. It didn't happen in academia.
Exactly. No, I mean, yeah.
Are you planning on lobbying within the state of Texas for what you're trying
Yes,
to create? Okay,
yes.
that's great. Because that's going to be where you need to start.
It's unfortunate because I think Texas is ultra conservative. I don't think this is the ideal state to do it, but it happens to be where I am.
It's not the ideal the state to do it, but guess what? It's the most open-minded state too.
You think so?
Oh yeah, yep.
I think
As far as that kind of stuff, I think that if you can pass it in that state, you'll be able to pass it in every other. It's like the testing ground sort of kind of thing.
I don't know. I don't know if you're familiar with Greg Abbott. He's our governor. He's very pro-life. He talks. There's just a state that is against abortion. That they
Is he the one that was planning on? Is he going to be the next guy too, or someone else going to step up and take his place?
I'm assuming
This is
he'll
an
be
election year.
right. I'm assuming he's going to run for off. Well, not he's not up for re-election this year. It's next. It's 2 years from now.
Oh, okay.
So
Oh,
it'll
that's
be
right. We're in
2020.
Maine. That's different. Yeah. We have this. All right. So we had this person that they decided they were going to make the governor. Now, I don't know how she did this, but I can only just imagine. She was a ex cocaine addict, and her brother also. Somehow she became the governor of the state of Maine. And her brother's also in there too, so I think they're running drugs within all that foolishness. In the meantime, you know how women have a hard time getting into politics or any other high stakes positions because they just can't. It's a man's world, or so they say. Perfect opportunity to straighten her shit up, really set an example, and put Maine on the map to being one of the first people that, had her. She represented us well. She looks like a fucking bag lady. I don't think she's ever combed her hair. And she just has a pissy attitude. And so was doing something with the rest of the governors of the state and as well as all other states all in one group. And Trump was there and she badmouthed him in public. Hates Maine because of this bitch. So she's putting up this like freaking anywhere between 4 to 8 foot wall all around the workplace where she hangs out because she's afraid that they're gonna go in there and kill her. But this is her last term until she's gone. They're making mean about her sitting on a side of the wall that she created, and she's got a sign up that says something really disgusting. I'm not going to repeat it, I'm a disgusting girl. And
Oh, we lost Divine. Are you there, LA? Is it my show now? Welcome to the Brother Marcus Show.
so when did I get kicked out?
Oh, you're back.
Yeah. What was the last word I said that you heard?
You were talking about. Oh, I forgot who you were talking about now.
The governor of the state of Maine.
Something about her looking like a bag lady.
Yeah, she does. She doesn't keep her hair combed. She doesn't dress. All right. So there's a certain way you should dress if you're the governor of any state, and she just doesn't have it. She just does not have it. She does not represent women very well. Anyway, she's in deep shit, I was told today. She's either gotten arrested or she's going to get arrested for some sort of wicked bad thing that she's done. I don't know what it is. I didn't get a chance to hear the story because they had to get off the phone real quick.
Governor of. Oh, we lost Paolo. Governor of like which governor?
State of Maine.
Janet Mills.
That's her, the old bag. What did she do? Do you know? See, doesn't she look like some old bag lady?
It just says failing to qualify as clean elections candidate. I don't know what that means.
Oh dear.
Oh no, wait. It says Jim Libby to drop out of Maine governor's race after failing to qualify as clean elections candidate. I can't find anything on her.
I'll ask the lady again, and I'll get back to you guys and tell her what she must know something I don't, because she was actually in a place where she would get that information. So we'll have to
2
find
days
out.
ago, Maine governor signs bill banning sweepstakes casino. Huh.
They doing that in Bangor or Portland? God. Oh, it's got to be Bangor. Someone's got to be taking that one over.
Let me see what she looks
I
like.
think it's unfortunate that you had these, spats with the athletes, because I enjoy your content. And
I sleep much better at night now that I've done what I've done.
so you don't regret any of it. You're glad you did it.
Yeah,
Wait,
he
wait.
seems happier too.
Oh yeah. Well, hold on. I regret working with them and them shitting on antinatalism and being canceled. Yeah, like fuck that noise. But I'm glad that I spoke out and that I was a vocal opponent, and I sleep better at night. Yeah.
You don't either sleep.
Well, I know. I was saying metaphorically speaking.
I
know you little shit.
I remember one time you were talking about how sometimes you contradict yourself, and I'm like, I've been trying to like point out or find a contradiction. It's just like you're always consistent on everything, even when it's like detrimental to yourself. And I just
That's not enough sleep. That's why. Just kidding.
I mean, I'm trying to find a way that you actually contradict yourself, and I can't think of you. It's like you try to be consistent. I mean, I haven't met you in person, but I don't see you actually contradicting yourself.
Even keeled is what he is.
Like, I mean, let me ask you: do you think you have contradicted yourself in any way that you can actually point to?
I've never analyzed myself to that degree. I'm pretty sure it has to happen at some point. I feel like you can't live life without some contradiction happening right?
Not
people think that I'm contradicting myself because I'm not vegan. I mean, I don't think I am, but I know people. That's the main point, that they rubs people the wrong way.
What's most important in all of this is that you actually remain to be who you are, doing what you want and how you desire. So if you want this bill to pass and you want everything for the whole United States to be corrected, you've got to be proud of the fact that you are not a vegan. and that you are who you are. And that's all that matters. But you know what? I don't think those two are going to intersect unless someone else makes it an issue. As long as you don't make it an issue, it's not going to be an issue.
Right, and
So
that long live stream I did about veganism, I have some really good clips. But I think if I do it,
it's
I'm
going to
gonna.
interject with this, what you're trying to do.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I
You
know
you
this is
can't
like
mix the
the
two, honey.
yeah. I think I know you're passionate about the anti-vegan stuff, but if you're trying to like focus, it's gonna
You're
overshadow.
going to have to you're going to have to laser focus what it is you desire, and what you desire is to get this bill passed. It's not for you to get this bill passed and hip hooray for veganism or not hip hooray for veganism.
No,
You
those
can't.
people are not. No, to me that's separate. What I do on anti-nail on like on YouTube is completely separate. I'm not expecting any of those people to support me. I know they're not. One thing I need two directors and I need Pastor D to help me with fundraising, and that's it.
Well, director one here.
So as soon as I find my other director, then I will form it, and then Pastor D can start sending me the money, and then I can start doing what I need to do. This is, I mean, this is an election season, so only thing I need them to do is go on a record taking a position. Either they support it or they don't.
I support it.
Well, yeah, I'm going to start in Texas, and then hopefully I can get it, start going to other states. But I already have, and I'm not even going to tell people the name of my organization because I don't want people to associate it with me. They're just going to have to figure it out. I have so many haters that I want to keep this separate from my YouTube channel.
I think that's a great idea, because if this is going to affect profoundly many, 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 many people, you don't want them to find a YouTube channel that connects you to all this foolishness.
Right.
And I'm not saying I dismissing veganism. I'm just saying this is not your mission. Your mission is to create whatever you're wanting to create, not this too. In other words, just because you have a wedding gown on and has a 25-foot train doesn't mean you set some toddlers on the back of it and fly down the aisle. It doesn't work that way. They won't notice you.
In that live stream, there were two people who were like wavering about whether they should go vegan or not, and I convinced two of them. They're just like, no. They're just like, no, I'm not going. Like, and one of them specifically said, I'm not going vegan, and I don't feel guilty about it, because I explained to them that you have to take B12 and that you can't get B12 from a plant-based source. And then the other one, I explained to him how like there's no natural herbivore, that all animals eat other animals, including deer and horses and elephants and giraffes. Like, and they're just like, oh no, I can never go vegan. It doesn't make any sense. I'm like, see, once you start thinking about it, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, I understand they want to do good, but you're basically at fight with nature and everything about existence. You can't start at the tail end. You can't start in the middle of it and just say, oh, consuming animal products is unethical, when you're literally the only beings on earth who don't consume animal products.
Wait a minute. You don't wait. Hold. I'm having a brain fart. You don't think there's herbivorous animals out there?
No, not a single one.
No, there isn't.
Oh, okay.
Not a single one. That's what I showed them in that live stream. I showed them a video of a deer eating a bird, and they were just like, what the fuck? They didn't even know that happens.
I don't know why they wouldn't know that doesn't happen. It's nature, for Christ's sake, but whatever,
Because
people
they've
know
been
what they
lied
know.
to. They've been lied to. They've been told that, like, yeah, if you don't research and you don't dig into it, I actually had I had a challenge on my anti-native informant channel. I said I would pay $1,000 to the first person who could name an animal species that was a pure herbivore, and nobody could answer the question, because every animal that they named, I found an example of that species that actually consumed animal products.
Like, I'm not a vegan either. I'm a vegetarian. And the reason why I'm not a vegan is health wise. I've had pernicious anemia and hemophilia in my past. Well, I've got the biggest bout of anemia I've had in decades, and I have to make sure I'm eating vegetarian. But I don't eat chicken and I don't eat red meat. And the doctor's pissed about I won't eat red meat. And I was like, I ain't eating red meat. Anything with a face, bitch, get out of my face. I ain't doing it.
So you basically just eat eggs and what, fish?
Eggs and fish, yes, I have to have that.
Well, that's a healthy diet.
It's like Mediterranean, right? Or,
Yeah, kind of, sort of. And salads like you would not believe. Like leafy green salads with lots of walnuts, flaxseed.
Nice.
And what else I throw in? Cranberries, Kalamata olives. Oh, I can make a deadly salad.
Divine could actually give you vegan advice.
See, I
Sounds
could
like
actually stick to that diet because that's the type of food that I like. But they're saying, no, you have to go full vegan. It's like, okay, well, if it's all or nothing, then I choose nothing.
I won't go on DNW's channel and tell everybody what I just told you guys. So if you ever say anything to anyone in that channel about that, I'll know where it came from. Because I'm not going over there and they're not going to put me under a fucking bus. They can kiss my ass. No way. I won't. If anyone throws me under the bus on DNW's channel, I'm off that channel fast. Because I'm not supporting that shit. Anyone wants to undermine me for what I have to do for my own physical health, they can kiss my grits.
Well, I mean, if they're going to bully people, I'll just troll them because every time they try to like shame me, I'll say, oh, well, I'm going to eat a steak. I'm not actually going to eat the steak, but I'm just trying to antagonize them. So
Exactly.
To leave me the fuck alone.
Exactly. I'll start doing that too if they get wind of it, but I'm just going to keep it on the down low. That way I don't have to worry about it.
they've already undermined you many times, Divine.
Oh, believe me, baby, I know. Because a lot of the times if I miss the initial notification, I say maybe it's meant to be. I just don't go in, but I'll listen to it.
Like, I'm embarrassed because I do speak out against certain fringes of the AN sphere, but it still sucks because there's still a sort of close alignment, like Danny and I are not the same antinatalist, but it sucks having him to bully other people and then I'm like associated, like I'm guilt by association thing, and I don't like that, and it's embarrassing. It's kind of like when LA you confronted those two about lectins, and I just sat there and I'm like, Jesus Christ, this is so embarrassing.
Yeah, that whole thing when he went off on you, I was just like, what the fuck? Like you, like I'm not that type of anti-nihilist. I'm not a zealot. Like I present my arguments, and if they disagree, that's I can't force them to agree with me. So, especially if you already have children, my whole thing is I try to convince people who don't have children who are like trying to decide, but if you already have children, there's nothing I can really do with that.
The way that I handle like discussions about it is that, so someone asked me, like, we want to find out about this weird philosophy you're into. And I'm like, cool. But I'm not going into the conversation to convince you. I'm going into it so that you can unravel my belief system, and so I can share what I believe to you if you really want to know about this stuff. Like, that's how I approach it. It's just something that I hold, and if you want it, and it's a way to share other things. Just like if I was a Christian or a Muslim or I don't know, an anarcho-primitivist, and someone's like, I've never heard about that before. Can I learn from you? And I'm like, yeah, cool. That way, it takes away the idea that I have to convince them.
Well, that one day when I did that live stream about veganism, they were pissed. They were in the comment section like, "Why is Marcus on the panel with this animal murderer and like he's an animal abuser? Like, how dare you sit on the panel with him?
Which one?
The one where I said I'm taking the gloves off or whatever.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, in one of the comments, I just said, because someone's like, yeah, how could you associate or sit on the panel and call yourself a vegan? I'm like, oh, I didn't know vegan meant you're not allowed to sit across a table from someone that is in opposition. I guess that's true. I'm not a vegan anymore. If that's their definite fact, I mean, it's a rhetorical thing, but like, honestly, it doesn't, what matters is what I believe. I don't give a shit what the internet has to say about it.
And you already said you don't identify as a vegan, so that's a moot point. And
I know.
already told them,
Yeah.
I told them that if they wanted to push back, any of them can come up here and actually like hold me accountable. None of them did. I think they think if they come up there, I'm just like going to cuss them out, and it's like it's not. It doesn't have to be that way. I just want you to tell me your argument. If you start screaming at me, yeah, I will cuss you out, but we can have a calm conversation.
But I find it so funny because one of the stereotypes is vegan infighting, that vegans fight with other vegans, and
Yes, they
literally
do.
just sitting on the same panel with you will get people to say that I'm the animal abuser now, just because. And I'm like, okay, so like you're proving the very point why nobody wants to be part of your little circle. And I mean, I sometimes miss being in that world, but every time I put my toe back in, yeah, I'm just like, holy shit, everybody's like at each other's throat. And I don't know, it's a movement supposedly about compassion and
But
trying
that's
to,
the point.
you know,
It's not enough to just be vegan. They want control over everything. Who you're allowed to be friends with.
yeah.
Like your
Who you can
language.
sit with,
Like
yeah.
it's
What
like
you wear, even what you wear. I have a mink coat from eons ago that was gifted to me eons ago. And the only time that I can wear that coat is if I'm up in Canada, where the weather is sufficient enough for me to be able to wear it. Otherwise than that, if I wore it here, even though we have sometimes the same temperatures, not always, they'd probably throw paint on it or something. They would ruin it. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous coat. But I mean, I can't wear it because of how people's pissy attitudes are.
Oh, I just had an idea. Maybe I can ask Patsy to be the other director.
Oh yeah.
I don't know how she feels about that though. I think she supports it. I'll ask her. I don't want to put her on the spot though, but maybe I'll send her an email or something.
And that thing about vegan and animal right, that's a very nitpicky thing though. But you are right. Like I believe in animal rights, like animal negative rights from Tom Reagan's kind of philosophy. That came after the vegan society. The vegan society is like more Leslie Cross and fuck, I forgot the other guy's name. That's a different, like they're obviously related, but one's arguing for a certain type of right, and yeah, it's a very nitpicky thing, but people
I
have
mean,
called me out.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just saying some people have called me out on it because Peter Singer's thing is about utilitarianism. It doesn't believe in that type of rights. So yeah.
To be honest, I kind of would like to have a white man be the face of the organization because I just think that it's more marketable. I don't know. I think when you're
Doesn't that suck? I hate that. Jesus, I wish the world would get the fuck over it. I really do. I mean, wouldn't it be wonderful if you could be the first person that's melanated to do this big project for the whole world? I think it's amazing. Why can't you be the face behind it?
I just think that
I understand your thought, though. I understand what you're trying to create and what you're trying to do, but I don't know. I just wish it could be different.
it's like you get automatic credibility. It's just like, oh well, you're just disgruntled, or oh, you just failed the bar exam, or it's just they can't engage with the principle of it. Um,
No, because everyone has to slander you in order for you to. I don't know. I don't know why they do that either. It pisses me off.
But at the end of the day, I'm the one who's going to be doing the work. So it's just like I would like somebody else to be the face of it, but they're not going to do the work. So I guess I have to be the person to do it.
And you know what? You're going to be successful in that too. It's going to be gradual. You have to stay in your lane, but you can do this. This is your mission. You can do this.
Yeah,
I'm a good cheerleader. Oh shoot.
I don't even need a whole lot of money to make this organization relevant. Like once Pastor D, I don't know. He said that he was trying to give money to Amanda and Lawrence Anton, but they never formed an organization. So once I get my 501c3 status, then he can start putting that money in there. So he says that if he doesn't spend it, then he loses it. So he has to spend it anyway.
Yeah, I remember him saying that in the chat.
And I'm not going to waste it. I'll definitely put that money to good use. There's so many things that can be done with that.
I was gonna say, if anybody wanted to support me, I would kick boost the AN thing again. But that's exactly what I did years ago, and no, there needs to be a long-term benefit at some point.
I think if it was developed by other people besides the ones who actually did, it probably would have been a lot more successful. But there was early contention, and that caused everybody to go in different directions.
Yep.
That's why it never took off. It's got to be a united front, dude.
I mean, I have the skills, but the thing is, now I'm much more of there has to be a clear goal and benefit, not just shooting in the dark, hoping for the best.
Right, but I think that what can you do? You can't force people to abstain from procreation. I think the only thing you can do is focus on those who are already here.
Right.
Which is why I'm focusing on the right to medical assistance. I think that's the only thing that can be done. I know it's not directly antinatalism, but it's like it's addressing a problem that it's addressing the consequences of procreation. So I don't know. I know it's not directly related to antinatalism, but I think once I get my organization established, and then if I get interviews and stuff, then I can tell people that I'm an anti-natalist and like what the underpinnings of it are. But I don't think I need to lead with that, because I'm not telling people they can't procreate. It's just that, okay, you can procreate all you want, but you're not entitled to force people to exist against their will.
I feel like I've had this conversation with you already. Do you mind refreshing my brain? Back in the day, when all these other AN projects were in full swing, and you were around making content, how come you weren't aware of the other things going on?
You mean a drama? What do you mean?
Like, do you know who the Antinatalism magazine organizers were?
Oh, because I had two channels. I would do maybe one video a week, and I didn't really mingle with the anti-natalist community. I didn't know any of these people.
In terms of content, did you not want to read the stuff that was being produced, or the audio podcasts and stuff?
I didn't really listen to other people's content. I really didn't. I maybe like Mark or whatever if they tag me or something, but I basically stayed in my own lane. Because like I said, I didn't put that much energy into it. I was focused on
He
my other
wasn't out there making friends, remember?
Okay, so you didn't feel like you were an activist back then, right? Because if I'm an activist for a cause, I kind of want to know what I'm around me, right? No?
I was an activist, but I was an activist in other ways. I wasn't fighting that issue. I was fighting legal issues within the courts, and I was doing other stuff.
Okay.
I had multiple lawsuits.
Yeah.
I was running for office. I was doing all kinds of shit. I was organizing protests. I wasn't on YouTube. At least I wasn't on that channel as much as I was back then because I was actually doing stuff. I mean, I didn't talk about it because I kept that separate. But people think that all you do is talk on it's like no. I was actually doing real shit. I was a part of the Occupy movement. I was a part of my own movement. I had a nonprofit.
Okay. Yeah. I just because in my brain I thought like you were wanting to promote AN and then you were like an activist for that at some point. I know for the Stop Vegan Mafia thing, that's when you went full throttle, like you had a cause, at least for the online YouTube stuff. But with the AN world, it felt like you were like before, it felt like you were just sharing information.
Like when I first came on, I was just very unassuming. I didn't even know that there were certain things that were triggering people. When I said that, oh, there's some people who believe that antinatalism includes animals and other people don't. I didn't even know that was triggering. And when I said that, they were like, "What do you mean it doesn't include animals?" I'm like, I thought that was objectively true that all antinatalists are not vegan. And
it is objectively true. Yeah.
Well, they went in on me just for that one benign comment.
Just because they could, wasn't because they believed it.
Fatima, it's still up.
Oh no,
So-
I just
No, Fatima woke up.
I woke up. Yeah, I woke up.
Fatima, how many times have this happened before?
The thing is, life abolishes them.
Were we speaking too loud? We're sorry.
No,
Just
no,
kidding.
I just woke up. Yeah, this is like no. Me and Marcus. I would always kind of like sometimes play this off, right? Yeah.
Fatima would always like walk in. It's like you're still awake.
Yeah, I would do that. Yeah, do that.
Life abolishes them. So, what's your goal in the end? Do you just want to be non-existent after this place? Like, do you just want to see a black screen forever? I mean, what's your main end goal here? Because we all need to have a one finale
I
goal.
want to decriminalize medical assistance in dying so that anyone who does not want to exist can have that right.
Okay. I mean, the problem is, as I've said, the state will always have the upper hand because they got the numbers, they got the army, they got their own guards, their military guards to,
It's not going to go your way, dude. Sorry.
Well, I wrote a whole book explaining how I'm going to try to do that. So, it's not about winning them with numbers. It's about exposing their illegitimacy. So
Yeah, but the problem is, life abolishes them. Most of the state and most of the public support them, so they're in the 9 billion, and we're only under 1,000 or less.
Right,
So
I address that
there's
also.
a very, very, very low chance that the state will fucking allow you to euthanize. A very low chance.
Well, I don't know. I think I don't know if you read the book, but I think it might be helpful to read it and then tell me if my strategy is wrong or if you think I can improve it. But I do have a full strategy on how to make it happen.
Remember, LA, what Marcus said earlier.
I mean, the thing is, LA, it's that, as I've explained like a minute ago, as long as might is right for them, as long as they have the physical numbers, the
Oh my God, he's
guards,
actually saying the word.
No, there's certain things that they
numbers.
You know what you are, mister? I don't know who you are, but you're a negative little pill. Okay.
I'm just keeping it realistic, though. I mean, literally, you know,
Okay, well, you
state,
can be realistic all you want to,
the
but you
state's
don't try to pop bubbles
power.
over
I mean,
here.
you know,
Look,
okay,
stop
okay.
popping bubbles over here.
I never said, right, that there's no possibility that we can do what we want. It's just when they're in the numbers, they know might is right, and they know that they can fucking physically dominate you. I mean,
Or you could be
even if
positive for a minute, or you could be
Well,
positive
like
and
if you're
allow
just one
this.
person, you can kind
This
of
is his
escape it
dream,
if you see a
okay?
leak in like if you see like an opening inside like the world, right? You can escape into it,
There's
right?
two things
People
that the
accomplish
state can't.
amazing things all the time. They never thought that the first guy was going to climb Mount Everest either, but he did it.
There's two things that the state can't control. The state can't order you to. I mean, can't really force people to live against their will. If you're going to die, you're going to die. The state can't regulate that. I mean, they're trying to, and the state also cannot force people to have children against their will. It can try to. It can criminalize abortion, but at the end of the day, there are natural limits to the state's power. So you work within the parameters of what the state can and can't do, and then you make it work for you. So I don't think I'm being naive. I'm according to what is his name, the one who said I'm the most pessimistic person on YouTube.
Who?
The guy who sings those shitty songs with the bad voice.
Oh, that Kenny guy? Yeah.
Yeah, but the problem is, as long as
Nobody
the
has ever
state
accused me
see
of being.
you, as long as the state see you as a prophet,
Nobody has
which
ever
we
accused me
are.
of being an optimist. They all see me as being extremely pessimistic. So
Okay,
even though I'm
listen,
pessimistic,
LA, listen.
Oh my God,
The
is this like a UK thing caling him that way? LA. Might make sense.
LA, remember, you have the mute
LA,
button,
I'm
dude.
Mike Mix,
You,
right?
this is
LA.
your
okay, the
stream.
state always will see you as a prophet. The parasite cannot thrive without more hosts. So regardless,
I guess my question is, what is your solution?
what is my solution? Well, I mean, I have to be very harsh here, and I don't want to talk Disneyland, La La Land stuff, and that, you know, one day we're gonna win, because that's a very low chance on the probability table here and on the gambling world table here. Now, well, the solution is, I mean, I guess, you know, I mean, each person has to just exit one by one through their own means. I mean, it's because it's that fucking bad. The state are that fucking controlled of everything. They have so much control. Sometimes in war zones, you have to retreat elsewhere. If you ever talk to military personnel people, in certain war zones, if there's too much damage done, you have to retreat elsewhere to a safer place. And I think it's come to a point where you cannot convince the state to fucking submit to your needs. It's
At the end of the day,
very
though,
hard, dude.
No.
You know?
I wrote a whole book and I did explain it. So until somebody has actually heard my argument in full, I don't think that you can say that I'm wrong. It's like I'm aware of everything that you're saying. I'm an anarchist. I'm pessimistic, and yet I still came up with tangible solutions, things that can actually be done. So I would encourage you to read my book, to listen to my reviews of these chapters, and then respond to my arguments and tell me if I'm wrong.
And then do us a favor.
I am responding to your
And then
argument.
do us a favor. Tell us what your fucking dream is, and we'll bash your dream.
Yeah.
Everything is controlled. Everything is controlled regardless here in
Okay,
this
everything
reality.
is controlled, but are
Fuck
you like
off.
a complete
Okay, I mean, listen,
determinist?
realistically, listen, if you really want to get the necessary medicine from the state itself,
I have to go,
wait,
but like it was
if
good
you
talking
want
to
to
you guys.
get the necessary
The
medication,
state cannot force you to be immortal. We all have to die at some point. That's not something that can be regulated. I guess we just lost. Who did we just lose?
I mean, unless
We lost
you were to
Fatima,
go inside,
the good guy.
unless you were to go inside the medical industry and start like punching up all the
But
guys and taking fucking necessary medication
I
for
know you're trying.
euthanasia.
I
I
know
mean,
you're
that's
trying to be helpful. I know you're trying to be helpful, but I have my own like goals about things that I want to accomplish. And so, if you want, like, if you can help me find a better strategy, that is helpful. But to just say it's what I'm doing is pointless and it's not no, that's not helpful.
I'm not saying it's pointless. It's just
That's
The
not where
state
I'm at
always
right
have the
now.
upper
I'm
hand.
doing
That's
it.
the problem. You can
I'm
shout
doing
and
it
spit at the
regardless.
beast all you
I'm
want, but
doing
it's
it
gonna keep.
regardless. I'm going to do it regardless. So to tell me I'm still going to do it.
Okay, okay. I mean, that's your choice. You have free will to do. You know, even if free will doesn't exist, you can choose throughout determinism. You can always
Hey,
be able to
tell
do
us
what
what
you
your
want in life.
dream is. Tell us what your dream is so we can kick you in the ass and punch you in the stomach and make your
Okay, then.
dream dissipate.
Okay,
Because
then.
you know what?
Well, my
If you're
dream is.
dishing this shit, you're gonna fucking get it back.
My dream is okay. Well,
Be positive this time, can't you?
well, okay. Well, listen, you can't be positive in a war zone now. You have to kind of like be realistic and say, okay, you gotta really get this shit done, otherwise you're gonna get shot by the other enemy. This is a war zone. This is not a fucking realm to be fucking about here.
You're not
This
even a
is
soldier. Like at least LA is trying to do something. Oh my god,
okay. Well, this is a war zone. This
bizarre.
really is a war zone. This is a war zone of survival of the fittest. This is not a love story. So there's no being civilized. It's just evil pretending to act kind. Okay. Going off to state about the necessary medications, this and
I
that, the
don't
judges
support
won't care. No
civilization.
matter how much you try and argue against them, they'll keep saying the same thing because they know they got the instinctive power and the physical force to dominate you in numbers. It's about see what's observable in certain war zones. If the certain battlefield is too fucking fucked and your fucking team is clearly losing, you have to retreat elsewhere to a safer fucking base.
You
That's what I'm
said this
saying.
earlier.
Well,
Next.
okay, well, shouting against the beast is not going to get you anywhere. So, I mean, you can be able to shout, you know, the state all you want. You can really shout in the courts all you want, with as many members as you can, but they're always going to have the upper hand. So, with their physical numbers, they are in the numbers. You lot are
You're not.
just
Go be
throwing.
negative somewhere else.
You're literally just throwing. You're literally just fucking throwing.
You didn't
Fucking.
respond to what I said. Explain to me how the death can. Explain to me how the state can force someone to be immortal. The state cannot force you to live indefinitely. You're going to have to die at some point, and the state cannot control that. So explain to me how the state has any power over somebody's death.
Well, I mean, they can always try and extend your death. I mean, this is what doctors do. They basically take your body to your avatar to a
The bottom line is that if you read my book, which I made available for free, death is the one thing that the state can't control.
I mean, how comes then they can be able to fucking literally section you if you act in certain ways? They can be able to inject you and prolong your fucking death as much as possible. Just prolong your life so they can make as much money off you. I mean, they clearly do have a lot of power here.
Shut your
It's
fucking
clearly
pie hole, you wouldn't have the issue.
And
you really think that the state are gonna they're gonna listen to
I
your
don't know.
needs?
At the end of the day, I'm starting my nonprofit. I'm looking for people to help me do it. I don't know why. I don't know why you're doing what. I don't know what your goal is.
My goal is, well, I want my finale goal. I want non-existence. I want everyone who doesn't
Then you
want.
should do that. Then you should do that. Tell me what your goal is so that we can support you. But that what your goal is had nothing to do with telling me not to do what I'm doing. So you tell me what your goal is, and tell us how we can support you.
Oh well.
Well, how about
If I want to say it in a
how
short
about
summary,
your
if I
goal
want to
first?
say it in a short summary, and not too complex, like Shango's ways, pretty much, and Malcolm and Spilly's ways. That this is how I
Wait, do
really.
you listen to wait. Do you listen to his content? What he says, because I actually listen to his content. What he says that there is no one approach, that we have to have a multi approach resistance to this. So he says that my approach is valuable, his approach is valuable. We all have to do things differently. It's not one approach is not going to work.
Well, I mean, violence is the only solution, I guess. I mean, at this point, I mean, instead of just talking and pretending with the game, I mean, you just have to use violence
Who's
to
just
win. I'm
talking?
sorry. I mean,
That's the whole point. I'm saying I'm tired of talking. It's time to take action. That's the whole point.
oh, I know it's just. Well, the courts are always going to give a good battle. Though the state will always give a good battle. The fucking
Are you? Let me ask you. Are you going to read my book?
I mean, sure, it's just
It's only online free for just a short amount of time. If you don't get it, you won't get it unless you pay for it. So maybe you should jump off and go grab the book, read the book, and then come back to us and have an idea of how you can support this channel rather than be against this
okay. I
channel.
mean, look, at the end of
Because
the
you
day,
don't
at the
belong
end of the
here if
day,
you're not
okay, look,
supporting.
I am trying to support. Here's your sort of summary. If you lot
Bullshit.
want no more fucking suffering, just non-exist. Enough. And
LA, LA,
because
LA, LA.
consciousness
I'm
will
gonna
reduce
support you.
suffering
LA,
regardless.
LA. Let me support you. Might makes right.
Whatever reality you're in, you could be elsewhere after this place. You will suffer. As long as you're conscious, you're going to suffer wherever you are. If you don't want to suffer, then be non-existent. It's really simple as just being in a deep meditative state for eternity, then.
LA,
Go to sleep
LA,
forever,
LA,
then, dude.
LA. I'm gonna support you here. It's all suffering.
It's fine. I'm just going to do what I need to do.
No, it's not fine. That's the whole problem. It is not fine.
Yeah, this is like an energy vampire. This is so
He
not
is
useful.
pulling the plug on you so bad.
No. I'm
real, man.
I'm saying it's fine because I've already resolved it. So if you guys pay attention, you can see that I've already resolved it.
I know.
So now we can keep talking. I'm going to do it. I'm looking for another director. I'm going to talk to Patsy, and then I will make this happen. Patsy D has already agreed to help me secure funding, and we will do this step by step. That's why when I actually do start taking moves, I'm not going to be discussing it on YouTube. The naysayers who don't support what I'm doing don't need to be included in this discussion. This will be something that we just do. We don't have to talk about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not going to share. People are not going to be privy to what I'm doing. I'm not going to share it. They can just watch. They can wait until it happens, and they can just be in the audience because these people are not movers and shakers. They're talkers.
Well, I'm a get her done type of chick. I'm not going to do this unless we can energetically help you get her done, and I will not listen to the energy vampires in your own chat. You can kiss my grits. It ain't happening.
Where are you
Right.
going to base these clinics then?
I'm not allowing it, and I don't care what level it is. It doesn't matter. It's like you're all big, beautiful balloon, and he's taking every fucking needle and popping it on purpose. And you are allowing it. You haven't even set your fucking boundary and said, absolutely none of this shit. I will listen to none of this shit.
No,
Because
I
this is
did.
just a small aspect of what you're going to be getting all throughout this whole thing that you're trying to create. And if you don't nip it in the bud now and, quote, not be all right with it, it's going to hit you. And you ain't going to like it.
Well, I'm going to stop talking about it. That's just about. Once I get it organized and I start, then there's going to be no more discussion on YouTube.
Okay.
He's either for you or he's against you. If he's not for you, he should not be here.
Well, I don't know if you've noticed, but
Yes, thank you very much, because
I did notice.
every time I muted myself, I was screaming at the top of my lungs over here. I'm surprised my neighbors haven't here. I don't have any neighbors. I don't know what I'm talking about. I scared all the animals away, I think.
Exactly. What countries are they going to be based in?
He's just a soapbox. He's on his little soapbox and he's saying whatever he thinks he's going to say.
LA, listen to me. If we have this
LA. I'm sorry. That I find that funny.
and talking over, then there's not going to be any sort of.
I mean, like I said, I don't want to like censor my channel too much. I don't, but it's just we're trying to have a discussion, and I don't, you know what I mean? It's just because I do appreciate people coming on here, but at the same time, we're trying to talk, and there are people who just want to derail it. So
exactly. Will they?
I don't know what it's like. You just get people who just, or they're not even talking to you, just having a conversation with themselves.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. It seems like I'm being.
I don't know this. I think that's one of my triggers is when someone starts to beat up someone else for what they believe in, and oh man, it just
Well, I mean, listen, non-existence is the best
brings
option.
back, like, you know.
Just not exist. That's really.
Yeah, like for some reason, because like I've gone through a lot of projects.
Being conscious is the
Like when people just say like they're it's weird. I've seen YouTubers complain about naysayers, but I'm like,
The fuck is wrong with this place, man? Jesus fucking Christ! I know
I think he belongs in a little white jacket and a little white room.
Okay, you're fucking crazy, woman. Honestly, you're fucking crazy with your fucking make believe fantasies, thinking that this is all okay. Nothing's okay, sweetheart. What are you talking about? Trying to tell me that I'm the mentally insane man. This realm is a psychotic realm. Okay, it's not a love
Very
story.
interesting. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm not sure quite how we're gonna have a conversation with that going on, but whatever.
Let's just talk
Well,
about her
I
because
just wanted to
dominating the
check in.
conversation now. Let's get back to the point here. Where will the clinics be based? What countries are they going to be based in? Are they going to be based in
No
international?
wonder they talked for 4 hours just saying, "Oh, oh my god."
Oh my fucking god, man. LA. Where will the clinics be based exactly? In the USA or
That's
Europe,
the
across Europe?
thing with live streams, though. You can't. I mean, it's like it's on one level you need people to participate, but at the same time, you know, it can be a little bit. It can
Not
be a
if they
little.
burst in your dream, dear.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, I don't know. I don't know how LA feels about it, but the way that you can create legacy is also just getting the ball rolling in the first place.
Right. So even if I don't see it happen during my lifetime, I still got the ball rolling.
Yeah.
No, don't be okay with that thought. You are gonna do this yourself. It's your baby. You have to have that attitude. Because if you don't, then what's the point in you doing any of it at all then? You could sit back in a chair and put your feet up and, I don't know what people do when they do that, but drink beer and smoke cigarettes. I don't know, watch TV.
Well,
You may as well.
I believe you can fail into legacy, i.e., King Leonidas and the
Trying
Spartan
or you can
300.
win. That's it. Huh? Those are the two
Right, the
sentences.
Battle of Thermopylae, we all know about that. Like, there's situations where people fail, but it lives on throughout history.
Right, but I want this. I want him to have a success because of who he is and what he stands for.
But we're all doing stuff though, so it only takes one of us to succeed. So if I don't succeed, and Antinatalism Switch is doing her thing, there's several people who are trying to do things. So, it's you can't just sit back and complain and not actually try.
Right.
That's true.
I agree with you, and I put in my time. So, all the power to you. Like,
It's a good thing.
yeah, no, I liked all the gung ho kind of start the projects and see where it went. I think some good things came out of it.
Yeah, now you're a professional. What's your dream? We'll make it happen.
I think when I actually want to talk about plans and stuff, I'm not going to do this on live stream. Maybe I can do like a Zoom thing or something that's not like public, because everybody does not need to be included on this.
Well, since you're the moderator and it's your channel, you can even do a StreamYard and then make sure that only the people that you want there are there.
That's right. I can do a private StreamYard and just have a
Yes, you
private
can.
discussion.
Yep.
Where will the clinics be based exactly? You haven't answered
Okay,
my
let's
question.
check in. Let's see what's
That's
going
the
on over
problem.
here.
You're just avoiding the question. Are you going to try and base them internationally, worldwide, or no? Okay. Seems like I'm just talking to thin air at this point.
Okay.
What's that?
Anyway, yeah, it's nice to actually have supportive people who actually are. I mean, I'm a pessimist, but at the same time, I'm not going to shit on somebody else's ideas.
Exactly. Yeah. It's fascinating because, like, yeah, I don't know. A
And
pessimist should not
even
have
if I was going to say that your approach isn't going to work, I'm probably going to give you an alternative to help you find a better solution. But people don't do that. They just, oh, well, it's pointless, give up, don't do anything.
It's like giving someone a psychic reading and you tell them, take what you want and throw away the rest, okay? That way it can more enhance what your project is rather than not. And the whole thing is your ideas are smashing, but someone else, one little teeny tiny idea could enhance your idea even that much more, where it makes your project actually really move because you took the advice. Because there's going to be some people that you run into, they're going to really know how to make this happen for you.
How long do you think?
But you're going to have to be open to inculcating some of their ways and thinks about it.
Right.
It's going to be,
like,
it's going to be amazing.
You have to start out with an extreme demand, and I realized that I'm not going to get everything that I want, but I'm going to move the needle so that they will offer something, and then we can work from there. So it's like I've been an activist for a long time. I know how to implement strategies. I'm not naive. I have experience with this. Okay. Well,
Well, it's a very deep subject.
yeah. That's one of my critiques about this circle. Let me read this comment. This dude says the obvious, we are fucked, don't bring more people here. Everybody knows that. I mean, at least in this community, right? I mean, that is stating the obvious. There's no nuance with that. So
I feel like I hang around because of familiarity. Like, it was cool that you brought up Schifrin again. That was nice.
I mean, sometimes I don't want to like give people the boot because I don't want to lose subscribers, and I don't really want to. But it's just like, come on, we're trying to talk, and you're just like rambling. I don't like when people do that.
Now, have you shut the channel to the people who can come in, or are you still going live?
It's still live.
Oh, see, if you shut down that part of it, you wouldn't be able to get these crazies coming in like that.
Oh, I could do that. I don't know why I didn't even think of that. Maybe.
And then you can when someone comes into the back room, you can let them in if you feel they need to be let in. If not, it's your channel.
Okay, y'all, Marcus, you're okay with me ending the live stream? Like, I mean, I know I'm just asking this.
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.